The story begins with Xiaoyong tied up with both hands and hanging high in the air. Below him is an iron cage full of zombies waiting for him to fall so they can devour him. In front of him stands Qiqing with her plump new lover, and a group of fierce subordinates behind them. Qiqing raises her head, looks at him, and loudly calls out his name. She coldly mocks him, saying that all his friends are dead and his life is now meaningless. After taking over the base, they brutally killed all of his teammates. None of them were allowed to die peacefully. He painfully recalls his two best friends who died and blames himself for trusting Qiqing, which led to their deaths. Hanging in the air, he struggles and roars in hatred, swearing that he will make them pay. Even though they were once about to get married, Qiqing calmly embraces her lover and pretends to be weak in front of him. Her lover cheerfully suggests slowly torturing Xiaoyong to death for amusement. After looting everything, he presses the control button of the hanging system, preparing to drop him. The rope is cut, and he falls heavily to the ground, seriously injured, immediately surrounded by zombies. The zombies rush toward him one after another, their horrifying forms opening their mouths to devour him. Unable to resist, he is bitten and torn all over his body, suffering so much that he coughs up blood and screams in agony. While dying, he swears that if he is reborn he will take revenge on Qiqing and Xiaoyong, and as he dies, only darkness remains before his eyes. But suddenly he wakes up as if from a nightmare, drenched in sweat, hearing someone shouting beside his ear. Someone is angrily questioning him. It seems that his vow of revenge has given him a chance to live again. He discovers that he is at home, facing Qiqing, who is demanding that her name be added to the house documents. He is confused because he had just died, yet now he is sitting safely at home, even though the zombie outbreak had only arrived not long ago. He gradually realizes that he may have been reborn to a time before the apocalypse. Before Qiqing pretended to be a poor and pitiful woman to gain his sympathy. He understands that he now knows the future, and is determined not to repeat his mistakes. He pretends to remain calm while listening to her continue demanding a 100 million dowry. Although Qiqing is beautiful, she is lazy, selfish, and materialistic. In the past, he was too weak and submissive, so she always looked down on him and ordered him around. Even though he knows she betrayed him, he still tries to stay calm and not reveal it. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he interrupts her and drives her out of the house. Qiqing is surprised because this is the first time he has dared to treat her so firmly. Back inside the house, Xiaoyong firmly locks the door, his expression irritated but relieved to finally escape, at least temporarily, from Qiqing, whom he compares to a stubborn leech. He looks at the clock and sees the date July 5, 2034, realizing that only 1 month remains before the apocalypse begins. So he must urgently prepare in order to survive. Suddenly a strange sound echoes beside him, causing him to turn his head in shock. In front of him appears an apocalypse system that assigns him the task of preparing land and supplies for 1 year, and completing it will reward him with points to exchange for items. Not only has he been reborn, but he has also been granted a support system to deal with the apocalypse. Curious, he begins to check the points and their functions within the system. He opens the system shop to check the items available for purchase. In the shop there is a physical enhancement potion priced at 20 points. There are supply boxes for cultivators that cost a corresponding amount of points, and there are protagonist supply boxes that require even higher points. While checking the system, his stomach suddenly starts growling. He suddenly remembers that in his previous life he saved money for marriage and barely ate, leaving his body weak and exhausted. Then Xiaoyong quickly picks up his phone. He decides to order a large amount of food, because he knows only 1 month remains before the world is filled with zombies. In the evening, the delivery driver brings a large amount of food to his apartment. The dining table is filled with expensive and delicious dishes. He happily enjoys the meal because he knows the future will be extremely harsh. He begins eating and savoring the delicious food. The explosive flavors bring him immense joy after so many days of hardship. He devours the food like a tiger that has been starving for days. While eating, a call suddenly comes in, and he sees that it is someone familiar with Qiqing. Qiqing's friend calls to scold him for refusing to hand over the house and the betrothal money. She shouts at him, demanding that he bring the house property and money to apologize, and even threatens that if he refuses, he should prepare to break up. This time he does not hold back and shouts back, saying that Qiqing is not worthy of him. The girl is shocked that he dares to fight back, but before she can respond, Xiaoyong hangs up the call. After venting his anger, he focuses on thinking about the mission of buying land to prepare for the apocalypse. He plans to turn the land into a solid base near water and forest to survive long term. A while later, he arrives at a large real estate center, dressed plainly among the luxurious surroundings. A female employee named Little Ning politely comes to greet him and asks about his needs. He pauses for a few seconds before answering, about to explain his purpose when someone calls for Little Ning. Director Zhou appears and orders little Ning to handle other tasks so, although she wants to continue serving the customer, she is refused. The director assumes Xiaoyong has no money and sends little Ning away, which annoys him. The director openly looks down on him because of his ordinary clothing. Feeling insulted, he talks back, which causes the director to become furious. The director continues insulting him and challenges him to actually buy a house. Meanwhile, he remains silent, calculating his next move. The director foolishly makes a rash vow, and Jiang Xiaoyong immediately seizes the chance to trap him with a remark, "Good. That's what you just said. Just wait, I'll find you something really hot and stinky to eat." No one knows how much money Jiang Xiaoyong has except himself. With a confident expression, he pulls a black card out of his pocket with 2 fingers and says, "Miss, I didn't come here today to buy land or rent a house." Then he deliberately emphasizes loudly and clearly, "Today I came here to buy land." Seeing the situation turning into something more interesting, many nearby people gather around the 3 of them. Everyone is shocked. One man exclaims loudly, "What, buy land? Did I hear that wrong? Does he even know how much land costs?" Fortunately for little Ning, the customer she warmly received from the beginning turns out to be a wealthy man. She quickly bows slightly and gestures for Jiang Xiaoyong to come inside, saying, "All right, please come this way, sir. I will introduce everything to you in detail." Jiang Xiaoyong quickly follows little Ning's guidance, leaving the director behind, fuming. The man grinds his teeth and mutters, "Who are you trying to show off to? When it's time to pay, I don't believe you all be able to produce the money." The 2 arrive at a private reception area for major clients. Jiang Xiaoyong sits at a private table while little Ning respectfully hands him documents about several land plots the company owns. She says, "These are some plots of land our company currently has. Please take a quick look first, and then I will introduce them to you in detail." As the documents are handed over, Jiang Xiaoyong waves his hand dismissively. "No need to spend so much time and effort. Let me tell you what I need and see if you have it." Hearing that, little Ning replies, "Please go ahead, sir." This time he is buying land to prepare for the coming disaster, so Jiang Xiaoyong lists conditions suitable for survival during the outbreak. Stroking his chin for a while, he says, "Surrounded by mountains and rivers, preferably with running water, convenient road access, and it would be even better if there is a building there like a factory or something larger." These conditions sound rather strange for an ordinary land buyer in this day and age. The employee looks confused and hesitates while holding the documents, replying, "Let me think about it." At that moment the director walks into the room with an unpleasant expression and says, "Isn't the land in East City exactly what he's looking for?" Hearing his voice, little Ning turns around and replies, "Oh, director. Yes, the East City area. But Director Zhou, are you talking about the tea capital region? That place isn't suitable. There are still many unfinished factories there. And the issues haven't been resolved yet. We can't sell it to customers." Clearly this man knows the land shouldn't be sold but deliberately recommends it to Xiaoyong anyway. He is scheming and malicious. With a cold expression he looks down at Xiaoyong and sneers, "Sell? Sell what? This ragged guy isn't here to buy anything. He's just here to cause trouble." Ignoring that scumbag's words, Jiang Xiaoyong calmly asks little Ning about the land because he heard it meets his requirements. "The land in East City District can really meet all my requirements." The girl hesitates slightly and quickly answers, "Yes, but the rooms above the factory are very dilapidated and messy, and the construction team leader has already run away." He quickly grabs the documents and flips to the page with the picture of that land to examine it. While reading carefully, Jiang Xiaoyong thinks, "Oh, the location is perfect. It fits all my requirements. The barbed wire fence is strong, easy to defend but hard to attack, and the unfinished factory buildings could save me a lot of construction time and cost." Realizing the land is indeed very suitable for him, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly returns the documents to little Ning and says, "I want this land. I can pay now and get the contract, right?" Unable to imagine that someone would actually agree to buy such a desolate place with many disadvantages, little Ning instinctively bows slightly while receiving the documents and quickly apologizes. "I am sorry, sir, but it seems something is a bit off. Our cute little Ning has misunderstood." She startles, her eyes widen and her face looks completely confused as she lets out a surprised "Oh." To be sure, the girl nervously asks again, bowing politely and looking embarrassed as she asks Xiaoyong, "Sir, do you really want to buy this land with the unfinished factory?" Jiang Xiaoyong replies without the slightest hesitation and even mocks Director Zhou standing awkwardly behind, "Yes, of course. Hurry up and sign the contract and process the payment. Someone is still waiting to eat shit later." Hearing this, the director can't say a word and can only stand there grinding his teeth in anger. A while later, Director Zhou holds the invoice in his hand and shouts in agitation, "No, impossible, this can't be real. Just moments ago he was arrogantly looking down on others, and now he must pay the price for his actions." The vow to eat shit if Xiaoyong had the money to buy the land has now become a huge problem for him. Sweating heavily, the director clutches his head and screams, 300,000. This is 300,000 as the deposit. Someone actually spent millions to buy land with an unfinished factory. I don't believe it! I don't believe it! Seeing Director Zhou's furious expression, Jiang Xiaoyong stands up, walks over, and pats his shoulder. With a dangerous smile he says, brother, we finished paying. Now it's your turn to perform. As long as you eat well, I will definitely give you a rocket later. The director stands stiff like a stone, his face pale and sweating heavily. Jiang Xiaoyong doesn't care about what happens next and simply leaves. His colleagues, who have been watching everything, wait for Xiaoyong to finalize the deal before taking out their phones to live stream the director eating shit. One man runs over saying, hey fat guy, I've already started the live stream for you, go ahead. Another colleague enthusiastically adds, fat brother, my stomach isn't very good today, but I promise I will give you the freshest stuff. After completing a doomsday mission, the system notification appears to remind the protagonist mission name, prepare for natural disasters. Mission requirements: own one piece of land. 1. Prepare supplies for a full year of 365. Mission reward 10 points, which can be exchanged for rewards in the system's central shop. Walking alone through the hall on his way out, Jiang Xiaoyong puts both hands in his pockets and walks with his head lowered, deeply thinking about how to get money to buy a year's worth of food supplies for the coming disaster. He already used the betrothal money to buy land, so now he must find a way to earn more money to store food, while focusing on solving the system mission. Xiaoyong doesn't notice a man in a white suit bumping into him. This man is none other than Li Shuxiang, the lover that Xiaoyong's current girlfriend Koi Jing is secretly seeing. Recognizing Xiaoyong, he turns his head and watches him walk past, wondering, isn't that Jiang Xiaoyong? What is he doing here? After that he doesn't pay much attention and continues walking toward the hall. But suddenly Li Shuxiang is startled by what he sees. The scene shows Director Zhou surrounded by a group of company employees. One person holds a piece of shit close to his mouth, while another forces his mouth open to shove it in. Director Zhou is tightly restrained while someone above films everything in a live stream. The scene cuts to Kai Jing's house. She looks very seductive in tight short shorts and long fishnet stockings, with a deep, cut shirt revealing her large chest. Sitting alone and happily smoking in a rather provocative manner. She quickly answers the phone in a flirtatious tone. Li Shuxiang, you still remember to think about me. Before she can say more, the fat man Li Shuxiang shouts from the other end, telling her about Xiaoyong Kujing. Jiang Xiaoyong went to a real estate company today to buy land. Do you know about this? As soon as she hears about the money for buying land, Kujing jumps up. She slams her hand on the dressing table with a loud bang and angrily shouts, what? He bought land. Where did he get the money? Li Shuxiang quickly adds from the other end, the deposit was 100 million. I guess it's the money he saved as a betrothal gift for you. Hearing this, she shamelessly screams into the phone, her face twisted as if someone had stolen her fortune. What the hell? How dare he spend my money? She automatically assumes any money Xiaoyong uses belongs to her. Li Shuxiang tries to calm her down and advises, Kui Jing, don't get angry first. Go find Jiang Xiaoyong and ask what really happened. But now that the supposed betrothal money has been spent, Kui Jing completely loses her mind. She yells shamelessly back at Li Shuxiang, ask what? That bastard dared to take my money. Today I'll make him go viral on the internet. In another scene at Jiang Xiaoyong's house, he has been constantly thinking about the doomsday mission. He has just spent all the money he saved to marry Kui Jing as a deposit for the piece of land. Now Jiang Xiaoyong urgently needs a large amount of money to buy essential supplies for a full year. Sitting on the sofa with his chin resting on his hand, he tries to focus on the problem of money, because buying materials and building a base requires a huge amount of funds. Where should he get the money now? While concentrating, he is suddenly disturbed. Someone arrives at the door and bangs on it loudly without any courtesy. Xiaoyong turns around and complains, damn it, why are they knocking so violently? He has no choice but to open the door. The one making the noise is his girlfriend Kui Jing, accompanied by her best friend. Seeing the two girls standing hurriedly at his door, Xiaoyong asks, what are you two doing here? Kui Jing immediately looks furious. Standing aggressively with her legs apart and brows tightly furrowed, she shouts loudly at Jiang Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong, what exactly do you mean by this? How dare you spend my money? He frowns angrily and asks back, what are you even talking about? Kui Jing continues being unreasonable. She points directly at Jiang Xiaoyong's face and shouts arrogantly, don't think I don't know you used my betrothal money to buy land. Let me tell you something, the betrothal money belongs to me. Since you used it to buy land, that land is mine. This woman is seriously delusional. Where did that kind of logic even come from? Jiang Xiaoyong is speechless at Kui Jing's shameless behavior. Looking at her with open contempt, He sneers and says, "You were truly insane." Then he pulls out a thick stack of cash and taps it against the shoulder of the greedy Kui Jing. He shouts, "Let me tell you something, fourth brother has plenty of money." Zhang Xiaoyong looks straight into her eyes and finishes with a statement to make the brainless beauty realize her place. "But even a single cent fourth brother won't give you." Seeing the stack of money on her shoulder, Kui Jing is shocked and stands frozen like she's been struck by lightning. Zhang Xiaoyong continues bluntly, "Don't think I don't know what you and that Li Shuxiang have been secretly doing behind my back." Only now does Kui Jing realize the change in her boyfriend. Yet she still shows no sense of guilt. Her face turns purple with anger as she glares at Xiaoyong, thinking to herself, what's going on? How could he possibly know about my affair with Li Shuxiang? Seeing the tense situation, this is the first time Zhang Xiaoyong has truly been this angry at Kui Jing. Her best friend steps in to mediate. "Hey, calm down, both of you. Couples argue sometimes, it's just a misunderstanding." Kui Jing stands there speechless and furious. Xiaoyong doesn't want to deal with them anymore, so he grabs the doorknob and starts closing the door angrily while cursing, "What misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding at all. And there's nothing romantic between me and her anymore. She and Li Shuxiang are the real couple." Then Xiaoyong mercilessly slams the door shut right in front of the shameless Kui Jing. He doesn't forget to shout one last sentence, "Get the hell out of here. Just seeing you people is extremely annoying." After the failed confrontation, the two beautiful girls, who like to enjoy life but not work, have no choice but to sadly press the elevator button to leave. The two stand waiting in front of the elevator. Seeing that Kui Jing looks extremely upset, her best friend gently holds her hand and asks, "Xiaojing, why didn't you tell me about such a big matter? Are you really involved with that middle-aged man Li Shuxiang?" Feeling emotionally shaken, Kui Jing crosses her arms, lowers her head, and admits, "Ooh, we only went to a motel together a few times." Hearing this, the best friend starts getting a headache. She rubs her forehead helplessly and says, "This situation has completely backfired. Let's go back first and think of a way to deal with it." Kui Jing has no other choice and reluctantly replies, "Yeah, that's the only thing we can do now." The elevator arrives and the doors slowly open. The two walk into the elevator together. At this moment, Kui Jing's best friend standing behind her finally reveals her true face. She looks at Kui Jing's back with a sly expression and thinks to herself, "Kui Jing, since you've already caused trouble with Zhang Xiaoyong, then I won't be polite with you anymore. After all, we're such good sisters, aren't we?" She secretly laughs to herself. Early the next morning, Xiaoyong arrives at the construction site. He goes there to check the construction progress of his house. He also talks with the contractor to ensure the house is built more carefully. He requests that the construction be completed within 1 month, which leaves the contractor speechless and annoyed. However, for the sake of money, the contractor still endures it and lets it pass. Then the contractor suggests adding extra payment. Unexpectedly, he asks for as much as 20 million. Even Xiaoyong calmly nods without hesitation. This makes the contractor so happy that it is beyond words. Suddenly that best friend appears, with some mysterious sixth sense. She shamelessly presses her chest against his arm and coquettishly says, "Oh brother, what are you doing here?" She does it in the most natural way possible, as her head presses tightly against Zhang Xiaoyong's shoulder. He feels extremely annoyed. Looking at this clingy woman hanging onto him, he angrily thinks to himself, "Humph, this green tea bitch. In my previous life, Kui Jing tricked my family out of all our assets, and you were involved too. In this life, I will definitely take revenge twice over." Although he dislikes her deeply, he still suppresses his emotions and calmly asks, "What are you doing here?" Revealing her true nature, she ignores Xiaoyong's question and continues clinging to him while asking about the land. Smiling sweetly, she happily asks Zhang Xiaoyong, "Brother Zhang, this is the land you just bought, right? The scenery here is so beautiful. Are you planning to build a big villa here?" Those words sounded sweet, but they were truly unpleasant to hear, especially coming from that green tea woman. Zhang Xiaoyong forcefully shook her hand off and created distance from her. He shot her a bullet, like glare, and bluntly said, as if splashing cold water on her face, "Whatever I do has nothing to do with you, right?" Kui Jing's best friend was extremely surprised by Zhang Xiaoyong's attitude after being pushed away like that. He moved aside to avoid her and focused completely on the construction work, not paying any attention to the green tea woman standing in the corner grinding her teeth in anger. She kept wondering to herself why Xiaoyong was acting so strangely today. Normally his face would turn red and his heart would race just from touching her hand. Yet today she deliberately tried to touch him, and he showed no reaction at all. Then Zhang Xiaoyong saw two people measuring something, so he ran over, pointed, and said, "No, that's not right. The main gate needs to be half a meter wider." Leaving the green tea woman behind, she awkwardly called after him, "Hey you!" This woman had absolutely no sense of shame. If Klijing was level 49, she was level 500. Instead of striving in life, she only relied on her looks to seduce men. Extremely vicious, she clenched her fists and resolved to snatch Jiang Xiaoyong away from Klijing to take possession of the land. She thought she must not miss this great opportunity, since Klijing had already fallen out with him. If she could just crush Klijing now, the land would become hers. After finishing at the construction site, Jiang Xiaoyong returned to his apartment and sat on the familiar sofa. He seemed extremely busy with matters related to the land and paid attention to nothing else. Looking at the 2 red property certificates on the table, he calculated seriously mortgaging the house to the bank only got him 300 million, which wasn't even enough for the first phase of the project. He had to find another way to make money. He placed his hand on the property certificate and pondered for a long time before suddenly realizing something. Oh right, that's true. Anyway, the apocalypse is coming soon. Even if I sell this house multiple times to different people, what does it matter? This method would benefit him without harming anyone. After all, when the apocalypse arrived, money would be useless anyway, so he might as well take it in advance. Jiang Xiaoyong pursed his lips and made up his mind to do it. Just as he solved one problem, another appeared. A man outside Jiang Xiaoyong's door began banging loudly while shouting, "Open the door. Open up." Jiang Xiaoyong, still sitting, turned toward the door and muttered irritably, "Damn it, which headache-inducing guy is here again?" At that moment he realized it was probably the troublesome neighbor who always caused issues. As Jiang Xiaoyong walked to the door and turned the handle, he was certain it must be Master Lai, the downstairs neighbor. The greedy old man already owned the first and second floors, and was now trying to force him to sell the third floor as well. However, he had planned to keep this room as a newlywed room, so he refused to sell it. The old man then began causing trouble, pouring paint on his door, piling trash, placing funeral wreaths, and using every nasty trick to harass him. When he opened the door, he saw a hunched old man with graying hair wearing a simple, worn jacket, looking stingy and petty. The old man immediately shouted, "You were jumping around again last night, weren't you?" Unable to tolerate the old man anymore, Jiang Xiaoyong responded more firmly than before while gripping the door. "Are you done making noise? I went to bed before 10 last night. What jumping are you talking about?" The old man refused to back down and tried to shout even louder, opening his mouth wide and saying, "I don't care. I clearly heard it." Not wanting to argue further, Jiang Xiaoyong waved his hand dismissively and turned his face away as if tired of the old man. Since he also needed to sell the house, an idea suddenly came to him and he said, Stop. Didn't you want my house? I've had enough anyway, fine. I will sell it to you." The old man froze for a few seconds, unable to believe Xiaoyong would sell the house so easily. Master Li asked in surprise, "Are you serious? Really?" His whole body suddenly became excited. Jiang Xiaoyong crossed his arms in front of the old man and said, "First, but I have one condition." Old Lai leaned forward and narrowed his eyes, asking what condition. Being in the advantageous position, Jiang Xiaoyong confidently proposed conditions favorable to himself. "My new place won't be ready for another half year, so I need to stay here for 6 more months. When you buy this house, you must pay me 5 million in one lump sum first so I can pay off my new housing loan." Old Lai hesitated. Before the old man could even think or negotiate, Jiang Xiaoyong pulled the door back and closed his eyes, saying, "If you don't agree, then forget it." When Master Lai saw Jiang Xiaoyong about to shut the door, he froze for a moment. He quickly stuck his head into the closing doorway, held the door tightly, and looked up at Xiaoyong as he hurriedly agreed. He said they just needed to make a contract to avoid problems later. Having lured a fish into the net, Jiang Xiaoyong still tried to appear completely calm and said, "A contract is fine. Don't worry." At that moment Xiaoyong was secretly delighted. He glanced sideways at Master Li with a sly look and thought, "Ha, you damned old man, just wait there for death." Soon after, just as promised, Master Li quickly transferred the money to buy the entire house from Xiaoyong. He checked his phone and looked at the balance while calculating. He had received 500 million from Master Lai, plus the 300 million loan, making a total of 800 million. The system interface displayed a notification system mission. Requirements: own a piece of land and prepare supplies for an entire year. ZO 365. Mission reward 10 points that can be exchanged for rewards in the system shop. Jiang Xiaoyong tapped the claim button, but couldn't receive it because the mission wasn't completed yet. He then thought he should complete the system tasks first before claiming the reward. The scene shifted to the largest shopping mall in the city, which looked extremely grand and modern. With his pockets full of money, Jiang Xiaoyong was full of confidence. It was time to carry out the mission of preparing food for a year. He pushed shopping carts quickly through the supermarket, and in no time the system showed progress: supplies prepared for 359 out of 365 days. Many people around noticed Jiang Xiaoyong's strange behavior and began whispering in surprise. A man quietly told the woman next to him that the guy seemed mentally unstable. The woman in the brown coat cautiously replied that they should stay away from him. The sound of shopping carts bumping into each other grew louder and more frequent. Before long, Xiaoyong had piled daily necessities onto more than a dozen shopping carts, attracting the attention of many people. The man and woman from earlier kept watching Xiaoyong. She saw him wiping sweat from his forehead after buying so many things and wondered what he needed them for. The man beside her mocked him while laughing, saying he was probably another fool who believed the apocalypse rumors. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha, while all of Xiaoyong's efforts over the past few days were actually not wasted. At that moment, with a notification sound, the system informed Xiaoyong that he had completed the mission. Disaster preparation completed. System points 10, bringing his current total to 10 points. After getting 10 system points, Xiaoyong immediately opened the system shop interface to buy support items. He noticed something suitable and thought, during the apocalypse, increasing attributes is extremely important, and this protagonist supply box costs exactly 10 points. Feeling that this decision was reasonable, Xiaoyong made up his mind. There was no need to hesitate, he had to expand his advantage immediately and act decisively. So he chose the protagonist supply box and firmly pressed the selection button. Immediately the system displayed a notification: exchange successful, 10 points deducted, current points remaining 0. A box-shaped chest appeared before his eyes, decorated with glowing spiritual energy patterns shaped like question marks and an infinity-like symbol on top. The supply box opened, revealing a titanium-colored ring with a large purple diamond attached on top. At the same time, the system displayed its description: Space Ring Level 1. Function: it contains a separate space of 500 square meters inside the ring. Time inside the ring's space would stop. Xiaoyong stretched out both hands toward the glowing ring as it floated between his palms. Its light illuminated his fascinated face. His eyes widened and his mouth opened in amazement. He said proudly, as expected, my guess was right. Surely the first draw would give me gold. Xiaoyong stared at the ring, smiling slightly as he continued thinking, time stands still in another space. That means even if I store fresh food, it won't spoil at all. That's great. Having just received the reward from the first mission, the apocalypse system quickly announced a new mission. 10 years of abundance, 10 years of supplies, progress, ZOF 10, reward 20 points. Suddenly a loud voice shouted from somewhere. A man walked over while yelling, who dares to cause trouble here? He looked arrogant and difficult to approach, and 2 security guards followed behind him. The man in the suit seemed to hold some position in the shopping mall. With his square face, he walked closer and, upon seeing Xiaoyong, was startled and asked, "You are you Xiaoyong?" It seemed he knew Xiaoyong before, but he still kept a stiff expression. Xiaoyong also recognized the man and asked back, "Yang Tao." The two knew each other, but there was clearly no friendly greeting. Xiaoyong showed an expression of dislike. Yang Tao had been his classmate in middle school, and the two had long-standing grudges. Xiaoyong thought about it carefully. Yang Tao used to act as a lackey for the school bully Zhang Shengji. He bullied the weak but feared the strong. Xiaoyong remembered how Yang Tao and his gang often blocked his way to collect protection money. Back then Yang Tao showed no respect, always acting superior despite being the same age. He ordered Xiaoyong to hand over 10 yuan as protection money. At that time Xiaoyong was not cowardly at all and replied in front of the unruly students, "My ass. If you want it, go get it from Zhang Shengji yourself." Xiaoyong continued recalling the past. They often clashed back when they were students. He never expected to run into him here. Without hesitation, Yang Tao pointed straight at Xiaoyong's face and shouted fiercely, "Xiaoyong, what do you mean by this? Put all these things back where they belong, or don't blame me for being rude." 1 hour later, Xiaoyong's seemingly endless shopping receipt was finally printed. The supermarket had to mobilize 4 cashiers to process his order. While Yang Tao stood nearby watching the whole time, he walked over to the cashier and quickly asked, "What's the total?" The girl looked at the receipt in her hand with exhaustion, sweating as she replied, "The total is 56,824,300. Holding the card payment machine, Yang Tao rudely pointed at Xiaoyong's face and shouted, "Pay for it." There's a saying that anger can burst like smoke. Xiaoyong found him extremely rude but kept silent. Then he played his trump card, the legendary black card. With a swift motion, Xiaoyong swiped it decisively and powerfully, his eyes expressing all the anger he had been holding back. Immediately the payment machine displayed a successful transfer notification. Staring at the screen, Yang Tao widened his eyes in shock. He couldn't believe it and gritted his teeth, muttering angrily, "The transfer actually succeeded." After that he said nothing more, turned around and waved his hand to signal the 2 security guards behind him, "Let's go." But Xiaoyong would not let him slip away so easily. He angrily shouted to Yang Tao, "Stop right there." That guy was still very aggressive. He immediately turned around and clenched his fists. Jiang Xiaoyong kept a calm expression. He smirked slightly and reminded Yang Tao of his attitude, saying that since he behaved so badly just now, he should apologize to him, otherwise he would return all these goods. Yang Tao continued being unreasonable. Even though he was clearly wrong, he still argued loudly in the crowded mall, his face twisting as he shouted, "Don't go too far. Are you still trying to cause trouble for me?" Yang Tao then turned to blame Xiaoyong, acting like a thief, shouting first. Seeing the injustice, a beautiful girl spoke up to defend Xiaoyong, saying that Yang Tao was the rude one and that a simple apology would solve everything. A big man nearby also agreed and demanded that Yang Tao apologize or they would refuse to shop there. At that moment, a social media idol who was filming a video warned that he had recorded the entire incident and would post it online if Yang Tao refused to apologize. The situation turned around, and all the advantage and support shifted to Jiang Xiaoyong. He calmly maintained his composed attitude and reminded Yang Tao lightly, "Apologize. If your apology is sincere enough, I'll buy 10 times more than this." Hearing that, Yang Tao stubbornly argued back, "Stop bragging." Jiang Xiaoyong then pulled out the powerful black card again, smiling brightly and laughing proudly as he replied, "Bragging. Bring the pose machine here and I'll show you my balance." Seeing the black color of the card, Yang Tao felt uneasy and handed the pose machine to Xiaoyong to swipe again and check the balance. With another swift swipe, Xiaoyong did it quickly and decisively, the style of someone who truly had money. Yang Tao held the pose machine in disbelief. His eyes widened as he shouted the balance on the screen in shock. What? More than 7 billion. The person he had just provoked turned out to be an extremely wealthy tycoon. The wealthy Jiang Xiaoyong then spoke with a serious and contemptuous tone, "Apologize. I will continue buying after you apologize. If I'm lying, then I'm your grandson." Inside, Jiang Xiaoyong felt extremely satisfied. Those words were truly painful for Yang Tao, humiliating him and even mocking his appearance since he actually looked much older than Xiaoyong. Under the pressure of money and livelihood, Yang Tao broke out in heavy sweat. He could only stay silent with an extremely resentful expression. This became a memorable lesson for the bully who preyed on the weak. And after hesitating for a moment, he finally gave in. With both hands close to his body, he bent his back more than 90 degrees and bowed apologetically to Xiaoyong. Suppressing his humiliation, Yang Tao said loudly, "I'm sorry." Compared with his previous arrogance, this was nothing. Jiang Xiaoyong stepped closer and placed his hand on Yang Tao's head, patting it as if petting a dog, cheerfully reminding him, "Remember not to be so reckless in the future, understand?" Yang Tao's face looked tightly restrained like a rice sack tied shut. He was still the same as before, flattering the rich and bullying the weak. When he saw Jiang Xiaoyong leaving without saying anything, he quickly changed his expression and respectfully asked, "Brother Deng, why do you want to buy so many things?" Jiang Xiaoyong looked annoyed and answered without even looking at him, "That's none of your business. I have my own business to handle." Changing his attitude faster than flipping rice paper, Yang Tao put on a warm and cheerful expression. He smiled so widely that his eyes nearly disappeared. His loud and arrogant tone from earlier was gone, replaced with a gentle voice as he asked, "Doing big business? The small supermarket doesn't have enough goods right now, so are you looking for more supplies?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong turned around and asked Yang Tao, "You've been working in this supermarket for many years. You should know who supplies this, right?" Yang Tao quickly replied, "Of course. Do you remember Zhang Shengj? He's the one controlling this batch of goods now." Within seconds, Yang Tao quickly called Zhang Shengji. He looked as happy as if he had struck gold, acting overly enthusiastic, almost servile while speaking. "Hello, Brother Z. I've just found you a big client." Jiang Xiaoyong stood with his arms crossed, expressionless, thinking to himself that as expected, Yang Tao was still Zhang Shengji's lackey. He wondered how much shady money the two had made from Horunfa supermarket. Shortly afterward, Jiang Xiaoyong and Yang Tao were waiting for Zhang Shengji at the warehouse entrance. Yang Tao enthusiastically introduced the goods stored inside and the geographical advantages of the place. Suddenly, a car sped straight toward them from the side as if trying to cause an accident. The black luxury car stopped abruptly right beside Yang Tao's feet, startling him so badly that he flailed his arms and legs in panic. Jiang Xiaoyong showed real composure despite the sudden situation. He still stood there with arms crossed, completely unafraid. Jiang Xiaoyong stared at the driver and thought to himself, "Damn it, driving recklessly like this. It's like he's trying to extort someone." The one stepping out of the expensive car was Zhang Shengji, wearing a long coat down to his knees. He looked ridiculously pretentious, closing the door with one hand while holding a cigar in the other, raising his head and blowing out a long puff of smoke. Though they were the same age, he looked like a man in his 50s. After finishing a puff, he hurried over to Yang Tao and asked, "Yang Tao, Is this the VIP client you mentioned? Yang Tao eagerly replied, Brother Z, this is Xiaoyong. Do you remember him? Meanwhile, Xiaoyong stood with his hands in his pockets, quietly watching what the two would do next. With the still burning cigarette in his mouth, he looked toward Xiaoyong and asked, Who? Yang Tao excitedly leaned closer and introduced again, Xiaoyong, our high school classmate. Hearing the name, Zhang Shengji immediately remembered. The tense atmosphere slightly calmed as he took a deep drag and replied in a low voice, I remember now. Meeting someone he used to bully, Zhang Shengji became even ruder than Yang Tao earlier. He blew a long puff of smoke right into Zhang Xiaoyong's face. Xiaoyong's eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Zhang Shengji sharply, as if wanting to cut him in half. Even after growing up, Zhang Shengji had not changed, still arrogant, bullying the weak, greedy, and vicious. Acting like he ruled the world, he kept the cigarette in his mouth, hands in his coat pockets, lifted his shameless face, and said arrogantly to Zhang Xiaoyong, Oh, the stubborn guy, huh? Zhang Shengji stepped forward, grabbed the drawstring of Zhang Xiaoyong's hoodie, and sneered that it was a fake, mocking him for being poor yet pretending to be stylish. Though insulted, Xiaoyong calmly replied that he didn't know anything about brands and had simply bought it from a roadside stall. Zhang Shengji frowned, grabbed Yang Tao's head, and shoved him aside so hard that he almost fell. Furious, Zhang Shengji cursed at him, Is this the big client you were talking about? Damn you were wasting my time. Yang Tao didn't dare say anything and could only endure the outburst. To Zhang Shengji he was nothing more than a dog. After grabbing his head, Zhang Shengji kicked him hard in the butt, making him stagger. While being kicked, Yang Tao hurriedly explained, Brother Z, he really is a big client. But Zhang Shengji shouted even louder, Big client my ass. I've been in society long enough to know who has money and who doesn't at a glance. Zhang Xiaoyong silently watched the two quarrel. After they finished talking, Zhang Xiaoyong finally spoke. Haha, it seems my aura isn't strong enough. Lowering his head with a colder expression, he continued with a mocking smile, I can't even intimidate an illiterate fool who judges people with dog eyes. Already in a rage, Zhang Shengji heard Zhang Xiaoyong's words and couldn't possibly endure it. He spun around 180 degrees, grabbed Xiaoyong by the collar, and shoved his arrogant face close to him. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Shengji asked in a low voice, What did you just say? Yet our protagonist showed no sign of fear in front of his aggression, standing as still as a piece of wood. From his emotionless expression, he gave a faint smile and moved his eyes closer to Zhang Shengji's face, pronouncing every word clearly, saying you have dog eyes that cannot recognize people. With the cigarette still in his mouth, Zhang Shengji kept his tense posture, his facial muscles tight, and continued shouting, How dare you say I'm illiterate? Zhang Xiaoyong was really pushing him too far. He even provoked him further with a clueless expression, then I'll just say you have dog eyes that look down on others. Okay? The situation became increasingly tense. Seeing the deal about to collapse, Yang Tao hurriedly tried to make peace between them, nervously waving his hands toward both men. He said, Brother Deng, don't poke Brother Z's sore spot anymore. He really is illiterate, so he hates it when people say he's illiterate. Yang Tao's foolish words were truly beyond saving. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Shengji kicked him, sending him stumbling aside. The wound Zhang Xiaoyong had just inflicted on Zhang Shengji already hurt, and Yang Tao's stupidity only rubbed salt into it. Still holding Xiaoyong's collar, Zhang Shengji yelled at Yang Tao, Damn you. If you can't speak properly then shut your mouth. Immediately afterward, Zhang Shengji acted like a thug. He yanked Zhang Xiaoyong's collar harder and glared, saying, A big client, huh? If you don't take a truckload of goods from me today, I won't let you or that Yang Tao leave here in one piece. Taking his phone out of his pocket, Zhang Xiaoyong said to Zhang Shengji, Stop pulling my collar and give me your bank account number quickly. Zhang Shengji thought Xiaoyong was just being stubborn, but unexpectedly he asked for his bank account number. Xiaoyong wasn't buying goods out of fear, he only needed to stock up on necessities for the coming pandemic. A few minutes later, Zhang Shengji's phone notified him of a 100 million deposit. He was shocked, while Xiaoyong coldly said it was only the advance payment for a 500 million order, and the remaining 400 million would be paid after all the goods were delivered. Instantly, he let go of Zhang Xiaoyong's collar and suddenly became much more polite. What goods do you want? Zhang Xiaoyong. The wealthy man still stood there with arms crossed and listed the necessities for Zhang Shengji: firewood, rice, oil, drinks and so on. Just take things that are easy to eat and drink. No need to choose carefully, but remember to check everything. Hearing this, Zhang Shengji understood Xiaoyong's intention and replied, All right, follow me. Meanwhile, inside his mind, the scheming man thought how lucky he was. He had just received a batch of food about to expire, and now someone had come to take it off his hands. After that, Zhang Shengji immediately took Zhang Xiaoyong and Yang Tao to the warehouse. The warehouse was huge, and the amount of goods stored inside was enormous. The cunning Zhang Shengzhi began setting his trap, trying to get Xiaoyong to pay for the nearly expired goods. If you pay for all the goods, I'll give you a 10 discount. What do you think compared to the original wholesale price? Knowing this man was not good in the first place, his business practices were no different. Hearing the discount, Zhang Xiaoyong didn't care much. Walking closer to several bags of rice, he coldly replied, "What do I think? That depends on the quality of your goods." Yang Tao and Zhang Shengzhi stood stunned, watching Xiaoyong's every move. Picking up a bag of rice, Zhang Xiaoyong seemed to have discovered something wrong. He remained silent for a long time, staring at it thoughtfully. Then he raised the bag of rice so Zhang Shengzhi could see clearly. Zhang Xiaoyong exposed his trick except for the outer packaging. Everything inside was filled with food close to expiration. Glancing straight at Zhang Shengzhi, Zhang Xiaoyong didn't forget to mock him. "Zhang Shengzhi, it seems your little calculation has gone wrong." This made Zhang Shengzhi feel guilty and uneasy. Thinking that Zhang Xiaoyong would cancel this order, they were surprised when he instead took the initiative to propose a new offer. "As for your nearly expired food, I have another arrangement for it." Zhang Shengzhi was stunned and asked back with a blank expression, "Our arrangement? What do you mean?" Zhang Xiaoyong turned around and bargained firmly. "Based on the discount you mentioned earlier, you must reduce the price by 50. I will pay for all these nearly expired foods, but with one condition." Holding the bag of white rice tightly, Zhang Xiaoyong concluded, "After 1 month, I will pay the full amount." Zhang Shengzhi had struggled with this batch of nearly expired goods for a long time, so when he heard that Zhang Xiaoyong agreed to buy them, he was overjoyed. However, he still asked for confirmation. What if the goods expired and Xiaoyong still didn't pay? Xiaoyong calmly replied that he didn't need to worry, because by then his house would belong to Zhang Shengzhi. Still suspicious, Zhang Shengzhi asked why he would buy food he knew was about to expire and what his sales channel was. Xiaoyong calmly replied that there was no sales channel at all, he himself was the channel. Zhang Xiaoyong patted Zhang Shengzhi on the shoulder and winked as he whispered about his real situation. "Haha, let alone nearly expired food, even if it's still edible now, in a few days it'll all just become trash." Struck at his weak point, Zhang Shengzhi's face turned pale and sweat poured down his forehead. With Zhang Shengzhi's greedy nature, this deal was indeed difficult to decide on. Nervously, he replied, "What exactly do you mean?" Trying to pressure him, Zhang Xiaoyong pretended to be in a hurry. He took out his phone to check the time and said, "There are many things you shouldn't ask about. Just transfer these goods to me. I need them urgently, and I've already sent you the address." Zhang Xiaoyong's phone rang with an incoming call. He answered, and a man's voice came from the other end. "Is this Mr. Zhang?" Xiaoyong asked who it was, and the man continued, "Are you the one selling the old house?" Having just promised Zhang Shengzhi that if he didn't pay for the food he would give up his house. Xiaoyong's mind worked quickly. He deliberately spoke loudly to cut off the caller, saying, "I still have things to handle. As for the food, just do as I said." At the same time, he gestured around as if there were many suppliers waiting for him in front of the two men. After everything was settled, Zhang Xiaoyong left alone. Yang Tao and Zhang Shengzhi stayed in the warehouse watching his back as he walked away. Yang Tao timidly glanced at Zhang Shengzhi and said, "Brother Z, I didn't lie to you, right?" Zhang Shengzhi couldn't help but wonder, damn it, that kid clearly comes from an ordinary family. How did he suddenly rise so fast? After leaving Zhang Shengzhi's place, Zhang Xiaoyong went to meet another house buyer. The man opened his bag wide, revealing thick stacks of cash inside. This time Zhang Xiaoyong's client was an elderly man. He dressed simply, with gray hair and beard, and looked very kind. He placed the bag of money in front of Zhang Xiaoyong and honestly said, "I can accept your condition of moving out after 3 months. Come on, let's sign the contract first." Standing before the old man, Zhang Xiaoyong was momentarily speechless. He thought to himself that the old man hadn't even carefully inspected the house yet, and was already paying a deposit and signing the contract. He must really be eager to buy it. Unable to guess the man's intentions, Xiaoyong asked, "Sir, do you really need this house that urgently?" The old man looked up at Zhang Xiaoyong kindly and honestly explained, "To be honest with you, my granddaughter is about to transfer to another school, so we urgently need this house to settle down. I've looked around here several times, but yours is the only one for sale. Young man, you mustn't regret this later." The old man's pitiful and honest appearance softened Zhang Xiaoyong's heart. He smiled slightly and asked, "Sir, you were really too honest. At the very beginning, you shouldn't have told me everything like that. Aren't you afraid I might raise the price?" Hearing Zhang Xiaoyong mention raising the price, the old man realized he had been careless. His face turned pale, and in fear he quickly begged Zhang Xiaoyong, "Mister Zhang, the money to buy this house is the entire savings of my granddaughter and me. Why, you please don't." Not letting him worry further, Xiaoyong interrupted him. Holding the house sale contract in his hand, he reassured the old man, "Don't worry, sir. I won't regret it." A moment later, Xiaoyong signed his name on the house sale contract. Holding the contract in his hands, the old man immediately became cheerful. The fearful look from before disappeared as he raised his eyebrows and exclaimed happily, "That's great, that's really great." After Xiaoyong signed the contract, the old man did not dare stay long at Xiaoyong's house. He packed his belongings, put his cloth bag back on his shoulder, bowed respectfully to Xiaoyong before leaving and said, "Mr. Jiang, you must still have many things to do, so I won't disturb you any longer." Xiaoyong gently replied yes. As the old man turned away, Xiaoyong looked thoughtful. He suddenly thought to himself that people from the lower class were kind and simple. But in the coming future the old man and his granddaughter might not even survive for a month. After the old man had taken a few steps, Xiaoyong reached out and called him back. "Sir, wait a moment." The old man turned around and asked, "Yes, what is it, sir?" Xiaoyong then asked for the address where he was currently living. From this, it was clear that when disaster came, the protagonist might be able to save the old man and his granddaughter. Perhaps he felt guilty for having taken money from honest people, and this could be considered his way of repaying them. With the house sale partially settled, Xiaoyong turned his attention back to the land project. He wandered to the construction site to check the progress. When the contractor saw Xiaoyong arrive, he warmly welcomed him and respectfully guided him around. The two of them walked leisurely together. The contractor seized the opportunity to move closer and brought up the matter of money. "Boss Jiang, about the second deposit." Understanding his intention, Xiaoyong did not let him beat around the bush. Looking around, he said, "I will transfer it to you later. How is the construction progress going?" While talking, they arrived at the factory entrance. The contractor pointed above the doorway toward the ceiling and said, "It's already 80% complete. Look here, the walls, doors, ceiling, and the rest are absolutely secure and reliable." Xiaoyong looked in the direction he pointed and saw everything seemed fine, then asked, "What about the warehouse?" The contractor enthusiastically explained that the warehouse was a pre-built section of the factory that had not been fully completed, but it had been cleaned and could be used at any time. Xiaoyong immediately praised him, "Very good." The contractor looked delighted when he heard this. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong quickly took out his phone and called Zhang Shengji, telling him to bring the goods over immediately. Just a few hours later, the warehouse at the factory became lively. Workers carried goods and stacked them onto shelves that were more than 10 meters high. Everyone chatted excitedly, slow down. The boss is really generous." Someone happily shouted that even such a small job paid each person 2 million. Another said the place looked like some kind of shelter. Someone else replied that high pay was normal for work like this. People with money always value their lives. Holding the inventory sheet, Xiaoyong watched the workers while directing them where to place the goods, pointing in another direction. He told a worker pushing a cart of vegetables that fresh produce like vegetables and fruits needed to be stored in a separate place and not mixed up. The worker smiled cheerfully and replied, "All right, boss, don't worry." After a busy afternoon until late at night, the factory lights were on and everything had been arranged. Everyone left the factory tired but still cheerful after receiving such a generous payment. At this moment only Xiaoyong remained in the warehouse. Standing with his arms crossed, he proudly looked at the results of several days of hard work. Since being reborn, this was the first time he truly felt relaxed. With a pleased expression, he proudly said loudly to the system, "Completed." The system interface immediately displayed a notification: mission 10 years of food and warm clothing completed. System points 20, current points 20. After receiving the points, Xiaoyong immediately entered the system shop. His face showed a bit of surprise when he saw a new chest, and he could not help but wonder and exclaim, "Oh, there really is a new chest in this system." System shop items: physical enhancement potion 1, 20 points, apocalypse farmer supply box level 1, 2 points, ability awakening supply box level 1, 10 points, manual refresh 2 points. After reading the system shop panel, Xiaoyong thought that his luck was really good to be able to obtain an ability before the apocalypse even arrived. Xiaoyong then chose the ability awakening supply box, and the system panel immediately displayed a new notification: exchange successful, 10 points deducted, remaining points 10. When the notification faded, an ability card appeared on the system panel. It was a card with a mysterious eye symbol. The card displayed spiritual eye level 1. Ability can detect whether the other party has hostile intentions. After reading the contents of the card, Xiaoyong smiled brightly. He said out loud, "It can detect hostility." Haha, this can be considered one of the most useful abilities in the early days of the apocalypse. Since Xiaoyong had completed the mission, the system continued by announcing a new mission: fully armed. Mission requirement: equip yourself with weapons. Progress 0. Mission reward 10 points random reward. Upon receiving the new mission, Xiaoyong showed a very interested expression. He pulled down his hood slightly and tilted his head with a mysterious smile. Haha. The scene shifted to a night market. This market traded rare and unusual items, most of which were stolen and sold to middlemen. Many people came here to buy and resell for profit. Tonight's market had many participants and looked very noisy and lively. Xiaoyong left the warehouse on the newly purchased land and walked around for a while. The place was filled with rough traders. Since illegal dealings happened here, he had to be very cautious. Around him were all kinds of suspicious voices and bargaining. Some cursed while questioning the price. Others whispered that they had just dug an item from an ancient tomb. And someone even loudly claimed it was the skull of Qun Shi Huang when he was young. Walking to a stall, Xiaoyong heard a very familiar voice. The person was bargaining, saying, "Make it a bit cheaper. Just 3 million. The stall owner replied, "Ayah, how could it possibly be that cheap?" As Xiaoyong passed by, he glanced toward the noise and recognized someone he knew. Xiaoyong was standing with his arms crossed arguing with the stall owner, shouting angrily that the high-ice jade bracelet was clearly fake yet being sold for 200,000, and that if it were sold to him for 100,000 the seller would still profit. Seeing him getting aggressive, the stall owner quickly lowered his voice to appease him and agreed to sell at that price. After overhearing their conversation, Xiaoyong thought that bastard Xiaoyong actually came to the black market to buy a fake jade bracelet. Because of this, Xiaoyong realized that the guy was only pretending to be rich to deceive Kui Jing. He secretly felt pleased and thought, haha, Kui Jing, a stupid woman like you was actually fooled by someone like that. There was a metallic clanging sound as a knife was thrown down with a thud between two other knives. They had different designs but were all dangerous weapons. The sound caught Xiaoyong's attention. Standing in the street, he saw a stall selling knives by the sidewalk. Some passers-by looked at them but did not buy. Xiaoyong smiled slightly and happily exclaimed that he had finally found what he needed. He quickly walked to the hand weapon stall. Xiaoyong picked up a knife that fit well in his hand and examined it, then looked up and asked the stall owner, "Boss, do you have something sturdier in your shop?" The stall owner was a tall and tough-looking young man with a rather intimidating appearance. He pointed toward the whetstone below and said in a careless tone, "That's a knife sharpening stone. If you want something hard, buy it and sharpen it yourself. If you don't care, just go buy a stick to play with." Suddenly Xiaoyong frowned and said irritably to the stall owner, "It's still not hard enough. I want something even tougher." Sensing that Xiaoyong's attitude was not right, the stall owner, who was also quite hot-tempered, frowned deeply and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean? Did you come here to cause trouble?" The stall owner's phone suddenly chimed with a notification that his account had received 20 million. Looking at the message on his phone, he was extremely confused about who had transferred the money. It turned out to be Xiaoyong. Just moments ago he had been acting dangerous, but he had already transferred the money to the stall owner via the QR code below. Xiaoyong held up the successful transfer receipt in front of the stall owner and said cheerfully, "Don't get worked up yet. This is my sign of sincerity in wanting to buy." This scene left the stall owner stunned. He quickly turned to a man sitting nearby playing games on his phone and hurriedly said, "Little Kong, come over and watch the stall." The guy who had been absorbed in his game still did not understand what was going on, but the situation changed once the money was received. The stall owner's attitude suddenly became much more enthusiastic, even changing the way he addressed him. He politely and cautiously guided him, saying, "It's not convenient to talk outside. Please come this way." After walking for quite a while, the stall owner led Xiaoyong to a house deep in a narrow alley. They entered a room, and the owner, smiling with narrowed eyes, took out a box containing a pistol. He said, "Boss, here we have a homemade pistol. It can easily shoot and kill a chicken. The ammunition is also very cheap, just some gunpowder and steel pellets. What do you think?" Xiaoyong stood with his hands in his pockets, looked at the gun for a moment, and replied coldly, "Not good enough." The stall owner seemed to realize that this customer was quite picky. He stayed silent for a moment, frowning as if thinking about something. Then he introduced another pistol, saying this is a replica revolver. Its performance is similar to a real pistol. It costs 5 million and uses 9mm bullets. I can sell the bullets for 50,000 each. What do you think? Looking at the gun, Xiaoyong crossed his arms and appeared intimidating. Under the dim light, the shadows over his eyes made them look like deep dark pits. He replied, "It's acceptable. But I just paid you 20 million earlier. Selling me something like this doesn't seem very appropriate, does it?" Because Xiaoyong had transferred 20 million earlier, the stall owner had only introduced items worth that price range, while Xiaoyong actually wanted something more valuable. Hearing what Xiaoyong said, the stall owner was surprised and asked awkwardly, paid in advance for what? Xiaoyong's expression looked extremely intimidating. Staring directly at the stall owner, he said seriously, that was a 10 advance payment. I want to spend 200 million to buy weapons from you. Hearing those words and seeing Xiaoyong's aura, the stall owner thought he was a real crime boss and was startled. Stammering, he pointed to himself and asked what the big boss intended to do by personally coming here to place an order. Since he had already acted like a powerful leader, Xiaoyong casually made up a story that his subordinates usually handled such small matters, but recently many things had happened, so he came himself. Then he asked coldly, so can you do it or not? The stall owner felt as if he had struck gold. He hurriedly ran toward the door, turned back, and said to Xiaoyong, please wait a moment. Hearing this, Xiaoyong stood there silently and agreed to wait for him. The man locked all the doors in the room, click, and the stall owner even locked the window. He pressed himself against the wall, slightly lifted the curtain, and poked his head out to check whether there was anyone suspicious outside. Watching his behavior when dealing with high-value goods, Xiaoyong realized that this guy was quite professional. Then the stall owner changed to a more cautious attitude and said seriously to Xiaoyong, you've come to the right person. He approached Xiaoyong, leaned close to his ear, covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered, I can do this for you. Just write down the list. Later, I'll give you the address. At 12 o'clock the day after tomorrow, just drive there and we will complete the deal. Xiaoyong cooperated fully and listened carefully to the stall owner's words. Thinking Xiaoyong was a big boss, the stall owner escorted him out very respectfully, walked ahead to guide the way, and even reminded him, boss, please watch your step. Just as he stepped out of the room, a familiar voice rang out, oh, so it's Xiaoyong. Xiaoyong glanced over and immediately recognized the newcomer as Xiaoyong. After finishing a deal at the black market and passing by here, Xiaoyong looked amused and sarcastically asked why Xiaoyong had become so generous lately. He even mentioned Jing and mocked him for daring to ignore her, saying it seemed the family still had some heirloom treasures left. Even worse, the guy stepped closer to Xiaoyong, thrust his scruffy beard near him, and continued, what's up? I've seen you buying and selling quite a lot lately. Are you planning to copy others and lie flat, sell everything, and live comfortably? Seeing how arrogant and talkative this guy was, Xiaoyong had been annoyed for a while, but still remained silent without replying. Then he remembered he had just unlocked a new ability in the system earlier. With a crooked smile and a glare at Xiaoyong, he thought to himself, right, let me test the new power I just obtained. Xiaoyong summoned the psychic eye ability. One of his eyes suddenly ignited with a blue flame, making both the sclera and the pupil glow. With those eyes, Xiaoyong looked toward the weapon stall owner behind him. He could foresee the emotions of the people around him. Above the stall owner's head was a blue smiling face, while above Xiaoyong's head was a purple angry face. Xiaoyong thought, so this ability really works. Only then did he respond. Pointing at the item Xiaoyong had just bought, he provoked him, yeah, so what if I lie flat? By the way, who are you again? Oh right, the guy cooperating with Jing. She got tricked into sleeping with you because of these fake, worn-out goods. Well, that makes sense. After all, she's just my leftover anyway. That's about all she's worth. The bastard Xiaoyong was furious after being exposed by Xiaoyong. He gripped the bag tightly, his face looking as if he wanted to devour Xiaoyong alive. The emotion symbol above his head changed from purple to red and kept rising in level. He tensed up and shouted loudly at Xiaoyong. What did you just say? Seeing the tense situation, the weapon stall owner approached Xiaoyong and asked, boss, is this someone you know? Xiaoyong turned his face away coldly and replied, someone I know. More like an enemy. Fortunately for Xiaoyong, the stall owner wanted to take good care of his VIP customer, so he called several big subordinates to guard the place and gently told Xiaoyong to go ahead while he would teach Xiaoyong a lesson for him. Xiaoyong immediately left, but still turned back to remind them not to take Xiaoyong's life, because that life was for him to deal with personally. Meanwhile, the four subordinates stood there with fierce expressions, just waiting for the order to rush in and beat Xiaoyong. After Xiaoyong had completely left, the stall owner led the four subordinates as they slowly stepped closer to Xiaoyong. They walked without saying a word, their faces fierce while cracking their knuckles and preparing their fists. Xiaoyong stepped back in fear, completely different from his earlier arrogant appearance. Stumbling backward, he shouted threats, but they meant nothing against the men's imposing presence. What are you doing? I'm telling you, I can. The shop owner held a short rod in his hand and with a flick it extended into a long steel whip. Gripping the whip tightly, he approached Xiaoyong. At this moment, Xiaoyong was no longer stubborn. He realized that his strength could not possibly fight these people. Terrified, he waved his hands and begged in a stuttering voice, "Why, you know, big brother, if there's something to say, let's talk calmly." Only a second later, the crazy fat man fell to the ground with a thud, lying face down and shouting in pain. The people around did not help him at all. Instead, they gathered just to watch him being humiliated. An hour later, Xiaoyong's face and body were covered with shoe prints. He had been beaten so badly that he had to crawl painfully on the ground. With a resentful expression, he slammed his fist on the ground in anger, but only dared to curse quietly, "You bastard Xiaoyong, just wait for me." 2 days later at the workshop on the land newly purchased by Xiaoyong, it was already night. Xiaoyong stood behind an open cargo container at the back of a truck, staring thoughtfully at the pile of goods. The system interface appeared with a notification the mission fully armed had been completed. System points 10. Current points 20. Perhaps because Xiaoyong's illegal weapons deal at the black market had gone smoothly, he looked at the pile of AK rifles and long-range guns stacked in front of him along with dozens of rounds of ammunition. It seemed even more successful than expected. At that moment, the system displayed another notification: additional reward received, physical enhancement potion 2. Holding the syringe given as a gift from the system, its glow illuminated half of his face. Xiaoyong looked at it in amazement and said, "Oh, so I actually received a physical enhancement potion." He raised the hand-sized syringe high and continued excitedly, "And it's even too. Compared to the ones in the shop, this is a great deal." Rolling up his sleeve, Xiaoyong looked extremely determined. He stretched out his left arm while raising the huge syringe in his right hand, preparing to inject the strength-enhancing potion. Xiaoyong clenched his teeth and endured the pain as the power surged into his body. His eyes burned with energy as if it were about to overflow, and his whole body tensed while enduring the torment. 1 minute after the potion entered his body, his strength directly increased by 2. Xiaoyong clenched his fist and looked at it, thinking to himself, the average physical stat of an adult man is 5. With these additional 2 points, that means my strength has increased by about 40. If that's the case, after thinking for a while, Xiaoyong summoned the system shop. It displayed System Mall, Strength Enhancement Potion 120 points, Apocalypse Farmer Supply Box Level 1 2 points, Manual Refresh 2 points. Xiaoyong decisively chose another Strength Enhancement Potion. This time he was truly determined. Holding the new syringe tightly in his hand, he thought that with this advantage alone, he had to upgrade himself to the absolute limit. After finishing, Xiaoyong's whole body burned with energy radiating everywhere. He stood there bracing himself to endure the immense power and thought, 8 points of physical strength. Already more than 60 stronger than an ordinary person. I should find a target and test it out. He looked to the left and saw several steel bars leaning against the wall and happily realized, there it is. Quickly grabbing the steel bar, he stared at it with intense focus while preparing his momentum. Xiaoyong suddenly kicked the middle of the steel bar and shouted loudly, "Hey, ah!" The powerful strike bent it crooked. The steel bar flew straight into the wall with a loud bang. Even more shocking, it bent into a V shape and cracked a piece of the wall. Haha, as expected. With my current strength, even relyingly on my bare hands is something others can't compare to. Seeing how superior his power had become, he confidently evaluated himself. Even if he had to face zombies in the early stage of the apocalypse, he would not be afraid at all. After Xiaoyong fully absorbed the energy, his body quickly returned to normal. Clenching his fist, he raised it in front of his face and examined it. Then looked at the pile of weapons on the large truck and told himself that these weapons probably wouldn't take much space, so it would be safer to store them in the spatial ring. Then he stretched out the hand, wearing the ring. Immediately, the crates containing various weapons were sucked into the ring a few centimeters away on Xiaoyong's hand, and in an instant the entire truck was completely empty. Xiaoyong looked outside with a thoughtful expression and continued to himself, "The day after tomorrow is the first day the apocalypse begins. I should think carefully if there's anything else I need to do." The great disaster was about to occur, and everything he had prepared was basically completer a refuge far from the city, food for 10 years, fully equipped weapons, and upgraded combat strength. Now all that remained was to face the coming hardships. But Xiaoyong still had a knot in his heart. He had sold his house to a poor old man who used his entire life savings to buy a home so his granddaughter could transfer schools. Remembering the old man's sincere words telling him not to regret it, Xiaoyong couldn't help but become silent and feel guilty. He could hardly bear the thought that the old man and his poor granddaughter, living in the house bought with their hard-earned savings, might die in the catastrophe. Xiaoyong held his head and helplessly said to himself that even after experiencing life and death in the apocalypse among treacherous people, he still could not completely ignore the suffering of such pitiful individuals. After that, Xiaoyong turned around and walked away while planning arrangements for the old man and his granddaughter. Forget it, he thought. I will just send them some necessary supplies. Whether they can survive in the apocalyptic world or not will depend on themselves. This can be considered repayment for providing the capital for my future plan. Early the next morning, Xiaoyong drove to the old man's house. His shiny black car stopped near a run-down and shabby apartment building. Stepping out of the car, Xiaoyong looked up at the old building and sighed about the journey to get here. Fortunately, he had gypsies otherwise, who could possibly find a place like this. This building didn't even have an elevator. Xiaoyong followed the stairs and walked up to the old man's apartment. After climbing so many floors, he concluded that the old man truly wasn't wealthy, not only renting such a cheap apartment, but even renting one on the top floor. Finally arriving at the old man's room, Xiaoyong was about to knock on the door but suddenly stopped his hand. Because all the essential supplies were stored in the enclosed space of the small ring, Xiaoyong quickly twisted the ring, afraid that taking the supplies out in front of the old man might cause trouble. He carefully thought that it would still be better to take out the materials to be delivered first. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain later. The ring on his hand immediately emitted a dazzling light. In just a moment, dozens of neatly stacked boxes appeared before Xiaoyong. Hearing the knocking sound from inside the house, knock knock knock, the old man who was busy with housework quickly went to open the door and loudly said to the person outside, coming, please wait a moment. Thinking it was the building owner coming to collect the rent. Before even opening his eyes to see who it was, the old man said first that the rent would definitely be paid next week. Xiaoyong was still standing there without doing anything when the old man opened his eyes and realized it was not the person he had expected. The old man widened his eyes in surprise and cautiously said, "Aren't you Mr. Jiang?" Opening the door, the old man was extremely surprised to see dozens of boxes stacked and blocking the entire passage. Still confused about what was happening, he asked, "Mr. Jiang, you came here, and these are..." Without explaining immediately, Xiaoyong first carried a box into the house, and then turned back to say, "I will explain later. But first let's move these things inside. Don't let the neighbors see them." The old man still held the door handle and looked completely confused. After a while all the boxes were moved inside by the two of them. Xiaoyong carefully helped arrange them neatly. When everything was done, the old man put his hands on his waist, sighed with relief, and exclaimed to Xiaoyong that young people like him truly had great stamina, being able to carry so many things at once without resting at all. Feeling that everything was taken care of, Xiaoyong walked around the house. When he reached near the door, he turned his head and said that the room was still acceptable, and the door could barely be considered sturdy enough. He looked toward the window and decided to tell the old man the truth. "Old sir, I'm going to tell you something now. You must listen carefully." The old man widened his eyes with curiosity about everything Xiaoyong had done so far. Xiaoyong then instructed him that these supplies should be carefully planned for use, and even living for half a year would not be a big problem. Starting from tomorrow, this world will. Before he could finish speaking, a photo on the table caught Xiaoyong's attention. No one knew what about the frame made him suddenly freeze like that. Seeing him stop abruptly, the old man curiously asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Jiang? You can just place these supplies in your room anyway. After all, we'll move there in a month." The photo that made Xiaoyong freeze was a picture of the old man and his granddaughter, and the girl had an appearance exactly the same as the companion who fought alongside Xiaoyong when he established the safe base against the zombies. Unexpectedly, the world was so small. Xiaoyong exclaimed, "Is it Shanshan?" He remembered his teammate who looked exactly like the old man's granddaughter, identical down to every detail. Xiaoyong picked up the photo and looked at it more carefully. He asked the old man, "Old sir, is your granddaughter's name Meng Shanshan?" The old man was completely shocked and asked with his mouth wide open, "How do you know that?" "I don't remember mentioning the name Shanshan." That confirmed it. He never expected that this old man was actually Shanshan's grandfather. Xiaoyong's expression turned serious as he asked the old man about Shanshan's situation and where his granddaughter was now. The old man honestly replied that she was currently studying back in their hometown and was waiting for Xiaoyong's room to be vacated so they could transfer schools, and the procedures were almost finished. In his previous life, Xiaoyong met Shanshan after both of them had already lost all their relatives. He still remembered the image of the girl sitting on a pile of rubble crying and blaming herself for causing her grandfather's death. The man who had risked his life to rush into an occupied school to save her and died in the process. At first, Xiaoyong only planned to give the two of them a few boxes of food enough for 6 months. But he never expected that the girl would actually be his teammate in his previous life. and that her tragic death back then had also been caused by his own mistake. Gently placing the photo back in its original place, Xiaoyong silently promised Shanshan that he would make up for her regrets in this life. Then Xiaoyong turned to the old man and spoke with a concerned look. "Old sir, you won't be able to move into my room anymore." "Mr. Jiang, are you asking us to leave?" "Mr. Jiang, you can't," mistakenly thinking that Xiaoyong had changed his mind and would no longer sell the house. The old man hurriedly begged in a pitiful manner. Xiaoyong placed his hand on the old man's shoulder to reassure him and seriously said that starting tomorrow the world would turn into a living hell, and neither the house nor Shanshan's schooling would matter anymore. Before the old man could react, Xiaoyong continued, telling him to immediately go with him to pick up Shanshan at school, and that he would arrange a new place for the two of them. How could someone living a normal life possibly believe that tomorrow would be the apocalypse? The old man was extremely bewildered. Raising his eyebrows in confusion, he asked Xiaoyong, "Mer, Jiang, what are you talking about? I don't understand a single word." Xiaoyong felt even more troubled than the old man, knowing that a great disaster was about to happen, but having no way to explain it clearly. Xiaoyong helplessly thought that old Han was already old, and there would be many things he would not understand. As he thought about how to explain it, Xiaoyong rotated the ring on his middle finger, and began explaining the situation to him in the simplest way possible. He calmly asked the old man if he knew about famine. The old man replied that he did. While still turning the ring, Xiaoyong continued by asking if he could imagine how miserable and terrifying people became during times of famine. The old man looked more nervous and cautiously replied that he could imagine it, but this was an era of peace and prosperity, so how could a famine possibly happen? And even if it did, it still shouldn't. Before the old man could finish speaking, Xiaoyong pointed the hand wearing the ring toward the middle of the room. Immediately all the objects in the room warped, and were sucked into the space inside the ring. Witnessing this magical scene, the poor old man was extremely shocked, his eyes and mouth opening wide as a huge question mark filled his mind. In just a few seconds, everything in the house was sucked into the ring. Dust swirled around Xiaoyong and Old Han's feet. The scene left the old man so dizzy that he could barely stand, his knees slightly buckling as he kept turning around in shock. He shouted in fear, "Where did everything go? They were all gone. Mr. Jiang, what kind of magic is this?" Only by letting the old man witness such strange things directly could an ordinary person accept Xiaoyong's words. He held out the hand wearing the ring that was still glowing purple for Old Han to see, while a fierce green aura radiated from his left eye. Xiaoyong explained seriously that he possessed supernatural powers and could even foresee the future. If the old man wanted to live and wanted Shanshan to live as well, then from now on he must follow Xiaoyong's instructions. After that, he asked seriously, "Where is Shanshan's school?" A little while later, Xiaoyong's luxury black car was already parked in front of Shanshan's school, with Old Han riding along with him. It seemed that Xiaoyong's magical demonstration earlier had completely convinced Old Han, as he kept staring at Xiaoyong the entire time, still unable to hide his astonishment. The car swerved straight into the schoolyard. Xiaoyong and Old Han quickly opened the doors and got out of the car, and he hurriedly asked the old man, "What grade is Shanshan in, and where is her dormitory?" "Do you know that?" Old Han quickly replied that he did. Xiaoyong responded, "Good, then we must hurry." The scene shifts to Shanshan, who seems to be in trouble with some delinquent students. In front of Shanshan stands a girl in sportswear, with two female students in skirts blocking her way, and behind them are three male students holding baseball bats backing up the two girls. As soon as they confronted each other, the provocatively dressed female student, who liked to dress and put on makeup like an adult despite being underage, looked very fierce and aggressive. She immediately slapped Shanshan hard across the face. The slap knocked the girl to the side. The delinquent girl frowned and shouted angrily, "You bitch, I just can't understand what's so good about you that Zhang Xiaochen likes you so much." Shanshan, who had a personality similar to her grandfather's, was very gentle and timid. Even though her face had turned red and bruised from the slap, she still weakly explained in a trembling voice, "I already said it. I have nothing to do with him. It's just his one-sided feelings." Shanshan raised her hand to cover her face in weak resistance. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl beside her rushed forward and kicked Shanshan hard in the stomach. This girl was even more vicious, beating people very brutally while shouting loudly, "You're still arguing." The poor Shanshan took another kick and clutched her stomach in pain. After she collapsed onto the ground, the girl in the black shirt walked over and grabbed her hair. The angrier she became, the harder she pulled Shanshan's hair. She snapped back at Shanshan, "What do you mean? Are you saying Zhang Xiaochen is the one chasing after you, and you don't even care?" Shanshan cried out in pain while clutching her head. while she was struggling with the two vicious girls attacking her out of jealousy. Old Han's voice suddenly shouted loudly, "Hey, what are you doing to my granddaughter?" Hearing this, the two girls turned and glared at him. The sun was already leaning toward late afternoon when Old Han and Xiaoyong finally found Shanshan. Seeing that the situation was bad, they ran over. The girl with the high bun saw Old Han and said to Shanshan in surprise, "Huh, isn't that your useless old grandfather? At this time he should be at home preparing dinner." Seeing her grandfather, Shanshan was also confused and asked, "Grandpa, why are you here?" Old Han pointed at the two girls and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Let Shanshan go right now." Xiaoyong followed behind him with an extremely angry expression. The three male students backing up the girls finally stepped forward. The blonde one casually held a dagger threateningly in front of his stomach, while the two behind him looked arrogant and aggressive. This male student looked far older than he should, as if he had repeated several years in school. He glared while giving a mocking smile and warned Old Han, "Back off. What business does an old man like you have interfering in young people's matters?" Old Han was furious. Unable to control himself after seeing them bully his granddaughter, he used all his strength to rush forward and shove the blonde male student. Even though there were three of them, the one on the left holding a baseball bat foolishly raised it high, about to strike Old Han's head with full force using both hands. In that moment he seemed to lose all humanity and cruelly shouted, "You damn old man. Let go right now!" Just as the baseball bat was about to hit Old Han's neck, Xiaoyong's hand arrived in time to stop it. He firmly grabbed both of the male student's hands. Xiaoyong looked both handsome and imposing as he spoke sternly to the troublesome boys. "You're still young yet instead of studying properly. You're trying to act like gangsters." Seeing Xiaoyong blocking their friend's attack, the other two male students laughed mockingly at him. "Haha, where did this poor bastard come from?" The blonde male student who was leading them looked puzzled about Xiaoyong. "That bitch, I've never heard that she has a brother." Seeing that the male student stubbornly kept struggling and refused to let go of the bat, Xiaoyong got angry and kicked him hard, sending him flying backward with great force. He then fell flat onto the ground, his back scraping against the schoolyard surface, which must have been extremely painful. Seeing Xiaoyong's imposing aura, the other two began to feel intimidated. The two brats clenched their teeth nervously as they faced him. The cut student cursed angrily, "Damn it, he knows martial arts, boss." The blonde student felt uneasy inside but still arrogantly said, "Let's attack together." Xiaoyong glanced at them, his eyes calmly observing the two weak opponents. One held a knife and the other a bat. One stood in front while the other stayed behind Xiaoyong. Both hesitated, neither daring to attack first, while Xiaoyong remained standing there calmly observing them. After a while the cut student made the first move. He viciously rushed from behind Xiaoyong, aiming to strike the back of his neck with the bat, but it wasn't that easy. With just a quick glance, Xiaoyong already knew what the guy behind him intended to do. His reflexes were extremely fast. He crouched down and successfully avoided the fatal blow. The student swung with all his strength, but unfortunately missed. For Xiaoyong, his speed had already changed greatly, so dodging attacks from ordinary people was as easy as walking. In that instant of dodging, he couldn't help but think that after his physical enhancement, his reflexes had also become much faster. Before the cut student even realized it, Xiaoyong had already grabbed his collar, startling him. Xiaoyong immediately used a judo throwing technique, flipping the student from behind to the front and slamming him heavily onto the ground. Standing firmly in his stance, Xiaoyong looked both handsome and ruthless. After taking such a heavy blow, the male student's body went stiff and his eyes rolled back white. That dealt with two troubles, leaving only the blonde one. The blonde student pointed his dagger straight at Xiaoyong. Even seeing the situation like this, he was still stubborn. With just a cold glance from Xiaoyong, the next second he rushed forward and grabbed the blonde student's sleeve. The guy stared at him in shock. Preparing for a powerful kick, Xiaoyong pulled his knee back to gain momentum. He kicked the brat's knee joint just like kicking a ball. Xiaoyong's kick was so powerful that the male student was thrown backward. Then he fell and slammed his head onto the ground with a devastating impact. For Xiaoyong, dealing with a few small fry like these was nothing. In just a short moment, the three of them were lying scattered at his feet, dust rising beneath him. The first trouble was settled, so the next targets waiting to be dealt with were the two female students who had gone too far with Shanshan earlier. Xiaoyong stayed silent and said nothing as he calmly walked toward the two arrogant female students. The one with the high bun sensed something bad and trembled as she said, "What do you want to do?" First, Xiaoyong slapped her hard across the face. Her fairly pretty face twisted from the impact and quickly turned red. After taking that painful slap, she froze for a few seconds, her eyes wide as if she couldn't believe someone had actually hit her like that. The next step, Xiaoyong grabbed the female student's hair, the same one who had grabbed Shanshan's hair earlier. He gripped it tightly and lowered his voice threateningly, saying, "You like grabbing people's hair, huh?" The girl struggled as he forced her head down and screamed, "Ah, let me go right now." He was truly not gentle with people like this. Xiaoyong glared with killing intent and held the dagger close to her throat. Seeing the metal blade, the female student immediately began to panic. She lost her composure, tears forming as she shouted, "A knife. What are you trying to do?" He still maintained the same cold and decisive demeanor as always. Her loud scream echoed. Beneath the long-haired female student's legs, both Shanshan and the other arrogant girl witnessed Xiaoyong dealing with their classmate. The bun-haired girl was so terrified she could barely stand, while Shanshan was so frightened that she covered her face with her hands and didn't dare look. The long-haired female student's knees collapsed onto the tiled schoolyard ground. She sat down in panic, touching her hair with her hands. She couldn't believe the long hair she had carefully grown for so long had been cut off by Xiaoyong in just an instant.
She screamed, "My hair!"
"My hair!" She flew into a rage, her mouth wide open and eyes glaring as she shouted at Xiaoyong, "You bastard! You dare cut my hair, you bastard! I won't let you get away with this!" Standing above her, Xiaoyong showed her a cold, iron-like expression. He even let a few strands of hair slowly fall to the ground in front of her and said, "Long hair is nothing but a burden for you." The girl glared at Xiaoyong and rudely snapped back, "What did you say?" Xiaoyong turned around and left, reminding the female student that in a few days that hair might save her life. The girl still looked displeased as she watched him, while the old man stood beside Shanshan, and the little girl clasped her hands and looked at her benefactor with admiration. Before leaving, Xiaoyong gently called out, "Shanshan, let's go." Hearing that, the girl was startled and asked again, "Go where? Where are we going?" In a short moment, Xiaoyong's black car was already carrying Old Han and his granddaughter along the main road. Xiaoyong had successfully brought both of them to the base he had spent the past month building. Shanshan spoke loudly in surprise inside the car, "Huh? We're not going to class anymore." At this moment, Old Han finally had the chance to explain things to his granddaughter. He repeated what he had understood from Xiaoyong, saying a famine was about to happen, so studying didn't matter anymore, and staying alive would already be fortunate. Being suddenly told to hide because of a coming famine while she had been attending school normally, Shanshan found it hard to believe. She tugged at Old Han's waist and asked in confusion, "What do you mean by a great famine?" From her confused state, Shanshan frowned and reminded the old man, "Grandpa, I've told you many times already, don't trust those phone scammers." Worried that her grandfather had been tricked again, she insisted on asking him, "Tell me, how much money did you lose this time?" she asked. Old Han tried to explain that it wasn't a scam and that what he said was true, but Shanshan insisted that he always said that every time he got tricked. Watching the two of them chatting through the rearview mirror, Xiaoyong once again silently vowed, "Shanshan, in this life I will definitely protect you." While driving, Xiaoyong turned slightly and said to Shanshan so she would understand better, "Your grandfather wasn't scammed this time. The news about the famine was told to him by me." After hearing the explanation directly from Xiaoyong, Shanshan widened her eyes and stared at him in confusion. Only then did she really notice the man who had been driving them all this time, and she stammered, "Why? Who are you?" The car sped up and entered the highway. Xiaoyong answered Shanshan's question, "My name is Xiaoyong. From now on you can call me Brother Xiaoyong." Shanshan quickly replied, "Brother Xiaoyong, thank you for teaching those people a lesson and helping me get revenge." Xiaoyong then added calmly, "You don't need to worry about that. Basically, they probably won't survive for many more days anyway." Hearing that the people who used to bully her might die, Shanshan was extremely shocked and asked Xiaoyong in confusion, "What do you mean? Is there really going to be a famine?" While focusing on driving and looking straight ahead, Xiaoyong calmly continued, "The famine was just something I made up so your grandfather could understand more easily." Shanshan froze and replied hesitantly, "I told you already, in such a peaceful era like this, how could there be a famine?" Xiaoyong calmly added, "The truth is that the apocalypse is about to arrive." Hearing that, Shanshan was extremely shocked. Her eyes widened even more as she exclaimed, "The apocalypse." Xiaoyong's eyes became more thoughtful. Lowering his voice, he said, "The time is probably very close. If you turn on your phone and watch some short videos or news clips, you might notice some clues." Believing Xiaoyong, Shanshan immediately took out her phone and opened a news channel. Almost instantly she exclaimed, "Is this real or fake?" The news report on her phone began to play. "This is the first time in my life I've seen a rabies patient biting someone," the report said. On the news, Shanshan saw a pale, skinned person drooling constantly while being restrained by 2 riot police officers. At that time, the media and the public still believed the person was suffering from rabies. Scrolling to another section revealed another report related to the apocalyptic situation. Is it fog again? I'm not sure if I'm sensing it wrong, but this layer of fog seems to have a very strange smell. Shanshan's hand instinctively pulled back. She kept scrolling and saw videos recorded by citizens. In one of them, a man shouted, "Damn it, are you crazy? Why are you biting me? What the hell is wrong with you? Are you a dog?" Another victim struggled to speak, hiss of, "I don't know why I can't control myself. My whole body feels very uncomfortable. Please take me to the hospital for a checkup." Holding the phone closer to look more carefully, Shanshan couldn't help but feel uneasy. Her pupils widened as if she had lost her soul. Xiaoyong, already familiar with scenes like this, calmly assessed the situation. Sure enough, the signs of the apocalypse had already appeared. Sitting in the back seat, Shanshan felt very worried. She looked away from her phone and tremblingly asked Xiaoyong, Is the apocalypse really real?" The car carrying the 3 of them continued driving along the road. Inside the car, Xiaoyong first explained the situation to Shanshan and Old Han. Tomorrow would be the first day of the apocalypse. Toxic fog would cover several provinces, including Province B. It was already getting dark and Xiaoyong turned on the car lights before continuing, saying that this mysterious toxic fog would affect living creatures. He began explaining the apocalyptic situation clearly to both of them. Gradually, a considerable number of people would become zombies because of this change, and some people would eat other humans, having no immunity to the change. Once someone dies, they will become one of them. As they reached a certain point, Xiaoyong slowed the car down. He stared ahead seriously and said, "You're still so young. Do you know what zombies are?" Leaning forward near Xiaoyong's seat, Shanshan replied innocently, "Yes, I know, it's just this is too hard to believe." At this point, there were many cars stuck on the boulevard, lined up in a long queue. Inside the car, Xiaoyong added, "By tomorrow, the day after, and next week, all of this will truly happen. By then, it won't seem strange anymore." Xiaoyong stuck his head out of the car window, frowning and grinding his teeth in annoyance. "Emph, and now we re-stuck in traffic too." Not only the regular lanes but even the emergency lane was completely packed. Car horns blared everywhere. Xiaoyong concluded that the emergency lane ahead was also blocked. Old Han became frightened and worried ahead of time, so he asked Xiaoyong, "Mr. Zhang, we re-stuck in traffic here. What if the zombies you mentioned catch up with us?" Xiaoyong drove the black car closer to a white car ahead and honked the horn. "Old sir, don't worry. It hasn't reached that critical point yet." On the outside, Xiaoyong tried to appear calm so that everyone wouldn't panic, but inside he was worried. Damn it. Although the zombies will completely lose control, that should happen in a few days. But if a small outbreak happens here earlier, the 3 of them, Xiaoyong and Old Han with his granddaughter, waited for the traffic jam to pass. From the adjacent lane, an expensive car sped over and suddenly swerved, cutting directly in front of Xiaoyong's car. It happened so suddenly that inside the car Xiaoyong slammed the brakes to avoid an accident, causing all 3 of them to lurch forward violently. Xiaoyong showed his frustration openly, grinding his teeth and glaring angrily as he shouted, "Damn it. What the hell? You didn't even turn on the signal," and suddenly switched from the emergency lane into the traffic jam. Furious, Xiaoyong sharply turned the steering wheel, and his car rushed forward right up behind the white car in front. He successfully blocked the road, preventing the black luxury car from cutting in between. Yet the driver of the luxury car still refused to stop. He kept edging closer to Xiaoyong's car, forcing Xiaoyong to stop so he could cut in. Already in a hurry and now running into this idiot. Xiaoyong glared angrily at the luxury car on the right and cursed, "Damn it, still not stopping. You're still going." Neither of them was willing to back down. Whenever the expensive car moved forward a little, Xiaoyong's car also moved forward a little, until the 2 cars were almost touching. Only then did the owner of that car roll down his window. He opened his mouth wide and began cursing loudly, repeatedly mentioning Xiaoyong's mother. Xiaoyong treated his words as if they were just wind passing by his ears. Basically not caring at all, Old Han sat in the back seat. With his personality, he believed that enduring a little could avoid trouble. He leaned forward to advise Xiaoyong, Zhang, that guy seems to be wealthy. Let's just treat this as one less problem." But now Xiaoyong had money, had a house, and the apocalypse was coming soon, so he wasn't afraid of anyone. Keeping his eyes straight ahead, Xiaoyong replied seriously to Old Han, "Don't worry. If he gets out of the car to cause trouble, I won't mind sending him off first." It seemed the matter was over. Xiaoyong's car could finally drive smoothly along the road again. He sighed in relief and said, "Finally got out." That traffic jam lasted a whole hour. Looking at the rearview mirror, Shanshan noticed a car rushing toward them. She shouted to warn Xiaoyong, "Xiaoyong, be careful. It's the same car that tried to block you earlier. As soon as she finished speaking, the expensive black car rushed up close to them, flashing its headlights and honking loudly. Trouble had come again. Xiaoyong glanced over and angrily shouted, "Damn it, just like a restless ghost that won't go away." The expensive car sped forward at an astonishing speed and cut in front of Xiaoyong's car so sharply that it almost lifted his wheels. The arrogant rich man successfully blocked Xiaoyong's car, causing chaos inside their vehicle. Shanshan fell hard against the backrest and frowned in pain. Old Han, worried about trouble, quickly reminded Xiaoyong, "Mr. Jiang, stay calm. Don't suddenly stop the car and rush outside to act recklessly, or you'll all bring trouble upon yourself." Xiaoyong, sitting in the driver's seat, was also jolted repeatedly. He glared angrily, feeling bitter. A person's patience has its limits, and this had already gone too far. Only then did Xiaoyong reply to Old Han. If it were before, he would have endured it, but tomorrow would be the apocalypse, so there was no need to tolerate this kind of scum anymore. Stepping hard on the accelerator, Xiaoyong drove straight toward the car parked in front, and it was knocked violently aside to the corner of the road by Xiaoyong's powerful impact. The huge body of the car slid along the road with a loud screech that echoed across the street. The arrogant rich man's tires left a large black skid mark, and the car looked seriously damaged. He stepped out of the car, holding his head in pain while still shouting curses. "Damn it, you bastard." It turned out that he was a man with power and status, which was why he acted so arrogantly on the road, and feared no one. He immediately took out his phone and called the local traffic police bureau, shouting urgent orders into the phone. "Hello, contact the traffic surveillance team immediately, and find that car's license plate for me." By then Xiaoyong's car had already disappeared into the distance, looking like a small box, while the man stood there blankly watching it vanish. He angrily told the person on the other end of the phone that he would make that man understand that he was not someone anyone could mess with. After getting rid of the trouble on the way home, Xiaoyong finally brought Shanshan and Old Han to the newly completed base. The car slowed down and stopped at the main gate. The three of them got out of the car. As soon as Old Han stepped out, he kept looking up in amazement, his eyes wide as he admired the base. Shanshan also looked around curiously, since it was her first time seeing such a large place. Standing there like tiny figures inside the vast industrial compound, Shanshan couldn't help exclaiming, "Wow, this is so magnificent." Xiaoyong walked ahead, then turned back and told them, "You and Shanshan should go to bed early. Starting tomorrow, everything will become much more difficult." Hearing his words, both of them showed uneasy expressions about what was about to happen. The next morning, Xiaoyong stood in front of the large glass window inside the house, leisurely enjoying the morning scenery while holding a cup of hot coffee in his hands. Shanshan had just woken up. She yawned, stretched her arms high, and said while stretching, "It's been so long since I've slept this much. It feels so comfortable not having to go to school in the morning." Hearing this, Xiaoyong simply smiled gently and looked at her. Xiaoyong looked handsome in the morning sunlight as he turned around and spoke to her warmly. "You reawake. Come on, follow me, and let's explore our fortress." Just like that, Xiaoyong led Old Han and Shanshan around to tour the entire factory. Xiaoyong walked in front while the old man and Shanshan followed behind him. Xiaoyong brought the two of them to a large room with a modern lighting system above. Since it had just been built, the place looked quite eye-catching but was still empty inside. Xiaoyong explained that the remote-controlled gate was made of pure steel and was 3 centimeters thick. Whether human or zombie, no one could break it without the help of heavy weapons. Xiaoyong turned around and carefully reminded Shanshan, remember, without his permission, except for the three of them, no one else was allowed to enter the fortress. Seeing that Shanshan looked rather tense as Xiaoyong seriously warned her to be careful, the girl slightly lowered her head and looked at Xiaoyong hesitantly. He called Shanshan and told her to quickly follow him. Inside the house, Xiaoyong had built an observation tower connected by a large overpass leading out from the house. Xiaoyong led Shanshan and her grandfather there, and while walking he kept reminding them that in this apocalyptic era, the human heart was hard to predict. The three of them were walking on the overpass, which was almost as wide as a road. His level of investment was truly impressive. Xiaoyong continued that the evil nature of people would be magnified many times, and kindness would only harm themselves. From above, Old Han and Shanshan looked down and saw something that left the grandfather and granddaughter extremely shocked and speechless. The scene before them was a compound surrounded by barbed wire fences. Inside were long containers and a 2-story building. Xiaoyong continued explaining that if he was not there and survivors came asking for help, this area could serve as a temporary shelter for them. Before he returned, they must absolutely not let anyone enter the fortress. Shanshan quickly replied that she understood. After saying that, Xiaoyong led the two of them to the food storage warehouse. With his hands in his pockets, he continued walking and explained that he would show them where the different foods were stored inside, and which food supplies could be given out as charity. A few minutes later, the three of them arrived at the food warehouse. From the corner looking out, the three of them appeared tiny, showing how enormous the storage capacity of the place was. Xiaoyong turned around and said that finally he would demonstrate the ability of the spiritual eye. A blue flame burned fiercely in Xiaoyong's right eye. Through the spiritual eye, he could see the emotions of Old Han and Shanshan. Both showed blue smiling faces of happiness on their bewildered expressions as they waited for Xiaoyong's next words. Xiaoyong thought to himself that this might be a sign of trust. And it was the first time it had appeared. Xiaoyong pointed the ring straight toward the floor. The ring flashed and summoned a wooden chest. He said that weapons were extremely important in this world, and Old Han and Shanshan stared without blinking. Each of them quickly picked up a weapon suitable for themselves. Shanshan held a crossbow, while Old Han held a rifle. Both of them were stunned and speechless. Xiaoyong continued to warn them carefully that they must always keep control of the weapons and absolutely must not let them fall into someone else's hands. Fourth brother, though old, still knew what he needed to do. He responded to Xiaoyong with the most serious expression he could muster, saying yes, of course. A system notification suddenly appeared after Xiaoyong finished reminding the grandfather and granddaughter. System mission meeting with Meng Shanshan. The former partner quest chain had been activated. New mission former partner level 1 requirement find and rescue the partner from the previous life Zhangji, reward 20 points. His eyes widened as if this was exactly what Xiaoyong had wanted. He exclaimed in his mind. Outside the large glass window, a blue arrow from the system appeared to guide Xiaoyong. Old Han and his granddaughter kept watching Xiaoyong as he remained deep in thought. He thought to himself, oh, that's great. I was still worrying about how to find my old teammates again. Being able to find an old friend and gain points at the same time. Xiaoyong no longer hesitated and immediately ran off. He did not forget to turn back and remind Shanshan, who was still staring at him in confusion, to remember everything he had just said and absolutely not violate it. Hurriedly sitting in the driver's seat, Xiaoyong shouted loudly from inside the car that he was going to recruit people and expand their team. Then he stepped on the gas and drove straight in the direction of the arrow out of the gate. At a famous katsu karaoke bar in the city, it was already late afternoon and the sky was gradually getting dark. Inside, many people were happily singing and having fun. Among them was Zhangzi, Xiaoyong's former teammate. None of them knew anything about zombies or the outbreak. Zhangji had just finished singing and was walking with a friend in a shirt. The two of them stepped out of the karaoke room. Someone asked them what they were doing. The friend leaned on the door to keep his balance and jokingly replied that they were going to the cycle of reincarnation place. The people inside joked back, telling them to eat slowly and not call them. Zhangji was so drunk that he felt dizzy and couldn't really understand what was happening, but he still joked that they should pack some and bring it back for him. From the men's restroom, the sounds of the two of them sighing in relief could be heard as they finally released what they had been holding in. One of them cursed that the first stream almost made his kidneys fail, and there was even a shout telling someone to get away. After finishing, the two of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and happily walked back to the drinking room. Just by coincidence, Zhangji bumped into a beautiful woman who was walking with a man. She was startled and cried out with an annoyed expression. Zhangji quickly raised his hands to calm them and immediately apologized, saying he was sorry and that he did not mean it. He had only accidentally brushed against them a little, but the two of them showed clear displeasure toward him. The boyfriend used that as an excuse to rush forward and punched Zhangji hard in the stomach, sending him flying backward. His eyes glared fiercely as he shouted angrily, calling him a filthy bastard and asking if he was blind. After receiving a painful kick, Zhangji crashed straight into the corner of the wall. His back hit it with a loud thud, and he cried out in pain. With a grunt, Zhangji's chubby friend in the shirt quickly ran over and asked if he was okay. Still drunk and having just been beaten, Zhangji was in too much pain to speak and could only grimace while trying to regain his composure, seeing that this guy was being extremely unreasonable. The friend in the shirt turned around and shouted back at him, "What are you doing? Why are you hitting people for no reason?" The boyfriend shamelessly stood there with a sneer, hands in his pockets, looking at Zhangji lying on the ground. After staring at Zhangji, he turned to the chubby friend, cracked his fingers loudly, and threatened him through gritted teeth. "Damn it, this is the first time someone has dared to talk back to fourth brother." Even worse, the tall boyfriend grabbed the chubby guy by the collar and easily lifted him up. making him panic and kick his legs while stammering to ask what he was going to do. The girlfriend leaned against the wall watching and laughed with delight, while Zhang Zi, not wanting to make things bigger, hurriedly limped to his feet and begged, "Big brother, we were wrong, please don't use force." The atmosphere there immediately became chaotic. Nearby, a man was blowing his nose loudly and continuously, sniffling. It turned out to be a waiter here. Taking advantage of a few seconds of rest, he was chilling when he was drawn to the trouble between the 4 people nearby. He glanced over and thought, "Damn it, I've got a stomachache and a cold too. Oh come on, people are fighting again. Can anyone stay peaceful even for a moment?" The waiter quickly ran over to stop the argument. Sir, please don't argue." The boyfriend seemed to lose his reason and grabbed the waiter by the collar. He raised his eyes and shouted directly, "Damn you, look at my face. Do you know who I am? Even your boss wouldn't dare touch my clothes when he sees me, truly working out of passion." The waiter was very dedicated to his job. Even though his collar was being grabbed, he secretly waved his hand to signal Zhang Zi and his friend to leave. He even mouthed quietly, "Gentlemen, please go quickly, I'm really sorry." The boyfriend was still furious. As if venting his anger elsewhere, he grabbed the waiter's collar and arrogantly shouted, "Call your boss here right now. Hurry up, damn it, I've lost face. I think this caver is unacceptable." Meanwhile, Zhang Ji and his chubby friend had already slipped away without anyone noticing, leaving the waiter the most pitiful one, being grabbed by the collar and almost suffocating while still begging the arrogant boyfriend to calm down. Running so fast their pants almost fell down, the 2 of them finally rushed back to room 3090. The 2 of them hurriedly rushed inside while their friends were still calmly sitting and singing in the room. Zhang Ji immediately sat down on a chair to catch his breath while the chubby friend leaned on his knees, both panting heavily. Seeing this, a friend asked in confusion, "You 2 look like you were chased by dogs, what happened?" Still catching his breath, the chubby friend began to explain. "It wasn't dogs chasing us. When we just came out of the restroom earlier, I accidentally bumped into a drunken gangster who then tried to beat Zhang Ji and me. Luckily the waiter cleverly distracted him, otherwise our faces would have been smashed." The guy holding the microphone angrily stood up. Feeling angry for his teammates, he shouted, "Damn it, what does he think he's doing? Since when did our mechanized Team 3 have to tolerate something like this? Wait till I make a call, and bring all our brothers here. Let's see if we can't deal with him." Seeing his friend speaking so aggressively, the guy in the white shirt beside him was startled. Zhang Zi still preferred peace over trouble, so he continued to calm everyone down. Waving his hand, Zhang Ji said, All right, let's stop here. I have less than a year left before graduation. Don't cause any more trouble. Let's keep singing and dancing." A moment later, the karaoke room door of Zhang Ji's group was violently kicked by a foot wearing a leather shoe. With just one kick the door burst open. He was dragging along the waiter whose face was badly beaten and bruised. Behind him followed several fierce-looking thugs along with the same woman from earlier. The 4 members of Mechanized Team 3 inside had just begun to recover their composure, but immediately lost it again. All 4 turning pale as they nervously looked toward the door. One man stepped forward holding a long baseball bat, followed by 2 strong thugs. The boyfriend pointed straight at Zhang Ji and said, "That's right, it's them." The 4 members of Mechanized Team 3 were neither able to stand nor sit properly, crouching and shifting nervously as they tried to resist. The man hissed loudly, "Grab them for me." Within seconds Zhang Ji and the chubby friend were squatting on the ground with their hands over their heads under the watch of 3 henchmen. The severely injured waiter clutched his chest and trembled in a corner. Among the group, the buzz-cut friend still had the courage to resist. Unable to hold back, he shouted while covering his head, "Do you dare let me make a phone call?" The arrogant man wouldn't allow that. He raised his voice and cursed, "Damn you, did I let you speak?" As he spoke, he immediately grabbed a glass bottle of whiskey. He viciously smashed it down from above, the entire liquor bottle striking Zhang Ji's friend's head with a deadly blow. Zhang Ji looked at his friend in panic and called out, "Chen Chong." But Chen Chong was frozen stiff as blood mixed with liquor poured down in streams. Outside the TVs, Jiang Xiaoyong's black car had already stopped at the entrance, having just arrived by following the system's guidance. Standing in front of the karaoke bar, Jiang Xiaoyong was excited about reuniting with his old teammate. He laughed cheerfully and remarked, "Haha, college students really are something else." Inside the karaoke room where Zhang Ji was in trouble, luckily Jiang Xiaoyong entered the building at just the right moment. 2 reception staff opened the door wide to welcome Xiaoyong like an important boss. Back in room 3090, Chen Chong cried out and collapsed onto the floor as blood flowed from his head into a large pool. Zhang Ji anxiously shook Chen Chong's arm beside him, calling his name. The violent boyfriend still held the broken bottle, while the thugs watched the scene, without the slightest emotion. The boyfriend put his arm around his lover, gently stroking her arm as he asked softly, "Sweetheart, how is it now? Have you calmed down?" The woman in the red dress didn't look particularly pleased and showed no emotion. While examining her nails, she casually said, "Calm down. That guy wasn't even the one who bumped into me. These people truly treated other people's lives like worthless grass." The woman in the red dress kept examining her nails while sulking, while the boyfriend pointed another bottle of liquor at Zhang Ji's face. With his mouth crooked to one side, he said in a provocative tone, "So you, re the one, huh?" Chen Chong seemed to have exhausted all his strength to resist, yet he still quickly reached his hand behind him and grabbed an ashtray container. Gripping the ashtray tightly, Chen Chong tried to force himself to stand up and attack the arrogant boyfriend, but he was immediately restrained by two henchmen holding him by both arms. One of them shouted fiercely, "You brat, you still dare fight back." Startled, the boyfriend instinctively jumped back a step. The boyfriend, arrogant by nature, became furious at Chen Chong's action. His face twisted with anger, his eyes glaring upward as he clenched his teeth and said, "Damn you, I didn't expect you to have such guts." The new liquor bottle, that was supposed to be for Zhang Ji, instead shattered on Chen Chong's head. This time the boyfriend struck even harder, putting his full strength into the blow and leaning his whole body to one side. The two henchmen held Chen Chong tightly so the poor man had to take the hit. Chen Chong's eyes rolled white as the two men released him and let him fall face down onto the floor. Seeing his friend beaten while protecting him, Zhang Ji became extremely agitated. He knelt beside Chen Chong and shouted in protest, no longer able to endure this arrogant and cruel man. Zhang Ji sprang up and rushed toward him while cursing, "You bastard, damn you." Even the chubby friend rushed forward with Zhang Zhu, both of them clenching their fists toward the same target. Only the man in the white shirt remained curled up in a corner of the wall. He hugged his head and crouched against his knees, trembling all over. Around him were the shouts of the crowd arguing and fighting, some yelling that fourth brother would beat whoever he caught as the chaotic crowd rushed into a messy brawl. No one paid attention to the waiter who was suddenly showing strange symptoms. He coughed violently, his body turning purple with dark veins bulging up toward his face. Sweat poured from him like rain as he trembled as if he were in the Arctic. Zhang Ji was struggling with two men. He swung a punch toward the black-haired thug's face, but the man dodged it, while another thug behind Zhang Ji grabbed his arm tightly. In that moment the waiter's face had completely changed, turning pale white. Purple veins bulged across his neck and forehead, blood seeped from his eyes, and saliva dripped from his nose and mouth. Hearing the sounds of fighting, he suddenly turned toward them with terrifying lifeless eyes glowing red. The waiter immediately rushed toward Zhang Ji's group with a strange running posture. He leaned forward while running, his arms flailing wildly like a puppet before letting out a strange cry. He then lunged forward and bit into the shoulder of a long-haired henchman. Suddenly bitten from behind, the man cried out in pain, "What the hell is that?" The blonde woman in the red dress screamed loudly at the horrifying sight of one of their men being bitten. The bite seemed strong enough to tear the flesh from his shoulder. The long-haired henchman shouted helplessly in pain. "Is he a mad dog? It hurts so much! Help me!" Damn it. The friend hiding in the corner had been losing his composure the whole time, and seeing this scene made him even more panicked. He held the back of his head with both hands, eyes wide and mouth agape in silent terror while people struggled around him. Someone shouting, "Let me deal with these two bastards, you go help him." The waiter had been biting the henchman's shoulder the whole time. Another thug came to help the long-haired one, grabbing the waiter's arm and pulling his neck back. But it still didn't work. He shouted loudly, "Damn it, why is this bastard so strong?" As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter released the long-haired man, but immediately turned and bit hard into the other henchman's arm. It was certain he had been infected by the virus that turned his body into a soulless zombie. The henchman in the white shirt cried out, "Damn it, he bit me too, he really is a mad dog." The more they spoke, the more ferocious the zombie became. It bit down so hard it seemed ready to tear flesh from bone, then used its strength to slam the henchman onto the floor on his back. The man struggled helplessly and shouted, "This guy has gone crazy, he's too strong." In that critical moment, a hand suddenly grabbed the zombie by the neck. The man was none other than Xiaoyong, the male protagonist of the story. He lifted the nearly 1.8-meter-tall zombie into the air as easily as if it weighed nothing. The shadow covered his cold face, and everyone around who witnessed it turned pale. Xiaoyong circulated the energy within his body, his eyes shining brightly. Like a machine, he gripped the neck and with just a light twist, he spun the zombie. Boom, the TV screen shattered. The zombie's head was smashed into the television screen. Xiaoyong turned around looking cool and pointed at each of them while ordering, "Stop it right now." These troublemakers saw his aura and strength and guessed he wasn't someone to provoke, so they didn't dare cause more noise. The henchman who had just been bitten by the zombie stood up, holding his injured arm. He lowered his head and glared while thinking. That crazy thing was so strong, yet this kid dealt with it using only one hand. The arrogant boyfriend opened his mouth wide, widened his eyes, and shouted at Xiaoyong's face, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, the henchman behind him with the bite on his shoulder was slowly turning purple and almost rotting. He scratched it absent-mindedly, but no one noticed the strange change in the wound. Ignoring the arrogant boyfriend, Zhang Xiaoyong turned and gently asked Zhangji, "Were you bitten?" This was the first time Zhangji had met Jiang Xiaoyong. A stranger asking him in such a situation made Zhangji somewhat cautious. Sitting between two henchmen, he looked up carefully and replied, "No, why?" Seeing that everything was fine, now all that remained was to take Zhangji back to the base. Jiang Xiaoyong said seriously, "Follow me," only waiting for an excuse from someone's mouth. Zhangji didn't think further and suddenly stood up, but the arrogant boyfriend grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. Staring fiercely, he shouted, "Wait a minute, your business here isn't finished yet. Where do you think you're going?" The long-haired henchman was the closest subordinate to him. This man had quickly been infected by the virus from the zombie earlier. His body felt strangely uncomfortable. He shut his eyes tightly, face twisted in pain, holding his head while calling out repeatedly, "Boss, cough cough boss, cough cough, my head hurts so much." The boyfriend immediately turned and asked nervously, "What's wrong? Do you have a higher fever now?" Zhang Xiaoyong's eyes immediately glanced at the long-haired henchman. With his experience, he could tell at a glance. His gaze became thoughtful and defensive, looking at the wound like a black hole on that man's shoulder. The flesh where he was bitten had turned pitch black. The surrounding skin was purple, and he was showing symptoms of turning into a zombie. The henchman rubbed the bitten spot and said painfully that earlier in the afternoon he had only had a runny nose. Jiang Xiaoyong was still gripping the zombie's neck, its whole body pressed tightly against the TV screen while its arms flailed in resistance. Seeing this, he asked, "Was your shoulder bitten by this guy?" At this moment the skin around the long-haired henchman had already turned purple and spread up toward his head. Still not realizing what was happening, he scratched the wound and answered blankly, "Yeah, that's right, why?" Jiang Xiaoyong's face became serious as he thought for a moment. Based on what the man said, he was probably already infected earlier, and now that he had been bitten so close to the head, he would likely transform very soon. After that, Jiang Xiaoyong said nothing more and dragged the zombie by the neck toward the door with confidence. Under the watch of the group of thugs, the leader shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" Quickly and neatly, Jiang Xiaoyong opened the door and threw the zombie out, sending it tumbling down the stairs with a loud bang, like tossing away a bag of trash. He grabbed the door handle and slammed it shut with force. After waiting for a while, from outside only the sound of the zombie banging and scratching violently on the door could be heard. Jiang Xiaoyong deliberately released his hand, but the zombie still had no way to get inside. He concluded that fortunately zombies at this stage did not yet have intelligence. After a moment Jiang Xiaoyong turned toward the group and clapped his hands to attract their attention. Jiang Xiaoyong's whole body seemed to blaze with energy, his eyes flashing like lightning full of power. Cracking his knuckles he said, "Zhangji, tell me, which one do you want to take down first?" Zhangji was extremely surprised when he heard that. He looked up and said, "What do we know each other?" The boss behind them, seeing another trouble appear, frowned gloomily. He tried to bully them again, but this time he had picked the wrong opponent. The boss rushed toward Xiaoyong shouting, "You bastard. You're getting too arrogant." To Xiaoyong, this guy was nothing more than a mosquito. He stood with his arms crossed, showing disdain. Then he coldly slapped his hand onto the boss's face. As the boss was rushing forward, Xiaoyong's push suddenly knocked him backward. Xiaoyong became even more forceful. He grabbed the boss's head and smashed it hard down onto the table, shattering the table into pieces. Seeing the boss beaten so badly, the long-haired henchman immediately rushed forward shouting, "You little bastard, are you looking to die?" Distance first, speed second. Jiang Xiaoyong used just one move, striking the man straight in the face, making blood gush from his nose as he fell backward. Having officially knocked down two men, Jiang Xiaoyong stood firmly in a cool pose, his fist glowing brightly in his hand. Suddenly the henchman began convulsing, purple foam spilling from his mouth as the wound spread further across his body. Seeing his teammate in danger, the remaining man rushed over to support him, shouting in confusion, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Seriously, you reconvulsing just from one punch?" Jiang Xiaoyong stood proudly, clenching his fist. Alone in the room, he radiated a terrifying energy as he challenged everyone with imposing momentum. "Anyone else not convinced? Still want to trade punches with me? If you do, come at me all at once." Jiang Xiaoyong gently rubbed his wrist, then turned to Zhangzi and said, "Zhangzi, take your friend and wait for me outside the room." Zhangzi nodded, yeah. Outside in the corridor, Two people were supporting another person as they slowly walked away. Seeing the man's face full of pain, his cheek turning purple like he had been poisoned, the man in front frowned and said, "Let's go too." But they suddenly saw Xiaoyong standing in their way with an annoyed expression. The man gritted his teeth and said, "What else do you want?" Xiaoyong said coldly, "After drinking a little alcohol you already forgot who you are, huh? You almost killed my brothers here." The man showed obvious shock and replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? Move aside and let fourth brother pass." Instantly Xiaoyong swung his arm and struck the man head on, a dazzling aura radiating from behind him. He collapsed to the ground in fear while cursing. Damn it, a strange glow came from that door, then it slammed shut with a bang. Furious, he walked over and pounded on the door repeatedly, shouting, "Bastard! Open the door. I will skin you alive." Suddenly his eyes turned bloodshot, and veins bulged across his face, making him look extremely terrifying. His aura seemed to change strangely as he let out a roar like a ferocious beast, drool dripping down in streams. Then he charged forward at great speed, looking as if he had completely transformed into a mad beast. The other two were terrified and shouted, "Damn it, what are you doing?" On the other side of the door, Xiaoyong held the door handle, ignoring the shouting, curses, and violent kicks against the door outside. "Damn it, why are you acting like a mad dog too? Get the hell out here. How do you open the bathroom door?"
Ah! Help me!
He seemed to hear everything but showed absolutely no reaction. A man quietly approached and asked anxiously, "Sir, what happened? Do you need my help?" Xiaoyong replied calmly, "Lock this door completely. No one is allowed to open it. Then call the police and the hospital and tell them there is a rabid patient inside." The man immediately became frightened and stammered, "A rabid flu." Xiaoyong shouted, "Just do it," making the man instantly obey in fear. Why yes. Even though desperate screams and cries for help came from the other side of the door, outside everyone still followed Xiaoyong's instructions. The employee tightly locked the door, and then Xiaoyong signaled to the people behind him, "Let's go." After locking the door, the employee looked extremely confused by the situation. "No, that can't be, the commotion is way too loud." Another staff member came over and asked, "What's going on? Why is it so chaotic?" He quickly replied, "That guest earlier said there's someone inside with rabid flu." The other person was quite surprised. "Rabid flu? Does that kind of illness really exist? Do you know about it?" The two immediately ran off. "I've heard of it before. Let's go check the security cameras." After watching the footage replayed on the camera, all three of them were terrified, their faces turning pale. It showed a scene of madmen tearing victims apart, devouring organs and ripping flesh from their bodies. The sight was horrifying and eerie. Call the police quickly," one voice cried out in extreme fear. Xiaoyong urged the others, "Hurry up, we can't stay here for long." Then the scene showed a car speeding quickly down the road. Zhang Ji looked worried and asked, "Big brother, thank you for helping us." "You are?" Xiaoyong replied while driving. "My name is Xiaoyong. I was hired to protect you, and there's no need to ask who my employer is." The person sitting in the back with Zhang Ji exclaimed in shock, "Big brother, is the rabid flu you mentioned really real? The rumors online have already been debunked, saying that rabid flu doesn't exist." He replied, "Then were all the things that just happened in that room an illusion?" The young man with glasses hesitated and asked, "Well, is there any medicine to treat that rabid flu?" Xiaoyong looked into the mirror and replied softly, "This disaster will not pass. It will only get worse. This world has already reached the day of apocalypse." Suddenly a sound came from outside beside the car, and the people inside immediately turned to look in that direction by reflex. It was the sight of an infected person with a deathly pale face rushing madly toward an innocent person. The girl was completely overpowered, and could do nothing but cry for help. "Help! What are you doing? That rabid flu, it was exactly that." Pleas and desperate cries echoed as fear spread across the entire street, and Xiaoyong realized the situation was extremely serious. He said, "Seriously, the current situation is only a small localized outbreak. Most people are still in the incubation period. It won't be long before a large area falls out of control. So if you want to survive, from now on you must listen to me." All of Mechanized Team 3 nodded in understanding. "Yes, Brother Yong." At that moment the system panel appeared. The old partner mission had been completed. System points 20, current points 20. Seeing this, he thought for a moment. "Oh, it's completed already. Perfect timing, I just saw some new items in the shop earlier." The system shop displayed 3 chests with question marks. The first was the Apocalypse Farmer Supply Chest, level 1 costing 2 points. The second was the Sugar, Oil and Protein Supply Chest, level 1 costing 5 points. The third was the Armed Threat Supply Chest, level 1 costing 5 points. Xiaoyong frowned and thought, "Why is this Apocalypse Farmer chest still here? Looks like if I want to load new items, I'll have to buy it first. I guess I'll spend a few points to refresh it," he thought while driving. He kept scrolling through the system panel with a grim expression. These boxes seemed useful and not expensive. When we get back to the fortress later, I'll exchange for all of them. After thinking, Xiaoyong glanced over with a frown. Now there's another tricky problem. He recalled the moment Jiang Ji was crying, saying, all for nothing we still treated him as a brother. In the previous life, Zhang Ji had been betrayed by a brother in the dormitory, which led to the deaths of many others under the zombies. Only Zhang Ji barely survived, so that traitor had caused the deaths of many people. Looking at the 3 people sitting in the back of the car, Jiang Xiaoyong thought with a headache, who could it be? In a high-rise building at night, a voice suddenly sounded, honey, how's the situation over there? It was Qu Jing's voice. She stood by the window with an unpleasant expression and said, you said the supplies would be delivered. When will they arrive? It's too chaotic outside now. I really don't dare go to the supermarket alone. The person on the other end replied gently, they will be there soon, baby. Once the procedures are finished, I will send them over to you immediately. Suddenly she seemed to see something terrifying and screamed. The person on the other end immediately asked anxiously, what's wrong, baby? Qu Jing replied with a frightened and confused expression, someone is knocking on the door. I will hang up first. After saying that, she ended the call. She immediately looked through the peephole of the door. When she recognized it was her close friend, she sighed in relief and opened the door. It's you. Why were you knocking so hard? Qu Jing's friend frowned and replied, old Liu on the first floor was taken away this morning. After entering, her friend quickly shut the door. Qu Jing asked in shock, taken away? Why was he taken away? Her friend quickly answered, a police car and an ambulance took him away together. Hearing this, Qu Jing immediately rubbed her chin thoughtfully. So that's why there was such a commotion downstairs this morning. Her friend said seriously, it seems the rabid flu isn't just a warning. Have the supplies Lai Shuxiang promised to send you arrived yet? Qu Jing looked at the phone in her hand and replied, not yet. Her friend said seriously, damn it. I told you, there's no good man out there. Listen to me, call him and tell him that Xiaoyong has a lot of supplies that could help him make a huge amount of money during this epidemic. Qu Jing asked suspiciously, really? How do you know that? Her friend crossed her arms and replied, last time when I went to Jiang Xiaoyong's place, he kicked me out. So I sent one of my lackeys to keep an eye on him and found that trucks full of supplies kept entering his unfinished factory and unloading goods again and again. Qu Jing gritted her teeth in annoyance. Could it be that this brat already knew about the epidemic beforehand? Lai Shuxiang probably doesn't have time to pay attention to this kind of thing. Then Qu Jing's friend looked up with a very serious expression and said, listen to me. Call him now, the sooner the better. Once the money is made, have Lai Shuxiang give the 2 of us a share. The car, with its headlights on, stopped in front of the gate of Jiang Xiaoyong's base. The people inside the car quickly got out. Zhang Ji looked around in amazement. Wow, this place is so magnificent, it's just like a fortress. Jiang Xiaoyong also turned to look and curled the corner of his lips, replying confidently, sure enough, everyone's first reaction is different. Old Han and Shanshan also happened to see him. Old Han looked slightly delighted and said, Xiaoyong, you've finally come back. Shanshan beside him softly asked, are you alright? Jiang Xiaoyong replied cheerfully, don't worry, Uncle Sheng Shanshan. Come here, I will introduce the new members to you. After saying that, he turned around. Noticing the small team, he quickly raised his hand to introduce them. This is Zhang Ji and his classmates. From now on, they will be our companions. Zhang Ji also waved his hand in a friendly greeting. Then he introduced them back. These 2 are Uncle Sheng and Shanshan. Shanshan happily said, if you are companions chosen by Brother Xiaoyong, then welcome, welcome. Then Jiang Xiaoyong seemed to arrange something with Old Han. Uncle Sheng, please take a few of the brothers to look around the compound and tell them about our information and rules. Old Han nodded and said, leave it to me. One member of the team looked a little confused and said, this feels like we arrived in northern Myanmar. Suddenly someone raised his hand. About that he said while pointing toward himself, could you give us some weapons? We can also help protect this place. Jiang Xiaoyong's expression quickly changed when he heard that. The bespectacled boy also reminded him, Yiming, don't rush to ask for weapons. We've just arrived. First we need to earn their trust. Jiang Xiaoyong understood their intention and comforted them loudly, don't worry. In a few days, I will distribute weapons to you. As he spoke, he looked at the young man being supported by the boy with glasses and said, oh right. His injury is quite serious. We should take him to the medical room for a check first. Inside they began living normally. This feels so comfortable. Yiming still felt unwilling and said, 4th brother, why did you stop me earlier? 4th brother was slightly surprised. Huh. He replied, if you hadn't stopped him just now, he might have given us the weapons already. Yiming suddenly became unusually agitated. To put it nicely, our current situation is being protected. But to put it bluntly, we were basically under his house arrest here. Fourth brother was equally confused. How could you even say something like that? He just saved us a moment ago. Wyming asked suspiciously, what's his background? Why would he save us? Zhongji replied, didn't he say someone hired him to protect us? Yiming asked warily again, someone hired him. He never said who hired him. Who knows if it's true or not? Yiming spoke while grinding his teeth in irritation. And look at how he treated Sung Jia. He said he'd send him to the infirmary for observation. But you saw it too, the doors and windows are even more secure than a prison. Just thinking about what they might do to Sung Jia isn't good. He became even more furious. For all we know, once he's taken in there, that guy might even cut him open. So we should strike first. Fourth brother was unwilling to accept that and still believed otherwise. But if we wrongly accuse him, wouldn't that be repaying kindness with hostility? Ning Xiao pointed at himself and replied, I, Ning Xiao, would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. If what that Xiaoyong said is true, we'll directly take control of this place and seize the initiative. Ning Xiao grinned cunningly. Here besides us and that Xiaoyong, there's only an old man and a girl. We just need to take advantage of the moment when Xiaoyong is away and capture them. That girl doesn't look bad either. We could, he chuckled, clearly pleased with the thought. Both fourth brother and Zhang Ji were stunned, and the atmosphere suddenly became deathly silent. Ning Xiao quickly waved his hands and forced a smile. Alright, I was just joking with you guys. Don't take it seriously. Zhang Ji let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Third brother, don't scare me like that. It's not the apocalypse yet. What you said just now sounded lawless. Fourth brother beside him also said, that's right. If he really wanted to cut us open, he could have imprisoned us already. After all, he has guns. Cool water flowed down from the shower head, then gradually stopped as the valve was turned off. Watching the silhouettes of the two of them, Ning Xiao showed a sinister smile. Useless fools with no brains. In times of chaos like this, you must be ruthless. Once I succeed, I will make the two of you my beasts of burden. Inside the room at that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong was sitting properly on the sofa while Shanshan and Old Han slowly walked toward him. Old Han spoke calmly, Xiaoyong, Zhang Ji and the others have settled in. The one who was more seriously injured, Chen Chong, is currently in the infirmary. I did as you said, the windows have all been firmly sealed. Jiang Xiaoyong replied with satisfaction. You've worked hard, Uncle Sheng. You and Shanshan should go to sleep early. Tomorrow trouble might come knocking. But he suddenly remembered something. Oh right, besides Chen Chong, Zhang Ji also has two other classmates with him. You must be extremely careful. I have a feeling that among them, someone may be planning to betray us. Hearing this, both Old Han and Shanshan's expressions became serious. In the quiet night, Zhang Xiaoyong's figure slowly walked forward. He gently opened the system panel and examined the chests in the store. He reached out and touched the first chest. Two information panels immediately appeared. The post-apocalyptic farmer supply box has been successfully exchanged, 2 points deducted, current points are 18. The sugar, oil, and protein supply box has been successfully exchanged, 5 points deducted, current points are now 13. The and armed supply box has been successfully exchanged, 5 points deducted, leaving 8 points. After that, the interface displayed 3 new chests with question marks. The contents were similar to the previous 3 chests, but the rewards had changed. The first chest contained 50 corn seeds, the second chest contained 200 kg of starch sausages, 100 of salted pork and processed vegetables, and the third chest contained 1500 rounds of 9mm ammunition. Seeing this pile of supplies stacked like mountains, shining with a golden glow like gold and jewels, Zhang Xiaoyong felt satisfied. Oh, the rewards in this chest are pretty good. Although it can't compare to the time when money flowed like water, in the coming apocalypse supplies will be extremely scarce. These rewards are simply explosive. The next morning the sky was blue with soft, dreamy white clouds. At that moment, 3 cars were speeding along the road at a dizzying speed. Looking down from above, the 3 cars were moving extremely fast, unusually fast. After reaching the stopping point, the 3 vehicles came to a halt. I found it. The address really isn't wrong. A group of people got out of the cars. Each of them was holding a baseball bat, and some even carried swords and knives, constantly swearing. One man in a black suit calmly spoke on the phone. Okay, we'll have dinner together when I get back. Immediately one of them pointed and shouted loudly, this is the place. Smash it. Following the order of the leader, the subordinates immediately began smashing and striking the iron gate relentlessly. The man in front turned around and frowned, saying, Boss, this door is about 10 centimeters thick. With just the few of us, we won't be able to break it. Hearing this, the leader clenched his teeth in anger. Clenching his fists, he cursed, damn it, what kind of decent person uses such a thick door? Bring out the stuff. Following the order, his subordinates carried a very strange box out from the trunk of the car. Inside it were many very special bottles. Then they used those bottles and threw them straight inside. and flames immediately burst out afterward. Everywhere the bottles landed erupted into fierce flames. Just like that, the inside was illuminated by the huge blazing red flames and also filled with toxic smoke. The flames from the gasoline bombs caught onto the base gate and continued burning violently. Shanshan and Zhang Zi's group rushed out of the house in a hurry. She carried a bucket of water and ran ahead, while behind her Zhang Zi held a fire extinguisher, and the fat man and the man in the white shirt each carried a bucket of water. Shanshan shouted loudly, "It's on fire." Only now did she realize how correct Xiaoyong's warnings were. As she forcefully threw the bucket of water, she said, "Brother Xiaoyong was absolutely right. Even before the disaster fully happens, extreme situations have already started to occur." At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyong looked furious. Holding his gun, he appeared together with Old Han, standing in front of the observation tower. Zhang Xiaoyong said angrily, "Let me see who has come here looking for death." After saying that, the two of them went up to the top of the observation point and stood there looking down at the cars of the troublemakers. Old Han stared for a moment and felt that the person looked somewhat familiar, along with those cars. Old Han suddenly remembered that the people causing trouble were the same ones who had argued with them during the traffic jam. He blurted out, "Oh, it's that guy who argued with us on the highway." Down below, one of them suddenly looked up and happened to recognize the two of them at the observation tower. He immediately reported to the leader, "Boss, they've appeared." The leader gritted his teeth in anger, clenching his fist as he spoke in a suppressed voice. "It's him, that bastard." Immediately he pointed upward and shouted loudly, "You bastard, get out here for fourth brother. Otherwise fourth brother will roast you like dogs." Zhang Xiaoyong was not someone to be trifled with either. Standing above and looking down, he warned calmly, "You have 5 minutes. Drag that lackey away and get lost before I lose my patience." They immediately began shouting and causing a commotion, their words and actions becoming even more excessive. "You brat, what did you just say? Don't you know the power of our boss?" At that moment, the system suddenly sounded a notification announcing that a new mission had been issued, drawing Zhang Xiaoyong's attention. The system displayed the new mission details: a common threat. Mission requirement: the stronghold is under attack. Please eliminate the threat as soon as possible. Reward 10 points. At the same time, Old Han beside him asked anxiously, "Xiaoyong, what should we do now? Should we fire a warning shot?" Zhang Xiaoyong coldly raised his rifle, the bolt clicking as he chambered around, and aimed directly at the group, declaring it a warning. He realized they were nothing more than gang thugs. Even though order had not completely collapsed yet, they already dared to set fires, not caring if someone would burn to death. Then he lowered his body closer to the firing range, squinting as he aimed carefully. He said that with just a pull of the trigger he could shoot. Letting this group of scum survive until the apocalypse would only harm more innocent people and threaten their safety. Seeing this ruthless expression on Xiaoyong's face, Old Han beside him was shocked. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out instantly with a sharp whiz. In an instant, the leader's arm was blown off and sent flying. He had not even realized what had happened, only hearing a loud gunshot. He collapsed, clutching his wounded arm, kneeling and screaming in agony, "Ah, my arm." The men behind him were terrified, covering their heads and crouching down. Zhang Xiaoyong's expression did not change at all. Smoke still rose from the hot barrel of his gun. Yet he even looked slightly regretful. I still missed. I've lived peacefully for too long. Has my marksmanship become this rusty?" The people below continued cursing upward. "Damn it, he has a gun, and it's a rifle." Only then did they truly understand fear. They scattered in panic and ran toward their cars. The leader clutched his arm and ran ahead, shouting orders, "Hurry, fall back. Cover fourth brother. You bastard, just wait." A subordinate chased after him, desperately shouting, "Boss." Zhang Xiaoyong aimed at the target once again and said calmly, "Let's finish today's matter today. I hate waiting the most." Just like that, bullets were fired continuously from the observation point above, piercing through limbs, necks, chests, and even the foreheads of those arrogant men. A few subordinates, and the injured leader barely managed to rush into the car and hide on the back seat. In panic and fear, he shouted at one of his subordinates, "Start the engine. Hurry and drive." Just moments ago he had been carrying a gun, yet now he did not even dare to fight back. Old Han leaned on the railing and bent down to say, "They're restarting the engine and trying to run." Zhang Xiaoyong showed no sign of panic. He slowly loaded his gun and said, "Don't worry, that's exactly why I have an automatic rifle." Just like that, bullets kept pouring toward their car while it desperately tried to escape, and Zhang Xiaoyong became even more relentless as he kept firing. He fired round after round, reloading continuously with great proficiency. Standing beside him, Old Han could not help but feel suspicious and amazed. He secretly thought that such skilled shooting and reloading were just like what he could do when he was still in the army. What kind of background did this kid actually have? From afar, Xiaoyong's base was filled with gun smoke that spread across the area. In the end, the chaos was finally suppressed, leaving only the sound of relief after the battle. On the road in front of the fortress, corpses were scattered everywhere, along with a heavily damaged car still smoking, its windows completely shattered. After finishing the mission, Xiaoyong turned back and told Old Han, "Go call Zhang Zi, his friends, and Shanshan. We'll go out together and sweep the area clean." Seeing Xiaoyong acting somewhat impatiently, Old Han stared after him in surprise. Suddenly realizing something, he stopped for a moment with a sharp gaze. Wait, Xiaoyong thought to himself. Since the disaster was still in its early stage, it would be better to let these people turn into zombies and use them for training Zhang Zi and Shanshan. He did not bother with the corpses lying scattered in front of the base. He then said to Old Han, "Forget it, don't rush for now." Old Han asked in confusion, "What about those people out there? Are we just leaving them lying on the road like that?" Xiaoyong replied in a low voice, "Yes, keep them there. I'll use them for something else." On the highway heading toward Xiaoyong's base, 2 white cars were speeding along at high speed. Xiaoyong was sitting in the car, frowning impatiently as he asked, "Are we there yet?" Seeing his displeased expression, Kui Jing's best friend replied playfully while trying to act cute, "It's right at the next intersection." Kui Jing sat beside them looking out the window with her arms crossed, deep in thought. She then glanced at her best friend and thought, whenever Xiaoyong is around she puts on that act. Does she think, I don't know what she's up to? The car stopped in front of the base. Xiaoyong spoke to Kui Jing affectionately, "I'll park here and wait, my dear. Text me when you get inside." Kui Jing nodded, "Mem." She then glanced at her best friend inside the car and called out, "Little Ya, let's go." Little Ya looked uneasy and confused, asking, "I'm going too." Kui Jing put on a serious face and insisted that Little Ya go with her. "Nonsense. If you don't come with me, how would I know which factory it is?" Little Ya closed her eyes and gave an awkward smile before whining softly, "You'll recognize it just by going forward. Besides, walking 2 intersections in these shoes is exhausting." Kui Jing knew Little Ya was deliberately making excuses to stay alone with Xiaoyong, so she immediately grabbed her hand and forced her along. Despite Little Ya's excuses about her high heels and saying her phone was still in the car, Kui Jing told her to leave it because she had a phone in her own bag. After struggling for a while, Little Ya reluctantly followed. The 2 girls slowly walked forward just like that. After watching them from the driver's seat, Xiaoyong made a phone call to some people. "Hello, tell everyone to get ready. Once my car starts moving you all rush in." Following behind Xiaoyong's car was another vehicle waiting for his instructions. Inside the car were nearly a dozen rough-looking thugs, some even holding knives. The man sitting in front responded through the radio, "Order received." Kui Jing walked ahead while Little Ya followed behind, constantly complaining, Jing, why do you have to drag me along?" Kui Jing replied irritably, We were both old foxes. Do you think someone is scheming as you could fool me?" Little Ya deliberately moved closer to walk beside Kui Jing, pretending to be innocent. With a sly tone she said, That's unfair. Dress this nicely, wouldn't it make it easier to lure Xiaoyong out? Besides, he already knows about you and Xiaoyong anyway." Kui Jing looked ahead with suspicion and asked, "What's going on up there?" Little Ya also opened her mouth in surprise, As they got closer, the 2 of them saw the remains of the earlier battle. Little Ya exclaimed in shock, "Damn it, what happened here?" A shootout. The 2 girls clung to each other and tremblingly stepped past the bodies toward the fortress. Little Ya stuttered, "These people are all dead." Kui Jing was also shaking and guessed from the blood that they had not died long ago. Perhaps 2 groups had fought over Xiaoyong's supplies. Looking out from the damaged car and seeing the 2 girls walk past filled them with fear. Little Ya began speculating, could it be that Xiaoyong is already in serious trouble? Kui Jing only cared about the supplies and said, "Even if Xiaoyong died it wouldn't be a pity, but I wonder whether the supplies are still in his hands." The cowardly Little Ya said, "Maybe we should go back and let Xiaoyong's group handle it." Kui Jing replied, "Keep your voice down. Let's go check if the factory gate is locked." She was still busy plotting how to scheme against others, unbeknownst to them. The body of the leader whose arm had been shot off twitched slightly. Perhaps he had already been infected before and had now completely turned into a zombie. Hearing voices, he raised his eyes and glared at Kui Jing and Little Ya. His eyes were wide open with bulging red veins as he made a rasping gak sound. By this time Kui Jing and Little Ya had reached the gate of the base. Little Ya quickly ran forward and touched the gate while Kui Jing slowly followed behind. Little Ya knocked on the gate and inspected it for a moment before cursing, "Damn it, this door is too solid. Can't we see what's happening inside?" She kept knocking and banging on the gate repeatedly, but it had no effect at all. The door was tightly shut. Kui Jing glanced sideways and guessed that perhaps something had happened to Zhang Xiaoyong. At that moment, a loud voice came from above. Hey, you too! Hearing this, the two girls instinctively looked up in surprise. It was Shanshan. Suspicious, she raised her gun and cautiously aimed down at the two of them, shouting, Who are you? How do you know about this place? Standing below, little Ya shouted upward, young lady, we were friends of Xiaoyong. Kui Jing beside her added, I'm Xiaoyong's girlfriend. Hearing that, Shanshan turned back inside. She clearly didn't believe them and remained cautious as she shouted, Brother Xiaoyong, there are two girls outside the gate. One of them claims to be your girlfriend. When Kui Jing heard Xiaoyong mentioned, she gritted her teeth angrily, bitterly saying he must have suddenly changed his attitude, because he had found a new girlfriend. Little Ye quickly reminded her not to show dissatisfaction, since their main goal was more important, while also worrying whether Li Shuxiang could deal with the woman above holding a crossbow. Even though she had betrayed him, Kui Jing still felt jealous seeing another woman besides Xiaoyong. Kui Jing's face turned serious with resentment while she spoke in a low voice. Don't worry, he brought several pistols. As long as we can open the gate, he'll be able to take down Zhang Xiaoyong. Standing on the watchtower, Zhang Xiaoyong walked out from inside. Looking down and seeing the two of them, his expression immediately changed with obvious disgust as he shouted, You two chickens down there. Kui Jing. Wen Shuya, what are you doing here? With a sharp gaze, he quickly activated his spiritual eye ability to see the true emotions of the two parasitic women. Both Kui Jing and Little Ye felt uncomfortable and angry inside, but only Kui Jing showed it outwardly by crossing her arms in silence. Little Ye, somewhat intimidated by his imposing aura, put on a coquettish tone and said, Oh brother Xiaoyong, we were all friends here. Can't we come visit you? With things so chaotic right now, we were really worried about you. Why aren't you worried about us? Hearing those fake words, Zhang Xiaoyong laughed and shouted down mockingly, Worried about me, haha. If I'm not mistaken, that beastly Shuxiang is nearby, right? How many men did he bring? And they rearmed too, right? As if their secret had been exposed, both girls were shocked and left speechless. Inside, they were furious thinking, how does he know? Without giving them time to react, shots were suddenly fired from above, forcing the two women to dodge frantically. Unable to hold back, she shouted angrily, Zhang Xiaoyong, have you gone crazy?
You actually shot at me?
But he only looked at them with a cold, indifferent, and disgusted gaze, pointing his gun straight down. Kui Jing angrily kept cursing at Zhang Xiaoyong. Little Ye paused, turned to her with a frown, and scolded her. Kui Jing, shut up. He has a gun. Talk calmly and don't provoke him. Yet Kui Jing still arrogantly replied, What's there to be afraid of? Does he really dare to shoot and kill me? Hearing that, Zhang Xiaoyong burst into delighted laughter. Haha, shoot and kill you. That would be letting the two of you off too easily. After Xiaoyong said this, a strange sound suddenly echoed from nearby. This made Kui Jing and Little Ye nervously turn around. Before their eyes was a horrifying sight. The corpses that had just been shot suddenly sat up as if revived, with blood, red eyes, and pale skin. Kui Jing asked in fear if they were rabies flu patients, while Little Ye trembled and said, could that disease really bring the dead back to life? Witnessing this scene, all the resentment inside Zhang Xiaoyong surged. His eyes widened with a sinister look, his whole body emitting a gloomy aura as he threw a cruel sentence at them. I want you to die in their mouths. One by one they roared with terrifying howls. Grr, like beasts starved for a long time, smelling human flesh. They opened their mouths wide and lunged forward in a disgusting frenzy, then leapt toward where Kui Jing and Little Ye were standing. Luckily the two women quickly dodged them. The creatures missed their grab and crashed headfirst into each other. Escaping that danger, the two ran while screaming miserably, Li Shuxiang, save us. Sitting inside the car, Li Shuxiang couldn't see anything because he was too far away. He frowned and grunted in confusion. Meanwhile Kui Jing and Little Ye ran for their lives as the zombies kept chasing them like hungry beasts. Kui Jing couldn't keep up with Little Ye and shouted while running, Save me, Little Ye! Save me. Earlier Little Ye had complained she couldn't walk across the intersection in high heels. But now she was running even faster than Kui Jing. With tears streaming down her face, she abandoned Kui Jing and ran alone toward Li Shuxiang's car. He leaned out of the car door and saw the zombies behind them, exclaiming in shock, Damn it! Why are rabies flu patients here? Immediately he ducked back into the car. Then he quickly shouted into the walkie-talkie in his hand, Turn around. Turn around now. There are rabies flu patients. Turn around quickly. The moment he saw the zombies, he didn't hesitate to abandon the two useless women. He wasn't a good man anyway. He had only been using them from the start for a bit of pleasure. Kui Jing, being chased to desperation, saw Li Shuxiang turning the car around to abandon her and cursed loudly, Li Shuxiang, you bastard. You damn bastard. The car quickly turned around and sped away. She trembled in fear as the zombie corpses kept chasing behind her. Tears filled Ku Jing's eyes as she screamed loudly, "I don't want to die here." While shouting, she threw her bag straight at little Yu running ahead, yelling bitch. Unexpectedly, the bag strap wrapped directly around little Ya's ankle while she was running. Little Ya fell hard onto the ground, crying out in pain. One zombie after another rushed in at a dizzying speed, each of them roaring loudly as they lunged forward, stretching out their hands to grab little Ya. She was terrified at the scene about to happen to her, sweat pouring down her forehead like rain, only managing to say a few lards, "You, wait." One zombie after another opened their terrifying mouths wide, their eyes rolled up showing only the whites. They pounced on little Ya and tore off pieces of her flesh, tormenting her until the end of her life. Blood splattered everywhere without stopping. She was torn apart by them and could do nothing at all. Her eyes widened and turned red, tears filling the corners as hatred could be seen within them, and she screamed bitch. Ku Jing ignored everything and ran desperately. Behind her, little Ya had become a feast for the zombies, and even with her last breath she kept cursing Ku Jing. "You bitch, you will die without peace." Ku Jing curled the corner of her lips uneasily, both frightened and muttering, "Serves her right, she deserved to die." Xiaoyong stood watching from above, still not completely satisfied with the deaths of the two women. Beside him, Shanshan covered her mouth and trembled at the horrifying scene. At that moment the system notified that the threat mission had been completed and awarded 10 points, raising the total to 18. Immediately a new mission was issued: clean the streets, requiring the elimination of infected people and monsters outside the base. Current progress 0, reward 10 points. Shanshan covered her mouth with her hand and asked Xiaoyong in confusion, "Those people, did they just suddenly turn into zombies like that?" Xiaoyong turned and carefully explained to Shanshan that the world had officially entered the apocalypse. The air contained a large amount of infectious sources from another dimension. The dead who were exposed to the outside would quickly mutate into zombies, and even living people who were injured or physically weak had a high chance of mutating. Shanshan widened her eyes and replied blankly, "So that's how it is." After that, he decisively walked back inside and ordered Shanshan to call everyone for a meeting immediately. Shanshan was startled in surprise. After a while, following Xiaoyong's order, Shanshan gathered everyone into a room where they sat around a table, and she carefully locked the door. After observing for a moment, Xiaoyong spoke seriously to everyone: for the next 2 days. Unless necessary, stay inside your rooms and keep the windows tightly closed. Let your bodies gradually adapt to the source of infection. This can greatly reduce the risk of mutation. Zhang Ji frowned with worry for his friend and stammered, about Chen Chong. The scene shifted to the infirmary. Chen Chong lay inside the small room, the atmosphere silent as death, darkness covering the room, because all the windows had been tightly closed. Chen Chong's hand began to show strange signs. Purple veins bulged across it, a sign that he was about to transform into a zombie. His face clearly showed pain. He frowned, still unconscious but sweating heavily, veins and blood vessels appearing across his face. Perhaps a zombie was about to cause chaos inside Zhang Xiaoyong's base. In the city center, at the building where Zhang Sheng lived, everything was in chaos. Black smoke poured out from the windows of many apartments as if the entire building had been taken over by zombies. Below, strong young men hurriedly climbed over the walls trying to escape. Zhang Shengju was still inside his high-rise apartment. Looking out the window, he said with a worried face, "It's completely chaotic outside." Then he turned to his wife and son, who were nervously hugging each other, and said, "Tonight I have to go to the warehouse to move the remaining goods. Little Lai, you and Shuai stay home and wait for me. Don't open the door for anyone except me, understand?" The situation was getting more and more tense when suddenly loud banging on the door came from outside. Zhang Shengji was startled and quickly turned around in fright. His wife and child were extremely frightened and clung tightly to each other. The knocking on the door grew more urgent. Although he intended to ignore it, Zhang Shengji hesitated because he didn't know who was outside. He gently raised a finger to his lips, signaling his wife and son to stay quiet. He quietly grabbed a golf club from the corner of the room, holding it behind him while slowly turning the doorknob with his other hand. At that moment a voice called from outside, "Brother Ji, are you home?" Hearing a familiar voice, Zhang Shengji finally relaxed. He opened the door, let out a long sigh, and said, "Phew, it's Yang Tao." In times like this, even acquaintances should think of themselves first. Zhang Shengji closed the door tightly, about to lock it from the inside. But unexpectedly the next second one of Yang Tao's men kicked the door violently inward, hitting Zhang Shengji in the stomach and knocking him painfully to the floor.
Ah!
Immediately a group of thugs rushed in from outside and pinned Zhang Shengji face down on the floor, while Yang Tao calmly walked in last. Yang Tao had now rebelled. He brought a group of his subordinates to overthrow Zhang Shengji. Yang Tao walked closer and looked down at him with contempt, while Zhang Shengji struggled and shouted through clenched teeth.
Let me go!
He twisted his neck back angrily and shouted at Yang Tao, damn you. What do you mean by this? I treated you so well. Yang Tao's lips twitched with anger. He pointed at his own face and vented all the humiliation he had endured, saying, say that again, treated me well. How funny, in your eyes I'm nothing but a dog. In front of the subordinates. Zhang Shengji shouted back. Do you even have a conscience? Without me, would you have earned the money for the down payment on that house? Hearing this, Yang Tao flew into a rage. Losing his composure, he raised his hand and slapped Zhang Shengji roughly, shouting, sure, I managed to pay some money up front. But how much money have you made? How many houses have you bought already? Zhang Shengji was so furious that the veins on his face bulged as he glared helplessly at the outrageous Yang Tao. Yang Tao continued, stop talking nonsense and give me the key and the address of your warehouse. Pinned to the floor, Zhang Shengji remained stubborn, grinding his teeth in fury and refusing to say a single word, an evil man meeting someone even more ruthless. Yang Tao showed a sly expression and slowly approached Zhang Shengji's wife and son. Glancing down at them, he spoke softly word by word, humph, still stubborn, huh. Then he grabbed Zhang Shengji's wife by the hair with one hand. She cried out in pain, ah, that hurts. When little Shuai saw his mother being attacked, he burst into frightened tears. Though small, he was very brave. He raised his hand and rushed toward Yang Tao with all his strength, crying loudly through tears, I will beat you to death. Yang Tao didn't pay much attention to the child, but suddenly Shuai bit him hard on the left arm.
He shouted, ouch.
You little brat, you dare bite me. With just a casual swing of his hand, Yang Tao slapped Shuai hard, sending him flying to the side. He shouted angrily, get lost, you little dog. The boy's mother panicked, and was extremely worried when she saw her son being hit. Zhang Shengji was burning with rage. He struggled to rise and shouted, bastard. If you've got guts, come at me! Let my wife and son go. Meanwhile Shuai was being pinned to the ground by a big burly man, weakly resisting. Yang Tao crossed his arms arrogantly and said, relax. As long as you cooperate, your wife and child will be safe. Although Zhang Shengji was fierce toward others, he deeply loved his small family. He glared at Yang Tao with hatred. Yang Tao continued, now take us to your warehouse. 30 minutes later, at Zhang Shengji's warehouse, 4 men were there, with Yang Tao leading 2 subordinates while Zhang Shengji guided them to open the warehouse door. The warehouse door slowly opened. Zhang Shengji stood behind reluctantly while Yang Tao went in first. Seeing scattered boxes that had already been opened, he turned back and asked, is this all that's left? Zhang Shengji answered bitterly, didn't your big client already come? Everything's been sold out. Even the expired goods are almost gone. Yang Tao, being cunning, stroked his chin and thought Xiaoyong. Then he glanced sideways with a sly look and spoke gleefully to Zhang Shengji. If we can seize the supplies in Xiaoyong's factory, we can lie back at home and sleep comfortably. Seeing Yang Tao's greedy intentions, Zhang Shengji warned him, I advise you not to mess with that guy. I personally saw he had a lot of firearms when delivering goods. He's a tough one. Zhang Shengji frowned and voiced his guess. That kid must have known about the apocalypse beforehand. Yang Tao immediately responded, standing there arrogantly with his arms crossed. He glanced at Zhang Shengji and said cryptically, besides, those things will be your problem to worry about soon. Although he was furious inside, Zhang Shengji gritted his teeth and tried to suppress the hatred in his heart for the sake of his wife and child. The scene shifts back to Zhang Xiaoyong's base. At the medical room, everyone gathered around the hospital bed where Chen Chong lay, all shocked to see their friend gradually mutating. Even Xiaoyong could not keep a calm expression on his face. Chen Chong was tightly restrained but still struggled, arching his body and roaring. The mutation was growing stronger, and he seemed to be turning into a zombie, twitching constantly and letting out hoarse roars from his wide, open mouth. The 3 friends from Mechanized Team 3 watched as one of their members mutated. Zhang Zi was the most heartbroken, probably because Chen Chong had taken a fatal blow for him. The chubby 4th brother cried in the corner while Yiming remained silent, the most cold-hearted among them. Yiming frowned, feeling that Chen Chong had become a burden, and muttered coldly, kill him. Since bringing Zhang Ji and his friends to the base, Zhang Xiaoyong had suspected Yiming was not a good person. Seeing his behavior now, Zhang Xiaoyong glanced at him with caution and suspicion. Unable to accept those words, Zhang Ji turned to Yiming angrily and said, what did you just say? This selfish Yiming crossed his arms, avoiding eye contact and glancing around as he said, he's already dead. If we don't kill him as soon as possible and he breaks free, everyone else will die. The chubby 4th brother protested angrily, he's our brother. Aren't you even going to try to save him once before giving up on him? Zhang Zi stood to the side with a dark expression, unable to say anything, but the truth was that this disease was incurable. Xiaoyong had no choice but to be firm. Standing before Chen Chong, who was struggling violently on the bed, he told fourth brother the truth. He's right. Once the infection starts, it's almost impossible to recover. The chubby fourth brother helplessly called out, "Brother Xiaoyong." Then Xiaoyong took a dagger from his pocket and decisively handed it to Yiming. "Take it." Seeing Xiaoyong's stern expression, Yiming was startled and stepped back nervously, stammering, What is this?" Xiaoyong stared coldly at Yiming without the slightest hesitation and said, "Finish him." With the dagger in front of him, Yiming seemed extremely hesitant. Though he spoke harshly before, when it came time to act he trembled all over, revealing his cowardice. Xiaoyong seemed to be testing Yiming. He leaned close to his face and whispered into his ear, "Haven't you always wanted a weapon?" Then he slowly raised the dagger in front of Yiming and continued, "Now take the weapon and give him release." Xiaoyong's words made Yiming hesitate and waver. After a moment of inner struggle, Zhangji suddenly grabbed the dagger from Xiaoyong's hand and pulled it away, which surprised Xiaoyong. This situation was beyond his expectations, and even Yiming did not expect it. Zhangji took the dagger with a serious face and hesitated. "Brother Xiaoyong," he said with trembling lips. But with determined eyes he gathered his courage, looked at the dagger, and said, "Let me do it." Zhangji was by nature a gentle and kind young man. He gathered all his courage to hold the dagger, but he could not hide the fear in his heart. Xiaoyong understood this and held the blade with his bare hand instead of letting the tip face him. He deliberately tested Zhangji and said with a cold expression, "Think carefully. What if everything I said before was a lie? Once the knife goes down, you will become a murderer." Although he was very afraid inside, Zhangji still looked straight into Xiaoyong's eyes and said firmly, "I trust you, brother Xiaoyong." Knowing that once someone became a zombie they could never return to being human. Ending Chen Chong's life would also free him from suffering. Xiaoyong smiled faintly in satisfaction at Zhangji and nodded, saying, "Do it." Zhangji slowly approached Chen Chong's bed with the dagger in his hand. Chen Chong had completely turned into a zombie, struggling violently and making the bed creak loudly. It was pitiful for the young man to have to personally end the life of his close friend. His eyes filled with tears, but he forced them back and thrust the dagger forward with all his strength toward Chen Chong. A sharp slicing sound rang out, and the zombie Chen Chong let out a painful roar, his body turning purple. The dagger was just about to pierce Chen Chong's forehead when Xiaoyong suddenly stopped Zhangji's hand. Zhangji gritted his teeth in pain, tears at the corners of his eyes as he panted heavily. Zhangji narrowed his eyes in surprise and looked at Xiaoyong's cold and handsome face, asking in confusion, "Brother Xiaoyong?" Xiaoyong showed no emotion. Staring at his system interface, he said to everyone go out. Chen Chong's situation is special. Keeping him alive may be useful. It turned out that Xiaoyong's system had just displayed a notification system alert, rare mutant detected. Chen Chong had narrowly escaped death. After a while, everyone left, and continuous noises kept coming from the medical room. Now only Xiaoyong remained in the medical room with the zombie Chen Chong. On the bed, Chen Chong opened his mouth hungrily and kept roaring toward Xiaoyong, as if he had not completely mutated yet. Xiaoyong tried to call his name, Chen Chong, right? The zombie Chen Chong seemed to sense it, gritting his teeth and stopping the roaring, instead letting out low growling sounds. Xiaoyong leaned close to Chen Chong's face and whispered, "I have an important mission for you." As if Chen Chong understood, his resistance suddenly weakened and he gradually became quieter. Meanwhile, in another place the city's sky was still blue, yet the world felt gloomy and chaotic. An expensive car on the street had lost control, speeding and swerving wildly along the road, presumably attacked by zombies. The car crashed straight into a nearby electric pole with great force, badly damaging the front of the vehicle. Zhang Shengzhi crawled out of it. He had been on his way to find Xiaoyong. Clutching his head in pain, he looked at the badly damaged car and cursed, "Damn it, what terrible luck." Thinking everything was over, Zhang Shengzhi stood up and left. But unexpectedly a zombie appeared behind him and began creeping after him. Suddenly it lunged at him with a loud growl. Startled, Zhang Shengzhi shouted in panic, "What the hell?" Bam! Before he could react, the gray zombie rushed forward and bit Zhang Shengzhi's left arm. He cried out in pain and shock, "Ah! Damn it!" Instinctively, he shoved the zombie hard with both hands, sending it flying away. Zhang Shengzhi quickly ran toward the car with his injured arm. The zombie, persistent as ever, got back up and chased after him with its mouth wide open. On the car seat there was a sharp stick, and Zhang Shengzhi picked it up. He swung it fiercely and struck the zombie's head with a deadly blow, shouting angrily, "Damn you." The zombie collapsed to the side, and one of its teeth was knocked out and flew away. Zhang Shengzhi crazily kept smashing the zombie again and again, as if venting all his anger and resentment onto it. After a long while, holding the iron stick in his hand, Jiang Shengzhi was drenched in sweat and panting as he looked at the zombie, which had been smashed into a pulp like crushed sugar cane. He said, "Damn it, I can't stay here long." Unnoticed, several zombies behind him had caught the smell of blood and were approaching Jiang Shengzhi. After finishing off the zombie, he decided to leave, walking away while clutching his painful arm, looking rather pitiful. The scene shifts to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. Several zombies who had been the rich bully's underlings in the earlier fight were now staggering in front of the gate. "It's time to clean up this trash first." Jiang Xiaoyong pushed open the small side gate and stepped out, cautiously looking toward the zombies. Xiaoyong was hardly afraid. He had long been used to this kind of situation. Following behind him was a makeshift team, each holding a weapon, hammers, baseball bats, even guns, and everyone was tense and extremely cautious. Little Shanshan was not used to the protective gear on her body. Looking awkwardly at the elbow guard, she said to Xiaoyong, "Brother Xiaoyong, tying these things to my arms is really inconvenient. It's so uncomfortable." Jiang Xiaoyong firmly explained clearly to Shanshan and everyone else, zombies have no intelligence. So when they burst with strength they re stronger than ordinary people, extremely dangerous. With everyone's current combat experience, it's easy to get injured, so protective gear is necessary. When you all gain more experience, it won't be too late to take it off. Then he led the team, walking a few steps ahead alone to observe the situation. Peeking outside, he spotted a zombie. Immediately he waved his hand to signal the people behind him. "Get ready. This area is already within the zombies' sensing range." Shanshan, Zhang Ji, and the two mechanics immediately heightened their alertness. Old Han quickly responded, "Mem." Then he seriously signaled again, "Get ready, Shanshan." The zombie caught the scent, and immediately turned its smashed and disgusting face toward them. Xiaoyong shouted loudly, "We've been spotted, prepare to fight." Jiang Xiaoyong urgently reminded them again, "Remember what I told you." At that moment the zombie was already charging at terrifying speed with its jaws wide open, yet Jiang Xiaoyong still insisted on finishing his instruction, "Support each other. Keep your distance." The zombie lunged to grab Jiang Xiaoyong but failed, as he swiftly dodged to the side in time. With professional skill and composure, even with the zombie right beside him, Jiang Xiaoyong continued speaking loudly and instructed everyone on how to attack the zombie. The moment a zombie misses its grab is the opportunity. Quickly strike the temples and the back of the neck. The chubby fourth brother eagerly rushed forward, gripping his sword tightly and raising it high before slashing downward. Aiming at the target, fourth brother swung the long sword with a loud thud, but the stubborn zombie was completely unharmed. Instead, the one in pain was the chubby fourth brother. He clutched his arm and shouted, "It hurts." Jiang Xiaoyong quickly shouted a reminder from behind, "The top of the skull is the hardest. Not only does it deal little damage, it also numbs your own hand." Little Kai's action is a perfect example. Taking advantage of the moment, the zombie lunged forward, grabbing the sword with both hands and pouncing on the fat man while roaring. Little Kai struggled to resist, clenching his face and using all his strength. The zombie became even more aggressive and bit down on the sword, its teeth clamping on it with cracking sounds. It pressed its disgusting face close to Little Kai. Unable to resist any longer, he desperately cried for help.
Damn it! Damn it!
"Help! Someone save me." Xiaoyong intentionally let everyone get used to dealing with zombies. Smiling calmly, he said, "Not bad, defending like that is correct. Zhang Ji, your teammate needs your help right now." Zhang Ji quickly rushed forward, swinging the baseball bat back to build momentum, preparing to strike the zombie's neck from behind. Struck hard in the neck and nape, the zombie was knocked aside and roared in pain. The next second, Jiang Xiaoyong watched the three of them and instructed, "Not bad. But one strike isn't enough, everyone keep attacking." The three youths of Mechanized Team 3 then ganged up and smashed a zombie until it was completely crushed. Meanwhile, unnoticed, another zombie was slowly approaching Xiaoyong from behind. After struggling for quite a while, Zhang Ji turned proudly and asked Jiang Xiaoyong, "Brother Xiaoyong, how did we do?" Xiaoyong smiled with satisfaction and said, "Haha, what do you think?" At that moment, the zombie that had been watching him suddenly lunged forward, its eyes bulging and mouth wide open, ready to bite Xiaoyong's shoulder. Seeing this, Zhang Ji worried for Xiaoyong and shouted loudly, "Be careful, brother Xiaoyong." The fresh flesh was already close to the zombie's mouth, and its jaws opened wider and wider, ready to take a bite. Such zombies were nothing to Xiaoyong. Without any surprise, he immediately grabbed the zombie's head with his hand. Jiang Xiaoyong remained extremely calm and professional. With one hand holding the zombie's head, he continued lecturing his teammates, "Have you all forgotten what I said? You must observe your surroundings at all times." The zombie seemed as if it had been immobilized by a spell, standing stiffly under Xiaoyong's grip. Everyone in the team had just been startled. Seeing this scene, they were all shocked but still had to try their best to hold their ground. The scene shifts to Zhang Shengji, who has managed to reach near Zhang Xiaoyong's base area. He is hiding from the zombies behind some concrete barriers. Peeking toward the distance, he frowned and cursed to himself, "Damn it, someone has already stayed here before." Did that brat Zhang Xiaoyong reveal everything? Looking ahead, he saw an empty car. Echoing in the distance was Zhang Xiaoyong's voice repeatedly reminding his teammates, "The rear of the squad needs your support." That's right, stay alert at all times. Zhang Shengji slowly approached the car while thinking, "This voice, that's right, it's Zhang Xiaoyong." Over there, Zhangji and the team were ganging up to take down the zombies one by one. Shengji quietly crouched behind the rear of the car and carefully peeked out to scout ahead. Whispering to himself, "Zhang Xiaoyong's group, are they killing the refugees?" While he was busy spying on Xiaoyong's team, he didn't realize there was the shadow of a zombie right beneath him. It had just awakened, and upon smelling human flesh, its eyes lit up like flashlights. Turned out this zombie was little Ya, Kujing's close friend. In the previous episode she was torn apart by zombie bugs, and now she had become a zombie herself. Her once beautiful face was destroyed with torn and horrifying skin. She reached out and grabbed Zhang Shengji's pant leg, causing him to be yanked down to the ground in shock. Zhang Shengji panicked, kicking his legs frantically and shouting, "Ah!" Seeing little Ya's severely mutilated zombie face, he froze in terror for several seconds, his whole body going numb. Little Ya had completely lost her humanity. She roared and pounced on Zhang Shengji like a beast craving human flesh, her torn mouth wide open, and eyes glaring viciously as if ready to finish him. Little Ya's mangled face slowly opened its mouth wide as she lunged toward Zhang Shengji. He screamed in panic, "Damn it!" Zhang Shengji suddenly opened his eyes wide, tears welling up as he was shocked by the scene before him, shouting, "Ah!" When he opened his eyes, Zhang Xiaoyong was already standing behind him with a cold expression, still holding his gun. Little Ya's head had just been blown apart by a silver bullet fired by Xiaoyong, creating a horrifying sight. Zhang Shengji was still in shock, completely frozen. Then he quickly flung Little Ya's corpse to the side, his face twisted in disgust as he panted heavily, "Huff huff." Zhang Xiaoyong lowered the barrel of his gun and looked at Zhang Shengji, who had been struggling with zombie Little Ya, and cautiously asked, "Zhang Shengji, what are you doing here?" At this moment Zhang Shengji carefully stood up. His entire body was splattered with gore from Little Ya's head. He stepped closer to Zhang Xiaoyong and pretended to speak earnestly, Brother Dung, I finally survived long enough to see you again." Seeing that Zhang Shengji's arm had bruising spreading toward his hand, Zhang Xiaoyong suspected that he had been bitten by a zombie. Looking more closely, he saw a deep bite wound on the upper arm, and the injury was already necrotizing, showing signs of imminent mutation. Without waiting any longer, Zhang Xiaoyong pressed the gun barrel against Zhang Shengji's forehead and said, "You've been bitten." Hearing this, Zhang Shengji's face fell in fear. Immediately he began pleading desperately with Zhang Xiaoyong, reaching out with pitiful eyes, "Brother Dung, please don't shoot. Please spare me. I have something to tell you." Zhang Xiaoyong gritted his teeth. He was already too familiar with people like this, and replied sternly, "Say what you have to say. Don't come any closer." Realizing he no longer had any chance of turning back, Zhang Shengji revealed a sorrowful expression. He clenched his teeth as tears began to flow and finally spoke honestly under Xiaoyong's gun, "Brother Dung, I know I can't be saved anymore. Soon I will probably become a madman, but..." As if releasing all his grievances and pain, he grimaced while tears streamed down his face and cried out in despair, "But that bastard Yang Tao kidnapped my wife and child. He forced me to come up with a plan to deceive you so he could seize your food supplies. Brother Dung, I know I'm not a noble person, but I never thought I'd done anything truly evil. My wife and child are innocent." These words were indeed pitiful and tragic, yet Zhang Xiaoyong kept his composure, maintaining a cold expression while holding his gun firmly and remaining silent. Zhang Shengji continued explaining his current situation and kept begging Zhang Xiaoyong, "Those beasts will never let my wife and child go. Their fate will be far worse than mine. Brother Dung, I beg you, please take care of them. Consider it repayment for the supplies I helped you store." After an intense inner struggle, Zhang Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes and reflected. Although Zhang Shengji's original intention had been to make money for himself, objectively speaking he had helped Xiaoyong quite a lot. He glanced behind him and nodded slightly as a signal to the team behind him. Zhang Xiaoyong looked at the people he was currently sheltering, including Shanshan, Old Han Zanji and his two friends. He thought that the fortress still had plenty of capacity, and since there were more men than women, the ratio was somewhat unbalanced. At that moment Zhang Xiaoyong's system chimed. He gave a faint smile, then glanced at the system panel in front of him with satisfaction and muttered, "So there's actually a mission reward. This opportunity might even bring more benefits." The system notification panel replaced the previous one. A new system mission, abandon wife and child. Mission requirement, rescue Zhang Shengji's wife and child. Progress 0 reward 25 points. Below it was the current mission panel street cleaning mission. Requirement eliminate infected individuals and monsters outside the stronghold. Progress 70. Reward 10 points. Xiaoyong then spoke to confirm with Zhang Shengji, don't worry. I'll handle the matter of your wife and child for you. Originally Shengji begged but did not believe Xiaoyong could really help them. Hearing those words from Xiaoyong, he was so moved he could barely stand, tears streaming down his face as he said, really, Brother Deng. Overwhelmed with gratitude toward Zhang Xiaoyong, Zhang Shengji cast aside his former pride and knelt to kowtow before him, banging his head hard on the ground, and saying emotionally, Brother Deng, Zhang Shengji, will never be able to repay you in this life. In the next life I'm willing to serve you like an ox or a horse. After finishing the kowtow, Zhang Shengji sat down weakly. Bowing his head humbly, he prepared himself mentally for the final moment and said, Brother Deng, do it. Zhang Xiaoyong said nothing. He breathed for a few seconds, then looked at Zhang Shengji and asked, do what? Zhang Shengji shut his eyes tightly, speaking painfully with tears pouring down, having no hope left, please end me. I don't want to become a mad infected person later and threaten the lives of my wife and child. Although Zhang Shengji was fierce toward others, he loved his wife and child deeply. It seemed he still had some sense of loyalty. Zhang Xiaoyong fell silent, surprised by Shengji's true character as he thought for a while. Zhang Xiaoyong turned back and said to Shanshan, Shanshan, bring a bicycle from inside and give it to him. Shanshan was surprised by Xiaoyong's decision and widened her eyes in shock. Xiaoyong slung the gun over his shoulder and glanced down at Zhang Shengji, saying, go. Leave this place as soon as possible. Stay away from crowds and head somewhere with fewer people. Zhang Shengji looked up in confusion and asked, well, why? Xiaoyong finally lowered his guard and replied, you don't need to know why. Your time is running out. Just seize the opportunity. Zhang Shengji accepted it. He lowered his head and smiled faintly, a somewhat satisfied smile. Alright, I understand. Thank you, Brother Deng. A few minutes later, Zhang Shengji had left Zhang Xiaoyong's base and was pedaling the bicycle quickly to get far away as Xiaoyong advised. Perhaps quite a lot of time had already passed. A dark bruise had spread up to Zhang Shengji's left eye, as he pedaled with all his strength. He thought about his wife and child, my wife, my child. Even though he was not a good person from the start, the scene was still pitiful for him. At that moment one of his eyes had already turned pitch black, controlled by the zombie virus taking over his body. Yet his face still struggled on with a tiny bit of hope. The scene shifts back to the front of Zhang Xiaoyong's base. Everyone was piling up the corpses of the zombies into a heap. Under Xiaoyong's command, after cleaning up the zombies, everyone looked exhausted. After that, Zhang Xiaoyong poured gasoline over the pile of zombies, enough fuel to burn all of them. He struck a spark to start the fire. Then a huge fire rose from the zombie corpses. The flames burned fiercely with thick smoke soaring into the sky. Everyone in the group stared at the fire, except the young man Yiming, who turned away and complained, Phew, today has exhausted me to death. After completing the mission and helping the team members get used to fighting zombies, Zhang Xiaoyong began giving an overall assessment. With everyone's current strength and experience, 2 or 3 people using normal melee weapons could now hunt lone zombies without worrying about getting injured. At the same time, the system panel beside Zhang Xiaoyong updated mission street cleaning completed. Points received 10, current points 28, even though they had already encountered zombies. Zhang Xiaoyong still warned the entire team about their danger, and he continued speaking. However, facing even a small group of zombies, or a large number of them, would definitely be impossible. Hearing this, everyone became serious and fell silent, thinking about the difficulties ahead. After giving careful instructions, Zhang Xiaoyong walked ahead and turned back to say, follow me. Shanshan and Zhang Zi were puzzled, not knowing what Xiaoyong was about to show them next. A few minutes later, Zhang Xiaoyong and the whole team arrived at the large gate of the warehouse. Zhang Xiaoyong walked up to Old Han, with Shanshan following behind him and Zhang Zi's group further back. He waited for Old Han to come closer before gently calling, Mr. Han. Hearing that, Old Han quickly replied, I'm here. What is it, Xiaoyong? At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyong handed over a key and said, inside this warehouse there are weapons stored. I'm going into the city tonight. For the safety of the fortress, I'm leaving this to you. Old Han took the key, but he still asked worriedly, the city is very chaotic now. Are you planning to go there alone? Hearing that, Zhang Ji and the chubby guy Little Kai eagerly volunteered to accompany Xiaoyong, saying, Brother Xiaoyong, let the 3 of us go with you. However, the young man Yiming remained silent. Zhang Xiaoyong still refused their offer. He calmly reassured them, not yet. Right now you are not capable of facing those dangerous zombies. If you go, you will only become a burden. Then Xiaoyong looked at Old Han and carefully added, Sir, I'm counting on you. Holding the rifle on his shoulder, Old Han confidently replied, Don't worry, Xiaoyong. But make sure to stay safe. Zhang Xiaoyong took several firearms and some protective equipment into the car and drove away. The system suddenly displayed a notification: system shop, empty, empty, empty. Below it was an option button: manual refresh, cost 2 points. Zhang Xiaoyong looked at the system and sighed worriedly. This system shop updates new items far too slowly. Without hesitating, Zhang Xiaoyong immediately selected the refresh button and said, "The difficulty of this mission isn't low. To ensure safety, I'd better refresh it manually." After selecting refresh, the system panel displayed the items in the shop. Manual refresh deducted 2 points, remaining points 26. 1. System shop high-tech supply box level 1 cost 20 points. 2. Emergency aid supply box level 1 cost 5 points. Weapon intimidation supply box level 1 cost 5 points. Below was the option manual refresh, cost 4 points. Looking at the system panel, Zhang Xiaoyong closed his eyes with a bitter expression and said, "Just one manual refresh and the cost already changed from 2 to 4 points. Looks like I will have to be more economical." Zhang Xiaoyong held his chin while thinking. Spending points to refresh boxes is cool, but luckily I have just enough points. He then tapped to select the first supply box. A system notification appeared: high-tech supply box level 1 successfully exchanged for 20 points. Current points 6. Inside Zhang Xiaoyong's car, the supply chest opened and a dazzling light burst out, shining brightly outside. The system continued to display: high-tech supply box level 1 opened. Reward physical enhancement serum 5. Still stunned by the blinding light, Zhang Xiaoyong covered his eyes with his hand and exclaimed, "Ah, what the hell is that? Did I just get hit by a flash bomb or something?" Then he stared in shock at the large syringe in his hand and exclaimed, "Damn, it's a 5 physical attribute serum." Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoyong injected it directly into his body, decisively stabbing the syringe straight into his arm to use it immediately. Feeling the surge of power entering his body, Zhang Xiaoyong seemed to be converting energy at high speed. His eyes turned white and glowed strangely. His whole body shone brightly, and even his hair stood straight up. At this moment the system screen displayed an analysis of Zhang Xiaoyong's current power: attribute 13, 260, stronger than an ordinary person, mind-eye space ring. The scene shifts to Zhang Shengzhi's residential building, at a high-rise apartment. More precisely, the room of the boy Shuai Shuai. Zhang Shengzhi's wife and child were locked inside the room, but both were still safe. The woman comforted the crying Shuai Shuai and said, "Shuai Shuai, don't be afraid. Your dad will come back soon." Just as she finished speaking, Yang Tao and one of his underlings forcefully pushed the door open and barged into the room. Zhang Shengzhi's wife cried out in fear, "What do you want to do?" Yang Tao immediately began acting in a vile manner. He approached her, grabbing her hand and stroking her head with a shameless grin, saying, "Do what?" "Of course, to satisfy ourselves." The underling beside him also stuck out his tongue and stared at her lustfully. The next second, Zhang Shengzhi's wife had her outer clothes torn off, exposing her shoulder. She weakly resisted, crying, "No, you can't," with tears of fear and helplessness streaming down her face. What was bound to happen began to unfold. The scoundrel Yang Tao and the tall underling in a white shirt pushed Zhang Shengzhi's wife down onto the floor. Yang Tao pinned her arms and legs, while the underling grinned wickedly and ripped off her brown outer clothing. Poor Shuai Shuai tried desperately to fight back to save his mother, but it was useless. The boy cried and screamed while Zhang Shengzhi's wife struggled and shouted, "Let me go! Please." In this desperate apocalyptic situation, it seemed these men had been consumed by evil. Shuai Shuai weakly swung his fists, and at that moment a person's foot appeared at the doorway. It seemed like Zhang Xiaoyong at first, but it was actually another member of Yang Tao's group, their leader. Hearing the noise, he curiously stepped inside and scratched his neck while saying, "What are you guys doing making so much noise?" The underling in the white shirt revealed a lecherous grin and said, "Brother Lai, come join us." Fortunately for Shuai Shuai and his mother, the blonde-haired brother Lai raised his chin and scolded him, "Damn it, the job isn't finished yet. Think about the task first. Let her go." The underling responded with an annoyed expression, having his excitement interrupted. He gritted his teeth and complained, "What's wrong with you? This isn't the first time we've done this." Brother Lai seemed more cautious. Frowning and speaking threateningly, he explained to his impatient subordinate, "If you touch his wife and child now, what if that woman decides to kill herself? Then he'll have nothing holding him back and won't listen to us anymore. No one benefits from that, understand, idiot." Brother Lai then casually put his hands in his pockets and glanced perversely at Shuai Shuai and his mother. "Once we finish dealing with him, we will come back and take turns. By then we won't spare her even for a single day." Hearing this, Yang Tao and the man in the white shirt stopped and stood up. The underling adjusted his belt and muttered, "Damn it, fine, I'll listen to you." Totally killed the mood, Yang Tao followed them out of the room. Before leaving, he made a mocking face, pulling down his eyelid and sticking out his tongue at the mother and son, saying, "Just you wait." The poor wife of Zhang Shengzhi had her outer clothing stripped away. She and Shui trembled as they hugged each other and cried in the darkness, the boy rubbing his eyes and burying himself in his mother's arms. Night had fallen over the city. Many damaged vehicles lay abandoned on the road, and only one car with its headlights on sped along the street. Numerous terrifying, deformed zombies wandered around the road. The car driving along the road was Xiaoyong's. He was busy thinking about his system upgrade strategy, leaning casually on the steering wheel while pondering. With 13 points of physical strength, it's basically doubled. Even my reaction speed and control power have increased significantly. Xiaoyong's car weaved through the obstacles of broken vehicles on the road. He skillfully maneuvered past all of them and silently admired the feeling as if he was enjoying it, thinking to himself that it felt amazing as he reached a wide main road. Here many four-wheeled vehicles were overturned and scattered everywhere, and there was no sign of humans around, only zombies looking for a chance to tear something apart. At a corner of the street, Xiaoyong stopped the car, then quietly pushed the door open and stepped out, carefully closing the door behind him. Xiaoyong looked around and cautiously reminded himself that ahead was the inner city. Driving would be too noticeable, so he would have to go on foot. Immediately a growl from a zombie appeared near Xiaoyong. It snarled loudly, making him glance back in surprise. Instantly 2 zombies lunged toward Xiaoyong. They seemed starved for a long time, rushing forward at high speed and out of control with their mouths open to bite anything they encountered. The scene startled Xiaoyong for a moment, but these creatures were nothing compared to his current strength. With ease, Xiaoyong slid lightly to one side, dodging the zombie's lunge. When it missed, it let out a loud hiss. At the same time, Xiaoyong swiftly drove a punch past the zombie's shoulder, tensing his arm and gathering strength. He shoved forward with his whole body, hooking the zombie's shoulder and throwing it off balance. Xiaoyong then exerted force and pushed the zombie flying forward, crashing into the one chasing behind it. The 2 zombies immediately fell down while he remained standing firmly in a defensive stance. At this moment Xiaoyong coolly extended his hand forward, staring at the zombies with icy eyes as he summoned a weapon. Standing before the 2 zombies that were regaining their balance, Xiaoyong's blade had already been transferred from the car and appeared successfully in his hand. Xiaoyong boldly prepared to finish the 2 zombies. He moved decisively like the wind, frighteningly light and swift, dashing forward without emotion like a true ninja. Xiaoyong created streaks of flashing light slash. He stopped and stood firmly. Behind him, the 2 zombie heads flew off and fell to the ground with dull thuds. The zombies hadn't even realized what had happened before their heads split apart. Under the car's headlights, Xiaoyong still held the blade in his hand. He said to himself that whether it was strength or reaction speed, they completely overwhelmed the current zombies. Was this what having double the physical condition of a normal person felt like? Not only had his physical strength increased, but Xiaoyong's senses had also become surprisingly sharp. His ears caught sound waves from afar, and he thought to himself that his perception had improved significantly. Damn it, we resurrounded. Xiaoyong looked toward the direction of the movement, a residential area with many houses crowded together where he heard the sound coming from. He estimated the distance to be about 800 meters. At this moment a system notification appeared, activating a random mission encounter mission. The scene shifted to a location 800 meters away from Xiaoyong. There was a mini supermarket where many zombies were gathered outside, trying to break the tightly shut glass door, some pounding on it, while others smashed their heads against it to force their way in. Inside, desperate voices cried out, "Damn it, we resurrounded!" Inside the supermarket, a security guard stood in the middle holding a gun. He shouted loudly, directing everyone to push heavy objects to block the entrance. Holding the gun barrel, he yelled, "Hurry, bring more heavy things here." Meanwhile, a father and son were struggling to push a shelf forward to block the supermarket door. The boy, crying heavily, looked at his struggling father and asked, "Dad, are we going to die here?" The exhausted man, sweating profusely, tried to reassure his son, saying, "It's okay, son. Those bastards won't get in." Then the father helplessly added, "Even if they do, it's fine. At worst, we'll reunite with your mother." Hearing that, the boy became even more frightened and burst into tears. After hearing their conversation, the security guard angrily scolded Old Song for causing trouble with his words. But Old Song argued back that if he knew how to talk properly, he would have already become a residential manager. The guard didn't bother arguing further, as the only thing he cared about now was survival. The security guard muttered bitterly, "Damn it. Are we really going to die here today?" While everyone inside the mini supermarket felt helplessly waiting for death, strange noises suddenly came from outside. It was the sound of someone fighting with zombies, loud enough to make everyone inside jump in shock. Everyone prepared themselves for the worst, while the only woman quickly hid to one side. The guard cocked his gun and shouted, What's going on out there? Suddenly outside the glass door, the figure of a zombie slammed its head hard into the glass, producing a loud bang, almost shattering it. Inside, the boy and his father were startled by the impact. The boy was so frightened that he fell backward, while the father froze completely. Both of them stared wide-eyed at the door. At that moment they saw a thick, dark stream of blood from a zombie's head slowly sliding down, staining a large part of the glass black. And so it continued for a full 30 minutes. Outside the glass door there were even more dark blood stains. And at this moment everything suddenly became completely quiet. The security guard inside was drenched in sweat from fear. Panting heavily he cautiously said, "Huff huff old song, you and Xiaoyong move the heavy objects away." The woman behind them became anxious when she heard this. The guard maintained a highly alert stance in case a zombie suddenly rushed in. He continued, "Use slow movements, don't make any noise." Old Song and his son struggled to move the table aside, trying their best to stay quiet as they murmured, "Mem mem." After a while, once the heavy objects blocking the door had been moved away, the guard held his gun and took the lead in opening the door to check the situation. He saw that the zombies outside earlier were all completely knocked out, each one lying sprawled across the ground. The two men, the woman, and the boy cautiously stepped out of the mini supermarket. Old Song carried a large metal rod on his shoulder, looking around and saying, What is this? Who could have done this?" The boy Xiaoyong's face turned pale with shock. The boy tightly gripped the iron rod in his hand and exclaimed, "It's a mutant. Must be a mutant." Hearing his son say such strange words, Old Song turned and asked in confusion, "A mutant? What's a mutant?" Xiaoyong, still with tears at the corners of his eyes, gritted his teeth and replied, "Compared to normal zombies, they're the kind that are strengthened and much faster." He gripped the iron rod tighter and continued, "That's what they say in comics, novels, and games." Feeling that his son's words were ridiculous, the father irritably scolded him, "Comics, novels, games, every day you watch these things. No wonder your grades are always so bad." Meanwhile, the security guard didn't care about their argument and remained extremely alert, firmly holding the gun in his hands. Seeing the family talking nonsense, the guards scolded them, "Old Song, your EQ is really low. At a time like this you're still talking about such things. Follow me and carefully watch the surroundings. Don't let some mutants sneak up on us." The four of them gathered together and moved as a group, each holding a weapon as they stepped onto the street. The guard walked in front with his gun and said, "Each person watch your own direction." They slowly advanced, and after a while the four of them cautiously reached a street corner. The guard walking in front raised his hand to signal the group to stop. They secretly peeked out and gasped one after another, What is that?" At that moment the four of them saw Xiaoyong standing in the middle of the street working with his system panel. The system notification displayed encounter mission rescue completed. System points 5. Current points 11. At that moment Xiaoyong leaned forward to take a closer look at Xiaoyong and concluded firmly, "A mutant, that must definitely be a mutant." The security guard didn't think so. He looked Xiaoyong up and down for a while and said, "I think he looks like a normal person." Although they were not very close to Xiaoyong, they spoke in whispers. But with Xiaoyong's current abilities, hearing them was easy. He raised his head and glanced toward the four of them as if he already knew everything, saying, "A mut. Ha, such a vivid imagination, kid. It's not the time yet for mutants to be roaming the streets everywhere." Seeing this, the security guard immediately relaxed his guard. He walked over with a friendly smile and said to Xiaoyong, "So you really are a survivor." Then he held his gun in front and carefully reminded Xiaoyong, "Kid, walking around outside alone like this is very dangerous. At a time like this, only by sticking together can we survive. Come with us." Xiaoyong was a little surprised by the guard's kindness. He then asked curiously, "Who are you people? Are there only a few of you?" The guard kept observing the surroundings as he approached the area, repeatedly turning his head while answering, "We out searching for supplies." There are still quite a few civilians gathered at Rongshan Garden. When Xiaoyong heard about Rongshan Garden, he asked again in confusion, "Rongshan Garden? I remember there's a golden jade residence not far from Rongshan Garden, right?" Hearing this, Old Song stepped closer to Xiaoyong and replied, "That's right, it's not far, just one street apart." Old Song and the guard showed their intention to recruit Xiaoyong. Old Song placed a hand on Xiaoyong's shoulder and said, "Little brother, come with us. With more people, our strength is greater. Captain Li even has a gun. We have experience dealing with zombies and can protect you." When Captain Li was mentioned, he looked quite proud of having a gun. Hearing this, Xiaoyong didn't know what would be appropriate to say at the moment. He simply smiled with narrowed eyes, nodded slightly, and replied, "Haha, then that's great. Thank you everyone." Episode 17 ends here. Who knows how shocked the group will be when they discover Xiaoyong's true strength. and what will happen during the journey to rescue Shuai and his mother. Let's wait for the next episode next week. After a while, once the group of 4, the guard, Zixuan and his father, and the woman had accepted Jiang Xiaoyong into their team, the 5 of them gathered together and started heading toward their base. The 4 people in front were extremely cautious, each holding their weapons in front and looking very wary, while Xiaoyong walked calmly behind them. Old Song then turned to ask Jiang Xiaoyong, cautiously saying, "Hey kid, you were asking about Golden Jade residence. Are you trying to meet someone important?" Jiang Xiaoyong didn't want to explain too much, so he simply responded with a soft mem, while looking away to avoid Old Song's gaze. Old Song was just concerned about Jiang Xiaoyong. He stopped walking, turned back, and asked clearly, "Is it a family member? Or a girlfriend?" Jiang Xiaoyong didn't answer immediately and remained silent. Seeing that Xiaoyong said nothing, Old Song thought he was confused and saddened by the apocalyptic situation. So he patted his shoulder and comforted him. "It's the end of the world now. No matter who you re-looking for, there's a high chance they already dead. You need to prepare yourself mentally for that." While listening to the conversation between Xiaoyong and Old Song, Old Li walking ahead frowned bitterly and said, "That's right. Even if they weren't killed by mad flow mutants, they might have run into those beasts." Hearing Old Li express such hatred toward those people, Jiang Xiaoyong asked curiously, "Those beasts?" Old Li then began recounting the group of bad people causing trouble in the Eastern District. Irritated as he recalled it, he said, "A gang of thugs gathered at the Bichthoy Sun Villa area on East City Street. For the sake of survival, they don't hesitate to harm other survivors." Mentioning them made his mouth twitch with anger as he continued, "We encountered them once before. Quite a few of our companions died at their hands." Just as he finished speaking, a dark zombie figure appeared in front of Old Li. The shadow was so dark that only its white teeth could be seen gaping open. Old Li had not noticed it yet and waved his hand as if unwilling to talk about those bastards anymore, saying, "Forget it, let's not talk about it. In general, whenever we encounter other survivors, we must be careful." Zixuan was the first to notice the zombie in front of them. He shouted in panic, "Uncle Li, watch out!" startling Old Li. Instantly, a zombie with a ghastly green face lunged toward him. It quickly grabbed at Old Li's arm, but luckily he turned around in time and noticed it. Old Li hurriedly raised his gun and cocked it. Bang! The pistol shot echoed through the empty street, causing a commotion. The zombie collapsed face down on the road, a bullet from Old Li lodged squarely in its head. Old Li was still tense after the zombie's sudden attack. He clenched his teeth, gripping the gun tightly, and cursed, "Damn it." A second before disaster, Old Li realized that the gunshot had successfully drawn the attention of several nearby zombies. He shouted, "The gunshot has attracted those damn things." Seeing several zombies dragging themselves toward the group, Old Li completely lost his composure. He was no longer as confident as before, shrinking down and constantly looking around while muttering, "What do we do now?" Calm down, calm down." Looking around, Old Li spotted a nearby bus and suddenly shouted, "Got it." He ran ahead to lead the 5 of them while shouting, "Quick, into that bus." The other 3 followed Old Li toward the bus, and Xiaoyong silently ran after them. Xiaoyong, walking behind, did not rush to show his abilities. He quietly followed while evaluating the group he had just met. Running around recklessly could attract more zombies, while a bus was enclosed and suitable for defense. The only weakness was that if it got overrun, there would be no place to retreat. Satisfied, Xiaoyong said aloud, "For a decision made in an emergency, I'd give it 70 points. In a moment the other 4 had already rushed onto the bus. Kind-hearted Old Li held the door open for Xiaoyong and shouted from the front entrance, "Kid, hurry up." A zombie was almost catching up to Xiaoyong as he sped toward the bus. A second later, Old Li stepped aside to let Xiaoyong dash straight into the bus. Xiaoyong leapt aboard as fast as the wind. As soon as Xiaoyong got on, Old Li slammed the bus door shut like lightning. He didn't forget to instruct the boy Zixuan, "Be careful. Check every seat to see if there's any sign of zombies." Zixuan stood by the window observing outside. After watching the situation, he urgently reported, "They haven't given up yet. They're still gathering toward us." By now several zombies had reached the bus. They pressed their grotesque faces against the glass and banged loudly on the doors. Feeling uneasy, Old Li said nervously, "Damn it, were we too slow?" Outside the bus, the zombies grew increasingly restless, many stiff arms repeatedly pounding against the vehicle's body. The situation seemed to worsen as more zombies gathered, slowly crowding around the bus. Old Li's helpless voice rang out, "Damn it, I can't take this anymore, uck." Inside the bus door, Old Li was completely helpless. He leaned his body against the door and used all his strength to block the zombies' attack. But unfortunately one of them managed to shove its arm through a gap and started opening the door. At this critical moment, when everything hung by a thread, Old Li thought they were all finished. But suddenly Xiaoyong braced his hand against the bus door to help him block the zombies, which surprised him greatly. A few seconds later, without needing Oldla's small amount of strength, Xiaoyong used only one hand and pushed lightly, slamming the door shut. Shocked by this situation, Oldli could only stand there staring blankly at Jiang Xiaoyong. Only then did Oldli regain his senses. With his mouth open in an O shape, he thought in disbelief, how can this strength be so great? Jiang Xiaoyong kept one hand on the bus door and coldly turned to Oldli, saying decisively, I'll guard the door, they won't be able to open it. Call everyone quickly and smash the windows to counterattack. A moment later, Oldli snapped out of it and hurriedly turned to run toward the back seats, stammering. Okay. Following Xiaoyong's instructions, Oldli immediately smashed the bus window, unintentionally drawing the attention of the zombies outside. Instantly the group of zombies crowded their hands toward the broken window, growling noisily and banging heavily on the bus. One of them was suddenly stabbed directly in the head with an iron rod with great force, causing it to scream in pain. It turned out that Old Song was the one leaning out of the window, thrusting the iron rod directly into the head of the nearest zombie. Clenching his teeth, Old Song growled,
Die for me!
Inside the bus, Zixuan and the woman were trying hard to hold onto Old Song's lower body, while Old Lai stood behind aiming his gun out the window on guard. Seeing that the situation was getting more tense, Old Li said worriedly, There are too many zombies. These bullets won't be enough. Use this. At the critical moment, Xiaoyong's voice responded beside Old Lai's ear. Use this, Old Lai asked in confusion, a crossbow. Where did that come from? Jiang Xiaoyong held a crossbow in his hand. With one hand still holding the bus door firmly, he extended it toward Old Li. Xiaoyong quickly tossed the crossbow toward Old Lai and said, I just picked it up on the road earlier. Old Li was quite surprised and absent-mindedly caught it with both hands. Not long after, another zombie took a bolt from the crossbow straight into its temple. With weapons in hand, Old Song and Old Li feared no one. The two men leaned out of the window, one striking and one shooting. And in a short moment they had wiped out most of the zombies. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, with only a few still trying to attack. Old Song shouted, You bastards. Come on. Eat shit. A few minutes later, they had finished off the zombies. Only then did the 5 of them dare to leave the bus. The boy Zixuan held a stick in his hand, eyes wide, both smug and proud. Turning danger into safety twice isn't a coincidence. We are the children of destiny in this apocalypse. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong stretched the arm that had been holding the bus door the whole time. He seriously glanced at Zixuan and reminded him, Don't be careless. Always stay cautious. Don't repeat reckless mistakes again. The scene shifted to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. It was still not dawn. The young man Yiming said worriedly, I hope everything goes smoothly for Xiaoyong over there. Inside the base, Old Han, Shanshan, and Zhang Ji's group gathered together before returning to their rooms after the meeting. At that moment Yiming pointed to himself and said to Old Han, Hey, let me take watch tonight. The chubby little Kai found it strange when he heard that. He nudged Yiming's shoulder with a grin and joked, Huh? Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic today? Yiming glanced at him with slight displeasure. Then he suddenly snapped angrily at little Kai. Nonsense. When have I ever not been enthusiastic? Mind your own business. Little Kai froze for a few seconds. He pursed his lips, turned around, placed his hands behind his head and said casually, What's with that reaction? Yiming still glared at little Kai with an angry face. Seeing Yiming so proactive, Old Han spoke up, If Yiming volunteers, then everyone else should return to their rooms and rest. He added, Yiming, be careful. If anything happens, wake everyone up. Yiming immediately replied, Don't worry. After everyone had fallen asleep and the night had grown late, Yiming stood guard on the watchtower. He sat there bored, glancing around and muttering to himself, It's already late. Everyone must be asleep by now. Yiming suddenly turned and walked away, saying as he went, I shouldn't delay. Everything must be settled before Jiang Xiaoyong returns. At that moment Old Han was sleeping soundly. He carefully kept the warehouse key that Xiaoyong had given him right near his pillow. Suddenly a streak of light appeared on the blanket, as if someone had opened Old Han's bedroom door, but he was still fast asleep and unaware. As expected, Yiming had left the watchtower. Instead of guarding, he sneaked into Old Han's room. Slowly opening the door wide, he wore a sinister expression as he watched Old Han's every movement. The cunning Yiming quietly and sneakily crept closer to where Old Han was sleeping. He slowly reached his hand toward the key lying near Old Han's head, fixing his target on it and gathering his courage to grab it. Old Han seemed to be sleeping soundly, showing no sign of noticing. Old Han suddenly opened his eyes wide. He quickly sat up and shouted angrily, What are you doing? This startled Yiming. Realizing he had been caught, he gritted his teeth in frustration and thought, Damn it. The next second, Yiming gave Old Han an unexpected gift by punching him in the head, leaving him dizzy. He quickly snatched the key, gripped it tightly, and dashed away. Because of his old age, Old Hen couldn't catch up and helplessly shouted, "Lu Yiming, you brat. What are you trying to do? Give the key back to me." Old Hen's shouting woke up the people in nearby rooms. Hearing the commotion, Shanshan and Zhang Zi opened their door and stepped out to see what was happening. Shanshan asked in confusion, "What's going on?" With one side of his forehead already bruised, Old Hen clutched his aching head and said, "Lu Yiming! Lu Yiming! He stole the armory key. Hurry, stop him." Hearing this, Shanshan, Zhang Ji, and little Kai quickly chased after Yiming. Zhang Zi shouted while running, "Stop right there!" The chubby little Kai puffed as he ran and yelled, "Lu Yiming, what the hell are you doing?" Yiming heard his friends' voices, but kept running silently as fast as he could. Seeing that the situation was turning bad, he pushed over an iron ladder and scattered various items around, leaving them lying all over the ground, to block Zhang Zhai and the others who were chasing him. The three had to stop because the path was blocked. Zhang Ji's face twisted with anger as he frowned and cursed. "Damn it, that filthy brat." Coincidentally, Yiming ran past the medical room. He suddenly stopped at the door and peeked inside, as if plotting something. Yiming showed a sly expression, glancing to the side as he muttered, "Since I've started this, I might as well see it through." He stepped into the medical room where Chen Chong was tightly tied to a hospital bed. Yiming approached cautiously. Seeing someone coming closer, the zombie Chen Chong strained his body and roared. Yiming reached toward the tightly bound hand of the zombie Chen Chong, whose arm was pale and lifeless. Suddenly, Chen Chong's left hand broke free from the rope and lunged forward, trying to grab Yiming's hand. Chen Chong roared loudly, growling fiercely. Startled, Yiming jumped back in panic and shouted, "Holy crap!" Seeing Chen Chong with one arm freed, waving it wildly in the air, Yiming looked at the zombie's movements with annoyance and wondered why one of the restraints had come loose. Had it not been tied tightly before? Yiming's face darkened, revealing a sinister expression as he secretly thought to himself, "I'm perfect. Now I don't have to risk untying him myself." After clearing the mess that had blocked their path, Shanshan, Zhang Ji, and little Kai quickly chased after Yiming. When they arrived at the medical room, they discovered a tall, thin figure standing gloomily in front of the door. Zhang Ji quickly realized that the person in front of them was Chen Chong. Angrily, he said, "That bastard Lu Yiming actually released Chen Chong from the medical room. Is he trying to push us to our deaths?" Chen Chong had completely turned into a pale zombie. He stood crookedly in front of his former friends, constantly letting out low growling sounds. Old Hen also ran after them. When he saw the scene, he became both worried and furious, cursing Yiming. "Damn it, I never thought that brat was such a beast. I misjudged him." Standing beside her grandfather, Shanshan nervously looked at Chen Chong and asked, "Grandpa, what should we do now? Our weapons are all locked in the storage room." Old Hen then made a decision. "No matter what, we must first work together to lock that kid back in the medical room." He calmed everyone down and began planning their strategy. Raising his hand, he told Zhang Ji and little Kai, "Spread out. Use the method Xiaoyong taught us before. Be careful and don't let him bite you." The four of them slowly and cautiously approached the zombie Chen Chong step by step. They were extremely careful, while Chen Chong stood motionless ahead, not yet noticing them. Olden shouted the command, "Now." After his words, Zhang Ji and Meng Shanshan rushed forward at high speed, while the zombie Chen Chong still hadn't noticed anything. After going through training with Xiaoyong, Zhang Ji had become more steady. He forcefully grabbed and locked Chen Chong's head, shouting, "Ha!" Little Kai and Shanshan quickly grabbed and held down Chen Chong's arms. Completely restrained, Chen Chong roared loudly. While holding him down, Zhang Ji shouted, "We've got him under control." Old Han had already opened the door of the medical room, and urgently told the three of them, "Carefully push him back into the medical room." The four of them worked together smoothly and successfully pushed Chen Chong into the room. Old Han shouted, 3, 2, 1. Zhang Ji immediately shoved him hard and yelled, "Go!" As soon as Chen Chong was pushed into the room, Zhang Zi quickly locked the door tightly, considering one problem solved. Old Han looked at Chen Chong's figure inside with some surprise and stood there silently. Even Zhang Ji felt something strange. Looking at his friend inside, he said, "Is it just my imagination?" It didn't feel like it took much effort to subdue him. Old Han hesitantly added, "I feel the same way." After dealing with Chen Chong, Old Han couldn't help worrying about that rat Yiming. Frowning, he cursed, "Damn it, we've been delayed here too long. That bastard probably already got the weapons." Suddenly Yiming spoke up, "Oh, who are you calling a beast?" Yiming slowly appeared from the corridor ahead, showing a smug expression as he spoke. Then he showed a dissatisfied expression, staring at the small gun in his hand, and said bitterly, "Damn it, I don't know which storage Xiaoyong hid the weapons in. I only found this one gun in the armory." This bastard Yiming went even further. He pointed the gun straight at his teammates and arrogantly continued, "But it's enough to deal with you. After I finish dealing with you, I will slowly search the rest." Old Han's group was shocked by Yiming's sudden betrayal. He then raised his voice again. Move. Go to the room behind you. Zhang Ji, unable to hold back his anger, shouted at his friend. Lu Yiming, what are you trying to do? Xiaodong saved our lives. Yiming finally revealed his true nature. Pointing the gun straight at them with a determined face, he spoke his true thoughts. A great favor can feel like a deep grudge. Just look at how arrogant he always acts. He saved us once. Does that mean we have to be his slaves for the rest of our lives? Hearing these ungrateful words, Old Han became extremely angry and glared as he said, Hef, some people are just born ungrateful. No matter how you raise them, they won't change. Little Kai beside him could hardly stand it, but Yingwen tried to persuade his friend, Lu Yiming, don't be like this. Inside the medical room, Chen Chong looked outside as if he also understood what was happening. Hearing Yiming's arrogant words as he pointed the gun, stop talking and do as I say. Chen Chong's face became increasingly unstable. His eyes glowed red and more veins bulged across his face. In an unexpected twist, the key was now in the hand of the zombie Chen Chong. Outside, Yiming's arrogant voice could still be heard shouting, move now. The scene shifts to the inner city, at Dunghong Garden. At this moment, the group that Xiaoyong met had already stabilized after the sudden attacks from the zombies. At that moment, Old Li carefully gave directions to Xiao Deng. Go forward to the next intersection, and you'll reach Golden Jade Residence. The apartment complex has complicated terrain, and there may be crazed people hiding there. Brother, you must be careful, kind-hearted Old Li suggested to Xiao Deng, pointing down the road as he continued. After you find your people, come gather with us at Dunghong Garden. On the 8th floor, use the side entrance of the apartment complex, not the main gate. Remember that. Hearing that, Xiaoyong gestured a thumbs up toward Old Li, smiling slightly as he said, got it, thank you. After that, Xiao Deng left, while Old Song and Old Li watched Xiaoyong thoughtfully as he went away. Old Song asked Old Li, shouldn't we follow and help him? We don't know the situation inside Golden Jade Residence. If he runs into a group of zombies by mistake, he'll be close to death. Old Song worriedly said. Then isn't he just going there to throw away his life? It seemed the two of them still didn't know Xiao Deng's true abilities. They were worrying far too much. Old Li pretended not to care. Shaking his head in annoyance, he said, I've already reminded him of everything I should. It's just a pity for someone with such good strength. The scene shifts to Zhang Shengji's building. Down below there were many zombies, old and young alike. Unable to find humans, they staggered around continuously, their bodies covered in filthy blood. At this moment Yang Tao's voice sounded helpless as he said loudly, damn, the phone is gone. And there's no signal anyway. Yang Tao stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, looking annoyed and tired as he said, I wonder how Zhang Shengji has handled things. It seemed those guys were already excited. The underling in the white shirt kept glancing around and angrily said to Yang Tao, Tesk, I don't care anymore. I've held it in for too long. Tonight I'm going to vent my anger, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. Yang Tao and several underlings were standing outside the room of Shuai and his mother. Hearing that, the underling in black added, that's right. Zhang Shengji went alone, who knows, he might already be dead on the road. Hearing this, Yang Tao thought it made sense. Still leaning against the wall in boredom, he glanced over and warned them, when you reventing yourselves, tie her up tight so she doesn't get a chance to kill herself. One of them sighed, yeah, in times like this we don't even know when we'll die, better enjoy ourselves first, or we'll all regret it later. Inside the room, Shuai and his mother heard every filthy word clearly. Worse still, those words were about them. Knowing what they were about to suffer, the mother and son trembled violently, holding each other tightly and crying in silent despair. At this moment the boss of Yang Tao's group, standing near the window, also agreed with the underling's suggestion. Crossing his arms, he allowed it, saying, damn it, fine. Just be careful, don't let the mother and son die. The others immediately responded happily, yes, yes. One of them even asked, boss, are you joining in? Hearing that, the boss surnamed Li turned his head and let out a huh. Before he could answer, one of them quickly said, if you don't say anything, you'll go last then. It seemed the boss suddenly saw something strange outside the window, and his face froze. Looking down below, the zombies that had been wandering earlier were now lying scattered on the ground, each of them covered in blood, their bodies horribly deformed. Hearing noises outside, Boss Li opened the door and stepped out. He looked around and then glanced down the stairway. With an irritated expression, he guessed, could it be reinforcements? Suddenly something unexpected happened. His eyes widened in shock and his face changed color as a flash of light sliced past. With a swish, a cut appeared across the boss's neck, blood seeping out all around. Before he could even process what had happened, his head fell to the floor and rolled away while his body remained standing in a stunned posture. The surprise was still visible in the boss's eyes. The scene returns to the room of Shuai and his mother. The two of them sat huddled on the floor hugging each other. Zhang Shengzhi's wife, terrified, pulled Shuai tightly into her arms and shouted at Yang Tao and the underlings in front of them, "You all get out." The underling in the white shirt stepped forward holding his belt, grinning perversely as he said, "All right, stop pretending." Zhang Shengzhi's wife's outer clothes were torn apart. One man grabbed Shuai by the collar and dragged the boy away. She cried out in panic, "What are you doing? Let go of my son." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Shengzhi's wife received a slap from one of the underlings, twisting her beautiful face in pain. Shuai was thrown out toward the door and cried out in pain. His mother reached out helplessly from inside, trembling while the filthy underlings stood there and said, "Our target is you." Even after such a painful hit, Shuai bravely sat up. Crying loudly, the boy said, "I'll fight you with my life." However, Shuai's small strength was no match for them. He was kicked violently out of the doorway and his body slid across the floor. Bang! The beasts inside quickly slammed the door shut. Seeing this, Shuai raised his head in resentment, but could do nothing except shout angrily, "You evil people. Let my mother go. My dad won't spare you." Right in front of the door, the headless corpse of the boss suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud, startling Shuai. Shuai turned his head and saw the boss's corpse, his face turning pale with shock. Then he saw a dark figure at the doorway with two bright eyes. The figure appeared and called out, "Kid." Shuai, terrified, screamed loudly, "Someone." Our main protagonist Xiaoyong finally arrived just in time. Appearing under the light, he slowly stepped in coolly and asked, "Zhang Shengzhi is your father, right?" Shuai was still frightened. Trembling and falling backward, the boy stammered, "Oh, why, yes, that's right." Inside the small room, Zhang Shengzhi's wife sat curled up in the middle of the room, trying to cover the torn parts of her clothes with her hands while lowering her head as tears of humiliation fell. Yet Yang Tao brazenly rushed forward and slapped her fiercely, then shouted, "Damn it, scream for me! Afraid your son will hear it, scream. Otherwise I won't enjoy it." Poor Zhang Shengzhi's wife, fearing that her son might hear something inappropriate, did not dare make a sound no matter how painful it was. The underling in the white shirt revealed his perverted side, boldly stroking her head and saying, "If you won't scream, fine. I'll go first." Zhang Shengzhi's wife could only remain silent as tears streamed down her face. As soon as the underling finished speaking, the room door was suddenly kicked wide open. This attracted the attention of a man in a blue shirt standing at the back. Thinking it was Shuai, he said, "That kid is pretty strong to break the door." In a flash, the same streak of light that had cut off the boss's head earlier swept past this man's neck before he even realized he had been injured. Seeing the man in the blue shirt standing there motionless and silent, Yang Tao turned and said, "Why aren't you kicking him out yet? What are you waiting for?" The underling in the blue shirt was already dead on the spot. His body collapsed to the floor while his head rolled away. The sight instantly stunned the other three men. Yang Tao narrowed his eyes in annoyance and said, "What's going on?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyong's hand had already grabbed his forehead with incredible speed. Xiaoyong moved powerfully and decisively, pushing him with one strike that sent Yang Tao flying backward into the cabinet behind with a heavy impact. The violent collision made Yang Tao spit blood immediately, his eyes turning white miserably as everything happened too fast and unexpectedly. The most flustered one hurriedly crouched down to fix his pants and stammered awkwardly, "Why you who are Zhang Shengzhi's wife," lying on the floor, became even more terrified. Without saying much, Xiaoyong kicked him straight in the face, pressing the sole of his shoe directly against the man's face. In another development, at Xiaoyong's base, Weiming was pointing a gun directly at his teammates, and the situation was extremely tense. Old Han was very angry at Weiming, but he had no choice but to follow his instructions. He leaned toward Shanshan and said, "Listen to him and go to the room he told you." Shanshan hesitated and said, "But Brother Kai, what about Xiaoyong?" Old Han interrupted her, "He has a gun in his hand. Everyone do as he says first. I will think of a way." Seeing this, Weiming frowned and said, "Haha, what other plan could there be? It seems if I don't kill someone today, I won't be able to establish my authority." Weiming pointed the gun barrel straight at Old Han's face and grinned viciously, saying, "You die first, old bastard." Shanshan anxiously shouted, "Grandpa." Zhang Ji, angered by Weiming's actions, said irritably, "Stop it, Lu Weiming." From the medical room next door, where Chen Chong's corpse was kept, a loud noise suddenly came out, causing everyone to turn and look. Weiming asked, "What was that sound? What's going on?" The medical room was already locked. On the door, the lock began making a soft turning sound as if someone was manipulating it. From the outside, they saw it spinning continuously at a very fast speed, making the people outside wonder who was inside. The next second, the medical room door swung open, and Chen Chong's corpse stood firmly in front of everyone, leaving them all stunned as they stared at him. Looking at the lock handle, Everyone saw that a key had been inserted into the lock, and they were all surprised and exclaimed, "A key. Chen Chong, did he open the door himself?" Yiming exclaimed in panic, "Impossible. He's a mad corpse, there's no way he knows how to use a key." Chen Chong's corpse aggressively approached Yiming, making his face turn pale with fear. The angry face of the corpse grew more terrifying, as if he had regained some reason and was furious about Yiming's betrayal. Yiming changed his target and pointed the gun straight at Chen Chong's face, shouting, "Damn it. Even as a corpse you can use a key to open a door. I can't keep you alive." Yiming decided to act and pulled the trigger with a click. But something was wrong. The gun did not fire. He looked at the gun in his hand in panic and said, "A misfire, did it misfire?" Instantly, Chen Chong's corpse lunged at Yiming. Terrified and drenched in sweat, he exclaimed, "Damn it, how is this possible?" The end for the despicable Yiming was being torn apart by his own close friend from Mechanical Group 3. His blood splattered everywhere, while Chen Chong looked like a demon that had lost all humanity. After struggling with Yiming for quite a while, Chen Chong's corpse suddenly stood up, his face still snarling with anger. Chen Chong dragged Yiming's corpse across the floor, his abdomen completely torn apart. Under the watch of the whole team, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Old Hen widened his eyes and tremblingly asked, "Well, what exactly is going on?" Zhang Ji cautiously guessed. Just now he seemed very calm. At that moment Chen Chong turned back, letting out a long breath. Yiming's blood still smeared across his face. Then he walked toward Old Han and the others. Everyone's faces turned pale, and Old Han covered his nose because of the strong smell of blood coming from Chen Chong. Chen Chong then reached toward the door lock and pulled out the key. After that he decisively threw it away, turning his face in another direction without looking at it. Clack, the key fell right in front of Old Han and Zhang Ji, and both of them stared at it. Chen Chong then automatically returned to the medical room and locked himself inside, firmly slamming the door shut. Seeing Chen Chong's unexpected actions, the four of them, Old Han, Shanshan, the fat man and Zhang Ji, were extremely confused. They could not believe that Chen Chong's corpse could distinguish between good and bad people without harming anyone in the team. At Zhang Shengji's house, Jiang Xiaoyong had successfully broken into the room of Shuai and his mother. Yang Tao and the man in the white shirt were tied up and sitting in a corner, while Xiaoyong stood there watching the mother and son huddling together. Jiang Xiaoyong looked down and called out, "Kid, come here." Shuai looked up at him with some confusion. Zhang Shengji's wife looked miserable. Suspecting that Xiaoyong might be like those men, she tightly held Shuai and said displeasedly, "Why are you calling my son?" Xiaoyong kept a calm expression and simply said coldly, "Come here." Shuai seemed to understand that Jiang Xiaoyong was not a bad person. The boy stood up, left his mother's arms and said to her, "Mom, I'm fine." Zhang Shengji's wife still looked a little worried. Now Jiang Xiaoyong handed a carrot to Shuai and said, "Take it." Shuai froze for a moment. The boy widened his round eyes and looked at Xiaoyong's hand. Then he pointed straight at Yang Tao and the man in the white shirt and said to the boy, "Pierce them." Hearing this, the two men jerked in shock and trembled violently, while Shuai innocently stared at the carrot and turned pale. The two scoundrels, Yang Tao and his underling, kept begging for mercy, desperately screaming, "Spare us! Spare us!" Seeing this, Zhang Shengji's wife panicked and said, "Sir, please, my son is just a child." Looking down at Shuai holding the carrot with many conflicting thoughts, Jiang Xiaoyong said to him, "From today on, it won't be like that anymore." Xiaoyong continued to strengthen Shuai's resolve, his face cold as he said, "Kid, from now on you will be the only one who can protect your mother. Now take a deep breath and wipe out those beasts who hurt you and your mom." Holding the carrot in his hand, Shuai kept recalling the images of those bastards who harmed his mother and killed his father, and his face grew more determined. The little boy's eyes widened, blazing with determination, as if he had realized what he needed to do. Shuai gripped the carrot tightly with both hands, tears in his eyes, and rushed toward Yang Tao and the underling. With great speed, the boy gathered all his courage and shouted. The next second, ketchup splattered everywhere, followed by the painful screams of the two scoundrels who had harmed Shuai's family. The boy stood in front of Yang Tao, and the underling lying collapsed on the floor, ketchup pooling on the ground, while Shuai still held the carrot in his hand covered with tomato sauce. Seeing her son like that, the mother was shocked and staggered. She could not believe her eyes and gasped, "Ah, my child." Shuai then turned around and looked at Xiaoyong with sorrowful eyes and asked, "Uncle, my dad, did they kill him too?" Xiaoyong's face darkened. He lowered his head slightly and firmly replied, "Yes." Hearing this, the boy suddenly threw away the knife that was lying on the floor. Then he ran back to his mother, hugging her and crying bitterly. Mom Zhang Shengji's wife was also deeply saddened by the news, biting her lip as tears welled up in her eyes. After completing the rescue mission for Zhang Shengji's wife and son, Xiaoyong was about to leave. However, Shuai's mother pleaded with him, "Benefactor, please take my son away. I will pay any price." Hearing this, Shuai immediately said, "No mom, I won't go with him. I must protect you." Seeing how pitiful the mother and son were, Xiaoyong said, "Both of you must come with me. I promised Zhang Shengzhi that I would protect you and keep you safe." Xiaoyong then led Shuai and his mother toward the base. As they stepped out of the building, each of them held something in their hands for self-defense, and beneath their feet lay corpses scattered everywhere. Seeing the defeated zombies lying on the ground, Shui looked at Xiaoyong in surprise and said, "What? He's strong enough to kill so many zombies." Then the boy turned to look at him with wide, sparkling eyes as if admiring a hero. Xiaoyong coldly said, "I." He was about to say something but waved his hand to signal the mother and son and suddenly said, "Wait." Hearing a strange noise nearby, Xiaoyong focused intensely and listened carefully to the surroundings for a moment. He then turned to Zhang Shengzhi's wife and asked, "Sister-in-law, do you know roughly where building No. 8 of Hong Garden is?" Holding her sword firmly, she replied, Building No. 8 of Hong Garden. It should be in the direction you were looking." Why? The scene shifts to building No. 8 of Hong Garden, where a group of men carrying various weapons stood aggressively at the entrance and shouted, "Don't worry, we will redistribute your supplies fairly. Also, all women under 40 must come with us." Inside building No. 8 of Hong Garden on the 3rd floor at that moment, it was the group of security guard who had previously met Xiaoyong. This time their team had an additional man and a woman following them. The man in the yellow shirt said nervously, "What should we do? Maybe we should surrender." Old Li turned and said firmly, "No. Those beasts won't keep their promises. By then, except for you Yuexian and Hao Fang, none of us will survive." At that moment, the men below shouted a warning. "We'll give you 10 minutes. If you still don't know what's good for you, we won't leave anyone alive." At this point the woman was extremely frightened. With lowered eyes she said sadly, "Maybe the two of us should go out and beg them to spare us." Hearing this, the young woman in the black vest cried out helplessly,
I don't want to.
"I don't want to become a toy for them to vent their desires." Old Li noticed that his teammates were a bit unsettled. He raised one finger to his mouth to signal silence and said, "Shit. Don't worry, we won't give in. Hold the stairway door firmly. They can't do anything to us." Outside, a thug holding a large machete cautiously said to the boss in annoyance, "Even though our weapons are strong, their leader also has a real weapon. Those bastards keep hiding like turtles. We can't just rush him blindly." The gang leader also had a gun, so he arrogantly put on a smug face and said confidently, "Humph, no need to rush in. Go shut off the main water valves of a few households on the 1st floor. I want to see how long they can endure." Near this area, Xiaoyong had led Shuai and his mother to building No. 8. They hid in a corner opposite the building, and Shuai cautiously whispered to Xiaoyong, "Uncle, these people are bad guys too, right?" Xiaoyong glared at them and replied to Shuai, "That's right." Then he walked out alone. As he moved forward, Xiaoyong placed the axe on his shoulder to aim, stepping forward slowly while saying, "The same kind as the ones who bullied you and your mother." A few minutes later, at Old Li's position, since he had a gun in his hand, he led the group and said, "You guys guard the stairway door. Don't reveal your position. I'll check what they're doing downstairs." Old Song, standing further away, anxiously reminded him, "Be careful." Old Li crouched and moved toward the door, being as gentle as possible to avoid making any noise. Old Li raised his head slightly and peeked outside, saying, "Damn it, 7 of them are fully equipped, and 3 of them have guns. What a mess." Suddenly an explosion burst out, blinding the view, and the loud blast startled Old Li badly. He ducked down, covering one ear in shock, and exclaimed, "Oh my god." This also left Old Li's team extremely confused, everyone filled with big question marks about what was happening below. One of the thugs trying to seize building No. 8 had a bullet shot straight through his head. The others shouted loudly, "What happened?" The thug lay sprawled on the ground with a pool of tomato sauce. The others panicked and scattered, searching for safe cover, while the boss shouted, "Who is it?" Looking down from the 3rd floor, Old Li spotted the silhouette of a man walking while holding a gun, and he murmured, He is." Looking more carefully now, it turned out to be none other than the familiar person they had met the night before, Xiaoyong. With a cold gaze full of killing intent, he rested the gun on his shoulder and stepped forward, taking down the enemies one by one. Old Li suddenly exclaimed loudly,
It's that kid!
Below the building, Xiaoyong casually walked while firing the axe toward the thugs. They quickly searched for cover, and a few of them were hit by bullets and collapsed onto the ground. One thug holding a pistol didn't even have time to chamber a round before Xiaoyong put a bullet straight into his forehead. The man fell backward in pain, crying out, "Ash!" Seeing his teammate go down, another man hiding behind a steel barrel began sweating heavily. only daring to peek out with one eye to observe. Then he and another accomplice rushed forward and fired at Xiaoyong. Timing it when Xiaoyong was reloading, the two of them popped out and pointed their guns while shouting. None of their shots hit Xiaoyong. Bullets sparked on the ground around the protagonist's feet while Ying Wen calmly stepped forward, looking extremely cool with a kind of chosen one aura. Xiaoyong only gave a faint smile, curling one corner of his lips as he said, "Ha, amateurs." The gang leader, furious, panted while hiding behind the steel barrel. Gritting his teeth angrily, he said, "Huff huff, where the hell did this lunatic come from?" Not realizing that Xiaoyong was already standing right near his hiding spot with the gun aimed straight at his head. Xiaoyong unleashed a burst of fire at the steel barrel. The man panicked, crouching down and clutching his head while angrily cursing, "Damn it." Then he shouted loudly to his subordinate, "Damn it, what are you doing? While he's suppressing me, shoot him." It seemed this team lacked coordination. The subordinate only showed himself after hearing the order, shouting loudly to attract Xiaoyong's attention while pointing his gun straight at him. Immediately, Xiaoyong's sharp gaze shifted toward him. He changed targets, quickly turning the gun barrel toward the fool who had just poked his head out. With only 2 shots, Xiaoyong precisely hit one at the temple and one in the right chest. And the subordinate didn't even have time to pull the trigger. Even after seeing his teammate collapse like that, the boss remained smug. Leaning against the steel barrel, he arrogantly guessed, "Huh, you've run out of bullets, haven't you, bastard?" Then he suddenly rushed out at high speed and confidently pointed his pistol at Xiaoyong, shouting excitedly, "Die." Xiaoyong stood motionless. He let go of his axe, allowing the boss to point the gun straight at his face while he glared back at him. This made the crazy man confused, and he hesitated, not daring to act immediately. Then he decided to fire a bullet at Xiaoyong. But with Xiaoyong's current abilities, dodging a bullet was as easy as breathing. As the man shouted, "Die," Xiaoyong simply tilted his head slightly to the side. After that, he directly snatched the gun from the boss's hand and twisted his elbow with force, leaving the man immobilized, staring in shock. Xiaoyong pressed the gun barrel tightly against the leader's chin and slowly leaned close to his ear, making the man panic and break out in cold sweat, without the slightest hesitation. Dealing with scum like this, he pulled the trigger mercilessly, and blood burst out from the top of the man's head. A second later he fell flat onto the ground, a large pool of blood spreading from his head, dying with his eyes still open while Xiaoyong watched him for a moment. Xiaoyong then walked over and began searching the leader's pockets while he was already unconscious. Shortly afterward, Xiaoyong openly walked through the main entrance of the building. Several men were hiding behind the walls near the doorway, holding sharp weapons and waiting to ambush him. As if he had already known those fools were waiting for him, Xiaoyong glanced to the right with a look that showed he was aware of everything happening. Ying Wen stood proudly in the middle of the doorway. A man on the left rushed forward with an axe, while 2 others from the other side charged at him as well. A few minutes later, Xiaoyong was still standing in the same position, while several thug bodies lay scattered at his feet. Standing in the middle of the large hall, he shouted loudly, "Come out, all of you." Everything was settled after a few hours. The group Xiaoyong had saved slowly walked down the stairs, and Shuai and his mother followed him into the hall. Shuai looked at Xiaoyong with admiration and said, "Uncle Xiaoyong, you were so cool just now." Xiaoyong only smiled gently. Then he looked at the system panel in front of him. System mission, new mission added. Mission requirement: to recruit and reorganize the survivors of Dung Hongyuan. Number of lucky survivors, no more than 5. Reward points 25. Xiaoyong then looked down at the bodies and asked Old Lai, the guard, "Who are these people?" Old Li looked down as well, still filled with anger, and said, "Those beasts from the villa area on Emerald Mountain." Hearing this, Xiaoyong frowned and turned to ask again, "Emerald Mountain?" Old Li continued, "It's on the side of South City." Right after that, he turned around and called the 2 young men in yellow shirts, Liu Qiao and Chen Jie. Hearing his name, Liu Qiao quickly ran over and answered loudly, "I'm here, Brother Li." "Did you call me?" Old Li ordered, "You 2 came from South City. Tell Brother Xiaoyong about Emerald Mountain." It seemed that among the people in the Dung Hongyuan building, Old Li had the most authority. Soon after, Liu Qiao and Chen Jie told Xiaoyong that those people were originally a dark force with power and weapons. They occupied the Emerald Mountain Villa area, and most of the survivors in South City had already been taken in by them. Xiaoyong closed his eyes for a long moment to organize his thoughts. Wasn't the place where Li Shuxiang and Qi Jing were staying located in South City? Could it be that they? Xiaoyong then turned and asked to be sure, "So, you were saying the Emerald Mountain group is the only gathering place in South City?" Chen Ji replied enthusiastically, "Originally it wasn't, but they have weapons. Other smaller groups can't resist when they attack." When mentioning them, Both men showed obvious resentment and hatred. Chen Jai then explained that those beasts would kill half the people in a settlement whenever they attacked it, and then take the young beautiful women and anyone willing to follow them. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong understood the situation and said seriously, "Then that's right." Old Lai looked at Xiaoyong's thoughtful expression and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Xiaoyong didn't answer Old Lai. Instead, he walked over to the 3 bodies, looked down, and said, "Old Lai, these 3 had guns. Everyone take them and store them. Search them later, there should still be plenty of magazines." Then Jiang Xiaoyong handed his AK rifle to Old Lai and said, "Take this rifle as well, you can keep it. I'll leave 5 magazines for you." Old Lai received the gun with both hands and stammered, "That this is this real?" After finishing, Jiang Xiaoyong looked toward Emerald Mountain with hatred in his eyes and said, "Those people from Emerald Mountain won't let this go. But with these weapons, even a dozen of them won't be able to do anything to you." Old Lai still couldn't believe he now possessed an AK, sweating nervously while looking at it. Xiaoyong promised, "Hold out here for 2 days. I'll go back, prepare a bit, then I'll destroy that group." Hearing that, Chen Ji panicked and exclaimed, "Those people? The Emerald Mountain group? No brother, you're not their opponent. They have dozens of people, maybe even more now." Everyone seemed afraid of the Emerald Mountain group. Even Old Li tried to persuade Xiaoyong, "That's right, brother. It's not worth risking it for us. We can just find a chance to change our base." Old Li looked cautiously at Jiang Xiaoyong's determined expression and continued, "Anyway, we're several kilometers apart. They can't search the entire city." Since no one really knew Xiaoyong, he listened but already knew what he needed to do. Xiaoyong brushed it off and told them, "Don't think too much. I have my own grudges with them." Under Old Li's confused gaze he continued also, "In a few days I will drive a big vehicle to pick everyone up and bring you to East City." Old Li asked in surprise, "East City?" Jiang Xiaoyong explained, "The land near Old Tea Leaf City. I've established a fortress there, but we were currently short of people." Hearing that it sounded safe, Old Li trusted Xiaoyong and agreed, All right. After finishing, Jiang Xiaoyong left, followed by Shuai and his mother. He waved goodbye to Old Li's group and reminded them one last time, "Everyone be very careful, take care." Then he turned and called, "Sister-in-law Shuai, let's go." Old Li also raised his hand to say goodbye and said, "You all take care too." The scene shifts to the South City area. Outside the iron fence, a zombie head was stuck tightly onto the iron bars, lying there in a grotesque state. Outside, there were also people fully armed with guns standing guard in the middle of the night. At a building in Emerald Mountain, 3 mutilated bodies, 2 men and 1 woman, were hanging in front of the porch like trophies. Inside a large room, 4 people were sitting around a table, seemingly holding a meeting. A rather handsome red-haired man with a cigarette in his mouth looked bored as he asked the other 3, "Still haven't gotten the supplies from Golden Wisdom Award City?" Not surprisingly, the man in the white shirt was Lai Shuxiang. He raised his hand and pointed outside while forcing a smile as he reported, "Ying Wen, we've already sent people there. They should be back soon." At this moment, the man in the brown suit joined the conversation and added, "Ying Wen, there are many high-class women living at Golden Jade Residence." He smiled with an unpleasant expression and continued, "We can't just focus on the city's supplies, right, Little Li?" Lai Shuxiang was irritated at being mockingly called Little Lai. But to survive in these times he endured it and forced a smile as he replied, Brother Kai, aren't we thinking the same thing? I've already instructed my men, any survivors will all be brought back here." The red-haired boss played with his cigarette and blew out a puff of smoke before criticizing Lai Shuxiang in a superior tone. "It's not that I want to say this, Little Lai, but the tasks I gave you, you haven't succeeded even once." Lai Shuxiang quickly turned back with a forced enthusiastic face but was clearly nervous as he said, "Ying Wen, don't worry. This time, no matter what, I'll handle it properly." The man in the brown suit saw Lai Shuxiang's panic and smiled arrogantly with a mocking smirk. After the stressful meeting ended for Lai Shuxiang, he walked outside wiping sweat from his forehead and breathing heavily. As he walked toward one of his subordinates, the man asked, "Brother Lai, are you okay?" Lai Shuxiang said nothing and vented his anger by asking harshly, "Have those 7 people returned yet?" The frightened subordinate replied, "Brother Lai, an hour ago I sent someone to investigate. There's bad news." After hearing the situation from his subordinate, Lai Shuxiang burst into rage. The fat Lai Shuxiang shouted, "What? They were all shot dead. Weren't the people at Dung Hong Ian just ordinary civilians? How could they fail to capture them even with 3 guns? At this moment Lai Shuxiang was furious. Determined to complete the order from his superior, he commanded, "Go call everyone who knows how to use a gun here. This time, I don't want any mistakes." The scene shifts back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. His car arrived in front of the gate at night, and Xiaoyong honked the horn to signal that he had returned. Hearing the sound of the car, Shanshan excitedly turned and shouted,
Ah, the car?
Brother Xiaoyong is back. Old Han and Zhang Zi also quickly looked over. The system panel appeared with the message mission escort the wife and child completed. System points 25, current points 36. At this moment, after the earlier disturbance at the base, the whole group gathered and waved to welcome Xiaoyong back like children waiting for their mother returning from the market. Xiaoyong stepped out of the car first. The moment Shanshan saw him, her face lit up like a blooming flower as she warmly said, "Xiaoyong, you're finally back." Seeing him also reassured Old Han. Seeing everyone come out to greet him except Lu Yiming, Xiaoyong smiled as if he had seen through the situation and said, "Haha, as expected, it's Lu Yiming." Hearing this, all four of them were stunned in surprise. Shanshan then asked Xiaoyong with doubt, "Did you already know?" Xiaoyong did not answer Shanshan immediately. Instead, he pointed toward Zhang Shengzhi's wife and Shuai and said to Zhang Zi, "Take them to a room. Then we'll all go to the medical room to talk." Zhang Ji nodded repeatedly and followed Xiaoyong's instructions. A while later, the four of them and Xiaoyong gathered in front of the medical room. Old Hen looked extremely surprised at how capable Xiaoyong was and exclaimed, "So Xiaoyong, you already knew that Lu Yiming had bad intentions beforehand." Xiaoyong picked up the gun from the floor and calmly explained to Old Han, "Actually, I wasn't completely sure it was him. But one thing I could confirm was that it was among Zhang Zi's friends." Hearing this, the chubby little Kai and Zhang Ji both revealed deep disappointment and sorrow toward their close friend. In Zhang Xiaoyong's memory, he recalled that in his previous life Zhang Ji painfully told him about that traitorous friend. Filled with anger and seriousness, Zhang Xiaoyong emphasized 3 words: the traitor. At this moment Zhang Ji finally got close to the gun used by Lu Yiming. He seemed to notice something strange about the weapon, and his expression briefly showed surprise. Zhang Ji pulled out the magazine and examined the bullet taken from it, then said in confusion, "Using rubber bullets." At this moment Old Hen glanced toward the medical room behind them, as if he had deduced something, and hesitantly said, "Then the child in the medical room, what was his name again?" "Alright, Chen Chong." At this moment Xiaoyong calmly walked toward the room where Chen Chong was being held, explaining as he walked, "He's not an ordinary zombie, but a rare variant. Chen Chong can understand what we say." Inside the room, at the bed where Chen Chong was lying, Xiaoyong leaned close to his face and tried to speak clearly so Chen Chong could hear. "Blink if you understand what I'm saying. Blink 3 times at an even rhythm." At first Chen Chong remained motionless like a stone. After hearing Xiaoyong's words, Chen Chong indeed reacted. He blinked 3 times exactly as instructed, while his mouth kept making low growling sounds, gur gur gur. Xiaoyong then recalled what he knew from his previous life about zombie evolution. After the apocalypse, people infected by the otherworldly source had a very small chance of becoming rare variants. They usually possessed higher intelligence or potential than ordinary zombies, and might even inherit part of their memories from when they were alive. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyong opened the door of the medical room. At this moment Chen Chong had already stood up and looked extremely calm, though his skin appeared somewhat pale and unsettling. Xiaoyong said, "Fortunately, Chen Chong is one of the rare variants." Chen Chong stepped on the tomato sauce, covered head of the traitor Lu Yiming, crushing his face into a miserable shape. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ji and the other 3 were somewhat frightened, while Zhang Xiaoyong seemed quite satisfied. Suddenly Chen Chong turned his pale, sticky, looking face toward everyone, veins bulging across his face and his brows furrowed as he snorted once. They thought he was about to act fiercely, but the zombie Chen Chong instead waved friendly greetings to everyone. The scene was somewhat adorable, but in this situation it left the other 4 people completely frozen for 5 seconds. Zhang Xiaoyong then gave an order to the zombie Chen Chong, speaking seriously, "Alright, there's no need to keep it anymore. Deal with it." Immediately, Chen Chong understood the human command. He grabbed Lu Yiming's corpse by the neck and dragged the body across the ground, pulling it outside in a miserable state. Amid the teammates' astonishment, Zhang Ji never expected that Chen Chong could regain awareness. Zhang Ji was the first to step forward and speak to him. "Chong brother Chong, you really still remember?" Chen Chong's footsteps stopped when he heard Zhang Ji's voice. Chen Chong turned his head back and smiled brightly with a friendly expression, nodding while making 2 low growling sounds. Meeting his best friend again after regaining consciousness in this situation made Zhang Ji somewhat nervous. He stood there dazed for a long moment, though deep down he was very happy. Meanwhile, the chubby little Kai was also stunned and speechless, unable to believe it. Suddenly Chen Chong lunged forward to grab Zhang Zi's crotch. Fortunately Zhang Zi reacted quickly and managed to dodge the critical strike. Zhang Zi shouted in fright, "Oh my god! That scared the life out of me." Chen Chong still seemed to enjoy teasing his best friend like before, clearly pleased with himself. Zhang Ji, looking annoyed and flustered, blurted out, "What the hell was that?" Looks like you still remember after all. You've turned into a zombie and your hands are still mischievous. After everything was settled for the night, everyone returned to their own rooms. Xiaoyong went back to his room and lay on his bed with his arms behind his head to rest. He read the system panel in front of him. Hidden Kingzhu 1 variant teammate completed. System points 10, current points 46. Xiaoyong exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, I actually triggered a hidden Kingzhu. That's unexpected. Let's see if there's anything new in the shop." At that moment a new system panel appeared. Guardian supply box level 1 5 points, threat armament supply box level 1 5 points, black technology supply level 2 50 points, manual refresh 4 points, Mida level 2 box. After reading it, Xiaoyong became excited. He sat up abruptly and happily said, "Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen one." Then he folded his arms and stroked his chin to calm himself while calculating. "It's just a pity that it's too expensive. It needs 50 points. I will open the other 2 boxes first so they don't take up space." The 2 boxes were opened, accompanied by 2 system notifications. Guardian supply box level 1 successfully exchanged, 5 points deducted, current points 41. Threat armament supply box level 1 successfully exchanged, 5 points deducted, current points 36. Sitting on the bed, Xiaoyong decisively pointed and clicked both of them. Beam of light burst out and illuminated the entire room. The system then continued announcing the rewards. Xiaoyong received Guardian supply box level 1 opened. Reward obtained, Otherworld infection inhibitor. Effect has a chance to suppress infection from the otherworldly source, but cannot reverse transformations that have already been completed. Threat armament supply box level 1 opened. Reward obtained, special sniper rifle Barrett 92, 50 Binji ammunition 12-7 large caliber, 10 rounds. After reading the rewards, Xiaoyong fell back onto his pillow and exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my god! A weapon from a level 1 box is already this good, then level 2 or 3 boxes might even give me a tank. And this inhibitor, does it mean it can treat someone who's been bitten before they turn into a zombie?" After saying that, he clicked on another system panel. Ongoing mission, increase manpower. Mission requiring recruit survivors at Long Hong. Progress 5. Reward 25 points. While clicking, Xiaoyong said excitedly, "I'm itching to open that level 2 box. Tomorrow I must complete this mission as quickly as possible." During the night at the base, everyone fell asleep. Only Chen Chong was busy dealing with the corpse of the traitor, throwing it outside the base. The next morning, in the courtyard of the base, Xiaoyong gathered everyone together for firearms training. He loudly announced, "From today onward, everyone must spend at least 1 hour every day practicing shooting." Everyone willingly cooperated in practicing shooting skills to protect themselves and defend the base. 5 people including Old Han, Shanshan, Zhang Ji, Little Kai and Shui stood in a horizontal line, aiming their guns at bottles and objects placed on a table for target practice. Xiaoyong walked over and patted Old Han on the shoulder, saying, "Sir, later please ask Zhang Ji and the others to clean out a few empty rooms. There's a group of survivors at Dung Hong Garden. I'm going to bring them back today." While loading his gun, Old Hen replied immediately, "Ah, good. Don't worry, I will take care of it." After finishing his instructions, Xiaoyong turned and called the zombie Chen Chong. For the safety of his teammates, Chen Chong voluntarily wore a mask to avoid biting anyone. Because of the mask, his growling sounded strange. He turned and responded, "Woof woof." Xiaoyong said, "Follow me." Sometime later, on the main highway, a bus that had crashed in the middle of the road had clearly been there for quite a while. Many corpses were scattered around it, and several newly mutated zombies were wandering nearby. Xiaoyong and Chen Chong were standing at the front of the bus. A zombie with a dagger stuck in the middle of its forehead was collapsing to the ground, clearly Xiaoyong's doing. On the driver's seat, the driver had also mutated into a zombie. He was trapped by the seatbelt but kept lunging toward Xiaoyong, roaring hungrily. A second later, this zombie also ended up biting the dust. Chen Chong dealt with it quickly and neatly, directly throwing it out of the driver's seat with both hands. After clearing all the zombies from the bus, Xiaoyong handed Chen Chong a key and said, "Here." Chen Chong was like a robot, doing whatever Xiaoyong told him. Because he was afraid of hurting Xiaoyong, he carefully took the key from Xiaoyong's hand gently, though a bit clumsily. Seeing Chen Chong like this, Xiaoyong placed the key into his hand and then walked toward the driver's seat, waving his hand cheerfully and calling back, "It's okay, take it off. When it's just me here, you don't need to wear those things." Chen Chong seemed to have emotional awareness as well. He paused for a moment as if touched by the protagonist's words. Then he used the key to unlock the lock under his chin. Xiaoyong continued reminding him, "Later when we reach Dung Hong Garden, remember to put it back on so you don't scare others." Chen Chong replied while still wearing the mask, "Woof woof," as if agreeing with Xiaoyong. The scene shifts to the base in South City belonging to the fat man Li Shuxiang and Kui Jing. His subordinates began gathering on a pickup truck to head out. Li Shuxiang shouted. Why aren't the people assembled yet? When one more woman and one man came out from the back, the men on the truck eagerly replied, that's enough. Let's go, boss Li. Li Shuxiang sat in the front seat, gripping a gun tightly in one hand while holding a cigarette in the other. He frowned and shouted, that's enough. I don't believe we still can't take over Dung Hong Garden like this. The cigarette butt was thrown to the ground as their vehicle started moving out of the gate. The gangsters shouted aggressively in unison.
Let's go!
It seemed Jiang Xiaoyong was about to encounter his old enemy, and a confrontation was likely coming soon. On the road, many zombies wandered back and forth. Some gathered in one place, tearing apart a prey, while from afar a bus was rushing toward them. The bus headlights shone directly onto the face of a zombie that was ripping open the belly of a corpse, and it suddenly turned around. This was the same bus that Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong had taken yesterday. They drove it straight into those zombies, sending them flying into the air while screams and roars echoed loudly. The bus engine roared continuously as it swerved and maneuvered around obstacles, which were vehicles that had been attacked along the road. The scene shifts to the high-rise building at Dung Hong Garden. Security guard Old Lai, along with Old Song and the others, sat in a circle eating breakfast consisting of a few pieces of biscuits to ease their hunger. They did not dare separate from each other. Hearing the sound of a vehicle engine approaching, the boy Zixuan chewed on a biscuit and turned around excitedly, saying, Brother Xiaoyong. It must be Brother Xiaoyong coming back to pick us up. Staying alert was the top priority, so Old Li signaled everyone to stay quiet. He picked up his axe and stepped outside to check the situation.
Old Li whispered to Zixuan, Sha!
Don't come out yet. Let me take a look first. Old Li leaned his head out of the window to observe the situation, his face full of worry and sweating heavily. Unfortunately for Old Li's group, Li Shuxiang's gang arrived first. As soon as they got there, they loudly shouted, check the weapons. Which house is it? Then Li Shuxiang opened the car door, stepped out, and aggressively said, house number 8, right behind there. The fat man Li Shuxiang held it close to his body and waved his hand to command everyone, move.
Let's go!
The men behind him were all fully armed and followed cold-bloodedly. When Old Li realized it wasn't Jiang Xiaoyong, he became extremely worried. He clenched his teeth and muttered,
Damn it!
It's not Xiaoyong, it's those bastards from Bishui Mountain. Old Song now had a gun, the one Old Li had given him. Hearing this, he raised the gun and said boldly, those bastards still dare to come. Haven't they learned their lesson? Because Jiang Xiaoyong had left many weapons before leaving, the group was no longer so afraid. Old Li turned around and waved his hand, saying to everyone, now we all have guns. Let's fight them. But he quickly reminded them, don't underestimate them. This time they came in greater numbers, more than us, and they were all armed. From above, Old Li's group could clearly observe Li Shuxiang's gang, their weapons and their numbers. They began acting according to plan. Everyone hide in your assigned positions. I'll go up to the rooftop. Down in the yard, Li Shuxiang's gang looked confident and fearless. They boldly aimed their guns upward toward the windows of the apartments in Dung Hong Garden. Old Song and his son Zixuan slightly peeked out just enough to see. Sweat poured down Old Song's face as he judged the situation. This distance is enough. Move a little closer and those scumbags will have to aim carefully. Bang, bang, bang. The harsh sound of gunfire echoed as the ruthless gang fired continuously, only caring about gaining the upper hand regardless of anything else. The glass window of the room shattered, sending shards flying onto Old Li. He quickly raised his hand to shield himself and shouted to Zixuan, careful. Get back. Damn it. Meanwhile, Li Shuxiang reached out to a long-haired subordinate and ordered decisively, give me the loudspeaker. Everyone else, get ready at the windows. Shoot anyone who dares to show their head. Right after that, the fat Li Shuxiang held a red loudspeaker close to his mouth and tested it. Hey hey. Before he could say anything more, a rifle bullet whizzed past the long-haired subordinate's head, so fast that he didn't even realize what happened. Li Shuxiang, still holding the loudspeaker, jumped in shock. A second later the long-haired subordinate fell to the ground and died on the spot. Li Shuxiang and the others turned to look in disbelief, never expecting this situation. Li Shuxiang shouted, a rifle. Right after that question, another rifle bullet shot straight into a subordinate's calf. The man screamed in pain, ah, my leg. Li Shuxiang stood there staring like an idiot. The rifle barrel was still smoking hot, and from above came the panicked shouts of the Emerald Mountain
Group, find cover!
Hurry. Old Li was on the rooftop, resting his AK rifle on the concrete ledge as support. No one expected his strength to be this formidable. The previous shot was fired by him. Down below the gang was in chaos shouting, be careful. It's a rifle. An automatic rifle. Only after suffering a loss did they scramble for cover. Li Shuxiang's group scattered to hide. The fat man hid behind a wall and angrily cursed, damn it. Didn't the information say they only had one handgun? Even counting the 7 we took last time, they should only have 4 pistols. Where the hell did this automatic rifle come from? A brown-haired subordinate hiding behind a tree looked worried and frightened as he asked Xiaoyong, "Bossly, what should we do now?" In confusion he shouted to the others, "What else?" "Retreat." Terrified, the man ran the moment he heard the word retreat, screaming cowardly as he fled. Seeing him run so fast, Xiaoyong angrily shouted, "Wait for my order then run together, you bastard." A gunshot rang out, his fate was sealed. The subordinate who tried to escape lay sprawled on the ground with ketchup splattered over him. He had taken a bullet. Xiaoyong felt nervous and frightened, yet strangely satisfied instead of sad.
He shouted again, "Damn it."
Serves him right. Everyone listen to my order, charge. 3, 2, 1. Run. After Xiaoyong's command, they fled hastily. Unlike their earlier confidence, now they ran with their heads down desperately trying to escape. Never had there been such a cruel and irresponsible leader. Letting his subordinates run first while he stood behind with a cold smile. Those who obeyed Xiaoyong and ran for their lives were all hit by bullets and fell. Perhaps Xiaoyong deliberately used them as human shields. He waited until the shooter above likely ran out of bullets from firing too much, then prepared to escape. While running for his life he glanced around and guessed, they must be about to reload. The cunning man guessed correctly, Old Lai had indeed run out of bullets and could no longer keep firing continuously. Now Xiaoyong and a few lucky men reached the vehicle. Xiaoyong opened the door, jumped into the driver's seat and shouted, "Drive. Hurry." While the others climbed onto the pickup bed, they hurriedly left in a selfish panic, only thinking about themselves and not caring about those running slower. The people on the vehicle abandoned one subordinate who couldn't catch up. He shouted in despair, "Wait, I'm not on yet." But the vehicle showed no sign of stopping. By now Old Lai had probably finished reloading, and the fate of the slow runner was a bullet straight to the forehead. After that, shots kept firing behind Xiaoyong's vehicle as Old Lai tried to shoot the tires. Sparks flashed as bullets struck, while the men sitting in the pickup closed their eyes and prayed desperately. Meanwhile, in another development, Xiaoyong's bus was speeding along the main road. His driving skills could truly be called top-notch. Sitting behind the steering wheel of the bus, he seemed to notice a somewhat familiar vehicle on the road and let out a small sound of surprise. Xiaoyong slowly drove the bus toward an intersection, just as Xiaoyong's fleeing pickup truck sped past. Xiaoyong wondered who was that. However, he didn't pay much attention because his current goal was to reach Donghongoyan. Forget it, finishing the mission first is more important for the points. Soon the bus driven by Xiaoyong arrived at the Donghongoyan area. As he slowly revved the engine, he heard the sound of gunshots crackling nearby. As soon as Xiaoyong and Chen Chong stepped out of the bus, they saw a corpse lying on the road covered in ketchup. He looked at it and guessed, "Oh, looks like the gun I left behind worked." That vehicle I saw earlier must have been the bandits fleeing after being beaten back. Upon seeing the corpse, the zombie Chen Chong couldn't stop drooling, making growling sounds from his mouth, "Grr-grr." Xiaoyong found it amusing and smiled as he asked, "What's wrong, want to eat?" Zombie Chen Chong growled in response as if agreeing, "Grr, grr." Xiaoyong laughed with satisfaction and casually allowed him, "Alright, you can eat it. Better you eat it than let it become food for other zombies. Go ahead." Chen Chong looked like a happy little puppy when given a piece of delicious meat. His eyes turned red and he grinned greedily. As if he had been starving for a long time, Chen Chong rushed toward the corpse at lightning speed. Xiaoyong quickly shouted, "After you finish eating, wait for me under house number 8 in the area." Chen Chong howled as if agreeing, tearing fresh meat from the body and happily enjoying his favorite meal before looking up and growling a few times at Xiaoyong. As Xiaoyong walked ahead and heard that, he sneered with a laugh, "Haha," and what followed was the mukbang of delicious ape meat. Chen Chong tilted his head back, tore off a big piece, and took a long satisfying bite that looked very appetizing. After consuming the delicious and nutritious meat, a spark flashed in Chen Chong's eyes. Chen Chong enjoyed it greatly. Perhaps eating fresh meat could make him evolve stronger. His growls of enjoyment sounded as if he were saying, "So good." Xiaoyong walked into the Donghongoyan building complex with a calm demeanor. At his feet were the corpses of Xiaoyong's subordinates. Xiaoyong estimated and said, "My goodness, this brother Li Huangli really sent quite a few people off." Looking out from the shattered glass door, Zixuan saw Xiaoyong and shouted, "It's brother Xiaoyong. This time it really is brother Xiaoyong." Immediately many people ran out to the balcony happily waving and calling Xiaoyong. Xiaoyong. Xiaoyong stopped and confirmed that they were Old Lai's people. A moment later, Old Lai led everyone downstairs to meet Xiaoyong. Xiaoyong asked first, "Were all these people driven back by you?" Old Li proudly waved his hand and replied, "That's right." He didn't take all the credit for himself and turned back pointing behind him. Continuing, we should also thank brother Xiaoyong. Thanks to your rifle. Before I retired from the army, I was very good at shooting rifles. Just as those words were spoken, a loud roar suddenly sounded, gao gao, making everyone jump and look. Xiaoyong frowned in confusion and turned around asking, what was that sound? At this moment, the footsteps of a man wearing black shoes were approaching the group. It was the zombie Chen Chong. After enjoying the premium red meat, he eagerly followed Zhang Xiaoyong. Although his face looked a bit pale, he generally appeared friendly. However, the moment old Lai saw Chen Chong, he immediately raised his gun and shouted loudly, be careful, there's a zombie. Zhang Xiaoyong immediately pushed down old Li's gun barrel, calmly looked at Chen Chong and said, hey, don't get excited. He's someone we know. Old Lai looked at the shriveled zombie with a pale face and broke out in sweat, suspiciously asking, someone we know. Knowing Chen Chong came because of the smell of fresh meat, Zhang Xiaoyong pointed him in a direction and said, there's more over there, go eat. Chen Chong tilted his body and growled as if responding, then walked toward the direction Zhang Xiaoyong pointed. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyong's incredible display of taming a zombie, Old Li was stunned. He immediately asked, what's going on, Xiaoyong? You can talk to zombies. Now Zhang Xiaoyong wanted to quickly take everyone away. He turned to Old Li and said, it's not a normal zombie, I can't explain it right now. Get on the bus, I'll explain everything on the way. Then Zhang Xiaoyong called out to Chen Chong, hurry up and eat. When you're done, come back to the bus and find us. Chen Chong was tearing apart a piece of meat and raised his hand to signal an ok gesture. A moment later, after satisfying his hunger, zombie Chen Chong carefully put on his anti-bite muzzle mask by himself. After making sure everything was secure, he walked toward the bus. Everyone on the bus except Zhang Xiaoyong felt a bit nervous seeing Chen Chong come aboard. The boy Zixuan leaned on the bus railing and exclaimed in amazement, my gosh, it even knows how to put on its own mask after eating. That's really terrifying. Zhang Xiaoyong teased the boy, terrifying. If it hears you, be careful or it might bite you. Zixuan immediately changed his tone, becoming nervous and saying softly, it does look kind of cool though. Zhang Xiaoyong replied, that one you can let it hear. Everyone's attention focused on the zombie Chen Chong. He stepped onto the bus entrance and stomped his foot heavily. The force seemed a bit too strong, making the entire bus shake, which frightened the people inside even more. Oli suddenly gasped and exclaimed, my goodness, did the bus just tilt a little? Chen Chong voluntarily handed the muzzle lock key to Zhang Xiaoyong and struggled to say two words, lock lock, which could barely be understood. Zhang Xiaoyong was extremely surprised. He pointed and asked in shock, why, you can talk now. Perhaps the red meat had helped Chen Chong evolve and become smarter. Chen Chong continued trying to speak, talk. Although he could only clumsily say a few words like a young child, it was still a miracle. Looking at the key in Chen Chong's hand, Zhang Xiaoyong thought to himself, Chen Chong has already eaten 6 corpses. As a zombie, he must have begun evolving further. I must return quickly to exchange points for strength and build the strongest combat power in the area. Without hesitating any longer, he shouted, hold tight, we're heading back. The bus sped away at high speed straight toward his base. In his heart, Xiaoyong happily thought that Chen Chong could not possibly be just an ordinary zombie. The scene shifts to Li Shuxiang at Emerald Mountain, the base of the villains. After losing the battle and running back, 2 bosses immediately scolded him. The boss whom Shuxiang called Brother Kai angrily pointed at him and cursed. Damn it, what did I say? He couldn't do anything at all. Li Shuxiang had no words to argue back and could only shut his eyes and endure the humiliation. Then, full of fear and sweating all over, he anxiously explained, Ying Wen, you really can't blame me. Those people have automatic rifles. Brother Wen narrowed his eyes in response and clasped his hands as he refuted Shuxiang's words, don't talk nonsense. A mere security guard, where would he get an automatic rifle? Do you think I'm an idiot? Li Shuxiang kept shouting as he tried hard to explain, no, it's true. If you don't believe me, send someone over to check. Seeing Brother Wen remain calm made Li Shuxiang feel even more lowly, realizing what his superior meant. Brother Kai rudely kicked him, sending Li Shuxiang's chubby body tumbling to the ground.
He shouted, get lost!
Li Shuxiang cried out loudly in pain. He was filled with hatred inside but didn't dare say anything, knowing his own strength. He got up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and glanced sideways at the 2 men. After Li Shuxiang left dejectedly, Brother Kai clenched his teeth angrily and said, I've been sick of that useless guy for a long time. How about? But instead of saying it outright, he gestured by sliding a finger across his throat, implying they should eliminate Li Shuxiang, adding, while most of his men are already gone, maybe we should. Seeing Brother Kai's scheming, another influential man in the group laughed and said, you still want the woman beside him, don't you? Brother Kai's eyes lit up with excitement. He looked pleased but pretended otherwise, saying, hey, old Su, what do you mean by that? Standing between Wen and Su, Brother Kai finally spoke openly. Spreading his arms, he said loudly, share. Course we'll share. Brother Wen is such a generous man, but when women were mentioned, his expression turned perverted. He reminded him, don't rush, Akai. Wait until I find the right opportunity. Thinking Li Shuxiang had already left, the three men chatted enthusiastically while plotting against him. But Li Shuxiang was not so simple. He was hiding outside the door and heard the entire conversation. He was so angry he almost caught up blood, but could only clench his fists helplessly. Li Shuxiang clenched his teeth, veins bulging across his face, as he glanced inside. A short while later, still at the Emerald Mountain base, inside Li Shuxiang's room, he angrily smashed objects in the room, venting all his frustration. He cursed, damn it. His woman, Kai Jing, saw this and immediately came over to ask, what's wrong, husband? Ku Jing leaned closer with a gentle tone to comfort the hot-tempered man, calm down. But Li Shuxiang, still furious, shouted an order, hurry up. Pack our things, we're leaving. Things had been peaceful, yet they suddenly had to move. Ku Jing was very surprised and immediately asked, leave? Leave to where? Li Shuxiang tightly grabbed Ku Jing's hand and said through gritted teeth bitterly, it seems we can't stay here for long. We must prepare in advance. Perhaps in this apocalyptic world, women were a threat to anyone who had a girlfriend beside them. Li Shuxiang called out to a subordinate, young man, young man. Immediately, a man in a white shirt ran in and replied, Brother Li, what are your orders? Li Shuxiang urgently gave the order, call the rest of the brothers. Early this morning, follow me. Sensing something unusual, Ku Jing found it strange and showed little affection for Li Shuxiang when he turned his back. Ku Jing only stayed with him because she needed a place to rely on. She had already known this bastard was unreliable since the day he told her to seduce Jiang Xiaoyong, which failed. The scene shifts back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. The bus had now arrived in front of the gate. 4 people, Old Han, Shanshan, Zheng Ji, and Little Kai, suspected strangers had intruded, so they came out armed and on guard. Everyone stepped outside. After the long journey, the boy Zixuan came out and was astonished by the place. My gosh, it's truly a fortress after the apocalypse. Jiang Xiaoyong had not gotten off the bus yet. He immediately opened the system panel. Mission reinforced personnel completed. Mission requirement recruit survivors at Ronghong Garden 8.5. Exceeded completion. Reward points 25 points. Bonus reward 5 points. Current points 66 points. After reading it, he thought to himself, oh, exceeding the mission even gives extra rewards. After confirming his current points following the mission, Jiang Xiaoyong stepped off the bus. Seeing Chen Chong standing outside waiting for him, he said, Chen Chong, tomorrow night follow me to the south of the city. Chen Chong struggled to respond with a muffled sound from inside the anti-bite mask. Old Lai asked on behalf of Chen Chong in confusion, going to the south of the city. What are you planning to do? Jiang Xiaoyong gave a faint smile. Then he cheerfully looked at Old Lai and said, I have some matters to settle with the people at Bishui Mountain Villa. There are still some grudges that need to be resolved. That night, after everything had been arranged properly, Jiang Xiaoyong returned to his room. Alone inside, he immediately opened the system panel. Black technology supply box level 2, deduct 59 points. Empty. Manual refresh 4 points. Under the glow of the system interface, Jiang Xiaoyong decisively pressed the manual refresh option. His hand moved to the icon of the box containing a mysterious item as he said, the first level 2 box. After selecting it, a system panel appeared. Black technology supply box level 2, exchange successful, deduct 50 points. Current points 16 points. Immediately, a beam of light condensed like a whirlwind, swirling around Jiang Xiaoyong. He stood heroically within the mysterious aura of light. Xiaoyong was eagerly anticipating the item since it might grant a new skill. He said seriously, don't disappoint me. The reward Jiang Xiaoyong received was a physical enhancement potion. He felt excited after receiving this item. As expected of a level 2 chest, it was indeed worth up to 20 points. Xiaoyong's room quickly erupted with a scream of agony. After injecting the drug into his body, he gained 33 potential points and his overall physical health increased 6-fold. At that moment, a mosquito flew past him. Jiang Xiaoyong gently caught it with 2 fingers. He looked closely at the mosquito, then he released it and let it fly away. The following evening, Old Lai and Shanshan's group were practicing shooting when Jiang Xiaoyong went outside. When Old Lai saw him, he asked, are you going to South City? That's right, what's wrong, Old Lai? Jiang Xiaoyong replied. Old Li then asked, do you have any instructions for us? Jiang Xiaoyong asked Old Li to train everyone in shooting skills. He became excited and immediately agreed, saying, don't worry, that's my specialty. After saying that, Xiaoyong walked to the bus and called Chen Chong to follow him. The bus quickly left the base. At nightfall in South City, people could be heard whispering and talking. It was Li Shuxiang's group. He couldn't just lie down and wait for death, so he began to act before Brother Kai could make a move against him. The car's headlights suddenly shone brightly, glaring straight ahead. A car came from outside, its lights shining directly onto Li Shuxiang. It was already too late at the higher, Ups had predicted it and arrived early, blocking Li Shuxiang from leaving. Even more surprising, Kui Jing was sitting in the front seat together with brother Kai. One of Li Shuxiang's underlings still didn't understand what was going on and asked what happened, while Li Shuxiang glared angrily. Old Su, holding a pistol, asked cheerfully, "Where are you guys planning to go?" Li Shuxiang gritted his teeth in anger, but then he pretended not to know anything and calmly made up an excuse, saying they were going to Dung Hngin to try their luck. Old Su chuckled with disdain, haha, going there. At that moment, one of Li Shuxiang's subordinates was knocked down and thrown in front of him. The guy behind him panicked and shouted, "It's Qingzi." Li Shuxiang, furious, turned and punched his own underling, shouting for him to open his damn eyes because that wasn't Qingzi. Even at this point, Li Shuxiang still pretended to be clueless, saying he really didn't know who that person was. No matter how obedient Li Shuxiang tried to act, the others still pointed their guns at him and laughed savagely. Li Shuxiang trembled and held his head, preparing to receive his death sentence. But when nothing happened, he slowly opened his eyes. Li Shuxiang's underlings had all been killed. The more he looked, the more terrified he became, saying he didn't know this person, and asking the boss what he was doing. Old Su kept laughing loudly, saying, "Haha, still talking tough. Look carefully at who is sitting in the car." The person in the car then turned off the headlights to reduce the glare. Li Shuxiang angrily saw his lover sitting arrogantly in the car in front of him. Qu Jing was leaning against brother Kai, who was driving, while brother Wen was sitting in the back seat. One of them shouted excitedly, asking if he was still trying to deny it, since Qu Jing had already told them the entire plan of his betrayal. Li Shuxiang went crazy with anger and tried to rush forward to attack Qu Jing, but two men stopped him. One of them turned to the leader and asked what they should do now. The boss said nothing, only calmly made a gesture of sliding a finger across his neck. A moment later, Li Shuxiang was hanged. He was hung like a pig about to be slaughtered, and one man struggled quite a bit to pull him up. The rope tightened so much that Li Shuxiang was in agony and couldn't breathe. In the end, he died alone, his body hanging limply in front of the door. The scene shifts to Zhang Xiaoyong. He and Chen Chong had arrived at South City. The two got off the vehicle and were sneaking inside. At that moment, the two of them saw Li Shuxiang's corpse hanging in front of the door. Zhang Xiaoyong signaled Chen Chong to move slowly. Seeing the fat man's miserable death satisfied Zhang Xiaoyong greatly, and he even cursed, saying the man deserved it, though it was a pity he wasn't the one who did it. He then flicked a stone with strong finger force. The rope snapped in two. Li Shuxiang fell face first onto the ground. Zhang Xiaoyong grabbed his head and muttered, "You beast, considering how miserable your end was, I'll avenge you." The scene shifts to Kui Jing and the two bosses. Their room was still lit, and strange moaning sounds were coming from inside. Kui Jing had prepared a rather revealing outfit to serve the two men that night, but they had tied up her hands and feet. These men enjoyed tying Kui Jing up and doing whatever they want. If one of them leaned close to her ear and said he liked it this way. Brother Kai was about to take off his belt when he heard a noise outside. While brother Wen was busy with Kui Jing, brother Kai, the black-haired boss, suspected something was wrong and went to the window to check. Hearing the strange noise outside, the boss frowned and looked out the window, his eyes widening. He clearly saw his subordinates lying face down on the ground, motionless, with a lot of blood spilling from their heads. Now the room door was being pounded loudly, the rapid banging sounding as if it would break the door down. Brother Kai and brother Wen were focusing on the half-open front door and paused what they were doing to look over, shouting, "What's going on?" Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaoyong suddenly appeared behind them after climbing in through the window, his face dark. Zhang Xiaoyong's expression was clearly sinister and filled with killing intent as he stared fiercely at the two men. Calmly and almost gently, the small carrot tip was placed near brother Kai's pale neck. Sensing the metallic smell, he cautiously glanced sideways. His face instantly turned pale and twisted in horror. Streaks of red sauce burst from his mouth. Caught in shock and pain, he could only stammer a few broken sounds. The carrot sliced across brother Kai's neck as fast as lightning. A second later he collapsed face down on the floor, and Zhang Xiaoyong used the momentum to leap straight into the room. Seeing his subordinate dead, brother Wen panicked and shouted, "Akai! Damn it, who are you?" Meanwhile Kui Jing, lying on the bed and not even having finished enjoying herself, struggled to sit up and exclaimed, "Zhang Xiaoyong." Our handsome protagonist Xiaoyong kept a cold expression and made no unnecessary movements, immediately hurling the knife in his hand forward with great force. It flew forward and stabbed straight into the vile brother Wen's throat, making him spit out strawberry syrup instantly, his mouth filling with blood as he choked repeatedly. With his throat badly injured and unable to breathe, the man went limp and rolled off the bed onto the floor. Kui Jing was splattered with his strawberry syrup, Bound hand and foot, she looked around nervously and cried out. Seeing Xiaoyong getting closer and closer, Jing screamed, "Zhang Xiaoyong, why are you here? What are you going to do?" Seeing Jing's ridiculous appearance on the bed, Zhang Xiaoyong glanced at her and sneered, "Haha. Looks like you guys were having quite the fun." After saying that, he ignored her, walked to the front door, grabbed the handle, and said, "I wonder how that beast like Xiaoyong will react when he sees you like this." Jing immediately broke into a cold sweat, her face turning pale as she nervously asked, "Lily Xiaoyong." Xiaoyong flung the door open and stepped aside, letting Li Xiaoyong rush in like a wild beast. The fat man had completely lost control, quickly turning into a flesh-hungry zombie that lunged at Jing while roaring continuously. Jing was on the brink of death. Tears streamed down her face as Li Xiaoyong's rough hand touched her. Only then did she cry out in fear and beg, "Zhang Xiaoyong, I was wrong, forgive me, please forgive me," but everything was already too late. The lover she had chosen sank his teeth into her neck, bright red ketchup bursting out, showing not the slightest bit of mercy. Zhang Xiaoyong slammed the door shut, giving Li Xiaoyong a delicious gift right on the sturdy bed. Her terrified scream echoed loudly throughout the room. Zhang Xiaoyong slightly opened the door, and watched the two people who had once pushed him into the abyss tearing at each other. After dealing with those two, Zhang Xiaoyong went outside to meet Chen Chong. He pointed at the fresh corpses and said, "Go eat those bodies." Chen Chong had improved a bit now. He looked at a nearby corpse and stuttered, "Eat one person at most," showing that he understood. Zhang Xiaoyong turned his head away and nodded in agreement. Zombie Chen Chong rushed forward, burying his face into the belly of a corpse and devouring it greedily. Zhang Xiaoyong raised his sturdy hand, trying to listen carefully to the sound waves coming from afar, not far from the protagonist. Inside a room where all the doors were firmly sealed, there was a man, a woman, and a little girl sitting huddled together like a family. At that moment, a fat man in a chef's outfit slowly pulled the door open with a long creaking sound and appeared. The bulky man held a large meat cleaver tightly in his hand, keeping it close to his body. His face looked vicious, with a long scar across one eye. At that moment, a subordinate wearing a white shirt rushed in first. The man was tall and skinny. He grabbed the little girl's hand excitedly and said, "This girl, such thin skin and tender flesh." The little girl burst into tears in fear, crying loudly. The fat chef frowned as he looked the girl up and down and said, "No, too skinny." Then he raised his index finger and pointed somewhere else. There were not only 3 people but many others locked inside. The chef pointed at a chubby boy hugging his mother with tears in his eyes and said, "Choose that one." The mother bit her lip in pain, unable to do anything. Without another word, he grabbed the chubby boy himself. With a calm face as if selecting a fish to butcher, he said, "Fatty, come with me." The boy cried in terror and struggled, reaching out toward his mother, while the woman screamed in agony, "Let him go, let my son go." Feeling annoyed and impatient, the bastard suddenly turned around and swung the meat cleaver at the mother. She was struck by the force and fell backward, unable to react in time. The vicious fat chef shouted, "Get the hell away." The little boy screamed in horror seeing his mother being hurt. "Mom." The helpless woman clenched her fists and slammed them against the floor. Filled with hatred and tears streaming down her face, she cried out, "Please stop, spare my child, I beg you, I beg you." No one in the room dared to make a move. None of them even dared to look at the woman who was reaching out with a hoarse voice, crying and begging someone to save her son and have mercy. Suddenly, a loud rumbling noise came from outside, drawing the attention of the 2 vicious men as well as the woman and her child. They all turned to look in the same direction. The door now had 3 round holes punched through it. The fat chef shouted fiercely, "Who's there?" Sensing something wrong, the other subordinates guarding the room rushed forward, pointing their guns and knives ahead. The fat chef held his cleaver close to his body and said, "That was the sound of a shotgun. Who still has a gun like that?" The man with the knife replied blankly, "No one. Only the boss has one." Taking the opportunity, the little boy ran over and hugged his mother, sobbing, "Mom." The exhausted mother embraced her son tightly and tried to comfort him. "It's okay, my child." There were 5 thugs in the room. All of them pointed their weapons toward the door and waited. The fat chef stepped back as the door slowly creaked open, letting a faint light from outside shine in. The atmosphere became tense. The chef frowned and told the tall, skinny subordinate, "Go check it out." The man held his weapon but nervously asked me. The chef scowled again, "Stop talking nonsense. Go now." Forced into it, the subordinate had no choice but to obey. He carefully stepped forward, holding a pistol in his hand as he slowly approached the door, sweat pouring down his face. Suddenly, Chen Chong's pale green hand shot in and grabbed the man by the neck. The man was frightened out of his wits and screamed in terror. He was immediately dragged outside with brutal force, his body slamming painfully against the edge of the door. The 2 other subordinates holding pistols inside were terrified when they saw this.
They shout it's a zombie!
Shoot now. Both of them quickly aimed and started firing wildly through the door. But in their panic the shots hit nothing and scattered everywhere. Noticing a figure outside the doorway, they shifted their target and fired rapidly toward the door reinforced with wooden boards, shouting, "Careful, someone's over there." Chen Chong moved swiftly, smashing through the nailed door and leaping inside. With cold, steely eyes, he charged forward without any fear of the gunfire, roaring loudly. As the vicious fat chef stepped back, he happened to move right into Chen Chong's path. Seizing the chance, Chen Chong lunged forward. Realizing he had walked into danger, the fat man screamed, his mouth wide open in terror. Chen Chong grabbed the big head of this pig with both hands and shoved it hard to the right. The chef's neck bones cracked with a snap, and he stared wide-eyed, speechless. Using the momentum from jumping down from above, Chen Chong twisted the pig-headed fat villain's head in a full circle. He died on the spot, dropping the butcher's knife from his hand, while Chen Chong landed coolly and lightly. After that he swiftly dashed forward in a zigzag path, radiating murderous intent. Now he was like a cold-blooded zombie assassin. From outside came chaotic screams,
"It's coming toward me! Save me, save me!"
A moment later, everything was settled. Chen Chong stood before the witnesses in the room, with the villains lying sprawled at his feet. Seeing this, a girl stammered in disbelief, "You're not killing us. This zombie, what exactly is going on?" Chen Chong's eyes were pale white and his skin was deathly pale, making him look unsettling, but now he was very steady. He put his hands in his pockets and looked toward the door. It was Xiaoyong calmly opening the door and walking in. He said, "Not bad, Chen Chong. Even without removing the chains and mask, your movements are still this fast." Not only were his movements stable, but Chen Chong's reflexes were now very good. He raised his hand in front of him and said, "Like this, it's even cooler." The people in the room became even more frightened at this sight. The woman who was holding the child exclaimed, "A zombie, how can a zombie talk?" Chen Chong stood in the middle, drawing everyone's attention, because he behaved very differently from the mindless zombies outside. The young mother held her daughter tightly in her arms, her face full of fear toward him. The little girl secretly glanced over while trembling. Seeing this uneasy expression, Xiaoyong walked over kindly, waved to the girl and said, "Don't be afraid, it's okay. He won't attack anyone." Chen Chong turned and nodded to confirm it. The little girl, with big eyes still shining with tears and a face red from crying, stammered distrustfully, he is a high-level monster hurting people without blinking." Xiaoyong's face darkened. He began to feel suspicious about how such a little girl knew about high-level monsters, and Xiaoyong let out a curious sound. After hearing this, Xiaoyong sat closer to the girl and asked, "Have you two ever seen someone similar before?" The girl, still frightened, timidly nestled into her mother's arms. Then the mother answered hesitantly, "Yes." Xiaoyong asked cautiously, "Where did you see it?" The woman, a little afraid of him, replied immediately, "At Decoration City in East City." Xiaoyong lowered his gaze and thought. Looking into the distance, he said, "So early. I thought it would take at least 1 or 2 months. Moreover, Decoration City isn't far from Old Tea Leaf City." Chen Chong, who had been observing the conversation, stammered, "Do you, what?" Xiaoyong turned and explained, "A mutated form exactly like you. Depending on each person's condition, you will retain your reason and memories to different degrees, so your hunting efficiency will be much higher than ordinary zombies. But because the mutation is unstable, most of you have violent temperaments and are extremely dangerous." Chen Chong looked a little frightened. He frowned and stammered, "Then I. Xiaoyong placed his hand on Chen Chong's shoulder and gently reassured the kind zombie, "Don't worry, you're very lucky. And besides, I'm here. I won't let you lose your sanity." After saying that, Xiaoyong turned to the crowd and asked, "In this Emerald Mountain Villa area, there should still be other survivors, right?" A man replied, "Over at the real estate sales office, quite a few people are still being held." A woman beside him added, "And maybe there are still survivors in the basement." A while later, Xiaoyong led the group from the room, as they all went down to the basement mentioned earlier. As the basement door was gently opened, many red ketchup-like spots could already be seen on the floor below. Many people behind them turned pale and broke into sweat when they saw the scene inside. Xiaoyong looked surprised and wondered, "What is this?" Deep inside the darkness were bodies hanging like in a pig slaughterhouse. The captured people explained to him. Every day they capture living people from nearby areas and bring them here to butcher. Stepping into the dark and eerie basement, Xiaoyong looked toward a corner and realized, "So that's why is there no other gathering place on the South City side?" His face changed color, seemingly disgusted by them, and he asked, "But with so many corpses, can they even eat all of that?" The long-haired man answered bitterly, "They transport the meat away regularly. We don't even know how many people they actually have." Looking at the pile of human corpses scattered nearby in East City, Zhang Xiaoyong angrily thought. I know roughly how many of them there are. They definitely can't eat this much. Could it be that they are raising zombies? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaoyong asked the man from earlier to explain in more detail. You mentioned a real estate office earlier. Can you tell me the situation there? The man immediately replied, that office is to the south, about 1 kilometer from here. People who are captured are first locked up there, those who are selected out, and those who have been abused until they no longer wanted are then brought here to be slaughtered. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyong was also shocked by the cruel methods of those people, and he let out a loud exclamation. At that moment, a system panel appeared before him. System mission. The beggar version of auto billiards has been activated. Mission content: expand the community. Mission requirement: try your best to increase the community's evaluation score. Current evaluation score 2, reward points 20, current accumulated points 36 points. 30 minutes later, at the real estate office in the south, 2 shadowy figures stood guard outside the entrance of the office building. By this time, it was already late at night. One man holding an iron baton said cautiously, earlier I vaguely heard gunshots from the north gate. The man standing behind him replied grimly, how they were probably using living people for shooting practice again. Without them noticing, Chen Chong suddenly leapt out from behind the 2 men, landing lightly with a very professional hand-supported posture. Now only their screams could be heard. A zombie.
Apoft?
A while later, inside a small empty room in the real estate office, 4 girls who had been stripped of their clothes sat huddled together. One of them was so exhausted that she lay under a blanket and slept. Hearing noises outside, the girls all looked out with frightened expressions. They appeared extremely pale and exhausted. The girl in the red shirt looked outside and asked nervously, what are they doing out there? Meanwhile, the girl lying on the thin mattress clutched her head and cried out, I don't like it. They can do whatever they want. Just don't come in here. Don't come in here. At that moment, the door handle moved, and everyone fell silent as they watched. The girl from before clutched her head tightly again. It seemed she had been tortured so much that she was extremely panicked. Don't come in here. Don't come in here. Please don't come in. Fortunately for the 4 girls, the one who entered was Zhang Xiaoyong. As he walked in and saw the 4 girls sitting there naked, his eyes widened slightly, looking at the victims who were trying to cover their bodies in fear. Zhang Xiaoyong said firmly, go outside. Thus, our male protagonist led the group out of the real estate office, with the bodies of the villains lying beneath their feet. The girl in the red shirt, still naked, could hardly believe that Zhang Xiaoyong was so kind. She asked hesitantly, are you really willing to provide us with a place? Xiaoyong replied calmly, that's right. Then he lowered his head and spoke in a quieter voice. But in return, everyone must work. Thus everyone, both men and women, reacted positively. They happily exclaimed that there was no problem. They all had healthy limbs and could work. Yes, I'll contribute my labor too. Zhang Xiaoyong immediately stepped forward and led the group out the door. Raising his hand excitedly, he said this cannot be delayed. Let's leave right now. Zhang Xiaoyong's bus then drove steadily back to the base through the quiet night. An hour later, they returned to the base. Everyone got off the bus while Zhang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong waited to guide them inside. On the watchtower, Shanshan and Zhang Ji were delighted to see Zhang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong return. Shanshan shouted, brother Xiaoyong is back. I'll go open the gate. But Zhang Ji cautiously said wait, he didn't drive straight in. Let's see what he intends to do first. Down below, the protagonist looked toward the base and said, that place is my fortress, but I can't let everyone enter yet. After everything they had suffered, these people understood his meaning. A long-haired man took the initiative and said they understood how cruel the world was. A woman in the distance asked where they would stay. Xiaoyong explained that beside the fortress there were temporary houses and wire fences. Although not as safe as inside the fortress, the conditions were still better than ordinary gathering camps. Zhang Xiaoyong continued speaking to everyone, saying that the La Dai Cha city area still had many empty lands and abandoned buildings that could gradually be improved in the future. Everyone bowed their heads to him gratefully, and said they had nothing to repay such great kindness, thanking their benefactor. The next day arrived, and it was a bright sunny day. At the Emerald Mountain base, 2 large vehicles entered the gate, a car and a truck loaded with many black plastic bags. They had transported these items here with an entire truckload, amounting to tons. A woman sitting in the car clicked her tongue in irritation. She had purple hair and looked very stylish, wearing fashionable clothes and black fishnet stockings. However, she looked annoyed, resting her hand as she complained, why isn't anyone answering the phone? What mysterious trick is that bastard Zhang doing this time? She frowned and muttered angrily, oh damn, something's not right. A moment later, the woman led a tall, strong man with her as they walked straight into Zhang's room and pushed the door open. The moment she saw it, Her eyes narrowed in displeasure, leaving her momentarily speechless. Inside the locked room were 3 zombies, the fat manly Xiaoyong and the 2 bosses she had been looking for. Having just detected the smell of human flesh, the zombie Li Xiaoyong sniffed it out, turned around, and growled. Immediately, the 3 of them lost all reason and lunged forward to attack, caring only about how to get some human flesh to eat. This woman was truly extraordinary. Facing such zombies, she showed not the slightest fear. With just a flick of her hand, the fat Li Xiaoyong was nearly knocked over. Then came the lightning, fast strikes of the powerful woman. And only the desperate screams of the zombies could be heard. After a while, she skillfully wiped the ketchup, like stains off the carrot she had used to slash them. Looking at the spotless carrot in her hand, she examined it carefully. The man behind her spoke up. Sister Zhang is dead. What about all this meat from now on? Lowering her hand, she replied, there's no other way. From now on we'll have to do it ourselves. She then showed a dangerous expression. It seemed the woman was very angry that several of her people had been harmed, making her work more difficult now. Irritated, she said, I want to eliminate the one who broke our rules. Moving to the front yard of the Emerald Mountain Villa area, the boss lady still held the carrot in her hand while looking around at the many corpses of Zhang's subordinates. The man following her said that not a single person was left alive. However, the woman did not care and coldly asked only one question. Where is the meat? The man immediately replied, the meat is still intact. She decisively ordered him, bring the truck here and load the goods. Soon, the large truck was started again to prepare for a new transaction. Now the subordinates began carrying the goods onto the truck, while she stood there with her arms crossed, carefully observing the surroundings for any unusual movement. Suddenly, the woman noticed something and exclaimed, huh. She bent down in a working posture to examine a set of tire tracks left on the ground. The man behind her asked curiously, boss, did you find anything? It seemed she had realized something. She squatted down boldly and replied arrogantly, Hemph, I want to see who has this kind of ability. The subordinate behind her also stepped closer to take a look. The scene shifts back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. He was sitting on a chair on the balcony enjoying the breeze. Jiang Xiaoyong was focusing on the system notification mission expand the community. Mission requirement try to increase the community score. Current score 2 community points. After reading it, Jiang Xiaoyong did not yet know how to solve the problem and wondered how to increase it. The number of residents must be an important indicator. Sitting on the watchtower and looking down at his vast base, he happily remarked, there's plenty of land, haha, thanks to that bastard before. At that moment Jiang Xiaoyong widened his eyes and suddenly said, ah, that rare type. A moment later, he Shanshan and Zhang Ji walked into the shelter area for people without a place to rely on. As soon as people saw Jiang Xiaoyong, they happily shouted, benefactor. Benefactor. You've come. A grateful woman ran over and bowed before Jiang Xiaoyong. With her hands clasped and tears in her eyes, she said, benefactor, thank you so much. He quickly reached out to help her up and said, no need to be so polite. He then turned to the mother and daughter from before and asked, that super monster you mentioned, where exactly did you see it? The woman looked at him honestly and immediately replied, at the Harunfa supermarket near Decoration City. Even now she was still shaken remembering that night. The mother began recounting, at that time we were about to enter the supermarket to search for supplies when we encountered that monster. Many people were killed by it. In the panic, everyone scattered. When my daughter and I were escaping, we ran into the group at the villa area. At first we thought we were saved, but unexpectedly they were truly beasts. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong felt extremely furious. Lowering his head, he muttered, Harunfa. Shanshan happened to hear the conversation and worriedly called out, Brother Xiaoyong, we still have plenty of supplies. There's no need to provoke that monster. Meanwhile, Zhang Ji carefully added, but in the end we just sitting and consuming supplies. The more supplies we have, the better. Jiang Xiaoyong turned back and said, the most important thing is that Decoration City is less than 2 kilometers away from us. We can't allow a monster to threaten our safety so close by. The mother and daughter were still stunned by his intention. She accidentally dropped the basin of clothes she was holding onto the ground. The mother, looking extremely panicked, rushed over to stop Jiang Xiaoyong. Benefactor.
Don't go!
That monster kills people without blinking. Jiang Xiaoyong remained calm and reassured her, don't worry, we know what we're doing. Jiang Xiaoyong then turned to Zhang Zhai and said, Zhang Zhai, call Sun family, let's go meet that guy. In another development, a group of people was entering a large building. Each of them carried backpacks and defensive equipment. There was a rather beautiful girl. Standing beside her was a man in a shirt and suit who glanced around and said to her, I told you. I remember there's a big supermarket around here. Hearing this, the young man standing behind her said, don't be too careless. It might already have been cleared out by others. The girl then added, don't be too pessimistic either. We've passed many supermarkets, and there were still plenty of things left. The group then entered the supermarket hoping to find supplies. The girl continued confidently, with our courage and abilities, there probably aren't many people in this apocalypse who can move around as freely as we do. Haha. As the group stepped inside, they froze at the bleak scene. It was dark inside and completely silent. The shelves that once held food were completely empty, but scattered in some corners were a few leftover items. They exclaimed, "Huh, even though it's been looted, it hasn't been completely cleared out." The woman then struck a frying pan against the wall, creating a loud echo in the empty space. The group gathered together, each holding something for self-defense. The girl shouted loudly, "Is anyone there?" It was clear from her behavior that she had experience fighting zombies. Instead of acting hastily, the girl lowered her head and observed for a short while. Only a few minutes later, hurried footsteps rushed in. From the exits and doorways throughout the shopping center, many zombies poured out while roaring loudly. Several ragged, pale green zombies charged toward the group. The people shouted in panic they re-hear.
"It's the Mad One zombies!"
Then the sounds of humans and zombies clashing filled the air.
"Watch out!"
Thud. Thud.
Ugh!
In the end, the zombies lay sprawled on the floor while none of their group were harmed. The beautiful girl laughed confidently and said, "Haha, easy as pie." The young man with a backpack on his shoulder looked down at the disgusting corpses and said, "There are zombies, but not many. The horde must have been lured away by the people who came before us." A man behind him leaned forward happily and said, "Today we really hit the jackpot." The man wearing a shirt and vest did not celebrate yet and reminded everyone, "Stay alert, continue going deeper." The whole group did not notice a dark shadow of a mutated zombie stepping out from a doorway. The zombie's face was dark as it emerged from the shadows. It bared its porcelain white teeth, its eyes flashing with sparks like electricity while it growled dangerously. This one could even speak, "Prey fresh prey." At this moment the group was still excited about the leftover supplies on the shelves. They pointed around and happily said, this one. Oh, it's like New Year has come. Take everything, this is enough for us to eat and drink for years." The beautiful girl, her face glowing with excitement, pointed in one direction and shouted, "Look over there." What excited the girl was a luxury bed. While pointing and admiring it, she shouted, "A bed! It's a bed, a soft bed." Without any guard, the girl fell onto it as if enjoying the comfort and exclaimed, "I don't care, I want to stay here." Now everyone was excited and cheering. They happily said to each other, "How about we settle down here? That's not a bad idea." The man in the shirt and vest turned to the backpacked young man and said, "I'm going for a smoke." The young man replied, "Let's go together." A moment later the man flicked his Zippo lighter. A flame flared up. He enjoyed a long drag and exhaled toward the sky. The young man beside him with a cigarette in his mouth turned and said, "What do you think, are we really staying here?" The man replied somewhat hesitantly, "This shopping mall has too many entrances and exits, it's hard to defend. And the supplies are abundant, it's easy to attract others' attention." Everything still seemed normal as he continued, "But when we came here, I saw a 2-story building over there that looked pretty good." Suddenly he stopped, sensing something wrong. From somewhere, a blade stained with ketchup appeared right in front of his neck. Before he could react, the sound of a blade slicing into flesh was heard. At the same time, ketchup splattered out in front of the backpacked young man. His poor teammate had died right before his eyes, leaving him stunned and speechless. The mutated zombie that had been secretly watching them lifted the dying man up and said, "Smooth flesh, it must be delicious, haha." The sight made the young man unable to stand steadily, almost collapsing. Immediately, he ran away in panic, sprinting for his life while shouting loudly, "Help! Help! There's a monster!" The remaining people inside were happily collecting supplies. Hearing their teammates' terrified scream, they turned to each other and asked, "What happened?" The young man seemed to be running toward his teammates to escape, but the mutated zombie kept stabbing many blades into his body. The poor young man could not say anything and only coughed a few last times. Cough, cough. The horrifying scene appeared before everyone. The zombie lifted the young man high into the air, his backpack falling to the ground. It gritted its teeth viciously and then used force. Under the light bulb, they could see the young man being torn into 2 pieces. A very tragic sight. The beautiful girl leading the group was speechless and stammered, What is that?" Then she shouted loudly to everyone, "Retreat. Hurry up, get out of here." The girl's weak legs ran as fast as possible, trying to escape from this place. The huge monster zombie leaped high into the air, spreading its sharp arms and roaring, "You can't run. Not a single one of you can escape, haha." Everyone panicked and ran in all directions trying to survive. Unfortunately for a small girl running behind, the giant zombie's hand pierced straight through her chest from back to front. Everyone in the group tried to run as fast as possible. The The beautiful girl leading them pushed herself to run faster while screaming in fear, "Ah, no."
I don't want to die.
They kept running desperately until the young man running near her finally coughed up blood from the attack of the mutated zombie. When they finally ran out of the supermarket entrance and saw the sunlight, only the girl was left alive. Thinking her teammates were still behind her, she shouted to signal them, "The exit. We're almost there." Her desperate screams echoed, "Ah, ah." After running out of the door, the beautiful girl collapsed to her knees at the entrance, gasping for breath. When she looked up, she saw the shadow of the vicious mutated zombie. Fear was clearly visible on the poor girl's face as she clenched her teeth and sobbed while tears streamed down. Facing the huge monster in front of her, little Ya cried loudly with tears streaming down her face. She raised both hands in front of her to resist, not knowing how to fight back except to scream loudly. Just when it seemed that her short life was about to end, the zombie Chen Chong strode heroically into the light at the supermarket entrance. His silhouette looked like a hero saving a beauty, while the frightened girl in front of him cried out, "Ah, ah, I don't want to die." Chen Chong coldly and decisively walked past her without even glancing at her. The girl stood there blankly and wondered. He just walked past. While she still couldn't understand what was happening, Xiaoyong's voice said, "Don't be afraid." The girl kept trembling and turned around in shock. Jiang Xiaoyong and Zhang Ji stepped in. Their sudden appearance in front of her shocked the girl greatly. "Why you are?" Xiaoyong's expression was very gentle. He extended his hand toward the girl and said, "The house buyer. Do you still remember the employee Little Ning, the one who sold the property to Xiaoyong in episode 1? As he helped Little Ning up, the male lead slowly said, "You're the real estate sales agent, right?" Now he scratched his cheek and tried to recall that day. "If I remember correctly, your name is Ning Wanwan, right?" In contrast to Jiang Xiaoyong's calm mood, on the other side the sounds of combat echoed. Bang thud between Chen Chong and the tall, dangerous zombie. Poor little Ning still could not escape the psychological shock. She hit her own head and screamed, "Ah!" A ghost. A monster. "There's a monster in the shopping mall, run." Jiang Xiaoyong gently reassured her. "It's okay, it's already being stopped." Hearing that, little Ning slowly turned her head back to look, though she was still a little scared. The girl's eyes widened completely in shock at the scene before her. Zombie Chen Chong faced directly the monster zombie that had slaughtered her teammates. The monster threw a strike at Chen Chong and mockingly said, "You haha, do you want to eat alone?" From a distance, Jiang Xiaoyong shouted to ask about the situation. "Chen Chong, can you handle it alone?" Chen Chong stared at it with cold iron eyes and replied, "Let me try first." Just moments ago it was closing in on Chen Chong, but in an instant the monster suddenly leaped backward. This slightly surprised Chen Chong with its agility. The monster stuck out its long tongue and crouched low to the ground. Its posture looked horrifying as it excitedly said, "The feeling of meeting a fellow kind for the first time. Haha, how wonderful." As he spoke, the mutated zombie lunged toward Chen Chong to gain momentum for an attack. Despite its overwhelming pressure, Chen Chong remained extremely calm and carefully observed it. In just a moment, boom. The zombie slammed a heavy strike down from above, landing close to Chen Chong's crotch, but he quickly stepped back and dodged it in time. The zombie's eyes glowed increasingly red. Being in the dominant position, it became extremely arrogant and kept provoking zombie Chen Chong. I wonder if our kind eating each other would evolve faster." Just as it was about to act again, it only heard the whooshing wind as Chen Chong's fist had already rushed straight toward the monster's face. It rolled its eyes in shock and let out a startled sound. Back in real time, Chen Chong quickly delivered a critical blow that slammed the monster's head into the ground. The way he leaped high and punched downward showed just how much power he put into it. Not expecting Chen Chong to be that strong, the monster lifted its grotesque face from the floor and said in a lower tone, "Damn it, Hemph, so you actually have some strength." Not giving it another second to run its mouth, Chen Chong launched another high kick, preparing to bring it down and finish it off quickly. From above, Chen Chong's power delivered a deadly strike onto the giant monster, the force spreading out with tremendous pressure and scattering debris across the floor. However, things were not going too smoothly. Chen Chong glanced around carefully to observe his surroundings. He then realized that this monster was not easy to deal with. It had already dashed up to the ceiling right above his head, neatly dodging the kick. Hanging on the ceiling, it burst into rage. Its bare jaws clacked together loudly, while strange buzzing noises rang in the air. It then laughed again. I've accumulated strength from hunting all this time. Now I finally have a chance to put it to use." After hearing this, Chen Chong suddenly felt a surge of power rushing past him from behind like a gust of wind, causing his eyes to widen. After assessing the monster's attack position, Chen Chong turned his head and saw the creature's grin stretching from ear to ear, as it bared its teeth and let out a long hee-hee. Boom, boom, boom. The collisions of their attacks happened extremely fast and dangerously inside the shopping mall. Watching his friend fight, Zhang Ji could not hide his worry and shouted, "Brother Xiaoyong, Chen Chong is at a disadvantage. Why is this monster so strong?" Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong lowered his face and assessed the situation. It's right to deal with it this time. If we let it keep hunting for a while longer, it would become truly difficult to handle. After saying that, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately used the system to take out an axe submachine gun in his hand. Little Ning behind him was shocked by this magic-like trick and exclaimed, "What is that?" The gun suddenly appeared out of thin air. He peeked through the gun's sight to aim straight at the target. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Xiaoyong spoke up, "Chen Chong, if you can hold him for 1 second, I won't tease you later." Chen Chong, who was struggling with the monster, immediately grabbed both of its arms to restrain it. The zombie monster struggled and shouted, "Damn it, let go." Just enough for the 1 second Jiang Xiaoyong asked for. Bang! He immediately fired a shot, sparks flashing. The bullet flew straight toward the monster's temple, making its torn face twist in pain. The huge zombie monster staggered as if about to fall backward. It dragged its heavy steps while screaming painfully, "Ah!" It then tried to resist with all its strength, rubbing its feet against the ground to maintain balance. The large monster with a hole in its forehead kept leaking dark red fluid. Its eyes burned with fury as it roared, "Ahi, it hurts. You bastard. You actually managed to hurt me. Stakak, I will kill you. I'll tear you to pieces. Kak kak." Seeing the scene, Zai exclaimed in confusion. Its brain was shot, and it's still not dead. That was still not enough, so Jiang Xiaoyong fired a barrage of more bullets at the monster. He firmly aimed straight at it. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang! The huge zombie's body was like a shield, taking many holes across its muscular frame. It roared madly, "Huh! Ah! Gakak! Kak kak kak!" After a while, the four of them, Chen Chong, Jiang Xiaoyong, Zhang Zhai, and the timid little Ning, stood looking at the twisted corpse lying in a pool of blood, no longer making its final groans. Zhang Ji asked, "Is it dead yet?" Jiang Xiaoyong then seriously ordered Chen Chong, "Try eating this monster. Maybe it can increase your strength." Chen Chong thought the same and nodded in agreement. Mem meet human. Suddenly the system displayed a notification: mission content, expand the area. Mission requirement: try your best to increase the area rating. Mission progress: eliminate a dangerous factor. Area rating 1. Current rating points 3. Accumulated reward 10. Current total 46 points. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at it in slight surprise and said, "Oh, that counts too." Now Jiang Xiaoyong became much more excited. He smiled slightly and said, "Since we were already here, we might as well make use of it. Let's see if we can clear out the supermarket." Little Ning behind him was startled and asked, "Huh? Clear it out?" Xiaoyong pointed upward, where many strange streams of spiritual light swirled around to form a small tornado that sucked many remaining items in the supermarket into it. Little Ning was extremely confused and worried, while Zhang Zi stood with his hands on his hips and excitedly exclaimed,
"Wow, that's amazing."
"What kind of magic is that?" After everything had been sucked into the spatial ring, Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the corpses of Little Ning's teammates and said, "These bodies, leave them here for other zombies." Then he called out, "Chen Chong, are you full? Let's go." The scene shifts to another place. The white car of the female boss from the Emerald Mountain faction suddenly braked hard on the main road near Xiaoyong's base, and a man's voice shouted, "Wait, stop here." Inside the car, she arrogantly turned and asked the subordinate who was observing through binoculars, "What is it?" In his binocular view, Shanshan was standing on the observation tower, fully focused on her duty. He then turned the binoculars toward the area where the survivors Jiang Xiaoyong had taken and were gathered, where many people were moving around. Now he showed a pleased expression and said to her, "Quite a lot of people. Their weapons are outdated, and the only advantage is that the renovated factory building is quite sturdy." One of the drivers also asked in confusion, "Then how did they deal with Zhang Yingwen and Lin Guangkai?" The female boss loudly voiced her deduction, "Isn't it obvious? A sneak attack, letting zombies in. I already told them before that using a villa as a base isn't reliable." She then leaned back in her seat, clearly happier upon seeing living people, and laughed, "Hawa, heaven saw how hard we worked and sent us both prey and a base." The man with the binoculars cheerfully replied, "That's right. It almost makes me feel a little embarrassed. Ha ha." The driver with a sharp face asked, "So what now? Should we go in?" The female boss calmly rested her arm while looking at the attractive base and said, "No. Go back and prepare first, then bring the gang and weapons." Immediately, their white car turned around and sped back the way it came. The scene shifts back to Jiang Xiaoyong and Zhang Ji, whose car is smoothly driving back on the road. Inside the car, Little Ning was extremely happy to be taken in and bounced excitedly, exclaiming, "Really?" Zhang Zi cheerfully replied, "Of course. Not only are there beds and mattresses, there's also hot water for bathing." Hearing this, little Ning was overjoyed and shouted,
Oh yeah.
Xiaoyong suddenly noticed something strange ahead and narrowed his eyes to look more carefully, then warned everyone, be careful. There are people ahead. Shanshan, weapons. Little Ning and Jiangji, who had just relaxed for a moment, immediately switched into a defensive posture. Both of them looked forward with some caution. Jiangji said nothing more. He quickly picked up the axe, then slightly leaned his head out of the window to take a look. It was a white car speeding past Xiaoyong's group's car at a blazing speed, heading in the opposite direction as the people from Emerald Mountain hurried back. In the brief moment when the two cars passed each other, Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes and looked through the window to check the situation on the other side. Coincidentally, the female boss on the other side was also paying attention to the car driven by Xiaoyong. Their suspicious gazes met. It was a clash between two rivals. At that moment the system interface appeared. Ding ding, a new mission. A system panel appeared before Xiaoyong. New mission, Punisher of Evil. Mission requirement, resist the invaders. Reward, 50 points. After reading it, Xiaoyong felt a bit curious and muttered, resist the invaders. Thinking of the woman he had just encountered on the main road, Xiaoyong looked out the window and wondered, could it be that group? A moment later, the protagonist's car arrived back at the base. Looking up at the watchtower above, the protagonist planned to go up and check the situation. Today was Shanshan's shift, so Xiaoyong asked her, did any strangers appear around here just now? From the movement earlier, Shanshan had also noticed something. She casually pointed in that direction and replied, it seemed like a car passed by in the distance, but it didn't come toward us. At first I thought it was you guys coming back. Looking slightly puzzled, she continued, what's wrong, brother Xiaoyong? Is there a problem? Suspecting something unusual, Xiaoyong's expression turned serious. Tell Zhongji and Old Lai to gather everyone. I have something important to assign. 30 minutes later, at the coal factory in the southern suburbs, a walkie-talkie in a man's hand was scanning for signals, continuously making static noises. The man leading a group was trying to listen to the signal coming from the radio. Survivors, please come to the coal factory in the southern suburbs. We have established a gathering point here and are short of manpower. Among the group, a young man in a yellow shirt at the back scratched his head and looked around, saying, it must be somewhere nearby. From this side, a luxury car drove toward the group. The young man from before excitedly waved his hand and shouted, a car. It's survivors.
That's great.
Several people stepped forward, signaling the car to stop, kicking up clouds of dust. It was the boss lady's group. The three of them calmly stepped out of the car. Seeing new manpower, she asked, did you come here because you received the radio signal? The young man in yellow hurriedly replied, yes, yes. In times like these, women were precious and rare. What immediately caught the men's eyes was the boss lady's enormous bust, making the young man in yellow blush red as his imagination ran wild. The boss lady's luxurious curves swayed as she slowly walked step by step toward the group of men. The boss lady understood these men's mentality and immediately put on a gentle, inviting expression. You guys came at the right time, follow us. The men were obviously delighted. The guy in the yellow shirt had eyes shining like stars, almost as if he was enchanted, repeatedly replying, oh thank you very much. The boss lady continued speaking smoothly, it's not far. The car doesn't have enough seats, we'll reach it after walking a short distance. The team leader cheerfully replied, all right. Meanwhile, the man in yellow and the one beside him exchanged sly looks, secretly harboring bad intentions, not realizing they were merely prey. After a while, the boss lady and her subordinates led the newcomers into the entrance of a large warehouse and enthusiastically guided them up the escalator to a higher level. The man in the yellow shirt opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, wow, this place is really spacious. Since the apocalypse began, it was the first place he had seen this large. Excitedly he continued, great. We finally have a place to stay. Then he awkwardly scratched the side of his face and said, suddenly I need to use the bathroom. Let me take care of it outside first before coming in. The boss lady enthusiastically replied, no need, there's a restroom inside. Follow me. The man in yellow, thinking something dirty, blushed foolishly and stammered, okay. The yellow stream flowed as the man in the yellow shirt finally entered the restroom. The man smiled shyly while glancing back over his shoulder with a sly and lustful mood. The boss lady, dressed provocatively, stood behind him with her arms crossed as if guarding him. Few could resist such a scene, and the man in yellow hurriedly pulled up his pants with rustling sounds. Before even fastening his pants, he deliberately showed off his red underwear to the boss lady, putting on a perverted expression. Little lady, I know what you're rethinking. Come on, don't be shy. She simply stood there with her arms crossed, saying nothing while he added, Big brother here is very strong. Immediately a miserable scream rang out, mixed with the sound of metal piercing flesh. The perverted man's eyes bulged wide and he had never expected such a move. Kafakakak. With a cold expression, the boss lady stabbed a carrot straight through the arrogant man's throat, revealing just how ruthless and cruel this woman truly was. The lustful man's head collapsed right in front of the slender legs wearing fishnet stockings. Too unlucky for this guy. At the end of his life he was still met with her contemptuous gaze as she said, "Tusk, I thought it was something good. Turns out it's just this." The carrot in her hand was still covered with ketchup-like stains. She calmly walked out as if nothing had happened. One of her subordinates happily reported, "Boss, it's all done." As she approached, she casually said, "Drag the guy in the restroom out here too." Then she walked over to the still, warm corpses of the group from earlier, looked at them for a moment, and ordered her subordinate, "While you re-at it, call old second and old third as well." Meanwhile, at Xiaoyong's base, he was gathering the people he had previously helped in order to discuss a plan. It was rare for everyone to be summoned together like this. Old Lai asked Xiaoyong, "Is someone targeting us? Who is it?" Xiaoyong explained clearly, "We know nothing about the enemy. From now on, every day carries the risk of an attack." Then Xiaoyong turned to Zhang Ji and Chen Song and instructed them, "You two will come with me later. We will clear out the abandoned building to the southeast so the refugees outside can temporarily move in. Otherwise, if the enemy attacks, they'll all become cannon fodder." Shanshan and the chubby Xiaokai were also very brave. Seeing they hadn't been assigned much by Xiaoyong, they volunteered. Shanshan said, "Brother Xiaoyong, I will go too." Xiaokai added, "Me too." Even the two men in protective suits from Old Li's team volunteered together, saying, "The two of us will go as well." At this point many others, even women and children, showed the spirit of wanting to protect the base. The boy Zhang Shengji quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Then I want to go too." Zhang Shengji's wife immediately scolded him, "You little brat, why are you getting involved?" Xiao Ning was also surprised by this. At that moment Xiao Ning was a little scared, but she still raised her hand and said, "With this atmosphere maybe I should go too." Zhang Xiaoyong appreciated everyone's spirit, but he still calmly analyzed the situation and said, "It shouldn't be too dangerous over there. Old Han and Old Lai staying behind to guard the base will be enough. Everyone else can join." In no time the discussion was finished. Zhang Xiaoyong took the lead, followed by many people he had once helped, each carrying some kind of weapon. They gathered in front of a tall building, the crowd as large as a small squad, bustling noisily at the entrance. Now it was time for everyone to start eliminating some zombies. Zhang Xiaoyong took the lead, firing the first shots into a zombie's throat, signaling the start for those following him. Many people worked together, using knives and guns, while Chen Song even fought with his bare hands, using all his strength to kill the zombies one by one. After a chaotic and exhausting fight, all the zombies were eliminated and lay scattered everywhere. Everyone was panting heavily from exhaustion. Zhang Xiaoyong did not forget to check on everyone and asked, "Is anyone injured?" "Check again." Everyone replied, "No." Moving closer to an empty window, and looking toward the base where several chimneys from the Big Sisters group were still smoking, Zhang Xiaoyong carefully warned everyone, "In the next few days, someone will attack us. You should stay here for the time being." Hearing that, a woman and a man whom Xiaoyong had once saved spoke to him with determination, "We can fight." "That's right, we can help too." At this point, understanding their determination, the main character slowly stroked his chin and thought before saying, That works too." At that moment Zhang Xiaoyong assigned the man a task, "Clean up this area first. I will bring pistols and ammunition later. When the enemy attacks, we will communicate through walkie-talkies. You must follow my command." The man immediately clenched his fist and replied eagerly, "Okay, no problem." The scene shifts to Big Sister's group. She stood calmly with her arms crossed, watching her men working hard. One of them shouted, "How is it, Big Sister?" She simply turned slightly and gave him a glance. A skinny man with his hands in his pockets asked, "So did it go smoothly?" Behind him stood a tall long-haired man who seemed hypnotized, muttering repeatedly, "Human flesh eat human flesh." She angrily put her hands on her hips and shouted at the two of them, "Smooth. What's smooth? The Baikui mountain area has already been destroyed. From now on we have to find food ourselves." The skinny man asked unhappily, "Who did that?" The tall man behind him immediately roared, "Human flesh. No human flesh to eat." Not happy at all, Big Sister deliberately stirred up hatred against Zhang Xiaoyong's group, saying, "It was done by a group from the east, and there are quite a lot of them. Tomorrow morning, Old Second and I will lead people to deal with them and wipe them out." The scene shifts back to Zhang Xiaoyong's base. In a lit private room, Zhang Xiaoyong's voice was heard, 46 accumulated points. Let's see if the system has any new boxes. The system interface in front of him displayed Supply Box Shop System Ability Waking Level 2 25 points, Doomsday Farmer Supply Box Level 2 15 points, Sugar Oil and Protein Supply Box Level 1 5 points, Manual Refresh 2 points. Sitting on the bed and leaning on his arm, Zhang Xiaoyong happily clicked and exclaimed, "Finally, there are new items." Pointing and clicking on the system panel, Zhang Xiaoyong exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, this time there are 2 level 2 boxes. It costs 40 points in total. Let's see what's inside." After saying that, Zhang Xiaoyong opened it immediately. The system announced Overdrive Physical Ability Level 1, effect personal attributes increase by 25. After the effect ends, the user will fall into a weakened state. A wisp of smoke appeared in front of him as the system finished announcing, as if Xiaoyong's body had completely accepted the new attribute. "This reward is actually quite good." Xiaoyong's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Oh, a 25 enhancement. I currently have 33 physical points, with a 25 boost that exceeds 40 points already. That's equivalent to unleashing strength 8 times that of an ordinary person." With a cracking sound, he flexed his arm, looked down at it with excitement, and said, "I'm getting a little impatient. I really want to try out this new strength." The scene shifts to the main road, where a long trail of smoke appears along with the loud screech of brakes. It was Big Sister's group, a 6-seater vehicle, 2 pickup trucks, and 3 men riding motorcycles following behind. Inside Big Sister's car, a subordinate holding a walkie-talkie leaned out and asked, "Sister Ru, what do we do next?" The woman known as Sister Rui crossed her arms and replied with a stern face, "Repeat the attack plan for everyone again. Kill all the refugees on the outer perimeter first." She then lowered her voice and laid out the final plan. When Old Second breaks the gate, everyone drives in to cover him and suppress them with firepower. The man lowered his gaze as if he fully understood. The brain-rotted man who loved eating human flesh sat beside Big Sister, swaying his bulky body and roaring repeatedly, "Good, good. I'm hungry." With a savage and excited expression he continued, "I kill, I eat." The convoy sped forward under the bright blue sky. Today was a bright sunny day, suitable for a battle to break out at Zhang Xiaoyong's base. Standing on a high place and observing below, Old Lai and Xiaoyong leaned on the railing. Old Li hesitated before explaining the situation. This place is indeed well hidden, but the visibility is far worse than a watchtower. The blind spot at the base of the wall is too large. Zhang Xiaoyong did not seem concerned and reassured him, "Don't worry. We're not defending this place because of the view." Old Lai frowned and asked in surprise, "Then why?" Zhang Xiaoyong simply smiled lightly while looking into the distance. Then he calmly looked at Old Lai and said, "If I remember correctly, you once mentioned that a few years ago you worked as a sniper, right?" When asked about sniping, Old Li scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Ah, you remembered wrong. Not several years, just a few months. I only know a little. At that time I temporarily filled in, so the report exaggerated things." Even so, Xiaoyong still trusted him because he had used a gun very skillfully before, so he asked further, "Then at a distance of 1 to 200 meters, can you shoot accurately?" Old Li was extremely confident. He laughed loudly and slapped his chest while declaring to Zhang Xiaoyong, "Haha, then you re-underestimating me. As long as there's no strong wind, within 500 meters I can hit wherever I aim." Xiaoyong nodded repeatedly and gave a dangerous smile in agreement with Old Lai. With a deeper meaning toward the upcoming battle, he said, "That's enough." Suddenly Zhang Ji called out, "Brother Xiaoyong, the items have been delivered." Zhang Ji struggled as he finally arrived, sweating heavily and exclaiming in shock, "My God, what is this thing? It's so heavy." Zhang Xiaoyong and Old La turned around to look. Putting the wooden crate on the ground, Zhang Ji bent over with his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Zhang Xiaoyong immediately stepped forward to inspect it, while Old Lai asked awkwardly, "This is?" When the wooden box was opened, a brand new sniper rifle lay inside. The sight shocked Old Li so much that he shouted, "A sniper rifle!" Just a second ago he asked about it, and now it was already in his hands. Old Lai broke into a cold sweat and asked, "My God, Xiaoyong, this isn't something just anyone can get. Where did you find it?" Xiaoyong remained calm, knowing the situation best. He smiled lightly and replied, "We only have 2 boxes of ammo, 10 bullets in total. Use them carefully." Holding the sniper rifle in his hands, something he had dreamed of since his time in the army, Old Li still couldn't believe it and kept muttering, I understand, my God." After that, Xiaoyong turned to Zhang Ji and asked, "Are the others in position?" Zhang Ji replied seriously, "Yes." Zhang Xiaoyong praised him and reminded everyone, "Good. Tell everyone to stay alert. The enemy may appear at any time." At the observation post, Shanshan was adjusting the signal on her headset when she suddenly reported, Hello, abnormal activity detected." The other end replied through static, "Roger, message received." At that moment, Old Li had already taken position. He rested the rifle on the railing and lay down to aim while communicating with Shanshan. "I see them too," he said. The voice on the other end reported, "The enemy is armed. Prepare yourselves." Outside Xiaoyong's base, Big Sister's group had not yet gotten out of their vehicles. One of her subordinates used binoculars to observe the distance but saw no one. "Confused?" he said. "Strange, where did all the refugees near the wall go?" Don't tell me they've even taken away and butchered for stew. The man in the driver's seat suggested, maybe we should stop and take a closer look. Sensing things were not going smoothly, Big Sister leaned forward toward the front seat and whispered coldly, no, charge straight in. We're already close enough. If they discover us now, attacking again later won't be easy. The man immediately responded seriously, understood, thinking they were moving silently without being noticed. The convoy had no idea that Shanshan was reporting their movements in real time. Static group assault approaching the wall to find cover. At the perfect moment, following Xiaoyong's instructions, Shanshan focused on observing and reported to the shooters, the enemy is within firing range. Open fire. On the upper levels of the base, several men from Xiaoyong's team aimed their guns downward at the reported targets. Each of them held a weapon, coordinating perfectly as gunfire erupted tat-tat, tat-tat-tat. Big Sister's group below was caught in a fierce rain of bullets. Sparks flew as they were hit, and the convoy tried desperately to speed away, but wherever they drove, bullets followed. Inside one of the villain's cars, the driver had been hit by 2 bullets in the left side of his chest. In panic and agony, he screamed loudly. Immediately, the car driven by this man lost control and swerved in a wide turn, accidentally blocking the vehicles behind. Following that momentum, it rushed off the road and crashed into a row of trees by the roadside, the impact bursting the tires and sending them flying into the air. Xiaoyong's team successfully destroyed one target. Big Sister inside another vehicle was still safe. Seeing her side suffer heavy losses, she became extremely furious and irritated. Gritting her teeth, she growled, "Damn it, how could this happen? What should we do now?" The entire convoy was forced to slow down, but moving slowly only made the rain of bullets even denser. They kept swerving wildly to reduce the chance of being hit, but it seemed useless. People inside the cars urgently reported, "Keep charging forward. There's a hidden spot under the wall." After circling around for a while, they finally crawled their way to the front gate of Xiaoyong's base, and quickly slowed down to stop there. A large and rough foot stomped heavily onto the ground. This man was extremely bloodthirsty. It was the huge man who loved eating human flesh. Holding a large chainsaw with the switch turned on, it buzzed loudly as he roared with his wide mouth, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Using the tool to break into the base, the tall giant kept swinging the chainsaw back and forth at the gate, carving a long and forceful cut. From the observation post above, Shanshan noticed the scumbag trying to force his way in and shouted, "My God, there's a freak breaking the gate." The man was gritting his teeth and grimacing as he tried to break through. Everyone focused their attention on the tall brute. Shanshan began directing the others, "Fire! Fire! Don't stop!" Immediately everyone redirected their gun barrels and aimed straight down. Down below, Big Sister and her gang also crawled out of the vehicles. Everyone hid under the cars and looked for chances to fire back. The gunshots were deafening and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. She shouted, "Return fire! Suppress them! Cover old second!" Up above, several bullets nearly hit Shanshan and another teammate, frightening them badly. They trembled under the enemy's counterattack. For a high school student facing a notorious gang, the situation was extremely disadvantageous for the girl. Zhang Ji's group attacking from this side was also affected. Xiao Kai was hit by a bullet in the shoulder, and Zhang Ji anxiously turned toward his close friend and shouted, "Xiao Kai." He quickly dragged Xiao Kai back inside and then reminded everyone to keep going. They also have many submachine guns. Their firepower isn't much weaker than ours. Everyone tried to hold their positions and coordinate their reloading in time. Up on the upper side, Zixuan's father was also struggling against the dense bullets being fired upward from below. He turned around cautiously and tried to rally everyone. "Don't be afraid. Hold on. We have plenty of ammunition." With his extensive experience, Old Hand saw through their intention. He turned and told the teammates beside him, "They're recutting through the gate." Old Lai realized it as well and added, "If the gate is broken, we'll be put at a disadvantage." While everyone was still shouting and fighting hard, Zhang Xiaoyong, in another place, spoke through the earpiece to reassure them. "Don't worry, I've already planned everything." It turned out that Zhang Xiaoyong hadn't appeared earlier because he had a combat plan. When no one was paying attention to the side door, he slowly opened it and quietly stepped out. He sprinted with all his strength toward the observation tower, his rapid footsteps unnoticed by anyone. On Big Sister's side, after exchanging gunfire with Xiaoyong's group for some time, a subordinate rushed over to report, "Our ammunition is only half left." Looking toward the big man trying to break the gate, Big Sister impatiently shouted, "Old second, are you done yet?" The man was still struggling with the sturdy steel, reinforced gate that Xiaoyong had painstakingly prepared. Nearly losing his patience, he irritably shouted, Yeah, it's almost done!" Boom! A loud explosion erupted. Behind the gate, bright flames and thick smoke burst outward. The loud noise caused the people above to panic and rush down. Shanshan shouted loudly, "The gate is broken." Reinforce the gate. Don't let them get in. Big Sister was extremely delighted. A ghost-like expression slowly appeared on her face, with a crooked smile and eyes filled with cruel excitement. Laughing triumphantly, she said, "Haha, you people who've never seen the outside world. Let me show you the terror of an evolved being." She now used the evolved zombie as a shield. Turning back, she waved to her subordinates and ordered, "Move. Hide behind Old Second. Once we get in, immediately take control and provide cover." The gate of Xiaoyong's base was truly destroyed. The huge evolved zombie reached forward and forced it open completely, sending dust and smoke into the air. Xiaoyong successfully climbed onto a nearby observation tower. Speaking into the earpiece, he informed Old Li, "Prepare to follow my command." Up there, Old Li had been waiting from the beginning. Now was finally the moment to demonstrate his ability. He listened carefully to Xiaoyong's instructions. "Do you see the tallest one among them?" Within his sights, Old Li aimed directly at the chest of the evolved zombie charging forward aggressively. "I see it." The tall brute who loved eating human flesh continued roaring. He opened his mouth wide, revealing rows of teeth, his voice sounding as if he had completely lost his sanity. From inside, Old Han and the two teammates behind him were drenched in sweat. They stared in shock and fear at the strange figure before them. The man behind, without blinking, said, that is even a human?" Old Second stepped forward boldly with heavy strides, blocking bullets for Big Sister's group hiding behind him. Old Han and the other two kept firing intensely at his muscular body. Many bullets struck his flesh but had no effect. To him they were like tiny ants. The man glared angrily, growling while exhaling a long breath of smoke as he gathered strength. Looking closely at the bullets embedded in his skin, his thick hide was so tough that ordinary bullets could barely penetrate it. And many of the wounds even began healing on their own. Old Han was extremely shocked. Seeing this, he stammered in disbelief, that guy can he heal his wounds by himself. Behind the evolved zombie, Big Sister stood close behind him. She was extremely proud of her powerful fighter, grinning widely as she laughed loudly. "Humph, your eyes popping out already. Is this the first time you've seen evolvers?" Up on the high floor, Old Li waited behind the scope of his sniper rifle. Through the earpiece, Old Han quickly reported, "Buzz, that huge idiot has a self-healing ability. Your guns won't be able to kill him." While focusing on the target, Old Li replied, "Let's try this." With that said, Old Li fired a shot from the rifle. The bullet shot out in a burst of sparks with tremendous force. With a single earth-shaking shot, the upper part of the evolved being's body was blasted open with a massive crater, and in an instant his head was completely gone. Immediately the huge body collapsed. When he fell, the entire area shook violently and dust and debris flew everywhere. The massive shield of Big Sister's group was destroyed. Their faces were filled with panic. The bearded subordinate stared wide-eyed and shouted, "What just happened? How could this be?" Big Sister's face was no longer arrogant like a few minutes ago. Cold sweat covered her forehead as she frowned and stammered. "These people, I didn't expect them to have such powerful weapons. How is that possible?" While they were still distracted dealing with one of their teammates, and not paying attention behind them, Xiaoyong had already aimed his gun at their group. In the next second he unleashed a burst of gunfire toward Big Sister. Hearing the shots and being attacked unexpectedly, several men behind her panicked and turned around to fight back. Big Sister also spun around angrily and shouted, "Enemy behind us!" We re-surrounded. Realizing it now was too late, Big Sister glared at Xiaoyong. She had been the one who started the conflict, yet now she shouted resentfully, "Damn it, those bastards. We miscalculated, we underestimated these people." Driven to a dead end, they had no choice but to fight back desperately. Big Sister took the lead, pointing her gun forward, running at full speed while firing and shouting orders, "Retreat, fall back to the car." Several men behind her were hit by bullets and blood burst out. As she ran closer and saw his handsome face clearly, Big Sister's veins bulged with anger. She glared fiercely at him, grinding her teeth in hatred, that is. Only then did she remember Xiaoyong. The two had met before. In a hurried and shocked tone she said, "He's that kid who was in the car back then." Xiaoyong calmly held his gun steady, aiming at the target, his face cold as steel as he stared at her. Suddenly Big Sister grabbed one of her subordinates by the shoulder. Her grip was so tight that the man was pulled forward and stumbled in surprise. Before he could even understand what was happening, Big Sister used her own subordinate as a human shield. The unlucky man took the bullets and died in her place. This cold-blooded woman showed not the slightest emotion and even glared arrogantly at the male lead. Big Sister's series of actions made Xiaoyong wary. He frowned suspiciously and thought, her reaction is really fast, could she also be an evolver? As soon as that thought ended, Big Sister hurled the corpse of the man who had just died straight toward Xiaoyong. Though she looked small, she was actually very strong, throwing the body with just one hand. Xiaoyong quickly dodged to the side. The thrown corpse slammed heavily onto the ground, the lackey lying motionless. Xiaoyong stayed on guard and glanced toward the body. In just a few seconds of lost vigilance, Big Sister had already changed direction and fled. While Xiaoyong was still reacting, she had already run far away. He shouted angrily, "Damn it.
She got away!"
But it wasn't over yet. Their side still had a trump card, Old Li. He was preparing for a second shot. From the high floor, Old Li focused completely through the scope and calmly spoke into the radio, trying to run. Within Old Li's view, Big Sister was running for her life. Old Li moved the crosshair toward her heart and muttered, "Let's see if the Barrett in my hands agrees with that." With a shot, Old Li first aimed at one of Big Sister's legs. Her slender leg was blown apart into 2 pieces. She screamed in agony, her face filled with pain and panic. She was only a little distance away from reaching the car, but suddenly a shot struck her leg and she collapsed to the ground. The people in the car hurriedly opened the door. He had intended to aim at her back and shoot straight through her heart to send her to the afterlife quickly. But Old Li jerked in frustration. After checking the shot, he clicked his tongue angrily. Damn it, it missed. In the car, the bearded subordinate closest to her had luckily gotten in first. He immediately pulled Big Sister into the car, dragging her with one hand while shouting, "Big Sister." Despite the pain, she forced herself up and ordered, "Drive, drive now." The car turned around amid the heavy rain of bullets from Xiaoyong's team. The driver desperately swerved the steering wheel to avoid the continuous gunfire. The vehicle barely managed to escape the battlefield that Xiaoyong had set up as an ambush. In the end, they still failed to capture the leader. Everyone shouted anxiously, "Damn it, she got away." Watching the car struggling to escape at incredible speed, Xiaoyong remained calm. Through the headset, Old Li anxiously asked what they would do if those people returned later. However, Xiaoyong was not worried. He simply smiled faintly and reassured him, "It's fine, I know where they are." At that moment, the system panel appeared. Mission Nemesis of Evil completed. Mission requirement: resist invasion. Normal points 50. Mission content: expand the community. Requirement: strive to increase the community evaluation score. Mission progress: repelled the invading attackers. Member trust greatly increased. Community rating 2, current rating 5, normal points 20, current total points 76. By the time Big Sister's car had already sped onto the highway, Xiaoyong's system pointed a large arrow toward the villain's base. The system panel displayed another message: new mission: Nemesis of Evil 2. Mission requirement: attack the enemy stronghold and eliminate the cannibals. Reward: 50 points. Once everything settled down, Shanshan, Old Han, and Zhang were delighted by the team's victory. Little Shanshan jumped excitedly with her hands raised high and shouted happily, "Yahoo! We won!" Afterwards, Xiaoyong kindly walked over and asked everyone if there were any casualties. Zhang Ji answered on behalf of the group, saying no one had died but several people were injured. Hearing that, Xiaoyong immediately ordered them to take the wounded to the medical room for disinfection and treatment, while the enemy's corpses were to be dragged to the cold storage and kept for Chen Sung. After saying that, he glanced behind him and gave another order: go call the survivors from the abandoned building and bring them back, since it was temporarily safe now. With everything finished for now, Xiaoyong happily looked at the system panel and thought to himself that he now had 76 points. So tonight he would definitely spend some of them. The scene shifts to Big Sister's base. They had already returned, and the car stopped in front of the entrance, where many subordinates were still standing guard. She was now extremely weak and had lost one leg. Fortunately, first aid had been given in time, so she had not lost too much blood. 2 subordinates had to support her together to carry her inside. One of the men saw Big Sister's injured state and quickly approached to ask what had happened. He was holding a baton and looked extremely angry about their side's losses. After returning from defeat, she could not hide her anger and frustration. Gritting her teeth, she growled, "Damn it, I underestimated them. I didn't expect those people to have heavy weapons." Venting her anger, she shouted at the guard, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring me human flesh." The man frowned in displeasure, clearly not very happy about it. From his attitude, it was clear that he had never lived comfortably under her rule. Instead of replying immediately, he simply gave a faint smile and looked at her in a dangerous way. This man led the others below him, and they all stood still without doing anything or answering Big Sister. Seeing this stubborn attitude, she pointed straight at him and shouted again, "What are you waiting for? Go get it. Useless trash, you're not even worth one toe of second brother." Second brother, the tall and powerful one, was already dead, and now Big Sister herself only had one leg left. This situation was extremely convenient for the subordinates. The blonde-haired man leading them immediately revealed his true face. Pointing at her missing leg, he sneered coldly, "You filthy bitch. You've fallen to this state, and you still dare talk to me like that." Now Big Sister was left speechless. Her body was weak, and she knew she was in a difficult position. She stepped back and lowered her voice with a hint of worry. Why? Are you trying to rebel? She was so furious that she almost saw stars. She immediately ordered the two most loyal subordinates behind her to act.
Men, capture him for me!
But the two of them had already realized that the situation had changed, so they remained silent and did not move. They hesitated, thinking carefully. After waiting for quite a while without any reaction, Big Sister turned around in confusion and slowly began to understand. Now the subordinate no longer had anything holding him back. He raised the baton high and confidently declared in front of Big Sister, "You re-injured now, second brother is dead, and I'm the strongest one here. Besides, the brothers have long acknowledged me." With nothing left to fear, the subordinate lifted his chin arrogantly and shouted loudly, "Ask everyone here." Isn't that right? Big Sister was now in a passive position and could do nothing. Everyone around her had already turned against her. Furious, she gritted her teeth and growled, "Bastards.
Get away from me!"
You dare rebel. Don't think I can't deal with all of you." Not just a few but many men surrounded Big Sister like ants swarming a lump of sugar. Perhaps because of the harsh treatment she had given them in the past, now that she had fallen from power, they all turned against her. As the circle tightened, she stammered in fear, "No don't." The blonde-haired man leading the rebellion raised an iron bar high. With a satisfied grin, his mouth wide open and eyes glaring at Big Sister, he burst out laughing loudly, "Ha ha ha," preparing to strike the first blow that would end the monster who had ruled them for so long. Immediately, many strong young men holding long iron pipes began beating the woman mercilessly. Their faces even showed joy and relief. Many of them crowded forward just to strike her as hard as possible. They burst into loud laughter, "Ha ha ha." It was somewhat pitiful to see her being beaten by the crowd. But considering the evil things she had done before, it was the consequence she deserved. Big Sister curled up on the ground in pain, clutching her head and screaming. She was tormented until her screams gradually weakened. Clenching her teeth, she slowly lost consciousness, yet many blows continued to rain down on her body. After a while, the subordinates finally stopped once they had vented their long-suppressed anger. The blonde subordinate wiped the red blood from his fingers and grinned at Big Sister. A man behind him spoke angrily, "Sandangjia." Suddenly the blonde man turned around with a fierce expression. His eyes widened as he shouted at the man behind him, "What did you just call me?" The man was shocked, his face turning pale. The man immediately dropped to all fours and repeatedly knocked his head on the ground in apology. "Ah, big brother. Sorry, I misspoke." The blonde man's demeanor changed as he casually put his hands in his pockets and waved dismissively. "Alright, just say what you need to say." His subordinate quickly lifted his head and said anxiously, "That woman is dead now. Second brother is also dead. Many of our brothers have died too. Our fighting strength has dropped a lot. If we run into that guy again." Only then did the third boss scratch his hollow cheek, thinking about an evolved zombie in his mind, huge and covered with dangerous tentacles. He muttered uneasily, "That tentacle monster." So he temporarily brushed aside those matters. The third boss waved his hand dismissively and said indifferently, "No, it's fine. We can go and join the people of the Western Territory." After saying that, he walked inside, leaving the soaked corpse of Big Sister outside. Xiaoyong's car followed the system's guidance and arrived at Big Sister's base. Xiaoyong got out of the car, and Zhang Ji and Old Li followed him. As soon as they stepped out, Zhang Ji carefully admitted Xiaoyong was right. "Wow, brother Xiaoyong, you were right. This really is a base." Xiaoyong simply gave a slight smile. After that, he led the two men inside. Xiaoyong carefully signaled them to stay quiet and whispered, Sneak in quietly, don't make any noise." Old Li and Zhang Zhangzi tried their best to cooperate. After a while, the three of them whispered among themselves, "No movement at all. Could it be that they've all left? Maybe they ran away earlier. Maybe they were afraid we'd chase them." When they finally found what they were looking for, the three men froze upon seeing Big Sister's corpse. It had been smashed badly, her limbs broken, one leg missing, and her face horribly disfigured. Old Li pointed at it and realized, "It's the woman I shot earlier. Did those guys even kill their own companion?" Not surprised at all by those thugs, Xiaoyong glanced down with clear disdain and laughed, "Haha, I'm not surprised by this at all." Zhang Ji then said, "Brother Xiaoyong, to be honest, that big monster we encountered earlier clearly wasn't like the Zhong family." Even Zhang Ji had doubts about that evolved zombie. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyong looked away thoughtfully. Old Li also noticed something. He recalled the one whose head he had shot off. "That's right, I even heard them call it something like an evolver." Then he asked in confusion, "What exactly is an evolver? How does someone become one?" Even the protagonist himself had many doubts. More than anyone else, he was a reborn man with a system, so Jiang Xiaoyong also had many questions in his mind. Crossing his arms as he thought, he answered Old Li by eating human flesh. Hearing this, both men were shocked. Cold sweat broke out as they stared at Jiang Xiaoyong and asked in unison, eat human flesh. Jiang Xiaoyong replied calmly, that's right. If you want to become an evolver and gain power like the zombies, the most direct way is to eat human flesh. Hearing that, Zhang Ji could no longer hide his horror. Since Jiang Xiaoyong was also powerful, Zhang Ji hesitantly asked, the then brother Xiaoyong, do you also? Old Li, equally confused, added with many doubts, if we want to survive in the apocalypse, do we also have to eat human flesh? Facing their panic, Jiang Xiaoyong calmly put his hands into his pockets and reassured them gently, relax. Eating human flesh is just the most direct method, but it's not the only one. After saying that, he stretched out his hand. In his palm was a slightly glowing red lump. Looking at the strange object in Jiang Xiaoyong's hand, the two of them stared at it with their mouths wide open in confusion. What is it? Jiang Xiaoyong began explaining. Simply put, whether it's an evolver or a zombie, both are considered mutated entities. For mutated entities to evolve, they need to absorb heterogeneous energy. The heterogeneous energy in ordinary humans is scattered within their flesh and blood. Though it's small, it's still better than nothing. The stronger ones will have the ability to condense energy cores. As for evolvers and rare mutated entities, their heterogeneous energy is even more abundant. As the disaster worsens, even zombies have a chance to condense heterogeneous energy cores. After hearing this, Old Lai also seemed to understand more. Stroking his chin, he said, so that means zombies also contain heterogeneous energy. Then we can directly eat zombie flesh. Cough. Hearing this, Zhang Ji's face turned pale with fear as he shouted in panic, I swear, Uncle Li, if you want to eat it then eat it yourself, I absolutely won't. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately added a reminder in a lowered voice. Ordinary people cannot eat zombie flesh, they will become infected. Only mutated entities like the Zong family can grow stronger by devouring zombies. Just after Xiaoyong finished speaking, a system panel suddenly appeared with a notification: mission Punisher of Evil 2 completed. Mission requirement: attack the enemy base and eliminate the cannibals. Reward 50 points, current points 126. After reading it, Jiang Xiaoyong thought, oh, so the system has already calculated directly. It seems that even if there are survivors left, they are no longer capable of posing a threat. While he was focused on the mission, Zhang Ji suddenly shouted, watch out. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly shot a sharp glance over, his expression turning serious. Immediately, a pale-faced zombie rushed forward. Its body was covered with wounds and dried blood. It lunged at Xiaoyong, but he swiftly dodged to the side and stabbed a dagger straight into its temple. A second later, the zombie fell backward and hit its head on the ground. Holding the dagger, Xiaoyong said with slight surprise, I didn't expect it to sneak up on me without making a sound. Old Lai and Zhang Ji immediately took defensive positions behind him. Approaching the zombie, Jiang Xiaoyong used a heated blade and slashed a long cut across its chest, revealing a faint red glow inside. He quickly took out a red piece of flesh from the zombie's body. Examining it carefully, Jiang Xiaoyong concluded, there really is one. Looks like it's time for me to start hunting. Then he stretched out both hands, offering the two red cores toward Zhang Ji and Old Lai. The protagonists slowly walked toward them. Being their first time encountering such a thing, Zhang Ji and Old Li were clearly uncomfortable and stepped back. Zhang Ji waved his hands in refusal, I won't do it. Let Uncle Li take them all. Old Li seemed braver. He took the two zombie flesh cores in his hands, trying hard to focus and remain calm. He stared at the two blood-smelling red lumps in his hands without saying a word. His eyes narrowed and his brows furrowed. It was truly disgusting, but if he could get through this, things would be different. Old Lai encouraged himself, damn it, I'll risk it. Closing his eyes tightly, Old Lai shoved both pieces into his mouth. He tried to chew quickly and swallow, making unpleasant squelching sounds of flesh as he ate. Immediately afterward, the effect seemed to take place. Old Lai opened his eyes wide, his pupils turning red, while his mouth had not yet finished swallowing. After a moment, Old Li shouted, woo-ah! In just a few minutes, his muscles grew stronger. He clenched his arm and showed it to Jiang Xiaoyong.
This feeling, it's amazing!
Jiang Xiaoyong reminded him, even though it feels great, you've only just entered the ranks of evolvers. Your strength still isn't enough to roam freely in the apocalypse. Don't act recklessly because of it. Old Lai then adjusted his emotions, relaxed his serious expression, and replied to Xiaoyong, I understand. Don't worry, the mission was completed, and nothing else was holding Xiaoyong's group back. He took the lead and turned to leave. It's done. The danger has passed. Let's head back. The scene shifted to another base, the Xifeng Iron and Steel Factory. In front of the area, a group of people was walking inside. They had arrived in a white car parked out front. A guard inside the area noticed strangers entering and immediately shouted loudly, Stop. Who's there? It was the group led by Taming. He had brought his men here to rely on a bigger gang. Waving his hands in a flattering manner, he said, it's me. I'm San Dangjia from the coal factory. The cold-faced man glanced at Tam Mini and frowned as he asked, Sandangjia from the coal factory, wait here. I will go inform the leader. Tam Ninja nodded repeatedly with an excited expression. After a while, the man returned after reporting it, and Taming's group was allowed to enter. The owner of this place was a tall bald man. Beside him stood a sexy and strong woman. As soon as he saw Taming, he laughed happily and asked, Haha Sanyi, why did you come here personally this time? The woman behind him put her hands on her hips and asked, Where are Jing Yu and second brother? Mentioning the boss lady made him flustered. Scratching his face awkwardly, Tam Min did not dare to look straight ahead as he stammered. We were attacked. To protect us, big sister and second brother didn't make it. Hearing this news, the bald man showed sadness on his face. He nodded slightly. Oh, is that so? It could be said that the relationship between the two factions was quite close. Understanding the situation, the bald man turned to Tam Ning's group and ordered his subordinates. Take Sanyai and the coal factory brothers to the safe room. Relying on a bit of connection, Sanyi acted arrogantly though his eyes still did not dare meet the host's gaze. It was easy to notice that the bald man turned and said something to his woman. She seemed to have noticed it as well and whispered back, Mum. Haha, I think so too. Meanwhile, Taming's group had just left. After being allowed to stay by the owner of Sifeng Steel, Tamining's group was taken into a room. Inside, one of the subordinates called out, Sanya. As soon as he heard the word San, the man puffed up angrily. He irritably shouted at the subordinate who had spoken out of habit. What did you just call me? The subordinate scratched his head awkwardly, unsure how to respond. The subordinate quickly corrected himself nervously. A big brother. Sorry, big brother. I have a bad feeling about this. Tam Eng immediately gritted his teeth and cursed. Stop imagining things. What bad feeling? The subordinate couldn't help but look outside anxiously. Being cautious, he carefully said, Big brother, look at this called safe room. Iron doors, barred windows, it's no different from a prison. Before he could finish speaking, the guard from earlier suddenly pushed the door open forcefully. With a fierce expression, he rushed in, causing chaos among the people inside. He stared straight at Tam Mung and ordered, You all, come out. A few minutes later, he led their group to the leader of this place. Many of the leader's subordinates had already surrounded the area, and the bald man along with the woman were waiting there. As soon as he saw the bald man, Tam Mung forced a smile and spoke first, Leader, what's going on? Did something happen? Pretending not to know anything, he softened his tone. The woman beside the bald man spoke first. With her hands on her hips, twirling a strand of hair, she loudly asked, Attacking your own leader. What kind of ending do you think someone like that deserves? Unable to believe that the two of them knew what he had done, Yang San immediately switched to a cunning act. He crouched down and raised his hands while stammering. What do you mean, Brother De Peng, Sister Ling? There must be some misunderstanding. Even at his age he pretended not to know, sweat pouring down his forehead in fear. Sister Ling laughed loudly, and then ordered Li Cheng behind her to deal with him. Li Cheng reported that he had gone to the coal factory and saw Li Jingrui dead there, and the entire factory showed no signs of a fight. Then he pointed straight at the so-called Big Brother San and accused him of killing Li Jingrui. Even now he still refused to admit it, saying, No, you've misunderstood. The bald man laughed loudly and said, The evidence is obvious and you still dare to argue. To be honest, we've wanted to get rid of you for a long time. We just spared you out of respect for Li Jingrui. Then his voice softened, but it was ice cold, kill them all. Several of the subordinates begged for mercy, saying they had intelligence to offer. Sister Ling asked curiously, What intelligence? The man in black confessed the location of the base where the boss lady had gone to loot supplies, but unfortunately she was severely injured by them. Sister Ling asked about the scale and strength of the other side, and the subordinate said that they were roughly equal in power to this side. Sister Ling looked at the bald man with some concern, realizing that it was indeed a potential threat. The subordinate also added that this newly discovered base did not even know about evolvers. And there were no evolvers there at all. Li Cheng had heard bits of this matter and wondered to himself, evolvers. The bald man questioned back, If they don't have evolvers, why did you lose? The subordinate replied that the new base had a large number of heavy weapons. Sister Ling confirmed and nodded, Good, this information is very useful. The subordinate was overjoyed, thinking he had managed to keep his life. However, after hearing the information she ordered, Kill them. The other three people were stunned. Outside, their miserable screams could be heard. The corpse of Big Brother San lay on the ground. After dealing with the three of them, Sister Ling and the bald man, a married couple, worried about the new information, fearing that the base with many weapons might threaten their place. The two of them stared at the three corpses for a long time and thought, then ordered someone to scout Jiang Xiaoyong's base first. The scene shifts back to Jiang Xiaoyong's room, where he is wondering what he can buy with 126 points. This time he received a level 2 black technology supply chest, and Xiaoyong was truly delighted. He immediately clicked to select it. The system deducted 50 points from him for exchanging a level 2 black technology chest. This supply chest contained sugar, oil, and protein. He immediately activated it and also received a physical enhancement potion. A dazzling light appeared from the system. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. From inside the room he called out, "Come in." It was Shanshan. She came in to report that they had caught a suspicious person. Xiaoyong immediately stood up. "Let me go take a look." Zhang Ji and Old Li were holding a man down. He kept saying that he wanted to meet the base leader. Xiaoyong came out to meet him in person and asked directly, "You were looking for me?" As soon as he saw Xiaoyong, the man cheerfully started talking. "You re the leader?" "Yes, is there something you need? May I ask how I should address you?" He replied, "Just call me Zhang Xiaoyong." The man smiled kindly and introduced himself as someone from Confronting Iron and Steel. Old Song asked again, "Someone from Confronting Iron and Steel?" He nodded firmly, "Yes, that's right." Zhang Xiaoyong asked Old Song how far their base was from there, and he said it was 3 kilometers away. Xiaoyong suspiciously interrogated the stranger. "What did you come here for?" The man spoke gently. "In these chaotic times, people like us who are still alive should support each other. Don't you think?" Xiaoyong replied coldly, and then, "Go on." He then got to the point, saying that his leader had sent him to find survivors and bring them back to their gathering place. At that moment, the fat man took out a piece of paper and said that this guy had earlier been secretly drawing a map of the base. Xiaoyong took the piece of paper and looked through it. He used his psychic eye ability. As a result, he saw the deceitful face of the stranger. Zhang Xiaoyong decisively pulled out his gun. He threatened, "Do you think I'm stupid? If you don't tell the truth, I will shoot you." The man was terrified and swallowed nervously. Even then he tried to keep an innocent expression, saying, "I'm telling the truth. We were doing this to help more people." Zhang Xiaoyong quietly asked Zhang Ji whether this man knew about the existence of Chen Song, and Zhang Ji replied that he did not know. Xiaoyong decisively ordered, "Let him go." Old Song was surprised. "Just like that, let him go back." The man was also surprised. Really? Xiaoyong also said, "Give him the map and let him go." The stranger bowed his head dozens of times, saying, "Thank you, hero. Thank you." Then he ran away as fast as he could. Meanwhile, the protagonist secretly laughed, "Haha, interesting. I wonder how many system points you guys are worth." At the Confronting Iron and Steel factory, several workers were talking about how many people had gone missing recently. The man pushing the cart frowned suspiciously and wondered if that infamous monster was responsible. As they were talking, a sound suddenly came from the nearby pile of garbage. One person went to check it out, while the other didn't dare to approach and shouted from a distance, "Don't go there. If something's wrong, just call the guards." A creature suddenly lunged forward. The man was injured in the neck and coughed up blood on the spot. At Li Cheng's post, he was standing guard and smoking a cigarette. Suddenly he heard someone crying for help. What happened? A frightened worker reported, "There's a monster. A monster killed Xiao Chen." Li Cheng asked suspiciously, "The tentacle monster?" "Yes, that one." "Where?" "By the garbage pit," the worker replied. Li Cheng angrily said, "It attacked without any warning." Then he ordered his subordinates, "Everyone hide immediately. Those who are evolvers, follow me." So Li Cheng and several others headed toward the garbage pit. Li Cheng warned everyone in advance, "If the killer is the tentacle monster, run away. He's too strong, don't engage him." However, after waiting and watching for a long time, there was still no movement. Li Cheng muttered, "Not here." The two people nearby wondered suspiciously, has he already left, or is he looking for a new target? Li Cheng noticed a strange shoe print nearby. He became angry and was certain that the troublemaker was not the tentacle monster. The scene shifted to Zhang Xiaoyong's base. After some time, Xiaoyong's base had developed greatly, and he hoped it would continue to grow even more. Suddenly he remembered that the steel factory mission had not reappeared in the system for several months. And at that moment someone called Xiaoyong. Down below, Shanshan was happily waving at him. He immediately dashed over. In an instant, he landed in front of Shanshan and Old Han. Xiaoyong asked if they had been discovered while hunting. Zhang Zi was extremely confident in his current abilities, and said that he was not afraid of anyone now. Xiaoyong asked Shui with concern, "How is it, kid? Are you adapting well?" The boy politely replied, "Yes." Xiao Nine proudly said that Shui had just taken down a zombie. He praised the group with satisfaction. "Well done. Put the mutant core into the storage." At that moment, the system announced a new mission, eliminate the threat and strengthen support for teammates to gain 80 points. After reading the information, Xiaoyong wondered, potential teammates. Does it mean the people at Confronting Iron and Steel? A moment later, Xiaoyong immediately held a meeting with everyone. Old Li was quite surprised that Xiaoyong wanted to infiltrate that place. Old Song was worried that Xiaoyong might run into trouble there. Those people had even sent someone here, which showed they were not ordinary. Xiaoyong told everyone not to worry. He had already made arrangements, and this time he wanted to see whether they were friends or enemies. He entrusted Old Lai and Old Han to take care of the fortress. Old Han agreed and reminded Xiaoyong to be careful, saying the fortress would not hold if he did not return soon. The scene shifted to Xifeng's steel factory. Lai Cheng wanted to go inside to meet Big Brother and Sister Ling, but the men standing outside blocked him and would not let him enter. Li Cheng glared angrily. In his rage, he grabbed the man blocking his way by the throat. Then he suddenly snapped back to his senses. Li Cheng realized he had lost control of his emotions just now and quickly apologized to the man. He was confused and did not know what had been wrong with him lately, as he kept acting without control. Someone from inside called out, "Is that Li Cheng? Let him in." The man standing outside replied, "Yes, sir." As soon as Li Cheng entered, he widened his eyes in surprise. He saw Sister Ling already standing inside waiting. "What's the matter?" she asked. Li Cheng reported that during his investigation of the recent kidnappings, he found women's footprints. Yet all the captured victims were men. Sister Ling frowned in displeasure. She asked if that meant the culprit was someone else. Li Cheng nodded, "That's right." Sister Ling then told Li Cheng not to reveal this information to anyone. He asked why. She said the reason was that she did not want people to panic because of the tentacle creature, and she assured Li Cheng that things would be fine soon. Hearing that, Li Cheng did not know how to argue further. At that moment, Sister Ling deliberately moved closer to Li Cheng and asked softly, "What is it? Do you want to do something else?" Li Cheng blushed and ran outside saying, "Sorry, Sister Ling." He ran off and slammed the door behind him. Outside, Li Cheng suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to say what he actually came for, while his face was still bright red. Inside the room another voice spoke, laughing, "Haha, hiding the footprints. Looks like you made a mistake." Sister Ling glared back irritably and replied, "Since you were so careful, you can handle this job next time." On the other side, a bald man was cutting meat, his body covered in fresh blood. He cheerfully replied, "All right, I'll go capture the people, you deal with them." The thing he had just thrown into the trash can was a human head. A zombie head collapsed at Xiaoyong's feet. He wiped out the entire group by himself. He muttered that he was almost there, so he should keep a low profile for now. Xiaoyong summoned a pair of scissors. He quickly cut off his hair. He rubbed 2 fingers against the ground. Then he smeared a few streaks onto his face. Xiaoyong put on glasses and styled his hair differently, disguising himself as another person. As he approached the gate, someone shouted for him to stop. The man shouted and demanded, "Who are you?" Xiaoyong pretended to be delighted.
"Oh, you rehuman. That's great. I'm saved. I'm saved."
The man asked if he was a wanderer. Then he pressed further, asking how he had managed to survive until now. He put on a sorrowful expression and made up a story that everyone who had been with him, including his family, had been killed, and only he had survived by luck. The man asked bluntly, "So you don't have any strength at all?" Xiaoyong wondered, "Strength?" He then awkwardly tried to show he was useful. "I'm very quick. I will do whatever you ask, as long as you give me food." The man glanced at Xiaoyong mysteriously and lowered his voice. "That's not what I meant." Then he pointed in another direction and said, "Go this way. But first we need to check a few things." Xiaoyong noticed something unusual about the man's hand. He immediately guessed that this place was not a good place at all. When someone saw Xiaoyong arrive, he called out, "What's going on?" Both of them were startled and turned to look. "Who is this stranger?" Li Cheng walked over and asked. The gate guard said he was taking the newcomer to a secluded place for inspection. Li Cheng questioned him, saying that if they wanted to search him, they could just do it here. This made Xiaoyong realize that the man might have been trying to lure him somewhere else to deal with him quietly. This time Li Cheng spoke directly to Xiaoyong, telling him to hand over his weapons if he wanted to enter. Xiaoyong retorted, asking if they would lure him inside and kill him. Li Cheng bluntly declared that if he refused to surrender his weapons, he could leave. Xiaoyong took out a dagger and handed it to Li Cheng. "All right, I surrender my weapon." After that, Li Cheng continued to search Xiaoyong's body to see if he had anything else. Li Cheng's attitude made Xiaoyong think differently. This place did not seem like those people at Bishui Mountain. After searching for a while and only finding a dagger, Li Cheng asked, "Are you an evolver? With such a crude weapon, you still fine?" Xiaoyong continued acting along, "An evolver? Maybe I am. I feel like I'm getting stronger every day." Li Cheng waved his hand and told Xiaoyong to follow him. Li Cheng brought Xiaoyong into a room, called it a reception room, and told him to wait a moment. However, Xiaoyong felt it looked more like a prison cell than a reception room. After a while, the bald man came in and asked the protagonist's name. Xiaoyong casually came up with the name Zhang Ye. The bald man asked, "I heard you revolver." Xiaoyong replied vaguely, "If that's what you think, then I guess so." As soon as he finished speaking, an axe flew straight toward Xiaoyong's face. He dodged, and the axe slammed hard into the wall behind him. Looking back, he realized the man had used tremendous force. If Xiaoyong hadn't dodged, he might have died. He thought to himself, he's attacking already. Or is he trying to test me? At this point, he pretended to panic. What are you doing? That's dangerous, you know. The bald man laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, so you really are an evolver? He asked angrily. So if I wasn't an evolver, you would have killed me. The bald man calmly replied, if that were the case, your death wouldn't matter. Since you re an evolver too, you must know how to evolve, right? Xiaoyong confirmed, yes, I know. This man threatened that if the matter of evolvers was leaked to the outside, Xiaoyong would be eliminated. In this area, there were many people with extremely powerful abilities. After saying that, he rushed toward Xiaoyong. Then he reached out his hand, preparing to grab Xiaoyong by the throat. Seeing that it was not dangerous, he did not counterattack, but he still kept a dagger ready in his hand. However, Xiaoyong still felt reluctant. He wanted to obtain 80 accumulated points from the system, so killing this guy too early would ruin everything. When the bald man saw the dagger in Xiaoyong's hand, he withdrew his hand and said, nice reaction, you even drew your weapon. Then he patted Xiaoyong on the shoulder and spoke more gently, I don't need to say much, you understand. I won't pursue this matter anymore. Only then was Xiaoyong allowed to go out. The bald man ordered someone to prepare bath water, food, and clothes for him. The bald man, Brother Taming, shouted loudly, come in. One of his subordinates escorted Jiang Xiaoyong to him. Brother Taming, the person has been brought. He then openly introduced the newcomer Jiang Xiaoyong to everyone, saying he was a new member named Jiang Ye. Then he directly introduced Sister Ling to Jiang Xiaoyong. Huang Ling is also one of the leaders here, just like me. He glanced behind and continued, the other two are cadres of this settlement, Li Qing and Huang Bin. Sister Ling looked at Jiang Xiaoyong with a stern, emotionless face. Next she turned to another subordinate called Huang Bin and said carefully, Huang Bin, let this newcomer work under you. No problem, right? As soon as he saw the newcomer, Huang Bin looked displeased but still replied tensely, no problem, sister. After that, Sister Ling softened her tone toward Jiang Xiaoyong, kid. You very lucky. You've found the strongest gathering place in this area. From today on you won't have to worry about survival anymore. Jiang Xiaoyong kept a respectful expression. She then reminded him, but if you want to eat well here, you must make yourself useful. At this point Jiang Xiaoyong seized the opportunity. He acted very cautiously and bowed his head to accept the favor. I will follow the arrangements. His acting showed no flaws, as if he sincerely wanted to join this place. After the arrangements were settled, Huang Bin walked over to Jiang Xiaoyong and patted his shoulder. He whispered, it just so happens that it's our turn to patrol today, so come with me. A moment later, the scene shifted outside the factory area. The grass was green and the sky was bright and sunny. A subordinate called out, Brother Kong, Brother Xing, let's go on patrol. The other replied, okay. The subordinate then looked confused and asked, who is this person? The subordinate under Huang Bin was none other than the gate guard who had seen Jiang Xiaoyong when he first entered the factory. He already disliked Xiaoyong at first sight, so he leaned close to Huang Bin and whispered, so this guy has been assigned to work under you. Although Huang Bin didn't like it either, he replied irritably, what can we do? He knows everything already, so he can only work in our team. Walking behind them were Jiang Xiaoyong and the man who had once infiltrated the protagonist's base. This man felt that the person in front of him looked somewhat familiar. He glanced suspiciously at Jiang Xiaoyong and muttered inwardly, why does this guy look so familiar? After walking for a while, Huang Bin turned around and asked Xiaoyong, kid, Brother Taming hasn't explained the situation of this settlement to you yet, right? Jiang Xiaoyong replied hesitantly, no, he only warned me to keep the secret of becoming an evolver. Huang Bin then answered more confidently, then that's right. At this moment his expression suddenly changed, becoming more dangerous, and he said with a dark face, the ones who know the secret of eating human flesh in this settlement, aside from Brother Taming and my sister, are only the 4 people here. Having made it clear, Huang Bin pointed behind and began introducing everyone more openly. Xing is Brother Taming's cousin, Fa Kong is the nephew of Huang Ling and me. We're all family here, so if this secret leaks, it will be because of you. Do you understand your situation now? Realizing his position, Jiang Xiaoyong followed them and replied, yes, of course. I won't say anything. Jiang Xiaoyong also recognized the man wearing overalls. He secretly glanced at him and thought, wait, this Xing isn't he the one who was captured earlier by Zhang Ji's group? Now Jiang Xiaoyong pretended to be curious and asked about Li Cheng. Then who was that cadre earlier? Huang Bin enthusiastically explained, that's Li Cheng, haha, just an outsider, but he has good talent and strong ability. He added emphatically, especially don't let him know the secret, understand? Otherwise his tense expression was meant to intimidate Jiang Xiaoyong. The man's face looked ferocious as he lowered his voice and said in a frightening tone, then the 2 of you won't live to see the end of today. Having understood the nature of this organization, Xiaoyong stayed silent after hearing those words. In his mind he thought, it seems Lei Cheng's potential is indeed very strong. They must rely on resources to restrain him, otherwise he would soon surpass those two leaders. After talking for a long time, they finally arrived. Huang Bin walked ahead and announced loudly, "Alright, we re-here." Xiaoyong looked ahead in confusion and asked, "We re-here?" In front of him was a new base, surrounded by many tall trees. It was solidly built and quite large. Huang Bin introduced, "There are 7 members in this settlement. We've been observing them for 3 or 4 days now. Among them there should be no evolvers." Xiaoyong didn't quite understand, so he leaned closer and asked quietly, "What are we going to do, hunt them?" Huang Bin waved 2 fingers and replied boldly, "Hunt them. Haha, not as savage as you think. We just need to keep them captive." Fa Kang cheerfully hooked an arm around Xiaoyong's neck and enthusiastically encouraged him, "Kid, you're also one of the evolvers. Change your mindset quickly. Don't be as rigid as Lei Cheng." This remark also helped Xiaoyong understand Lei Cheng's personality better. Fa Kang acted like an experienced senior lecturing a newcomer and continued, "We are evolvers. In other words, we are no longer the same species as ordinary humans. Now we are a higher species in the biological chain." By this point it was already clear. Xiaoyong raised his head and glanced toward the base, stating their intention plainly. "So you want to capture them, and bring them back to the settlement to keep them captive so you can slaughter and eat them later." Fang gave a sinister smile, clearly pleased. When they arrived here, Huang Bin held up 4 fingers and turned back to explain more clearly, "We don't need to bring them all back. Bringing 5 or 6 people back is enough. The rest will be dealt with on the spot." These people talked about killing others as if they were just dealing with chickens or ducks. Xiaoyong deliberately asked for clarification, "Dealt with on the spot, how exactly?" Seizing the chance to show off, Huang Bin raised his hand high, his face full of excitement. Instead of explaining, he simply said loudly, "Hawa, watch carefully and learn." Xiaoyong glanced at him blankly, but still tried not to show any displeasure. A moment later, on the brick wall of the base that was about to be attacked, the people there were still trying to reinforce it, making their fortress stronger. A young man was relaxing after a tiring day of work. He closed his eyes and let out a long yawn, complaining, "Finally it's almost finished. This job is really exhausting." Everything seemed normal as usual, but suddenly something happened. The person in charge pointed forward with a pale expression, cold sweat covering his face as he exclaimed. That is the people behind him also turned their attention to look. In front of them was a whole group of disgusting zombies. Like ghosts that had been starving for days, they rushed toward the group of people, scrambling wildly to catch human flesh. Many of their faces were smashed and covered in blood, looking horrifying. The people inside the base were extremely shocked. They were completely caught off guard by this sudden attack. The men grabbed weapons to defend themselves and shouted in confusion,
Damn it!
"Why are there zombies attacking like this?
There wasn't any sign before?"
Prepare to fight." Strangely, the speed of these zombies was no joke. They had just been far away a moment ago, yet in an instant they were already right in front of them. Their mouths full of teeth opened wide, reeking of rotten flesh as they lunged at the innocent people. One zombie seized the opportunity and lunged at a young man. In panic he quickly pulled out a gun to protect himself. His face was filled with extreme fear as death approached. Don't come any closer." Now the surroundings were filled with zombie attacks. Many people could no longer resist. The young man from earlier still couldn't believe his eyes, his face pale as he murmured in fear, "This is bad, there are too many." At his feet were the choking gasps of his teammates. Meanwhile, Huang Bin's team stood behind, watching quietly and leisurely. His face even looked like he was enjoying the scene. Xiaoyong couldn't stand it, and spoke up, "So letting zombies attack them is the good method you were talking about." Huang Bin continued gesturing with his hands as he looked at the attacked base, and said indifferently, "Resources in the settlement are limited. We can't keep accepting more mouths to feed. Besides, if more than 10 people come in at once and form their own small faction, it won't be good for management." Their theory might make sense for long-term survival, but it was extremely inhuman. Now Huang Bin led Fa Kang and Xing. It was the perfect time for them to step in. Huang Bin said loudly with a cunning and dangerous expression, "Alright, it's time for us to appear." Behind him, Fa Kang rotated his wrists, clearly excited for the fight. In front of them was a girl being attacked by zombies. 2 of them held her tightly as she cried helplessly, "Ah, please don't." These brainless, emotionless zombies were extremely violent, and tears of despair filled the girl's eyes. Yet in just 1 second, the 2 zombies' heads were severed from their necks. A flash of light streaked past, leaving the girl completely shocked by what had just happened, looking at the head of the zombie that had just been approaching her, now rolling on the ground in a horrifying state. The girl quickly stood up, her face still filled with shock. Fa Kong arrived right in front of her and made it clear that he was the one helping. He extended his hand with an extremely gentle and caring expression. The girl struggled to stand up and spoke softly while trembling, "Why you saved me." On the other side, Huang Bin and Xing also eliminated the zombies from earlier. These people said nothing and simply helped like members of the base. The young man from before saw the strangers and shouted, "Who are you people?" One by one, the zombies' heads dropped to the ground. In just a short moment, these people had finished eliminating them. For them, killing a few zombies was a simple matter. Now Huang Bin stepped forward confidently, pointing to himself as he introduced, "We are evolvers from Xifeng Steel Factory." They presented themselves as heroic figures who had come to rescue those in trouble. The girl who had just been saved and the young men in the base became extremely curious after hearing the word evolvers. They hurriedly asked evolvers, "What is that?" Their faces showed admiration and relief as they kept cheering, "We resaved." "Thank you." Observing the situation, Jiang Xiaoyong kept a cold expression, revealing no emotional flaws. However, inwardly he was evaluating them. These three, with the physical strength of people in their 20s, are not weaker than Zhang Ji and the others. While being drawn into the conversation with these cunning men, Jiang Xiaoyong's sharp senses made him realize something suspicious behind him. He let out a soft sound of surprise, his face showing suspicion. Suddenly behind Jiang Xiaoyong stood a tall building, and a room within it suddenly lit up. It seemed that our protagonist sensed something strange. He turned his head back properly, inwardly shocked as he exclaimed, "What was that?" Looking carefully at the windows of the rooms in that tall building, he suddenly found nothing there. Not even a single figure. Only a faint trace of dim light flickered briefly. After that sudden moment, Jiang Xiaoyong finally calmed down. He looked upward absent-mindedly and murmured, "Was it just an illusion?" Seeing Xiaoyong distracted, Huang Bin called out, "Hey, Jiang Yi, what are you standing there for?" In just a moment, the group approached the base again where many dead bodies were lying everywhere. Huang Bin pointed and said, "Come here and help me deal with this." Jiang Xiaoyong slowly walked over and replied, "Yeah, I'm coming." As Jiang Xiaoyong walked away, he could still sense something suspicious near the building, but he chose to prioritize dealing with Huang Bin first. Inside the room just now was the silhouette of a zombie monster with many tentacles, the kind rumored by people in the building. It was huge, its face horribly mutated and terrifying. It was craving human flesh and preparing for a sudden attack, especially since the scent of fresh blood filled the area. After successfully gaining the trust of the people in the base, Huang Bin's group was now openly manipulating them. One of the men from the attack base proactively said to Huang Bin, "There are still some supplies in the warehouse." Huang Bin immediately turned and ordered Jiang Xiaoyong with a stern face, "Jiang Ye, stay here and gather all the supplies. Bring them to the gate. Later, I will arrange a truck to transport them." Then he leaned close to Jiang Xiaoyong and whispered to him that the corpses of the killed survivors should be piled together so they could be moved later. His expression looked extremely twisted, as if he was craving human flesh. Jiang Xiaoyong remained expressionless and simply murmured in response, though inside he was already disgusted with this bunch of scum. Now leading the way, Huang Bin pointed behind him and shouted, "The rest of you come with us." The Navi group still believed they were being helped, so as soon as they were called, everyone happily followed. Everyone left, leaving Jiang Xiaoyong alone with the scattered zombies. The surroundings became quiet and desolate, meaning Huang Bin's cruel plan had succeeded. After confirming he was the only one left, Jiang Xiaoyong summoned a small knife into his hand through the system. Looking at the scattered zombies, he smiled slightly and said, "Perfect timing." Switching back to Huang Bin's group, they had already led the people to the factory area. One of the deceived men was still very naive and gratefully followed Huang Bin, repeatedly thanking him, saying, "Luckily thanks to you, we managed to save our lives." The others behind him also agreed, while Huang Bin silently continued pretending. The girl whom Fa Kang had saved earlier felt extremely uncomfortable. Believing he was a good person, she asked him, "Excuse me, will there be water where we're going? Can we take a bath?" Hearing this, he gave a long friendly smile. Then his lecherous nature surfaced again. He wrapped his arms around the poor girl and said intimately, "Not only is there water, there's hot water too. There's even body wash so you can bathe properly." The girl felt a bit awkward because of his sudden action and replied, "Really? That's great then." Everything was going smoothly according to their plan, when suddenly Xing seemed to sense something wrong behind them. He abruptly stopped, feeling a chill run down his spine. He quickly turned around, widening his eyes to see what it was, letting out a loud puzzled grunt while remaining cautious. Noticing Xing's unusual reaction, Huang Bin cautiously asked, "What's wrong, Xing?" Xing stood frozen, cold sweat covering his body as he stared ahead and stammered, "That there's something." Immediately afterward, Huang Bin loudly warned everyone, "Stay alert. The people behind instantly went into defensive mode. Meanwhile, the brat Fakang took the opportunity to hold the only girl in the victim group tightly and said excessively, "Stay behind me, I'll protect you." The girl looked somewhat uncomfortable, and one member of the group began to see his bad nature. But because they depended on them, they did not dare to resist. From above, the group gathered together while many strange dark shadows twisted into unusual shapes on the ground. Everyone could now sense danger but could not identify it. Huang Bin asked, "Where is the thing you sensed?" Xing replied, "I don't know, I can't sense it." Fa Kong was the youngest and the most carefree. At the moment he only wanted to return to the factory quickly. Seeing Xing looking troubled, he spoke up, "Damn, Xing, aren't you just being too nervous?" Xing immediately turned his head back. From his expression, it was clear that the current situation could not be taken lightly. He replied anxiously, "I'm not mistaken. I'm certain about what I sensed earlier." As soon as he finished speaking, a long object suddenly slashed across Xing's neck. He froze in place, never expecting danger to come so suddenly. Seeing this horrifying scene, everyone screamed in shock. Xing. Only then did they see clearly that the thing that had taken Xing's life was a long tentacle. As it withdrew, Xing collapsed to the ground. Huang Bin shouted in shock, "It's the tentacle monster." In just a few breaths, a life had already been taken. The situation threw everyone into panic as they feared for their own lives. Under the bright sky, Huang Bin exclaimed in shock, "It disappeared. That was incredibly fast." Right after that, Fakong shouted, "Behind you." Huang Bin immediately turned around to look and jumped in fright. The tentacle monster's face appeared with a huge eye filled with white veins. It pressed its long seal, like fangs, close to Huang Bin's face. When he turned around and saw that savage face, he was utterly stunned. Switching back to Xiaoyong, he was calmly using a small knife to deal with the zombie corpses, searching for their ability crystals. In no time he found 2 good ones. Xiaoyong held them in his hand and said, "Among these zombies there are actually 2 ability crystals. What luck." While he was absorbed in collecting the crystals, Xiaoyong suddenly heard cries for help from Huang Bin's direction. "Help me!" Curious Xiaoyong glanced over. Over there, Huang Bin was already close to death. The tentacle had tightly wrapped around his entire body. Now he finally saw the tentacle monster from the rumors with his own eyes. His face turned pale with fear, and he stammered, barely able to say, "It's over." In front of everyone, the tentacle monster appeared and grabbed Huang Bin. It wrapped tightly around his body, crushing his bones as Huang Bin screamed in agony. The huge monster, with a muscular body covered in long black tentacles, looked extremely disgusting. It tightened its grip and killed Huang Bin. The girl and the young men in the group that Huang Bin had lured witnessed the scene. They were both terrified and shocked, standing there with mouths wide open. Huang Bin's red blood splattered across their faces. They had just escaped death, and thought they would be taken in and live easier days, but unexpectedly they ran straight into the strongest monster in the area. The young man and the girl in the group looked extremely gloomy, as if they already knew their upcoming fate. The slimy monster now turned its head toward Fa Kong. Its body was covered in full black slime, with numerous large and small tentacles growing all over it, looking extremely grotesque. Being targeted, Fa Kong's face turned pale and he did not dare to breathe loudly. Realizing he was the monster's next target, Fa Kong trembled. His body felt heavy as he slowly stepped backward. With a pale face and clenched teeth, he muttered, "And no way." Then he suddenly grabbed the hand of the girl behind him, startling her. Just moments ago he was flirting sweetly, but when danger appeared he immediately revealed his true face. He directly threw the girl into the monster's massive tentacles to take his place as a sacrifice. The girl was immediately caught by the monster. It lifted her body up, bound her arms and legs with its tentacles, then slowly strangled her. The girl struggled in pain, but it was useless, and she cried out in despair. The tentacles tightened more and more, compressing the layers of flesh on her body. The pain made it hard for her to breathe. The poor girl could not even cry out properly, and could only endure the tearing agony, until she could no longer endure it, and had no strength left to breathe. Her eyes rolled upward. At that moment, she was on the verge of death. At that very moment, a sudden force rushed in from somewhere. The girl was suddenly released by the monster's tentacles and fell down, landing hard on the ground. The girl and the others from her base were extremely shocked. Xiaoyong had arrived just in time and saved her at the last moment. Many wriggling black tentacles of the monster were scattered across the ground, and everyone turned their attention to him. When Fa Kong saw Xiaoyong, he was both surprised and delighted, shouting loudly, "Zhang Yi." Xiaoyong appeared holding a small dagger in his hand. His lips pressed tightly as he looked at them. Xiaoyong stood with his back to the monster and faced everyone. He raised his hand and asked loudly, "Is this the so-called tentacle monster everyone keeps talking about?" Fang was still terrified. He pointed in another direction and stammered, "No, not this one. This is the son of the tentacle monster." Xiaoyong frowned in surprise and asked cautiously, "Son?" Fakong immediately replied, "Yes, that's what we call it." He then explained the truly dangerous creature. The tentacle monster often mutters the word son, and it can transform ordinary zombies into monsters with similar characteristics to itself. Those transformed monsters are what we call the tentacle monster's sons. Fakong's face now showed both resentment and fear. 2 of his close companions had been killed by the tentacle monster's son. Lowering his head, cowardly thoughts filled his mind. The tentacle monster's son was a powerful creature that even Xing and Depeng could not fight. This kid Zhang Yi definitely stood no chance. No, he had to run. Having made up his mind, the despicable Fakong chose to survive at all costs. He suddenly turned and ran away first. The people from the base looked at him in shock as he fled while shouting, "Zhang Yi, hold him off. I'll go get reinforcements." Even the girl he had just sacrificed looked at him in confusion. Now everyone only cared about saving their own lives, so they all turned and ran away together. Only Xiaoyong remained standing there calmly alone while everyone shouted to each other to run. Watching the cowardly people run away, Xiaoyong clearly understood Fakong's intention. He didn't bother to care and scoffed, "Teach, so you want to sell me out and buy time for yourself to escape, huh?" Behind Xiaoyong, the son of the tentacle monster also began to act, growling repeatedly. In the next second, several pitch-black tentacles shot forward and wrapped around Xiaoyong's neck. Xiaoyong was aware of it, but he did not react in a hurry. In just a moment, Xiaoyong's arms and legs were tightly bound by the monster's full black tentacles. Even so, Xiaoyong did not rush to attack. He slowly turned his head to look at the monster, yet the calm pace and aura of the protagonist still radiated a terrifying presence. Looking at the zombie monster, Xiaoyong smiled slightly and said, "The son of the monster, haha, that setting is quite terrifying." Then Xiaoyong raised his hand and pulled sharply with determination, while his other hand still held the small dagger. The tentacles were stretched taut. The huge monster was directly controlled by Xiaoyong's pulling force. The protagonist's strength at this moment was no joke. With just one pull, the zombie monster lost its balance and was dragged toward him. Still confused and stunned by this opponent, its eyes wide as if it had no idea what was happening, Xiaoyong's pulling force was so great that even such a huge monster could not resist it, its legs dragging along the ground. Xiaoyong looked completely relaxed. He tightened his arm against the monster's black tentacle and calmly said, as if seizing an opportunity, "The ability I awakened earlier hasn't had a chance to be used. Today is just the right time to test it on you." After saying that, Xiaoyong turned his body. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, the force so strong that the earth beneath his feet cracked. Now behind the lenses of his glasses, a lightning-like glow burst from his eyes. Xiaoyong shouted loudly, "Physical overload." At this moment he leaned forward and tensed both arms. Xiaoyong pulled hard, causing the monster to fly toward him, completely controlled by Xiaoyong's movements. The monster's huge and disgusting body scraped along the ground. It was like a puppet now, unable to do anything but submit, when its head full of wriggling tentacles lunged close to Xiaoyong. He decisively used his foot to stop its head and keep his distance from the creature. Although Xiaoyong's arms and legs were tightly bound by the tentacles, he was still the stronger one. Xiaoyong pressed one foot on the monster's head and glared at it with a cold, killing aura. The monster still stubbornly mocked him and burst into laughter. Ho ho! Witnessing Xiaoyong's strength, the girl from the attack base was extremely shocked. She covered her mouth with both hands and could not say a word. It was the first time she had seen a human with such power. As the battle continued, Xiaoyong stood directly on the monster's head after beating it severely. Then he tore off each of its tentacles one by one, leaving it in a miserable state. After a while, only the scattered body parts of the tentacle monster remained on the ground. Its face and tentacles were crushed into a pitiful mess. Xiaoyong was still covered with the monster syrup, like fluid on his face. Without noticing it, he approached the girl and kindly asked, "Are you okay?" His appearance made the girl step back in fright. Xiaoyong was still very innocent. He awkwardly reached toward the girl to check if she was hurt, but the girl was so frightened that she screamed loudly ass. Sensing something was wrong, Xiaoyong rubbed the syrup like stains and awkwardly reassured her, don't panic. I'm human, not a monster." After quite a while, outside the gate, Fiang finally brought his companions to kill the monster. They ran in a hurry while shouting, "We re-here. Finally we re-here." Fiang brought Big Brother Daping and Sister Ling with him, and Li Qing also followed to assist. Big Brother Daping held an axe and shouted aggressively, "What's going on?" Meanwhile Sister Ling carried a sword on her shoulder and immediately asked, "Where are Xiao Bin and Xing?" Fakong pointed toward the chaotic scene. tears streaming down his face as he reported uncle and brother Xing. They were both killed by the tentacle monster. Only Liqing remembered Xiaoyong. After hearing this, he asked Fa Kong, "Where is that Zhang Yi who just arrived?" Fa Kong replied immediately with an indifferent tone, "No need to think about it. He's definitely dead too. Even the three of us together are no match for that tentacle monster." After hearing that his subordinates had been killed, Brother Daping could not hide his anger. He lowered his head, his face turning purple with rage, but the monster was too powerful for him to do anything about it. Then he raised his head and looked at the people from the attacked base. He stared at them for a long time, and the silent atmosphere became extremely dangerous. Big Brother Daping suppressed his fierce voice and began blaming them. All of this is because hearing this, the two young men gradually realized that this big brother was about to explode in rage. Their faces turned pale and cold sweat poured down like rain. The bastard Big Brother Daping shouted, "Because of you." At the same time, he hurled the axe in his hand with terrifying force, venting all his rage on the innocent people. The large axe embedded directly into a young man standing in front, splitting his body in half instantly. Red syrup splattered everywhere. The way Brother Daping killed a human was no less brutal than a monster. Seeing Big Brother Daping acting recklessly, Sister Ling immediately shouted to restrain him, "Daping, calm down." He was extremely furious and irritated, clenching his fists tightly to suppress his raging anger, while the people around him were also extremely terrified. Thud. A bundle of tentacles tied together like a bunch of vegetables was thrown in front of Brother Daping. Already furious, he was suddenly surprised to see this thing before him and squinted his eyes to look carefully. Xiaoyong had arrived. This drew everyone's attention toward him, and along with the tentacles, it created confusion and suspicion among them. Xiaoyong appeared right in front of them, followed by the girl from the attack base. Xiaoyong walked forward proudly, displaying his achievement to everyone. When Liqing saw Xiaoyong, he warmly exclaimed, "Zhang Yi, you not dead." He was the first one to show concern for Xiaoyong and ask about him. At this moment, Sister Ling began to suspect something. Looking at the pitch-black bundle of tentacles, she frowned and was speechless. That is, standing before his trophy, Xiaoyong proudly declared to everyone, "That tentacle monster, I've already killed it. The revenge for your two companions, I have avenged it for you." Instead of feeling grateful that Xiaoyong had avenged their people, Sister Ling and Brother Daping were more concerned about Xiaoyong's power. Both remained silent, staring down thoughtfully with the same fear in mind. How can this man's strength be so terrifying? Feeling the atmosphere was awkward rather than grateful, Xiaoyong stood with his hands on his hips and continued, "All right, you two leaders. Quickly arrange vehicles and people. Come with me to collect the spoils." After everything was settled, and they returned to the factory, Brother Daping and Sister Ling immediately pulled Fa Kong aside to question him. Brother Daping asked first, "The strength of that tentacle monster, was it definitely stronger than Liqing?" When the monster was mentioned, Fa Kong could not hide his frustration. Grinding his teeth with resentment and grievance, he explained, "That thing almost killed Uncle and Brother Xing in an instant." Could Liqing do that? I'm afraid even he had doubts about Liqing's strength when facing that tentacle monster. Thinking carefully about the monster's combat strength at that time, Fa Kong also became concerned about Sister Ling and Brother Daping's abilities and asked, "Could the two of you actually fight against that monster?" Ignoring that part, it seemed what they truly feared was Xiaoyong's power. Brother Daping then recalled the moment he tested Xiaoyong's ability. "When I threatened him, although he reacted in time, he only managed to draw his weapon. He didn't even have time to take a fighting stance." Hearing this, Sister Ling stroked her chin and wondered, how can someone be that strong? Sister Ling still could not believe that a newcomer like Zhang Yi could be that outstanding, so she analyzed it according to her own reasoning. Maybe the tentacle monster succeeded because of a sneak attack. That means it's not as terrifying as we thought. Hearing this, Brother Daping agreed but still intended to eliminate him makes sense. But no matter what, this person cannot be kept. If one day he teams up with Liqing. Just as they were discussing their plan, someone knocked on the door outside. Knock, knock, knock. Sister Ling signaled Brother Daping to keep quiet. Shut. Come in. The person who entered was Liqing. As soon as he saw Brother Daping, he greeted him, "Leader." Brother Daping politely replied, "What's the matter, Brother Li?" When Fa Kong saw Liqing come in, he quickly stood up as well, but the look in his eyes was far from pleased. Liqing thought these people were grieving the loss of their relatives, so he simply came to comfort them. "Brother Daping, Sister Ling, please restrain your grief." Brother Daping pretended to be tough and replied, "It's been the apocalypse for a long time already. I'm used to these words. No need to say them." Then Liqing pointed out, "The strength of this Zhang Yi is probably on par with mine." I think he should be given a cadre position. Earlier, Brother Daping had been afraid that Li Cheng and Jiang Yi might join forces, so he immediately made up a concern to reject the suggestion. No, that won't do. His background, he said, pretending to be cautious and hesitant. Before Brother Daping could finish his sentence, Sister Ling waved her hand, signaling him to stop talking. Seeing her gesture, he immediately fell silent and looked at Sister Ling with confusion. Not letting Brother Daping speak because she feared he might say something clumsy, Sister Ling stepped forward and said, Jiang Yi's strength is enough to qualify as a cadre. However, he still needs to establish achievements so that everyone will be convinced. At this point, Li Qing immediately pointed out a major achievement. Killing a tentacle monster. Doesn't that count as an achievement? From his attitude, it was clear that Li Qing held Jiang Xiaoyong in high regard and appreciated him greatly. Sister Ling, full of schemes, replied if he can kill that male tentacle monster to prove himself. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? She deliberately set up a challenge, intending to use the monster to get someone killed. Her eyes lowering coldly with a calculating look, Li Qing sensed the unreasonable attitude of the two of them. Feeling indignant for Xiaoyong, he stepped closer and said clearly, even the two of you can't do it, yet you expect him to do it. Is that fair? Then Sister Ling sat arrogantly on the chair, crossing her legs with a smug attitude and began speaking grandly. Don't worry, we're not sending him to his death. We will act as well. We'll gather all the forces of the settlement and completely eliminate the threat from that male tentacle monster. Shortly after, Sister Ling, Brother Dapeng, and Li Qing came to Jiang Xiaoyong. After manipulating Xiaoyong psychologically, he understood and replied, oh, an operation centered around me. I've only just arrived and already get such a big role. Is that really appropriate? Speaking on behalf of Brother Dapeng, Sister Ling gently replied, there's nothing inappropriate about it. After all, the strength you've shown may not even be inferior to mine and Dapeng's. Now clearly praising Jiang Xiaoyong, Sister Ling and Brother Daping pretended to value him and earnestly said, if the operation succeeds, the third position in this settlement will belong to you. Although the tone sounded righteous, their expressions were still very cunning. After saying that, he turned to Li Cheng and forced a smile while asking, Brother Li, Jiang Yi will climb above you relying on his strength. You don't have any objections, do you? These words were meant to provoke competition between the two. Li Cheng saw through the cunning in the old Daping's words. He looked at him with annoyance and replied, no objections. Then he calmly raised two fingers and said, good then, it's decided. In 2 days we set out. While these people were talking, Jiang Xiaoyong secretly used his spiritual eye ability to judge who was good and who was evil. On the outside he maintained a calm appearance. But inside he thought knowingly, such a sincere proposal. I'm almost touched if only there weren't hidden motives behind it. With his spiritual eye, Jiang Xiaoyong could clearly see the sincerity of the three people in front of him. Sister Ling and Brother Daping were both cunning schemers, while Li Qing appeared indifferent and unconcerned. It was clear that he only wanted to live properly and survive peacefully in the apocalypse. Only those two old foxes were truly calculating. The scene shifted back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. From the rooftop, the crackling signal sound of a radio could be heard. The chubby boy Xiao Kai hurriedly ran out of the room holding the radio, urgently reporting to everyone, Brother Xiaoyong, it's the radio you left behind. Old Lai quickly took the radio and spoke on behalf of everyone. Hello, Xiaoyong, how are things on your side? Everyone gathered behind him, silently listening. From the other end came Xiaoyong's voice through the static. Crackle, I hear you clearly. At the factory during the night, Jiang Xiaoyong stood on top of a tall excavator. He tried to stay away from the zombies and avoid being noticed as he spoke into the radio. The morning after tomorrow, at South Suburb Park, bring Uncle Xong and some of our strongest people. Jiang Xiaoyong glanced toward Brother Daping's room and carefully said into the radio, it's time to completely deal with the threat in the southern district. After Xiaoyong's instructions, the people in the base gathered as Old Lai assigned tasks. He said to Old Han, Uncle Sheng, you're already old. Don't take part in something as dangerous as this. Besides, they still need you to stay behind and hold things together. Old Han did not object. He reminded everyone to be careful. Alright then, Old Lai's group must pay attention to safety. This operation is not like before. Old Lai nodded seriously, yes, I understand. After that he turned to the younger group and began calling their names, assigning them tasks, Zhang, Ji, Xiao Kai, Shanshan, Zixuan, Lu Qiao, Chen Ji, and Chen Song. The 7 of you will come with me. Everyone responded in unison with serious yes. Seeing that all the adults were going to fight, the boy Zhang Shengji also insisted on joining me too. I want to take part in this operation as well. Not wanting him to slow everyone down, his mother immediately stopped him and scolded, war is for adults. What are you doing interfering? The boy stubbornly retorted, I haven't been a child for a long time. I'm a man. Old Liu, standing nearby, spoke enthusiastically in support of the boy. Don't worry, Shuai's mother. With Shuai's current ability, let alone zombies, even among our core team, he can't be considered weak. After that, Old Lai also agreed to let Shuai join the operation. During this time, Shuai was no longer an ordinary child. Experiencing these things early isn't necessarily bad. I will make sure to protect him. Hearing this, Zhang Shengzhi's wife finally relented. The next night, the convoy from the South Factory settlement headed toward the tentacle monster's location. Brother Daping stepped out of the vehicle, cautiously looked up, and said, "This is the place." At this moment, Xiaoyong and Sister Ling also stepped out of the vehicle. Xiaoyong asked how they would lure it out. Brother Daping looked deep inside and said, "No rush, we have a way." The place felt heavy and dangerous. Xiaoyong glanced around, searching to see if there were any signs of the teammates he had called over. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. For a brief moment, Xiaoyong was startled, but he tried to act normal so that no one would notice. He looked toward a tall building nearby, and noticed a small light on the rooftop, which caught his attention. It was exactly what Xiaoyong was looking for. On the rooftop were Old Lai and Zhangji hiding behind a barrier, observing the situation through binoculars. The people from Xiaoyong's base had also gathered there. The chubby Xiao Kai busily prepared equipment and asked carefully, "Can you see clearly? Do we need to get a little closer?" Old Lai reminded everyone that Xiaoyong had said not to get too close to the suburban park before taking action. After observing the battlefield, Old Lai slowly lowered the binoculars and said, "Shanshan set up the ropes. When we move later, we will infiltrate from the flank." The scene shifted back to Sister Ling. She softly called a young boy among the people they had brought along. "Kid, come here." The boy looked up in surprise. He quickly approached and asked, "Leader, what do you need?" Sister Ling remained frighteningly silent. She gave a mysterious smile and glanced at the boy, saying, "Go walk into the park." Hearing this, the boy became visibly frightened and stammered, "Weren't we told we came here to carry the spoils?" Seeing Sister Ling use a child as bait for the monster, Li Qing immediately questioned her. "Sister Ling, what is going on?" She turned back with a cruel smile. She lifted her chin and replied arrogantly, "That thing keeps babbling about a son. Then we'll give it a son. Don't worry, once the tentacle monster appears, we'll capture it. This kid won't be in danger." The boy, terrified of facing the monster, kept begging Sister Ling, "Leader, I won't go. I don't want to be bait." But the cold-blooded woman only gave a faint smile, without replying. Meanwhile, Brother Dapeng's large steps approached, and he looked extremely irritated. He immediately grabbed the boy by the collar and lifted him up, saying, "Stop whining. If you keep wasting time, I'll kill you first." The boy was terrified out of his wits. Then, from outside the yard, the big man ruthlessly threw the small body of the boy inside without hesitation. The poor boy, after being thrown inside, slowly opened his eyes, his back hitting the ground and his whole body unable to move. On the tall building above, Old Li saw the boy through his binoculars and immediately reported, "Something's wrong, move now." Right after that, from the rooftop, Jiang Xiaoyong's teammates lowered ropes and descended one by one with great skill, just like special agents. The boy painfully struggled to get up. Seeing many people outside, he tried to cry for help. "Help, help me." Suddenly, from the bushes and grass, a loud roar echoed, "My son," making the whole area tremble. The next second, a monster with powerful muscles and many tentacles on its back rushed over with terrifying force, landing heavily behind the boy and cracking the ground beneath its feet. Feeling the danger behind him, the boy froze in fear. "I don't want to die." As the roaring continued, the mutated monster's face became more ferocious, and its eyes flashed with two terrifying red lights. Not wanting anything to happen to the boy, Li Qing quickly said, "All right, the tentacle creature has taken the bait, hurry and save him." Just as he was about to rush forward, a hand immediately stopped him, and Li Qing jerked in surprise. It was Sister Ling. She treated human life like grass and calmly said without caring about the boy's life, "Didn't we agree not to compete for credit with Jiang Yi?" Li Qing was put in an awkward position. Not wasting any time, Jiang Xiaoyong stepped forward and said with a laugh, "Haha, I understand." Sister Ling still held Li Qing's hand tightly. Jiang Xiaoyong pushed off the ground and dashed forward at full speed. At the moment when the zombie's black tentacles were about to wrap around the boy, Jiang Xiaoyong rushed in with wind, tearing speed. Just in time, Xiaoyong grabbed the boy by the collar at the moment of life and death, and the boy cried out in surprise. Immediately afterward, Xiaoyong casually threw the boy far away, successfully saving his life, while the tentacles surrounded him instead. The boy was thrown straight toward Li Qing by Xiaoyong, and he quickly caught him to prevent the boy from being badly injured by the impact. Jiang Xiaoyong's glasses fell to the ground. He was tightly bound by the mutated monster's many huge tentacles. It moved forward and roared in front of Jiang Xiaoyong, "Give my son back to me." However, he barely changed his expression and looked at it thoughtfully. No wonder it felt familiar. Xiaoyong stared at the monster and realized, "Who you are." Seeing Xiaoyong tightly bound, Licheng hurriedly shouted, "Jiangye, hang on." Immediately from behind him, the cunning eagle guy and Sister Ling grabbed both of his hands tightly, revealing their true intentions. Being restrained and unable to resist, Licheng still didn't understand their intentions and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? If we don't act now, Jiangye will definitely die." Sister Ling showed obvious delight as everything was going according to her plan. With an excited look and smile, she sneered, "He deserves to die." Looking at the tentacle monster tightly squeezing Zhang Xiaoyong, she said, "I thought he could fight the tentacle creature and both sides would be injured. In the end, he's just merchandise that gets abused and killed." Now finally seeing their true faces, Licheng angrily said in a restrained voice, "So from the very beginning you never had good intentions?" "Why?" Unexpectedly, Xiaoyong heard everything. He spoke up, "Let me tell you the reason why." All three of them watched every move of Zhang Xiaoyong and the tentacle creature. At this moment, while being tightly bound by the monster's tentacles, Xiaoyong turned and told the truth in front of Licheng, "Because I know you eat human flesh." This completely shocked Licheng. He had always been deceived by them before. In panic he stammered, Eat human flesh." As the conversation reached its climax, a voice suddenly echoed, "Open fire." After this command, the place where Sister Ling and the eagle guy stood was shot at continuously. Frightened, they quickly released Li Cheng and stepped back. Zhang Xiaoyong's base team arrived in time to join the fight. Old Lai led the way holding an ek, and the group followed his command and opened fire continuously. On the side of the mutated tentacle creature, Shanshan's group and the boy Shuai also rushed forward together to rescue Xiaoyong, and the zombie angrily turned to notice them. Shuai tightly held a gasoline bomb that was already lit, raised his hand to throw it toward the monster, and while running he shouted, "Uncle Xiaoyong, we're here to help you." With a swift motion, gathering his strength and aiming at the mutated monster, Shuai bent forward and threw it with great force. Unexpectedly, the zombie used just one tentacle to smash the gasoline bomb that was about to explode, sending flames scattering into the air. The tentacle monster was no longer as ferocious as before. After seeing Shuai, it ignored everything else and looked at the boy thoughtfully with deep longing. In the eyes of the tentacle monster, the boy Shuai was bravely trying to fight without realizing his own father. The monster's voice choked as it said, "Son, my son, do you recognize this zombie?" While still tightly binding Zhang Xiaoyong, the zombie turned its head toward Shuai with longing eyes and said, "My son." However, the boy did not realize that person was his father. After failing to throw the gasoline bomb successfully, Shuai clenched his fists angrily and cursed, "Damn it, I didn't expect this beast to be so strong." As soon as it heard the boy swear in anger, the zombie suddenly burst out, thrashing its tentacles violently and shouting angrily, "Don't use full language." Near Shuai, Zhang Ji held his gun and looked at the tentacle zombie with concern, quickly warning everyone, "Be careful, this one is not an ordinary zombie." At that moment Chen Song suddenly charged forward, surprising the whole team. Zhang Ji quickly shouted, "Song, be careful," charging forward at high speed. The mutated zombie monster controlled its huge tentacles to attack and block him. But with extraordinary agility Chen Song dodged them all, while Jiang Xiaoyong was still tightly restrained. Sister Ling's group and brother Daping hid behind large trees to avoid the incoming gunfire. As the situation became more unpredictable, Fa Kong peeked out, looked at Chen Xiang in fear and shouted, "What is that?" "Another mutant." Behind the first large tree, Sister Ling was also curious about Chen Song and exclaimed in surprise, "A mutated body. It's fighting side by side with a living human." In front of her, Chen Song was rescuing Zhang Xiaoyong. As soon as the zombie Chen Xiang got close, the huge and full-smelling tentacles immediately rushed toward him to surround him, suddenly stopping and forcing Chen Xiang to lean back to dodge. However, just a few seconds later many layers of tentacles completely surrounded him, leaving only a small gap where Chen Song's sharp red eyes could be seen glaring at it. Suddenly, refusing to be subdued, Chen Song jumped up and swung his body, tearing apart the surrounding full tentacles and successfully escaping the encirclement. Just when it seemed to be over, a tentacle suddenly lunged at Chen Song from the side, and his teammates outside shouted a warning as he quickly turned his head. Smack! Chen Song turned and blocked the attack of the large tentacle, spreading his legs to keep a firm stance. Chen Song was extremely fast and forceful. From the side of the tentacle creature, facing it was Chen Song. The monster withdrew its large tentacle, and Chen Song bent slightly while letting out a breath. From this side, Jiang Xiaoyong watched the fight and burst out laughing, shouting to Chen Song, "Ha Song, today you've met a real opponent." Chen Song also felt the same and nodded in agreement. On this side, seeing Zhang Xiaoyong's attitude, brother Daping was displeased. He gritted his teeth and muttered angrily, "That brat Zhang Yi still has the mood to laugh and talk." Deciding not to stand still anymore, Jiang Xiaoyong now used his bare hands to tear apart the tentacles tightly wrapped around him. His actions looked as effortless as picking vegetables. Outside, Brother Daping panicked and shouted he tore it apart. That's the main tentacle of that creature. Fia nearby suddenly spoke up hesitantly. Wait, realizing something odd, he looked at Shuai in shock and said, that kid just called Jiang Yi Uncle Xiaoyong earlier. Brother Daping turned around in surprise. What is it? Only now remembering the name reported by the one who had infiltrated Jiang Xiaoyong's base before. Jiang Yi angrily said that Xing once mentioned the leader of the settlement in Tea Leaf City was named Sister Ling. Also suddenly realized this important clue and added, Jiang Xiaoyong, you didn't remember it wrong, right? Fa King angrily looked toward Xiaoyong and replied, that's right, it's Jiang Xiaoyong. Only at the last moment did these fools realize they had been tricked. Brother Daping was furious, stabbing his knife into a nearby tree and shouting, damn it, that bastard played us. At this moment Sister Ling gradually realized the truth. With a worried and annoyed expression she reasoned, if that's the case, then these people must be the combat force of that settlement. On the opposite side, Sister Ling glanced over at Old Lai, who was still keeping her group within his line of sight. Glancing in this direction, she saw Zhang Zhai's group already holding their guns ready, supporting the fight against the monster. She began to grow cautious and calculate, those guys and these ones too. The strongest person among them was roughly on par with Lai Cheng, but the weapons in their hands were all extremely powerful. She then looked over at Jiang Xiaoyong, who was neatly dealing with the tentacles wrapped around him, and muttered, the most ruthless one is Jiang Yi. No, that's not right, it's Jiang Xiaoyong. At that moment Chen Song also caught Sister Ling's attention. Watching him fight the monster, she muttered that with his mutated form, his strength was no less than that tentacle creature. After observing and analyzing for a while, Sister Ling knew her limits. Though angry, she could do nothing. Our chances of winning are not high. Even if we force a victory, both sides will likely suffer heavy losses. Hearing this, Fa Kang behind her anxiously asked, then what should we do? Suddenly she widened her eyes and shouted loudly with great momentum, got it! Daping, hold those people back and cover me. Hearing Sister Ling's order, Brother Daping immediately rushed forward aggressively with his axe. Alright. Suddenly charging out, Brother Daping hurled his large axe forward. With the force of his powerful run, the axe flew forward rapidly, sparks scattering. Brother Daping's flaming axe slammed into a large rock near Old Lai's group. A strong shock immediately occurred there. Fragments flew everywhere, and everyone shouted to warn each other, watch out. Following that, many large rocks and chunks of debris were thrown continuously toward them. Shortly afterward, many trees around Old Lai's position were damaged and collapsed. After that, this group began firing continuously at them. Old Lai struggled to hide behind a tree, peeking out and saying, damn it, what are those guys trying to do by harassing us like this? Meanwhile on Sister Ling's side, taking advantage of everyone being off guard, she suddenly rushed toward Shuai to capture him. Sikai shouted, be careful, and Shuai quickly looked over. Very quickly, the chubby Xiao Kai rushed forward to protect Shuai. He put on a fierce expression and shouted loudly, don't target a child, come at us instead. As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck by a sideways kick from Sister Ling. Xiao Kai quickly raised his arm to block, but her kick was too powerful, causing his face to twist as he was knocked to one side. A second later Xiao Kai was sent flying, rolling across the ground like a ball. It had to be said that this woman's strength was no joke. Xiao Kai shouted, too strong. She's an evolver. After dealing with the annoying Xiao Kai, she walked proudly toward the boy Shuai and raised her hand, preparing to grab the boy's head. From the ground, it could be seen that Shuai's small feet were slowly being lifted up. Sister Ling tightly grabbed Shuai by the neck without mercy. With a cruel and dangerous expression she said, brat, choose. At this moment Shanshan finally noticed that Shuai was being threatened and cried out in panic, Shuai. Yet our boy Shuai was very brave. Those words could not scare him. Even though he was struggling to breathe, he still replied, no way, you won't use me as a hostage. Was rare to see such a fearless child. Sister Ling glared and sneered, provoking him, oh, you little brat, have some guts. Sister Ling delivered a heavy punch straight to the boy's face, and Shuai cried out in pain, ah! Hearing Shuai's cry, the mutated zombie that was fighting Cheng Song suddenly knocked him away and roared furiously, my son. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Song jumped from behind and clung onto the mutated zombie's neck. The creature completely ignored Chen Song now and focused entirely on Shuai's every movement. Gathering momentum, Chen Song let out a long breath, seizing the chance to gather strength. His eyes darkened as he roared mightily. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly spoke up, alright, Song, let him go. Chen Song immediately stopped and looked at Xiaoyong in confusion. He didn't understand what was happening, and without an order he didn't dare to attack. Chen Song let out a confused shout, not knowing why. At that moment Xiaoyong pointed toward where Shui was being held and said, "He's about to risk everything. Interfering now would not be a wise choice." Sister Ling became increasingly vicious, holding Shui tightly and squeezing his neck while shouting loudly, "If you don't want this kid's head smashed, drop your weapons." Shanshan cried out anxiously, Shui. "Don't hurt him." Old Li was worried about Shui, so he volunteered to negotiate urgently, saying, "Let the boy go. Let me be the hostage in his place, alright?" Seeing the obvious concern from everyone in Zhang Xiaoyong's group only pleased Sister Ling even more. She glanced at them with bright eyes and sneered, "Ha, looking at how anxious you all are. I knew I grabbed the right person." Her smug attitude made Old Li furious. Gritting his teeth in anger, he said bitterly, "Damn it. If anything happens to Shui, how am I supposed to explain it to his mother?" Holding the hostage tightly, Sister Ling shouted threateningly at Zhang Xiaoyong's group, "Right now, everyone drop your weapons on the ground, and then move back more than 100 meters. For now, they had no choice but to give in to her. Old Li waved his hand and ordered the people behind him, "Do as she says." Zixuan was very annoyed but had no choice but to comply. Taking advantage of the situation, she became even more demanding and continued shouting orders. After that, "Call that monster over here with you." Just as she finished speaking, one of her teammates suddenly shouted, "Sister Ling, watch out." Several tentacles suddenly rushed in, splitting into 4 branches as they charged forward. She was startled and turned around to look, her eyes wide with fear. Boom. Several tentacles slammed down at Sister Ling's location, creating a powerful shockwave. Dirt and rocks were blasted into pieces as Sister Ling and her teammates barely managed to dodge in time. However, the rampaging tentacles struck Fa Kong, tearing his body into pieces in a single blow. He died instantly, unable to even believe what had just happened. Seeing his nephew suddenly die, the gang leader shouted in panic, "Fa Kong." He stared in that direction with rage. At the same time, Sister Ling managed to land safely. Supporting herself with one hand, she looked up in extreme confusion and thought, "What's going on?" Weren't those tentacles already restrained by them? Nearby stood Jiang Xiaoyong. She had already lost the hostage, and when she looked up, she saw Jiang Xiaoyong standing there with a mocking smile. Looking at the calm demeanor of Xiaoyong and Chen Song, Sister Ling suddenly realized something. Were they watching a show? The attack of the mutated zombie allowed Shui to escape from Sister Ling. But one of the boy's legs was caught by a tentacle. From behind, Old Li hurriedly shouted, Shui, get away from there." Old Li was so worried that he was about to rush forward, grab Shui, and run back immediately. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaoyong calmly walked over and said, "It's alright, Shui is not in any danger." Old Li did not understand when he heard that. He looked confused and asked Xiaoyong again, "No danger?" Looking ahead, the mutated zombie had gently used its tentacles to bring Shui closer. The boy did not resist or struggle at all. At last, the father and son were reunited. The zombie Zhang Shengji choked with emotion after such a long separation, seeing his father's strange appearance. With black eyes and a mutated body no longer human, Shui was not afraid. He looked at Zhang Shengji uncertainly and stammered, "You." Behind the zombie, Jiang Xiaoyong looked on kindly and called out, "See, Zhang Shengji, I keep my word. Your wife and child are living very well." The zombie Zhang Shengji turned back and smiled with satisfaction. Only now did Shui finally confirm that the person before him was his father. Floating among the tentacles, the boy cried out, "Yes, it really is Dad." Zhang Shengji opened his arms toward his beloved son, gazing at him deeply. Jiang Xiaoyong added, "That's right, he's your father. My guess at the beginning wasn't wrong. Your father has a physique similar to the Xung family." During this time, Shui had missed his father terribly. The moment he confirmed it was really him, the boy threw himself into Zhang Shengji's arms, clinging tightly and sobbing, Dad. All the schemes of Sister Ling's group and Brother Daping went down the drain. The man nicknamed Eagle shouted in disbelief, trembling, "Damn it. What the hell kind of situation is this? We've failed, retreat now." Even while holding his son affectionately, Zhang Shengji's instincts remained extremely sharp. He paused for a moment, and his eyes slowly turned cold and dangerous. Immediately he controlled his massive tentacles, sending them spiraling out in a powerful attack. How could he possibly let the people who kidnapped his child escape? The tentacles chased closely after the eagle man, who ran for his life. He was quickly caught. Zhang Shengji tightened the tentacles around him, crushing his large body. The eagle man screamed in agony, his face turned toward the sky as he endured the tearing pain in his flesh. Now he kept calling for help from his teammates. Brother Dapeng, who had wanted to fight alone earlier, turned back and shouted, "Quick! Cut off those tentacles." After waiting for a long time without being rescued, the eagle man shouted painfully while forcing out his voice, "Huang Ling, what are you waiting for?" But Sister Ling had already run far away. Like him, she was fleeing desperately. Furious, the man turned back and cursed,
Damn it! You betrayed me!
While running at full speed, she thought to herself that even if they fought side by side, they might not be a match for the tentacle monster, let alone with those other people around. The only way to survive now was to take advantage of the moment, when Brother Taming was still holding him back, as she fled desperately, thinking she would be the only one to escape death. Sister Ling's expression suddenly changed as her body was violently jerked. The speed of evolvers could not match that of the mutated zombie. Sister Ling had one leg caught by a tentacle and stumbled. She fell face first onto the ground with a bang, and was officially captured. Her face slammed hard against the ground, and her glasses shattered. Sister Ling pushed herself up with her hands, trying to endure the pain. Looking at the broken glasses, Sister Ling cursed in pain, damn it. After that, Zhang Shengji's full black tentacle dragged her across the ground. Sister Ling's whole body was scraped along miserably. Seeing Sister Ling being dragged back, the eagle man laughed loudly, "You bitch trying to betray me. Now look what happened." Then Brother Taming shamelessly turned to Li Cheng and spoke righteously, "Li Cheng, now we can only rely on the two of us." Li Cheng gritted his teeth and replied, "Damn it, there's no other way." Li Cheng was angry because Brother Taming had never treated him well, yet he hesitated since they were still teammates. As he stood there clenching his teeth during a few seconds of inner struggle, suddenly someone placed a hand on his shoulder from behind. It was Xiaoyong. He looked at Li Cheng with determined eyes. Li Cheng turned around and said, "When did you appear behind me?" At this moment Xiaoyong whispered to Li Cheng, "Don't make a move, I guarantee you'll be safe." Li Cheng turned back with confusion and said nothing more. Seeing that Li Cheng still hadn't acted, Brother Taming shouted, "Li Cheng, you bastard, are you going to betray us too?" From afar, the looming dark figure of Zhang Shengji appeared. He focused his attention on the eagle man, lifting him high off the ground with his tentacles until the man was too frightened to speak. Bang! The zombie Zhang Shengji used great force to slam the eagle man from high above down onto the ground with tremendous impact, creating a deep dent in the earth. Now the eagle man's face was covered in blood. After the dust settled a little, he raised his head with his teeth and lips mixed with blood, coughing, cough, not willing to let him go yet. Zhang Shengji continued controlling several tentacles to surround the man, lifting him high into the air and preparing to strike him down. Bang! Bang! Several huge tentacles slammed down onto Brother Taming at once. His body was smashed into a bloody pulp, with arms and eyes flying out, a horrifying sight. With one rat dealt with, Zhang Shengji turned his attention to the little rat Sister Ling. Held tightly by the tentacles, she struggled desperately, screaming, "Ah! Let me go." As Zhang Shengji slowly moved closer to her, he tightened the force in several places on her body. And by chance some tentacles squeezed her chest so tightly it nearly burst. Enduring extreme pain, Sister Ling trembled in terror and torment. Facing the tentacle monster now, she finally felt real fear, her face pale and no longer carrying the calculating cruelty from before. Zhang Shengji squeezed harder and harder. The flesh on her body was tightly crushed, the pain and pressure rushing to her brain. Sister Ling gritted her teeth as blood poured from her eyes, nose and mouth. She was about to die. Sister Ling was tightly wrapped by the black tentacle, her eyes rolling upward. Zhang Shengji continued tightening the tentacle, crushing Sister Ling's entire body as blood seeped through the gaps, right in front of the terrifying tentacle monster. Parts of her body began dropping to the ground like rain, even her eyeballs popping out. Zhang Xiaoyong's system announced Mission Nemesis of Evil Level 3 completed. Mission requirement: eliminate the threat and assist potential allies. Reward 80 accumulation points. Current points earned 51. Xiaoyong and Li Cheng stared for a long moment at Sister Ling's mangled corpse. He turned away feeling quite satisfied with the result. Zhang Xiaoyong said, "Turned into a complete mess, didn't it?" Then Zhang Xiaoyong turned back to Li Cheng and asked, "Alright, do you have anything else you want to ask?" Li Cheng, full of doubts, stepped closer to Zhang Xiaoyong and asked, "You guys are from the Tea Leaf City gathering point in East City, right?" Zhang Xiaoyong nodded, "That's right." Li Cheng continued, "Earlier when you mentioned eating human flesh, what exactly did you mean?" Zhang Xiaoyong said bluntly, "Did you think becoming an evolver was all about luck?" Li Cheng broke out in a cold sweat. "You mean the reason we were able to become evolvers is because..." At this moment, Li Cheng suddenly remembered a moment from the past. He was holding a metal lunchbox in his hand, when a little girl's voice said, "Mom, I want to eat meat too." The mother gently tried to comfort her little daughter, "Be good, don't make a fuss. Uncle needs to eat meat so he has the strength to protect us." Li Cheng turned his head and noticed this. Seeing that, the woman gave an embarrassed smile. "Brother Li, I'm sorry. Children don't understand." Meanwhile, the little girl kept looking at him with sparkling eyes. Li Cheng did not hesitate to give his portion of meat to the girl. "It's fine, let her have a piece." But the woman firmly refused. "No need, Brother Li, really no need." Looking at the child, Li Qing suddenly seemed unable to endure it any longer. Sweat poured from his body as he subconsciously muttered, "Aye." At that moment, among the people taking shelter there, chaos broke out again. It's happening again. The tentacle creature is back. Several people have disappeared. Did you see them on the tentacles? No. If we had seen it, would we still be alive? The frightened woman suddenly realized something. Where is my daughter? Has anyone seen my daughter? At that moment, Li Qing realized what kind of meat he had been eating every day. He immediately began vomiting violently in front of Xiaoyong. Li Qing immediately ran at full speed toward the spot where Sister Ling's corpse had been smashed into a pulp. In fury he punched the mangled corpse again and again. "Damn it, you beast." He was completely consumed by rage. After venting all his anger, Li Qing's entire body was stained with human blood. He tried to take deep breaths to calm himself down. Li Qing immediately turned around and angrily asked Xiaoyong's group, "So did you also rely on eating human flesh to gain your power?" Old Li walked closer with his gun on his shoulder and spoke with goodwill. "Humph, is that what you think of us? We were not that kind of people." Xiaoyong coldly snapped his fingers, and a spirit stone flew out. "Don't worry, the information we know is more than what you know. We have another way to obtain power." The large spirit stone flew into Li Qing's hand, and he quickly caught it. Xiaoyong said, "By relying on this, mutant cores can be obtained from the bodies of zombies and other evolvers. Although they are not as common as human flesh, the effect is better than eating human flesh, and there are no side effects." Li Qing cautiously looked at the spirit stone in his hand. Hearing this, Li Qing glanced at Xiaoyong and asked cautiously, "Side effects?" Xiaoyong answered clearly, "I think you've already felt it. After becoming an evolver, your emotions are easier to lose control. Moreover, violence and slaughter make you feel excited." Li Qing nodded. "Yes, that's true." At this moment he hesitated. "Then in the future." Xiaoyong slowly walked closer to Li Qing. "It can't be changed. But if you stop eating human flesh from now on, at least the violence and madness in you won't continue to worsen." After saying that, Xiaoyong turned toward Zhang Shengji, who was reuniting with his son, and asked, "And what about you? Zhang Shengji, can you speak fluently?" Zhang Shengji also looked attentively at Xiaoyong. Zhang Shengji immediately raised his hand and waved. "Keen boss, thank you son, save dad." Although he spoke unclearly, it could still be considered communication. Xiaoyong suddenly cursed directly at Zhang Shengji. "Damn it, are you putting on some moral drama in front of me?" Zhang Shengji shook his head repeatedly. "No, I mean boss Kigung son, boss king son, love son, damn." At this point Xiaoyong roughly understood what Zhang Shengji meant. He raised his hand to stop him from speaking further. Enough, I understand what you mean." Then he began reasoning while turning to Chen Xang. Similar to Uncle Xang. Although the mutation affected the language center, the mind is still clear. But your appearance right now is indeed a bit frightening. Bringing you back to the gathering point might be. Zhang Shengji was already very happy to see his son again. Hearing this, he said, "No, this place used to it son, worry gone." The little boy looked at Zhang Shengji and smiled. Xiaoyong then interpreted, "You mean you already used to this place, and seeing your son safe makes you feel relieved, right?" Hearing Xiaoyong's clear explanation, Zhang Shengji happily gave a thumbs up. "Boss keen, huge wisdom, huge wisdom." Xiaoyong corrected lightly, "That's called being smart." Then he turned kindly to the still, confused Li Qing and said, "Brother Li Qing, now that the threat has been eliminated, the remaining people of Sifeng Steel Factory will probably have to continue under your leadership." Li Qing hurriedly shook his head. "No, that won't do. I'm someone who has eaten human flesh before. If I become the leader of Sifeng Steel Factory, then no one will be safe." Hearing Li Qing say this, Xiaoyong realized it made sense and fell silent in thought for a moment. He quietly turned to Old Li. "How about this, La Hongli? In my opinion, Sifeng Steel Factory should be led by you." Old Li did not refuse. "Alright." Xiaoyong then said seriously, "As for Li Qing, he'll come with me to Tea Leaf City." After saying that, Xiaoyong placed his hand on Li Qing's shoulder and patted it a few times. He leaned closer to Li Qing and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on you." A neighboring city, at the border of S City, here a group of people were in chaos in a barren field,
shouting loudly, "Help me! Help me!"
Among them, a young man still wanted to go back and save his friend, but the group in front of him would not allow it.
"Don't go!
He's beyond saving." Right behind the friend who failed to escape, 3 skinny, skin, and bone zombies with slimy bodies were slowly approaching to attack him. At this moment, his close friend could do nothing more. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, he had no choice but to close his eyes and leave his friend behind. The man kept crying for help in despair, "Help, help me." Thus came a tragic end for the young man. He was torn apart by the 3 starving zombies. After a while, nothing remained of the young man except scattered pieces of flesh and pools of blood. Strangely, he had died right beside a certain type of plant. At that moment, the nearby plant clung to the separated body parts and began connecting them together. It gathered the fragments and transformed them into a strange entity, turning him into a hybrid monster between a human and a plant. Among the group from earlier, a girl could no longer run. She leaned against a tree and said, "This is bad, I can't run anymore." Meanwhile, the friend on the side kept urging her, "Even if you can't run anymore, you still have to run. Once they catch up, you'll be torn apart." A man wearing a black shirt suddenly raised his arm and shouted, "Wait." The friend in the brown shirt looked up in confusion. "What is it?" The man in black signaled for silence. "Listen carefully." At that moment, a sound reached the ears of the man in black. He was so overjoyed that tears came to his eyes as he told everyone, "Wine, that's the sound of wind. It's real, it's the wind. If there's wind, it means we're about to reach the edge of the forest." Just as they heard the hope of escape, they also heard the growls of zombies that had caught up to them. The three of them immediately turned pale. Immediately afterward, the group started running desperately. "They've caught up. We can't delay, run." The friend in the brown shirt turned to urge the girl, "Victory is right in front of us. We can't die here." The two of them, together with their friends, ran as fast as they could to save their lives. After a while, the group finally reached the edge of the forest. They could see tall buildings ahead. "Light. There's light ahead. We're not far from the city anymore." The girl happily pointed forward. "We did it. We succeeded. We're finally saved." But above her head, a vine was quietly wriggling. The friend in the brown shirt immediately shouted, "Watch out. That vine is changing, it's sharp and twisting violently." Suddenly, the vine grabbed the girl by the neck. She was seized by a vine from a man-eating plant, which dragged her neck toward its mouth. The mouth of the man-eating plant snapped fiercely into the middle of the girl's body. The upper half of her body was swallowed whole, while the lower half fell to the ground. The two boys in the group were horrified when they saw it. The girl's closest male friend screamed in pain and despair, "Xiaotong, my Xiaonan." The guy in the black shirt quickly ran up and grabbed his shoulder. "Hey, get a hold of yourself." They had only stopped for a moment when they heard the zombies again. The guy in the black shirt turned alertly. "Damn it, those plant-like monsters have caught up again." At that moment, the guy in black slapped the brown-jacketed man hard across the face to snap him back to reality. He was completely shaken, so the man in black tried to wake him up. "Xiaotong is dead. If you don't want to be buried with her, calm down right now." The man in brown cried and shouted, I'm sorry." After a while, the four young men finally ran out of the forest. They were both relieved and still running with all their strength. The mutated trees reached the edge of the forest, and wherever there was no grass, they stopped moving. The zombies suddenly stopped moving. They looked at each other and began to hesitate. At that moment, one zombie decided to step forward. It was the first time they had stepped into a new world. Soon an entire army of zombie-like mutated plants poured out toward the city, their numbers unbelievably large. After a while, walking along the road, the four young men wandered through the city. When they reached a white gate, the young man in the black shirt realized something. "This place, I know it," he explained to everyone. "This is the suburban park of City M. That means we've reached that city." The two guys behind looked around cautiously and whispered to each other, "Strange, why is there no one here?" "Yeah, it seems like everything has been abandoned." One of the guys behind turned his head and replied, "Our city's had such a huge disaster. It's only reasonable that City M next to it was evacuated." At that moment, the man in the brown shirt stared in shock and pointed forward. "What is that?" It was a zombie hiding behind a utility pole, and he firmly pointed at that figure. At first they thought it was a human. The young man in black even spoke in a friendly tone, "A survivor. Looks like the people who escaped earlier succeeded too. Hey buddy, where is the evacuation point?" But it was not a human. The one hiding behind the pole was actually Zhang Shengji. Once they clearly saw Zhang Shengji's body, the three men panicked and blurted out in shock, "A plant creature." Realizing Zhang Shengji was not human, they turned and ran away in panic. Zhang Shengji did nothing. He had no intention of killing them, so he simply watched them leave. After a while, the group had run far from Zhang Shengji. They were breathing heavily like exhausted oxen. Is he chasing us? Doesn't seem like it." At this moment, the guy in the black shirt began doubting everything. "What is going on? Why are there plant creatures outside the forest too?" At this moment, the young man in gray behind them spoke up. Could it be that the outside of the forest has also mutated? The man in brown beside him wondered, then why hasn't the forest spread outward? The other guy was also full of questions. So what do we do now? They had only stopped to rest for a few seconds when they heard zombies nearby again. It was a familiar sound. The plant zombies swarmed over and found the four of them. The group shouted in panic, "Plant creatures." At that moment the four of them were standing in the middle of an intersection. From both the right and the left, plant zombies rushed out to attack.
There are some here too.
Damn it, we resurrounded. The young man in brown didn't know what else to do. He crouched down in despair. It's over, we shouldn't have escaped outside. If we had just survived in the forest, maybe we could have lived a few more days or months. Xiaoyong wouldn't have died like that. While the zombies were leaping in to attack, their morale collapsed. The zombies, smelling human flesh, became even more excited. When rabbits are driven into a corner, they have no choice but to fight back. The black-haired young man held a small knife in his hand, his whole body trembling. I don't want them to tear me apart. I don't want to die like this. He had decided that he would rather kill himself than die while being torn apart. Unexpectedly, a tentacle suddenly shot out from somewhere and pierced past the young man's body. It was Zhang Shengji's long black tentacle. With a single sweep, the head of the plant-type zombie was completely smashed apart. Zombie Zhang Shengji then slowly walked toward the group, saying nothing. His face showed irritation as he glared at the zombies that were about to cause chaos. The scene shifts back to Jiang Xiaoyong's vast base. Tonight he had not gone to sleep and stepped out into the corridor to get some fresh air. The wind tonight was quite strong. Jiang Xiaoyong's system interface displayed a notification: mission, Utopian Society in progress. Mission content: expand the community. Mission progress: establish branches. Siphoning steel factory has been completed. Evaluations 20, current evaluation points 62, reward points 80, current total points 231. After reading all this information, Jiang Xiaoyong became excited. Oh, another 80 points. That's quite a lot, I can't even spend them all. He tapped on the system and said, let's see what items are available. The system displayed armed threat supply crate level 2 20 points, electric awakening supply crate level 3 100 points, technology supply crate level 2 cost 50 points, manual refresh costs 4 points. Jiang Xiaoyong shouted in surprise, a level 3 crate, damn. Level 2 crate already gave overload physique. Let's see what a level 3 crate contains. The system immediately displayed exchange armed threat supply crate, 20 points deducted. Exchange electric awakening supply crate level 3, successful, 100 points deducted. Exchange level 2 supply crate, successful, 100 points deducted. Opening armed threat supply crate level 1, reward obtained, an armored killing vehicle. Opening ability awakening supply crate level 3, reward obtained, slave mark level 1. Effect: place a slave mark on an enemy, turning them into the user's servant. Maximum number of slaves limited. Opening technology supply crate, a reward obtained, physical enhancement potion 30. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly tapped to select them. Then he thought, can I only enslave one person? For now, Xung Jia, Zhang Shengshu, and Li Cheng are all relatively stable. I will observe them for a while first. The system displayed again: mission, Utopian Society in progress. Mission content: expand the community. Mission progress: independently resist one invasion at the gathering point, in progress. Reward evaluation points 10. New mission: weed elimination level 1. Requirement: eliminate the threat posed by weeds. Reward 100 points. Jiang Xiaoyong found it strange. Eliminate weeds. Remove the threat caused by weeds. Does that mean you want me to go to the fields and help pull weeds? While Jiang Xiaoyong was still wondering about this, the walkie-talkie on the nearby table suddenly transmitted a signal. Brother Xiaoyong, can you hear me? Shui's father is in trouble. Back at Zhang Shengji's location, the group he had helped was extremely confused. That's a zombie, right? What is going on? Is he like that zombie too, from the same group as leader Kuang? At this moment, Zhang Shengji stood in front of the group and quickly dragged the arm of a plant creature out in front of them. Zhang Shengji had arrived at Jiang Xiaoyong's base. He was now standing in front of the group of people Jiang Xiaoyong had rescued. As soon as the child saw his father, Xioi immediately ran out. Dad. Dad. The group that Zhang Shengji had rescued noticed this right away. Are those his wife and child? The two ran toward him while crying after many days apart. Zhang Shengji was also very happy. Oh, my son and my fiancée. Seeing this reunion, Old Hen felt something was a bit strange. What? What do you mean fiancée? Jiang Xiaoyong replied, he probably means his wife. His mutation affected the brain center. So now he's somewhat like a patient with a language disorder. Even seeing how he had changed, his wife showed no fear. She ran over and hugged her husband tightly, while Zhang Shengji gently patted his son's head. After a while, Jiang Xiaoyong broke off an arm from the corpse of the plant creature and said, so this is the thing. Zhang Shengji stood before Jiang Xiaoyong and tried to explain: main dish, food border, vegetable stewed with meat, meat stewed with vegetables. Jiang Xiaoyong listened to this and didn't understand a thing. Meat stewed with vegetables. The young man in black immediately stepped forward and gestured. Big brother, let me explain. We come from the city over there. Right now our city is completely covered by forest, and many people have mutated into plant creatures like these. Jiang Xiaoyong picked up the piece of wood and examined it closely. Plant creatures. The young man in black continued, but big brother, it seems your city isn't very peaceful either. Xiaoyong stood up and replied, "You were brought all the way here, so you must have seen it along the road. Most people have mutated into zombies." The young man in black nodded. "Yes." After saying that, Xiaoyong turned to Old Han. "Uncle Sheng, behind the collapsed wall 2 streets east of the base there's an armored jeep. Send someone to drive it back later." Old Han nodded. "All right." Xiaoyong then turned to the newly arrived group. "You guys, follow me to the border between the 2 cities and check the situation." Shortly after, the group from the other city followed Xiaoyong. They led him to the edge of the forest, where wild grass had already grown close to the road. Xiaoyong approached the strange vines and grass to take a closer look. The young man in black quickly noticed that these vines had grown taller compared to not long ago. Xiaoyong said firmly, "We were going into the forest." They had just barely escaped that terrible place earlier, and hearing this made the young man in black almost scared out of his wits. "What? Why are we rushing back in there?" he immediately shouted. "Big brother, the forest is extremely dangerous. Otherwise, why would we have gone through so much trouble just to escape from there?" Xiaoyong calmly replied, "If we just leave it like this, I'm afraid that soon Sifeng Steel Factory will be completely surrounded. When that happens, both living and production will be affected." He turned back to the people behind him and said clearly, "But before that, there's something more important we must do first." Zhangji immediately asked, "What is it?" Sang was also surprised. Xiaoyong replied, "To help you gain the ability to deal with danger on your own." Now he stood before Sang and Zhangji, calling Old Li and the people from Sifeng Steel Factory as well. "In the next few days we will focus on hunting." The scene shifts to another place, where a mutated zombie is eating the flesh of a man. It seemed to smell human flesh nearby and turned its eager, flesh-craving face toward the direction. At this moment, the mutated zombie kept sensing something behind it, but when it turned around it saw no one. At the moment it lowered its guard. Xiaoyong suddenly rushed in from behind as fast as the wind and launched an attack. With one powerful strike across the neck of the giant mutated zombie, Xiaoyong attacked before it even realized who had struck it. Behind Xiaoyong, his teammates opened fire continuously with their guns, and even used the jeep he had just received from the system. The zombies on this side kept getting shot down, helplessly taking the copper bullets one after another. Bullet casings fell like rain, and after a while the gunfire gradually died down. At this moment, Xiaoyong was trying to find spirit stones on the zombie corpses. Shanshan and the other teammates were also searching for spirit stones. Somewhere else, a voice kept complaining, "Oh my god, zombies again, zombies again." There was a tall and muscular man kicking a zombie corpse that dangled like a vine, looking extremely annoyed. "Where are the living people? Is there no one alive anymore?" A zombie suddenly jumped up and attacked him face to face, but he showed no fear at all. With just a light strike of his hand, he smashed the zombie's face completely. Then the zombie's brain was exposed right in front of the man. He tried to restrain himself, not wanting to eat zombie flesh anymore. "Can't I just run into a few humans instead?" At that moment, he focused his attention ahead. He swallowed a large gulp of saliva, clearly craving human flesh, and murmured, "Living humans." Back at Xiaoyong's place, a guy outside was holding a rifle and practicing shooting. The young man in black inside shouted worriedly, "Hey, do you want to die? The leader specifically told us not to open the door and go outside during this time." The guy immediately ran inside. It's fine. Boss Kong's group has already cleared this area." The man in black inside waved urgently, "Stop talking nonsense and get in here." At this moment, the tall muscular man grinned, showing a terrifying row of teeth. "So they really are living humans, and moreover," he licked his lips greedily. "People who have never eaten their own kind, pure living humans." He crawled forward like a corpse, muttering to himself, "But these people have some things in their hands. If I'm alone, it might not be safe. I'll have to endure for a few more days." Saliva dripped from his mouth and tears filled his eyes as he muttered to himself, "Troublesome. This is so damn troublesome." At the meeting room in Xiaoyong's base, his system notified refresh successful, exchange successful, refresh successful, exchange successful, current points 300. Then a voice came from the radio, "Uncle Sheng, call everyone to the meeting room." "Okay." Immediately, Old Hen gathered many of the base members who had stayed behind, and everyone looked very serious. Xiaoyong stood before everyone and said, as expected from hunting together, "In just 3 short days we've obtained this much." He turned to Old Li Hongli, and Zhangji. "These mutant cores, split them evenly between the 2 of you." Old Li quickly refused, but that wouldn't be appropriate. Most of the credit goes to brother Xiaoyong. Zhangji also felt embarrassed. "That's right. Besides, everyone worked hard. If only the 2 of us take them, it feels a bit." Xiaoyong waved his hand. "Don't refuse. We're not lacking in firearms and ammunition. Producing a few top experts is more meaningful than everyone being mediocre evolvers." Old Song also spoke up, Ah, old lie. If he told you to take them, then just take them. Has Xiaoyong ever made a wrong judgment? Others also chimed in, that's right. We completely trust Jiang Xiaoyong's decisions. At this moment Xiaoyong turned to Shanshan. Also Shanshan. Shanshan was startled and replied blankly, yes, Brother Yang. Jiang Xiaoyong said, come with me. A moment later Shanshan arrived at Jiang Xiaoyong's room and opened the door. Shanshan scratched her head shyly and asked, Brother Xiaoyong, what do you want to do? Suspicious of Jiang Xiaoyong and Shanshan, Old Song's little boy secretly followed them, even signaling to the people behind him to stay quiet. Voices of Shanshan and Jiang Xiaoyong came from inside the room. It might hurt a little, just bear with it. Zhang Ji and several others were extremely curious about what the two were doing inside, and even Chen Song followed secretly to investigate. The group was secretly trying to eavesdrop on what Jiang Xiaoyong and Shanshan were doing inside when suddenly the door burst open. Zhang Ji blushed after being exposed as the ringleader of the eavesdroppers and felt too embarrassed to look at Jiang Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong stood there, annoyed, staring at the group of human surveillance cameras. Zhang Ji sweated awkwardly and said, Brother Xiaoyong, that fast. Jiang Xiaoyong decisively grabbed Zhang Ji by the ear and dragged him inside. Zhang Ji yelped in pain as he followed. Ouch, ouch, easy, easy, Brother Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong even gave him a kick and shouted. Meanwhile Shanshan was sitting at the table inside. It seemed that Xiaoyong had just given her an injection, and she held the spot tightly with her other hand. Seeing Shanshan like this, Zhang Ji was a little surprised. He scratched his head and asked, Shanshan, did you just get a vaccine shot? Jiang Xiaoyong then explained, you just absorbed many mutant cores earlier. Now you already considered one of the top experts. She replied with a smile, he isn't it thanks to Brother Xiaoyong's favor. Xiaoyong looked over and said, try sparring with Shanshan for a few moves. Zhang Ji was shocked. That's not okay. I can't bully a girl. However, Jiang Xiaoyong was very confident. Pointing at Shanshan, he laughed. Bullying a girl, Shanshan, let Zhang Ji have a taste. Shanshan was also surprised. Yes, Brother Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong said calmly, don't worry. Go all out. Zhang Ji won't be able to handle it anyway. Facing a girl, Zhang Ji laughed. Easy. I'm ridiculously strong now, you know? I'll go all out. Before he could even finish his sentence, Shanshan punched him and sent his face twisting. He never expected that a single punch from the girl would send him flying out the door, where Trang Xuan and the fat man quickly caught him. Shanshan herself didn't expect to be that strong. Jiang Xiaoyong explained, I gave Shanshan an enhancement serum. Now, aside from me and Sangjia, no one here is a match for her. Zhang Ji held his swollen face and sobbed. I thought Old Lai and I were the ones closest to Brother Xiaoyong. Turns out that's not the case. The fat man pointed at his face and teased, nonsense. Brother Xiaoyong isn't gay. Why would he be that close to you? After finishing the matter concerning Zhang Zi, Jiang Xiaoyong gathered everyone again, Xong Zhang Zhai, Li Cheng and the others. Jiang Xiaoyong pointed directly at the young man in black who had just joined. You too. Come with me back into your city. The young man in black was shocked and pointed at himself. Then frightened and anxious, he waved his hands repeatedly. No, it was extremely difficult for me to escape. I don't want to go back there. Seeing the boy lacking confidence, Li Cheng crossed his arms, stepped closer, and said sternly, we were helping you rescue your teammates and family. And yet you were too cowardly to go. The young man in black clasped his hands together and pleaded. I don't have any teammates or family. I'm begging you, just don't make me go back there. I'll even work here as a laborer if needed. Seeing the boy's desperate attitude, Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't understand the reason at all. Suddenly, the young man in the brown shirt stepped forward decisively and volunteered. Can I go with you instead? The scene shifts to the western outskirts of the city where Jiang Xiaoyong's group is staying. The tall man who craves human flesh is still wandering around here. He looks around and mutters, I remember it being somewhere near here. He scratches his head in frustration. Damn it, my brain is getting slower and slower. If I can't eat fresh human flesh, who knows what serious consequences will happen. Suddenly, a sound comes from behind, like the noise of a human or perhaps a zombie. Curious, he glances back to look. Immediately he changes direction and runs toward the source of the noise. Sure enough, I didn't remember wrong, it's right around here. He hurried over and opened the door, seeing several silhouettes inside. He discovers two men having sex with two women, the group passionately and intensely indulging in the act. Their intimate moment is interrupted when the tall man discovers them. He coughs a few times, causing the group to stop and look toward him. One of the men who was enjoying himself is annoyed at being interrupted. He turns and glares angrily. You little brat, you dare come back here again. The big bearded man turned out to be acquainted with them. He hurriedly waved his hands with a frightened expression. Hey, don't get worked up. I didn't come to steal anything this time. I came to share some information. The red-haired woman turned around when she heard that. sharing information. Since when are you that kind? The brown-haired woman also spoke up with an annoyed expression. We all half monsters here. Don't try to fool us with that kind of talk. The big man continued explaining, it's true. There are many pure humans, but they have weapons. I'm afraid I can't handle them alone, so I came to seek cooperation with you all. The two men were also muscular like the one before. Behind them stood two rather beautiful women with curvy figures. They glared with killing intent as they approached him. The bald man suddenly changed his attitude quickly. Fine. We will trust you once. If you dare deceive us, you'll be our next meal. The tall man nodded repeatedly. Of course I'm not lying, of course I'm not lying. At that moment, the red-haired woman in messy clothes stepped closer, deliberately revealing a bit of her chest. If that's the case, then we're teammates now. Come here, join us and enjoy yourselves with us. As if waiting for the chance, he stuck out his tongue excitedly and lunged at the woman's huge breasts. Pouncing forward, he exclaimed, delightful, delightful. The scene shifts back to Xiaoyong's group. By now the whole group had arrived near cities. The young man in the brown shirt looked around and warned, benefactors, be careful. Behind every pile of leaves and on every tree around here, there could be hidden dangers. Xiaoyong then paid attention to him and asked, hey, what's your name? The brown-shirted youth answered immediately, my name is Xiaoyong. Xiaoyong burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you were quite a brave man. Your teammate was scared to that extent, yet you still dared to come back with us. When this reason was mentioned, Xingkai showed no regret. With a resentful tone he said, my girlfriend was killed by the plants. I want revenge. Besides, my parents are still in the forest. If there's a chance to rescue them, of course I have to try. Xiaoyong respected people with such determination. He nodded and said, I'll go in front, Li Qing in the rear. Xiaongjia, you and Zhang Shengji take the right and left sides to cover us. Zhou Xingkai stays in the middle, he's our only guide. If he dies, this whole trip will be wasted. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyong's trust, Zhou Xingkai immediately said, thank you for helping me. Zhang Xiaoyong chuckled awkwardly. Haha, don't misunderstand. Our motive isn't to help you. It's to find a way to stop the forest from spreading outward. As soon as he finished speaking, a vine suddenly stretched down right above Zhang Xiaoyong's head. He felt something cool near his face and turned to look. What is that? It's so sticky. Zhou Xingkai immediately realized what it was. He rushed forward and shouted, oh no, move away quickly, before anyone could react. The vine had already wrapped around Zhang Xiaoyong's neck. It was a man-eating plant. Using the vine, it tightened around Zhang Xiaoyong's neck, revealing its mouth full of sharp teeth to devour him. Zhou Xingkai panicked, we doomed, no one can survive that huge mouth. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyong grabbed the vine tightly with his hand and yanked it hard. He stomped his foot hard onto the ground. Just when it seemed Zhang Xiaoyong would simply be devoured by the vine, he pulled back with one hand, causing the vine such pain that it no longer dared tighten around him. At that moment, from the giant mouth of the carnivorous plant, Zhang Xiaoyong forcefully pulled out a purple object, which spilled out in a disgusting mass. Zhou Xingkai stared with wide eyes in amazement. Amazing, that's incredible. That large dark purple lump dropped straight onto Zhang Xiaoyong's face. It looked like the heart of the man-eating plant, constantly pulsing. Unexpectedly, the man-eating plant could move. It jumped up right in front of Zhang Xiaoyong. Seeing this for the first time, he said, trying to run. I didn't expect this thing could actually move. Zhang Xiaoyong shouted loudly, don't let it escape. Zhang Shengji, it's swinging right in front of you and you, just letting it go. Then Shengji controlled his long, full-smelling black tentacle and lunged toward the carnivorous plant that was trying to escape. Zhang Shengji's tentacle tightly squeezed the man-eating plant, twisting its mouth out of shape. He turned around and pulled hard on the tentacles. Shengji exerted force and was able to drag the man-eating plant back. He slammed the man-eating plant down hard at the feet of the whole team. At that moment, a strange stream of green smoke came out from the huge mouth of the man-eating plant. Zhang Xiaoyong smelled the smoke and subconsciously exclaimed, it smells so good. Only then did he suddenly realize and look around. Zhang Xiaoyong became alert. The smoke coming from this thing has a strange smell. It might not be safe, be careful. Then he suddenly looked outside and found himself alone in a dark space. Xiaoyong exclaimed, where is everyone? Strangely, at that moment Zhou Xingkai felt a hallucination before his eyes, as if everything had become a strange hypnosis. He kept shaking his head. What's going on? This feeling is strange. When he looked again, he suddenly saw Zhang Xiaoyong and everyone there turning into zombies. He screamed in terror, benefactors, benefactors. What happened to you? Strange noises suddenly came from the bushes. At this moment the young man in the brown shirt turned around. What is that? A human silhouette appeared in the bushes. It was a girl with a face exactly like his girlfriend. From the bushes she urgently called out, Xingkai. At this moment Xingkai turned his head and was shocked. He did not expect his girlfriend to still be alive and able to speak like this. He immediately approached the bushes. Xiaoyong, are you still alive? His girlfriend hid in the bushes, waving her hand repeatedly and calling. It's very dangerous over there. Come here quickly, everyone is here. Hearing this, Xingkai no longer cared about anything else and walked straight into the bushes. Alright, I'm coming right now. The scene shifts back to the half-zombie man. He begins heading toward Jiang Xiaoyong's base. He pointed it out to his two companions. See that, that's the place. The two guys behind him drooled while staring ahead. A human flesh, that's right, pure human flesh is here. In their sight everything seemed tinted red. The tall half-zombie reminded them, hey, calm down a bit. Then the one with the longest hair went mad with hunger and rushed forward. The tall one had no time to stop him. Damn it, you bastard. This madman became more and more reckless. He leaped forward and dashed toward the delicious prey. I can't take it anymore. Haha, I want to enjoy this. Inside the base, a gate guard noticed something dangerous ahead. He immediately warned the person in front of him. Hey, who are you? The black-haired man suddenly pounced on the unlucky young man, grabbing his mouth with both hands. The person beside him holding a gun shouted, watch out, but it was already too late. The tall black-haired man had already bitten a chunk from the young man's shoulder. After that, only panicked screams remained at the gate. What's going on?
Damn it!
Shoot now. Hearing the noise outside, old Lee, who was checking the records inside the room, suddenly looked up in shock. He stood up in shock. This is bad. At this moment, a young man had been badly injured in the shoulder. The black-haired man was trying to approach the man with the gun, who trembled in fear before this powerful creature. Damn it, don't come near me! The man kept firing his gun at the black-haired one, but his body seemed like rubber. No matter how many bullets hit him, he was completely unharmed. Instead, it backfired. He became even crazier, jumped forward in front of him, and tried to bite with his huge mouth. At that life and death moment, old Lee arrived just in time and kicked the black-haired man straight in the stomach. The kick sent him spinning and flying about 8 meters away. But it wasn't that easy. He flipped his body and used his hands to stabilize himself, landing on the ground as if nothing had happened. Old Lee immediately grabbed the AK rifle and fired continuously at the zombie. Seeing that old Lee was not easy to deal with, the black-haired man turned and ran away first, gritting his teeth and cursing, that damn bastard ruined my fun. Old Lee quickly turned to the injured young man. Quick, take him to the medical station.
Hurry!
The scene shifts back to the black-haired man. After taking old Lee's kick, he still felt exhausted, breathing heavily as he dragged himself along the road. It seemed he could no longer hold on, and he suddenly collapsed face first onto the ground. The remaining 4 people in the group slowly approached to check on him. His red-haired lover did not seem sad at all, and instead she laughed with interest and said, see, why were you in such a hurry? You suffered for it now. This guy was not dead yet, just exhausted. Hearing that, he became furious. Stop mocking me. Hurry and find me some meat. I need to recover. The bald man behind him grinned and called out. Who do you think you reordering around? The black-haired man angrily shouted. At a time like this, why are you talking so much? Hurry up. This guy was already weak yet still acting like a big boss. But before he could even react, he was kicked straight in the neck. It was the brown-haired woman. She drove the sharp tip of her high heel straight into the black-haired man's neck. One less mouth to feed, of course that was better. The man looked up at the woman above him and cursed. Damn it, you filthy bitch. Immediately after that, only a thud was heard. A large hole appeared in his neck, and dark blood flowed out onto the road. The person above said, so what's next? How do we break this situation? Those pieces of food are all hiding in the factory, and they even have weapons. The woman turned around and said calmly, that's easy. The bald man asked, what do you mean? She continued, have you all gone stupid? We were humans, not zombies. Then she swayed her curvy body toward the man behind her and explained further, of course, we just walk straight and boldly. Back to Xingkai. He was being hypnotized by his dead ex-girlfriend in the bushes. He suddenly murmured, why do I feel so light-headed? The girlfriend in the bushes said, don't hesitate anymore. Come here. At that moment, his girlfriend's figure suddenly changed in a strange way. Hurry up, come here quickly, come here right now. A knife flew over at an astonishing speed. It slashed fiercely, splitting the girlfriend's head in half. He watched as his lover's entire body collapsed right in front of him. Once again seeing his lover brutally killed, he could not endure it and cried out, Xiaoyong. It was Jiang Xiaoyong who acted just in time. He quickly said, impressive, even I was almost bewitched. Hung Kai turned around, still not understanding, and shouted anxiously, why? Why did you kill my Xiaoyong? Jiang Xiaoyong replied seriously, what do you mean you're Xiaoyong? Look carefully, what is that? Only after turning his head did Hung Kai realize it in shock. The thing in front of him was a body in an illusion in the bushes. And it began to change. Then the woman's entire body turned into a wriggling mass of tentacles in the bushes. Hung Kai's hands trembled as he dared not move. This is. At that moment Zhang Xiaoyong knocked Transung on the head while he was still half asleep. Hey, wake up. Stop dreaming. A moment later, Lai Cheng and Zhang Shengji had only just regained their senses. Lai Cheng rubbed his eyes and said, "What happened?" It feels like several years have passed. Meanwhile Zhang Shengji spoke incoherently but tried to explain movie's history. High speed transportation bringing my son back to Earth. What he meant was that he dreamed about driving to pick up his son after school. Jiang Xiaoyong summoned a small knife in his hand and said, "That flower must have released some kind of poisonous gas that caused hallucinations and bewitched us." Lai Cheng approached Jiang Xiaoyong, who was trying to cut a sample of the tentacle. "What are you trying to do?" Jiang Xiaoyong replied, "I want to see the internal structure of this kind of monster, and whether it can produce a mutant core." As Jiang Xiaoyong cut off a piece, black fluid splashed out. He said, "Looks like I overthought it. This thing seems to be just a puppet, not the main body." He pointed at a thick vine. The vines were deeply rooted in the ground, and it seemed the main body was not nearby. Suddenly Jiang Xiaoyong was startled. He noticed something on the vine in front that looked like a bulb and exclaimed, "What is this?" Jiang Xiaoyong immediately pulled the vine out and discovered that the bulb at its root had veins like a beating heart. This is, he realized, is this a potato or a taro? It looks like the place where this thing stores its nutrients. After that Jiang Xiaoyong stored it in his system. "Alright, keep it. Maybe this thing can be eaten." Xiaoyong then turned to Zhou Xingkai and asked, "Do you know anything about these plants?" Zhou Xingkai, still frightened, quickly replied, "I only know they're very dangerous. They treat all living things as food." "But Elder He might know something." Jiang Xiaoyong was surprised. "Elder He?" Zhou Xingkai replied, "Elder He is an expert from the Agricultural and Forestry Science Institute." Xiaoyong asked curiously, "Where is he? Is he still alive?" Zhou Xingkai answered more clearly, "Before I escaped, he was taking refuge with us in a high-rise building. I don't know if he's still alive now." Jiang Xiaoyong felt that even this little information was very valuable. He said, "Good. Take me to find Elder He right away." The scene shifts back to the group of half-human, half-zombie people. The red-haired woman used the suffering trick again. She pretended to be exhausted and a victim, slowly dragging herself toward the base. At this moment she deliberately tripped over a rock on the road. She collapsed in front of the base gate and screamed loudly to attract attention. At that moment, a guard at the gate noticed a figure in the distance. He looked ahead as if seeing a shining star and quickly shouted, "A survivor. It's a lucky survivor." Seeing that the person ahead was a pitiful girl with no one accompanying her, the two men guarding the gate hurried out. The man behind called out to the one in front, "Hey, wait a moment." When they looked more closely, the girl in front of them had barely any clothes covering her body. She looked extremely pitiful and exhausted. The man who ran after them quickly tried to stop him. "To be safe, we should report it first." But the man in front insisted, "Report what? Can't you see that girl is about to collapse? Just help her inside first." The man behind was still suspicious, but the man in front ignored him. "Stop hesitating. If we leave her here, she'll become a zombie soon." Meanwhile, the woman continued acting like a helpless victim. The man in front seemed completely bewitched by her beauty and body. Blushing, he asked, "Miss, are you alright?" The red-haired woman looked sorrowful and frightened. "Yes, save me, please save me." The black-haired young man was still enchanted. "Don't worry, you're safe now." The red-haired woman's three teammates were hiding behind an old rusty car in the distance, watching their companion continue her act. The tall bearded man looked ahead with delight. "She's really good." At that moment he suddenly turned toward the brown-haired woman, his face now completely flushed red. The brown-haired woman began showing off right in front of the tall man. She struck a seductive pose and flaunted herself boldly. "Compared to her, I'm even better." At that moment the red-haired woman was on the back of a man from Zhang Xiaoyong's base, while in the distance the tall man was even more ridiculous, vigorously fooling around with the brown-haired woman as her two legs stuck straight up in the air. The scene shifts to Jiang Xiaoyong's group in the forest. Li Qing walked ahead, looking around and saying, "Why has it gotten dark already?" Hung Kai replied, "It's already dusk, and this place is so overgrown that almost no light can get in." Jiang Xiaoyong then asked, "How much farther?" Hung Kai pointed ahead, "We're almost there." Suddenly someone shouted loudly, "Hung Kai." Hung Kai startled and looked over. He quickly exclaimed, "Aunt Yang." From behind a nearby wall, a woman waved warmly at him. Hung Kai suddenly became cautious. "No, something's not right." He rubbed his eyes again and again to make sure. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to Hung Kai with a faint smile. "Relax, this time we're not affected by hallucinogenic spores. It's not an illusion, she's a real person." When the others saw Aunt Yang sticking her head out, the people beside her raised the alarm. "I told you not to take risks. Do you want to get us all killed?" The three men there began arguing loudly. Are we just going to watch Zhou Xingkai get assimilated by those monsters? He's beyond saving. He disappeared for days and now suddenly shows up here. He's probably not himself anymore. But Aunt Yang immediately argued back, stop talking nonsense, get ready to fight, because they suspected Zhou Xingkai was a zombie for traveling with people who didn't look human. Aunt Yang led the 3 men and decisively charged forward to attack. 1, 2, 3, kill them. Behind Jiang Xiaoyong, Zhang Shengji growled irritably. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly reminded him, calm down, don't make a move. 3 arrows shot toward them. The 3 arrows and many others were aimed directly at Jiang Xiaoyong's group, but they did not rush to act. Jiang Xiaoyong raised his hand high to show goodwill. He shouted loudly, stop, calm down. Aunt Yang was startled and confused because what they thought was a monster in front of them could actually speak like a human. At the same time, Zhou Xingkai quickly ran forward. Aunt Yang, calm down, they are not enemies. Aunt Yang quickly shouted to everyone, stop shooting. Stop shooting. Hung Kai shouted over, they are people from outside the forest. They are our benefactors. Aunt Wang asked in surprise, then where are the others who explored the path with you? And what about Xiao Tong? At this point, Hung Kai slowly explained, nearly half of our people were killed or injured. Xiao Tong also died, but I and the others managed to escape. Aunt Wang then asked curiously, what is the situation outside now? Hung Kai replied, this isn't a good place to talk. Let's go back and discuss it in detail. Aunt Wang and the man beside her exchanged glances, still suspicious of Chen Song and Zhang Shengji standing in front of them. They looked at Chen Song and Zhang Shengji as terrifying mutated zombies. Jiang Xiaoyong noticed their attitude, stepped forward, and said, don't worry, we were all on the same side. Jiang Xiaoyong turned back and urged the 2 behind him, say something to ease their fear. Chen Song put on a cool and handsome expression and removed his mouth cover himself. I may be ugly, but I'm very gentle. Meanwhile, Zhang Shengji used his 2 tentacles and jumped around like a clown, smooth and bare, showing off playfully. What he meant was, look at how attractive my body is. I only told you to do a little, but you went a bit overboard. Jiang Xiaoyong coughed a few times and turned around, saying, what kind of stunt are you 2 pulling? Meanwhile, Hung Kai was still trying his best to explain to Aunt Yang and the people with her, don't worry, the 2 of them are also our benefactors. We were saved thanks to them as well. Only then did Aunt Yang lower her voice and drop her guard. Alright then, come over here. The scene shifts back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. With the sound of wheels grinding against the road, it was Shanshan getting off the warhorse first. She picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Uncle Lai, I've reached the gate of the steel factory. Open the door. At that moment, Shanshan suddenly sensed that something was wrong nearby. It was the 3 people who had followed the red-haired woman earlier. All 3 were hiding behind an old vehicle. As soon as Old Lai heard Shanshan's message, he ran out and called, Shanshan, over here. The 2 men and the brown-haired woman were still watching Shanshan and Old Li. The bald man said, that was dangerous, we almost got discovered. The woman in the middle said, did you notice? That girl is an evolver, a pure evolver. At this point, all 3 showed greedy expressions as they stared at Old Lai and Shanshan. The bald man wondered, how can there be a pure evolver here? How did she manage that? The bearded man kept licking his lips and said, I don't know, but one thing I know for sure is that she must be very delicious. The brown-haired woman giggled with excitement. That's right, and if we eat her flesh, our strength will skyrocket. The scene shifts to the medical room where voices are talking. Shanshan, you here? Yes, Uncle Li. Have you finished treating the injured? Are they in the medical room? At this moment, Shanshan approached a man in the medical room who had a bite wound on his shoulder. She picked up 2 tubes of blood and said, Uncle Lai, this is an anti-infection medicine. Before we left, Brother Xiaoyong said that if someone gets bitten by a zombie, we should use this. Old Lai quickly took it and said, they were bitten several hours ago, yet there's no reaction at all. That means the one who bit them probably wasn't a zombie. Shanshan felt uneasy and asked, if it wasn't a zombie, then what else could bite people? Taking this opportunity, the red-haired woman pretended to look pitiful and spoke up, I know. In the suburbs of the city, there are many mutated people. They re not zombies and they aren't infectious. But they re extremely brutal and they can bite people too. Dien Binai D2 3096 Lama 10, Jangain and 100 Tron Trong Bingxia Bina Kinshansa V Kin the Mem Taji. Old Li noticed the scantily dressed woman. Who are you? She introduced herself to everyone. I'm a new member who just joined. I ran here from West City. Old Lai then asked, do you know anything about those mutated people? She pretended to be aggrieved and frightened, with tears in her eyes, and said, they are even more terrifying than zombies. They eat human flesh and still have intelligence. Several of them chased me all the way here. Luckily I know how to ride a bicycle. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to escape. Old Lai was somewhat suspicious of her. He frowned and said, if that's the case, then the ones who attacked them were brought here by you. She quickly retorted, sorry, I didn't mean it. I just wanted to survive, I'm sorry. The young man beside the red-haired woman hurriedly spoke up for her. Brother Lai, you can't blame her for this. Old Lai immediately put on a gentle expression and said, that's not what I meant. I misunderstood. If we know the background of the opponent, it will be easier to deal with. She then looked earnest and said, I also know that they won't give up. Soon they won't be able to restrain themselves and will attack. We must prepare in advance. After hearing this news, Old Lai clapped his hands and said, this information is very useful. Alright, everyone go back and rest first. Seeing that Old Lai had accepted her, she happily turned around and said, understood, leader. Old Lai then carefully added, bring some food to the injured. To be safe, we'll observe for another night. You guys will have to bear with it a bit more. She happily walked away, while Shanshan kept an eye on the woman. At this moment, Shanshan showed a clear expression of suspicion and glanced at the red-haired woman with displeasure. Seeing that Shanshan didn't look well, Old Lai approached her and asked, what's wrong, Shanshan? She replied, this new woman, I feel like there's something strange about her. Old Lai carefully asked, strange how? Shanshan looked around cautiously and whispered, I can't really explain it. Maybe I'm just overthinking. Old Lai didn't suspect anything and said, you were probably just too stressed. Xiaoyong is really something, giving such a difficult mission to a small girl like you. The scene shifts back to Xiaoyong. He was following Aunt Yang, who led the way and said loudly, we re-here. Xiaoyong stood there looking ahead and said, why did everyone choose this place as the gathering point? We passed several factories and warehouses earlier, and some stores looked even more secure. They all seemed suitable as gathering spots. Behind Xiaoyong, Hung Kai answered, benefactor, you don't know this, but the disaster in our city is different from yours. Aunt Yang then turned around and added, if we chose those places, we'd all be dead within a week. Hung Kai explained further, look at the fog. The lower the place, the thicker it gets. If you keep inhaling it, in just a few days you'll all be infected and turn into a plant-type creature. Only from the 10th floor and above, where the fog is thinner, can we temporarily resist it. After saying that, Aunt Yang pointed toward the stairs above and said, that's right. Hurry upstairs. We will talk in detail once we re-up there. As soon as they arrived, Kai Hung introduced the person he wanted Xiaoyong to meet. Benefactor, this is Elder He. Elder He, this is our benefactor, Brother Xiaoyong. Xiaoyong said, hello, Elder He. I came to talk with you about the situation in our neighboring city. After talking for a while, Xiaoyong explained everything. That's how it is. Unfortunately, the forest outside isn't any better. Hearing this, Elder He held his head, sweat covering his forehead. Seeing this reaction, Xiaoyong turned around and said, Xiaoyong, Zhang Shengji, come in. I've already explained your situation to these people. Everyone stepped aside, allowing Zhang Shengji and Cheng Song to come closer to Xiaoyong. The professor looked up and asked, then what about City T and City B? Do you know anything about it? What about outside the country? Although Xiaoyong didn't know much, he still answered everything he knew. At least until today, we haven't encountered any place with an established system. Everyone is just trying to survive on their own. At this moment, he picked up a trophy they had just dug out from the forest and said, by the way, Elder He, I heard you study plant-type creatures. Do you recognize what this thing is? Elder He pointed at the veiny root and said, that is the old body of a plant-type creature. It's edible. Aunt Yang's group went out to look for this. Hearing this information, Xiaoyong was delighted. So it's really like that. Elder He continued, we only found out recently. If it weren't for the food shortage, we wouldn't dare eat this. It tastes somewhat like taro, and the calories aren't low. In the apocalypse, it's considered fairly decent food. Suddenly someone ran in urgently shouting, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Elder He immediately turned around and asked, what happened? The man quickly pointed outside the window and said, plant-type creatures. We were surrounded by plant-type creatures. Elder He's eyes widened as he froze in place. They've surrounded us all the way here. What do you mean surrounded? The man urgently added, there are many plant-type creatures. They are gathering toward our building, and more of them are coming. Immediately, a young man ran over to look and shouted loudly, the flower car. It's the flower car. Hearing this term, Xiaoyong had no idea what it meant. He turned to a man nearby and asked, what is the flower car? What the hell is that? Is it really that scary? Elder He's face turned pale as iron, and he said in a deep voice, it's not just scary. Today, I'm afraid we may all die here. Elder He's face clearly showed despair and apprehension. He immediately straightened up and shouted loudly, everyone listen carefully. Women and the young go to the top floor and find a sealed room like a bathroom or storage room to hide in. The rest of the adults stay here with me. Seeing this attitude, Hung Kai began to panic Elder He. Elder He immediately lost his composure and shouted, act quickly. Whoever can survive, let them survive, it's better than dying. Immediately, the young men there turned around and ran off, following Elder He's orders. At this moment, he turned to Xiaoyong and said, "You don't look very old. Go upstairs with them. Don't stay here and become a sacrifice." Xiaoyong replied with a very firm attitude, "It's all right, Elder He, I'm a bit curious." He gathered a stream of energy in the palm of his hand and said, "I'm curious about the thing that can make everyone this afraid. Just how terrifying can it be?" After saying that, Elder He hurried to the window and looked down below, with Xiaoyong following right behind him. He kept shaking his head. "Before we even get to see the real body of Flower Car, we will probably be killed by these plant creatures first." Xiaoyong stepped closer and looked down. Does Flower Car have the ability to control plant creatures? Watching the army below slowly advancing toward the tall building, Elder He explained clearly to Xiaoyong, "That's right. It must rely on something like that. A large-scale and organized movement like this proves that Flower Car is somewhere nearby, and it's targeting us." Xiaoyong opened the window to get a clearer look, which scared Elder He half to death. "What are you doing?" Xiaoyong showed no fear at all. He pulled out an axe, just testing how strong these things are. Elder He's eyes widened in shock. "Where did you get that gun?" Without saying another word, Xiaoyong opened fire in a burst. Several plant creatures below were riddled with holes and collapsed outward. But strangely, the areas that had been shot began to regenerate on their own. They quickly regenerated and continued moving forward to attack. Xiaoyong said, "These things are incredibly resilient. Let's see what the limit of their self-healing ability is." Xiaoyong kept firing, glaring at the plant creatures as he continuously aimed and shot at them. If one bullet doesn't kill it, then a lot of bullets will. Xiaoyong showered one plant creature with a storm of bullets. Its entire body was torn apart like a rag, yet it was still trying to regenerate, but the damage seemed too severe. The plant creature could no longer regenerate and finally collapsed to the ground. Xiaoyong scratched his head. 2 magazines just to kill one. No wonder everyone is so afraid of these things, but it's fine. He immediately stretched out his hand and summoned a large item from his system space, leaving everyone there staring wide-eyed in astonishment. Xiaoyong slung the gun over his shoulder and decisively opened the chest. The bearded man nearby could hardly believe it. He stammered, "You reopening a nailed-down crate with your bare hands without even using a crowbar." What surprised him even more was what he saw inside. The man moved closer to the crate and exclaimed, "Gasoline pumps, this is great." Taking out the freshly prepared weapons, Xiaoyong approached the window again and brought Cheng Song and Zhang Shengji with him. He instructed later, "If any stragglers slip in here, use these gasoline bombs to defend yourselves." Elder He turned and asked in confusion, "A straggler? What do you mean by that?" Suddenly, Elder He panicked and widened his old eyes in shock. It turned out that Xiaoyong had fearlessly jumped straight out of the window from the 16th floor. Standing upstairs, he shouted, "This is the 16th floor." Meanwhile, Zhang Shengji and Chen Song also jumped after Xiaoyong, and the 3 of them plunged toward the plant creatures below. Xiaoyong took the lead, followed by the duo Zhang Shengji and Chen Song. Facing a group of plant creatures head-on, the 3 stood fearless and unflinching. As soon as they saw people descending, several plant creatures crazily charged forward, roaring with ferocious cries. Xiaoyong showed no fear at all and grabbed the head of a plant creature with his bare hands. He forcefully tore the head apart, splitting it into 2, while Xiaoyong clenched his fist tightly. Over here, Chen Song was enthusiastically punching the head of a plant creature repeatedly, while another one rushed in beside it. Chen Song struck fiercely again and again, tearing the plant creatures apart so they could no longer regenerate. As for Zhang Shengji, he quickly wiped out many plant creatures with the tentacles surrounding his body, and he didn't even need to move his hands or feet much. On the high floor, Elder He and the others watched Xiaoyong lead the 2 mutated zombies to smash through the formation of plant creatures, and their faces went pale. Holy crap, what kind of beings are these people? Up here, Li Qing also became excited. He hurriedly rolled up his sleeves and walked toward the chest. "Stop watching the show and get ready to deal with any stragglers." Li Qing then gave orders to the people there. "Anyone confident in themselves, take a bottle of gasoline bomb and guard the corridor entrance. The rest of you quickly move anything flammable out of the corridor." Immediately, the young men there each picked up a bottle of gasoline bomb and replied enthusiastically in unison,
"Got it, coming right away."
A short while later, in the courtyard below, the last group of plant creatures had finally been defeated. Xiaoyong had just killed another one. He tossed the body aside and said, "Finally finished dealing with them." Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Xiaoyong pointed and said, "Xiaoyong, Zhang Shengji, the 2 of you search these bodies and see if any of them have mutant cores." He then looked into the distance and said, "As for me, I'll go meet that flower car thing first." Scene shifts to inside the building. In the corridors, The plant creatures trying to crawl up were burned black by the gasoline bombs. Everyone there cheered. With fire, these things are much easier to deal with. That's right, but it's mainly thanks to Brother Lai and Brother Jiang's group. Elder He was delighted. Everyone else can come down now, the danger has been eliminated. People upstairs shouted down, what's the situation downstairs? It's over here too. Hey, why don't we see Brother Jiang? Scene shifts to Jiang Xiaoyong's location, where there are many plant creatures. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the thing in front of him and wondered. What is this twisted thing? He was currently standing on a tall tree branch. Jiang Xiaoyong looked down at a huge many-legged mass with something like a giant flower on top, and guessed, this must be what those people just called flower car. He noticed the nozzle-like structure on the flower, wondering if that was its true body. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly sensed danger. He quickly jumped away to dodge it. It turned out that the flower car used its tentacles to attack Jiang Xiaoyong. He landed carefully on the ground and glared at it. So strong it might even be on par with Zhang Shengji. Then the flower car, like a moving brain, suddenly rushed forward to attack Jiang Xiaoyong. He said, however, lately fighting tentacle monsters like you, I've gained plenty of experience. Jiang Xiaoyong said confidently as he faced the monster and grabbed two of its tentacles with both hands. Jiang Xiaoyong pulled with great force, dragging out a purple, slimy mass from the monster's body along with the tentacle. On top of the flower car, the flower bud suddenly released a stream of poisonous gas. The dense gas quickly surrounded Jiang Xiaoyong, yet he showed no fear. That won't work anymore. I've already seen your kind use the same trick before. Jiang Xiaoyong opened his mouth wide and took a long breath. Immediately, the flower car's poisonous gas surged forward, but Jiang Xiaoyong had already taken in enough oxygen to hold his breath. The horrifying creature began making eerie rumbling sounds, while continuously releasing streams of toxic gas from its head, like it was expelling full gas. Suddenly, the legs beneath it began to collapse, unable to support its body anymore. It was Jiang Xiaoyong. He pulled the two tentacles hard, then used the momentum to release them, and leaped toward the monster. Once again, Jiang Xiaoyong gathered energy into his palm and shouted loudly, "Slave mark." Even more dangerously, the flower car shot out a sharp, pitch-black mass of poisonous gas from the butt on its head just as Jiang Xiaoyong was leaping in to approach it. He pointed his hand at the black mass and shouted, "Slave mark." A wave of sinister energy spread out in all directions. The flower was affected both by Jiang Xiaoyong's suppression and the backlash of its own power, turning the entire scene into something like a raging storm. After a while, everything gradually settled down. Up on the building, the young man who had been observing suddenly said, "Hey, the flower car, that's its true form. It hasn't left, it's coming toward us." Elder He's voice trembled. "That's right, it's the flower car's true form. I'll never forget that twisted appearance for the rest of my life." Another man nervously added, "Where is Brother Jiang Xiaoyong? Don't tell me he's already been." Just then they suddenly heard Jiang Xiaoyong's voice at Zhang Shengji's song. "How are you two doing?" Elder He and the young man beside him were startled and turned to look. It was Jiang Xiaoyong. He had returned safely and wasn't injured at all. He asked whether the plant creatures below had any cores in their bodies. Zhang Shengji replied, "Not everyone had it, but some had double." What he meant was that not every creature had a core, but quite a few of them did. Meanwhile, Xiang raised a thumbs up and said confidently, "Not all of them have it, but some have several." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong shook his head helplessly. One couldn't speak clearly, and the other kept talking nonsense. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong appear, Elder He was completely shocked. "Brother Xiaoyong, what about the flower car down there?" Jiang Xiaoyong calmly replied, "Oh that. It's already one of ours now." Everyone became confused. One of ours. A moment later, Jiang Xiaoyong led everyone down to the flower car below the building. He pointed at it and said, "Don't worry, it won't harm anyone." Though he was the most cautious one, Elder He became the first to approach the terrifying flower car. Slowly he reached out his hand and touched it. Elder He was so frightened that he had to swallow hard to steady himself before daring to approach. Gathering all his courage, he managed to touch it, but it showed no reaction at all. Elder He exclaimed, "It really has been subdued. How did you manage to do that?" Jiang Xiaoyong asked, "Elder He, you a scholar in botany. What do you think about this thing?" Elder He stroked his beard and said that although it had mutated into a monster, the characteristics and instincts of a plant were still present. He explained further, saying that just like big fish eat small fish among animals, competition among plants is also extremely cruel, and competing for sunlight is a constant theme for plants. Plants didn't start out tall, they grew taller in order to compete for more sunlight resources, while the shorter plants became weaker because they couldn't get enough light. Elder He slowly moved closer to the large mass of flesh and said, "I guess this flower car is so ferocious because, during its mutation it lost its growth advantage, so it evolved the ability to capture animals to obtain energy instead." At that moment, the two tentacles of the flower car were wriggling above the heads of Jiang Xiaoyong and Elder He. Li Cheng noticed this unusual movement. He quickly grabbed a knife and shouted, "Watch out," as the tentacle moved closer to Jiang Xiaoyong. But Jiang Xiaoyong showed no fear. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Wait, stop. It can't rebel against me now. Let me see what it's trying to do." Li Cheng was still worried and said, "Brother, but you meanwhile." Jiang Xiaoyong allowed the flower car's tentacle to come even closer to him. The tentacle suddenly pressed tightly against Jiang Xiaoyong's neck. He opened his eyes wide. Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly relaxed and began breathing heavily. Li Cheng asked in confusion, "What happened?" But Jiang Xiaoyong was completely fine. He turned to Elder He and said, "Elder He, your analysis was correct. The whole city has now become an arena for mutated plants. Since those mutated plants cannot gain an advantage in the competition, they can only compete for animal bodies to obtain nutrients." He walked closer to the flower car, and it withdrew its tentacle from his neck. Jiang Xiaoyong said, "Since you've become my servant, your survival will be my responsibility. Come here." As if understanding his words, the flower bud on the flower car suddenly closed and began moving continuously. It suddenly bloomed open to its fullest, revealing a green core inside, and within that green mass were many small tentacles. A fresh green tentacle slowly extended toward Jiang Xiaoyong's hand. The flower car brought the flower's core closer to Jiang Xiaoyong, and he raised his head to look at it. Then slowly the core inside the flower car was absorbed into Jiang Xiaoyong's body. Li Cheng looked at this in confusion, scratching his head blankly and asking, "What is that thing?" By then Xiaoyong had fully absorbed it. He looked at his hand with satisfaction and said, "Now it has formed a symbiotic bond with me." Jiang Xiaoyong smiled, turned to another direction, and thrust his hand forward. Immediately 3 green tentacles shot out from Jiang Xiaoyong's palm, moving even more powerfully and agilely than Zhang Shengji's. One of the tentacles grabbed a nearby tree trunk. Jiang Xiaoyong merely gave a light pull, yet the force transmitted through the tentacle snapped a large ancient tree in half. Seeing that they were both tentacle users, Zhang Shengji blushed and shouted, "A whole light year apart," meaning it was far stronger than his own tentacles. Jiang Xiaoyong's system interface appeared. Achievement unlocked. Gardener. Reward points 50. Current total points 153. Jiang Xiaoyong retracted the tentacles and looked at the system panel with quiet excitement. "Oh, an achievement unlocked. This is the first time." The flower car had turned into a messy mass. Its core essence completely fused with Jiang Xiaoyong, and since there was nothing left here, the group decided to leave. The scene shifts back to Xiaoyong's base. The red-haired woman had been arranged into a room. She looked out the window with delight, thinking that another fish had taken the bait. She heard someone knocking on the door and opened it while putting on an act. "Who is it?" The man who had earlier shown kindness brought her a delicious cake and said, "Little sister, I brought you a late-night snack." She deliberately pushed her chest forward and lifted her face, saying, "You said you brought food for me." This man had been fascinated with her since their first meeting. Seeing that, he nodded and said no one told him to do it. He did it on his own. It seemed he wasn't paying attention to the cake in front of him, but rather to the human cake standing before him. At that moment, the red-haired woman deliberately moved closer to the young man and said, "Then thank you." After many days without female company, he suddenly felt extremely excited and lunged straight toward the red-haired woman. She pretended to be frightened and stepped back inside, saying, "Hey, what are you trying to do to me?" Holding himself back, the young man pulled away and said, "Sorry. I thought you meant," yet his eyes remained fixed on her pale chest. The red-haired woman gently brushed her hair and said, "There are too many people here and the soundproofing is poor. How about we go outside the factory and try something more thrilling?" Hearing that, the man immediately agreed happily. All right. The scene shifts to another place. Heavy breathing could be heard, and a nearby car was shaking continuously, the breathing sounding extremely intense. The young man had indeed slept with the red-haired woman. After the encounter, he was drenched in sweat, and then affectionately looked at her body lying on the car. The brown-haired woman struck a coquettish pose and said, "It's fine. If she can use her looks to sneak in, why can't I?" Immediately, the big hand of the bald man reached out. He grabbed her by the throat and squeezed hard. "You want to sneak in there and eat alone too, don't you? Don't think I can't see it. You're exactly the same as her." The woman couldn't breathe as he choked her. The tall bearded man quickly intervened. "Boss, don't get worked up. If you choke her to death, we won't have any chance left." Hearing that, the bald man finally let go. The woman collapsed onto the tea set in front of him, gasping for air. The man vented his anger on the woman. "If you dare copy her, I'll rush in there. Even if I die, I'll kill the both of you." The woman, still struggling to breathe, muttered weakly, "I understand, huh?" So another person began using the same desperate trick. She went to Jiang Xiaoyong's base and knocked repeatedly, crying, "Help me." The door opened. People inside began to come out, each of them holding a gun and staying extremely cautious. Who are you? The brown-haired woman immediately acted frightened and panicked. I was chased by zombies. I barely managed to escape. The black-haired young man inside the base began to feel tempted by the beauty. Hey, we were lucky. Not long ago we saved a girl, and now another one shows up. The man in front also agreed, yeah. And this one has an even better figure than the last one. They were about to let her in when suddenly a loud shout came.
Wait!
The 2 guards at the gate were startled and looked over. It was the red-haired woman. She pointed at the person outside the gate and shouted, She's the mutant pretending to be human that I told you about. Seeing her own accomplice betray her, the brown-haired woman angrily cursed. You bitch. The red-haired woman continued urging the people inside the base. Shoot. Hurry and shoot.
She's a zombie.
Immediately the sounds of gunfire erupted loudly. The brown-haired woman struck a flirtatious pose again. It's fine. If she can use her looks to sneak in, why can't I do the same? Immediately, the big hand of the bald man reached out. He grabbed her throat tightly. You want to sneak in there and take everything for yourself, don't you? Don't think I can't see through you. You read just like her. The woman couldn't breathe as he choked her. The tall bearded man quickly stepped in to stop them. Boss, calm down. If you choke her to death, we won't have any chance left. Hearing that, the bald man finally let go. The woman collapsed forward onto the bald man's tea set, gasping desperately for air. The man vented all his anger on the woman. If you dare try the same trick as her, I'll rush in there. Even if I die, I'll kill both of you. The woman struggled to breathe, her lips trembling as she said weakly, I understand, haha. So another person began to use the same pitiful trick. She went to Xiaoyong's base and knocked repeatedly. Help.
Help me!
The door was opened. The people inside came out, each holding a gun and acting very cautiously. Who are you? The brown-haired woman immediately pretended to be terrified and panicked. Zombies were chasing me. I barely managed to escape. At that moment, the black-haired young man inside the base was moved by the beauty. We were really lucky. Not long ago we rescued a girl, and now another one shows up. The man in front also grinned. Yeah, and this one's even hotter than the last one. They were about to let her inside when suddenly a loud shout rang out. Wait. The 2 guards at the gate looked over in surprise. It was the red-haired woman. She pointed at the person outside the gate. She's the mutant pretending to be human that I told you about. Seeing her teammate betray her, the brown-haired woman angrily cursed. You bitch. The red-haired woman kept urging the people inside the base. Shoot. Hurry and shoot. She's a zombie. Immediately loud gunshots rang out. At this moment, the brown-haired woman was continuously shot at by the people in the base. Unable to stay any longer, she had no choice but to turn and run back. Unfortunately, there was a hail of bullets, and she was repeatedly hit as shots passed through many parts of her body. At this moment, luck ran out for the brown-haired woman. With too many holes in her body, she could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the road. People shouted to each other. Quick, go back and get the gasoline. Soon a container of gasoline was brought out. When the people from the base arrived with the gasoline, the woman from earlier was nowhere to be seen. She was shot so many times and still managed to run away. Damn it, we should have left someone here to watch. Hurry, go inform Brother Lai and Shanshan. Even with dozens of bullet holes in her body, she still managed to crawl back. Exhausted, she dragged her battered body toward the 2 tall men. At this point, her steps were already unsteady. As soon as she arrived, the woman collapsed right in front of the bald man. She grabbed his leg and struggled to raise her body, pleading softly, don't kill me. Save me. I promise from now on I'll only obey and serve you. The bald man looked down coldly and snorted, Hemph, we're all the same kind here. We all know what kind of character our kind has. Then he firmly grabbed a large rock lying nearby. He lifted the rock high above the woman at his feet and said, as for the food in that gathering place, we'll just have to think of another way. At this moment, only 2 words could be seen clearly on the brown-haired woman's face, utter despair. Bang! A horrifying sound rang out. It seemed the large rock had crushed that beautiful face, and red syrup splattered everywhere. Seizing this opportunity, the tall bearded man launched a sneak attack on the bald man from behind. His bald head slammed straight onto the ground. He had just tried to kill the woman in front of him, but failed. The blood that splattered earlier actually came from the head of the bald zombie. At this moment, the bearded man greedily licked some of the blood on the knife he had just used. The brown-haired woman raised her head and said, Thank you. The man replied, 1 arm and 1 leg are enough for you to recover your wounds. The rest belongs to me. She secretly smiled at the bearded man in front of her and nodded. All right. In her heart she thought, indeed, the bald man was right. What kind of character our kind has, we know it best. If they had shared the prey while the bald man was alive, he would hardly have gotten any. But now that the bald man was killed in a sneak attack, The advantage is in his hands. How much he gives me is entirely his decision. The scene shifted back to the base. It had begun to fall into chaos because someone had gone missing. Have you seen Chen Zhuo? Chen Zhuo? What do you mean he's disappeared? And Ping hurried over and asked one of the guards. What happened? Haven't we found Zhou Yanghai yet? Now another person has gone missing. After suspecting many things, Shanshan showed a look of irritation. Old Li turned and asked, Shanshan, what are you doing? Shanshan replied, nothing, I'm going around the factory to see if there are any new clues. As soon as she said that, Shanshan went to the factory area and looked around. At that moment, she suddenly noticed something. In front of Shanshan was a trash can containing many pieces of human bones and some human clothing. A moment later, Shanshan gathered everyone in the base. The young man in black lit the pile of mangled human flesh inside in horror. Are you sure? Yes, this outfit belongs to Chen Ji. I also recognize the shoes, they belong to Yang Hai. In our base, only he wears that brand. At this moment, the red-haired woman began to panic and nervously bit her hand. It's over, the bald man is still outside. And they've discovered the bones I hid in the trash can. Shanshan began to suspect the newly arrived woman. Inside and around the gathering place, no one had heard any noise, and there were no signs of a struggle. She turned and stared directly at the red-haired woman. What does that prove? Now everything seemed to be coming to light. The woman trembled in fear while still pretending to be innocent. Why are you looking at me like that? Shanshan was furious. Someone had actually dared to cause trouble inside the base, and she immediately rushed forward at lightning speed. A powerful dagger strike shot toward the curvy body of the red-haired woman, and she screamed in fear. Being half human and half zombie, her skills were extraordinary. She only pretended to be scared. One quick movement was enough to dodge Shanshan's deadly attack. The dagger, thrown at tremendous speed, slammed into a nearby tree and caused it to explode apart. The red-haired woman glanced at Shanshan, grinding her teeth as she stared at her with a vicious expression. Meanwhile, Shanshan remained cold and composed, flexing her hands while glaring at this half-human, half-monster creature. All suspicion now fell on the red-haired woman. Everyone around her became extremely tense, and she realized things were no longer going well. Damn it, now she was completely exposed. At that moment, she glanced toward another direction. She suddenly lunged forward and attacked the man standing closest to her. She suddenly pulled out a small knife and pressed it against the man's throat, threatening, everyone stand still. Otherwise I'll kill him. Shanshan shouted urgently, if you kill him, I won't let you leave here alive. But the woman wasn't afraid at all. Humph, a little girl who hasn't even grown up yet dares to threaten me. If I can't leave here alive today, I'll at least drag a few of you down with me. After a while, while restraining the man, she dragged him out to the main road. Give me his gun right now. None of you move. If anyone moves, I will slice straight into his arteries. Shanshan. The group from the base also followed them out here. After grabbing the gun from the man's hand, the woman kicked him away. After seizing the weapon, she immediately opened fire, aiming straight at the man's backside and shooting repeatedly. After harming the man, she immediately turned around and ran away to escape. Shanshan raised her gun and carefully took aim, her face cold and expressionless. Shanshan fired directly at the red-haired woman. As the woman turned to run, she was repeatedly hit by bullets in several vital spots. At this moment she had to run away as fast as possible, enduring the pain no matter how severe it was. Seeing Shanshan act so quickly, and Ping immediately asked, Shanshan, what are you doing? Shanshan replied hurriedly, I'm going to ride a motorcycle and chase after her. And Ping stepped closer to Shanshan and said, forget it, Shanshan. We don't know if she still has accomplices around here. To be safe, we should close the gates and defend first. Hearing this, Shanshan realized it made sense and replied, yes, you were right. She turned around and gave orders. From now on, all newly arrived survivors must be locked in the safe room for quarantine. Please watch that side. As for my grandfather, although we still don't know the situation, I must hurry to Yi City to arrange things properly. And Ping nodded happily. Alright, be careful on the road. He thought to himself that Shanshan had grown up far more than he had expected. The scene shifts back to Xiaoyong's location, where the plant creatures have begun causing even more chaos. When they arrived at this place, they suddenly became frightened. With just a single move, Xiaoyong's tentacles smashed the heads of all the plant creatures. Xiaoyong worked together with Flower Car and didn't need to move much, just using the tentacles was enough to eliminate the plant creatures. They no longer needed to expend as much strength as before. Now the tentacles could do the killing for them, sending the plant creatures flying chaotically through the air like a mixed hot pot, tossed into the sky. Meanwhile, Cheng Song and Li Cheng each carried a can of gasoline. The two of them acted skillfully. After Zhang Shengji and Zhang Xiaoyong had eliminated the plant creatures, they went to each corpse and poured gasoline over them. Soon after the fire was set, a huge blaze erupted across the entire area. and Jiang Xiaoyong's group watched without taking their eyes off it. Elder He was still shaken with fear. Is this the feeling of safety, or the feeling of being suppressed? Jiang Xiaoyong's system interface appeared. System mission in progress. Mission content, expand the community. Mission progress. The independent gathering point has successfully resisted the invaders once. Completed. Trial evaluation points 10, current evaluation points 72. Reward accumulations 40, current accumulation points 193. After reading it, Jiang Xiaoyong was extremely satisfied. Zhangji and Shanshan's group really did not disappoint my expectations. The scene shifts back to the base. Jiang Xiaoyong's group had returned, and everyone ran out happily to welcome him. Brother Deng is back. Brother Deng, you've finally returned. As soon as Jiang Xiaoyong arrived, he immediately asked the old man, where is Shanshan? Nothing bad happened, right? The old man quickly replied, something happened at the steel factory. Shanshan went there to support them. It's nothing serious, just a few members got bitten. Shanshan already brought the suppressants over there. Seeing the people Jiang Xiaoyong had brought back, the old man asked, who are these people? Jiang Xiaoyong introduced them. They are survivors from the city over there. He brought Elder He over to speak with the old man and said, this is Elder He, a plant science expert from the Institute of Agricultural and Forestry Sciences. Seeing another elderly man, the old man was extremely delighted. Welcome to join our base. Elder He also greeted him warmly. Sorry to trouble you all. We truly appreciate everyone taking us in. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to Elder He in a friendly manner. Elder He, this place is only a temporary arrangement. In a few days I will escort everyone to the forest edge of the city. Hearing this, Elder He was surprised. The forest edge? What are we going there for? Jiang Xiaoyong replied, to establish the third gathering point. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly sensed something unusual nearby and turned to look. Over there, Shanshan was returning on an off-road vehicle. She waved happily. Brother Deng, when did you get back? A moment later, Shanshan seriously recounted everything to Jiang Xiaoyong and said, that's what happened. Now none of the new members can be trusted. Elder He pointed at himself and asked, then what about us? Jiang Xiaoyong responded calmly, it's fine, don't worry. I know your background well, you're not exactly new members. Jiang Xiaoyong then whispered to Shanshan, that's good. Shanshan revealed a frightened expression and said, and you call that good news? Jiang Xiaoyong replied again, there are rewards to earn. How could that not be good news? Right beside him, the system displayed a notification: new mission, Nemesis of Evil. Mission requirement: eliminate the threat. Trial reward: 120 accumulation points. New mission, Forest Nemesis level 4. Mission requirement: eliminate the threat in the western city and the western suburbs. Reward on 20 accumulation points. The scene shifts back to the red-haired woman. She had successfully escaped, but now her body was exhausted and she was gasping for breath. She leaned tiredly against a wall to rest, breathing heavily as her chest rose and fell with each breath. Suddenly a strange noise could be heard nearby. The exhausted red-haired woman turned to look, realizing that she could no longer keep running. It turned out to be none other than her own teammate. The brown-haired woman looked delighted when she saw her and mocked, what's wrong? Did your new teammates abandon you? She hurriedly tried to explain herself to the two of them, saying, this is just a misunderstanding. I had a plan, don't do this. The brown-haired woman sneered excitedly, oh, you had a plan. Your plan was almost getting us killed, wasn't it? She vented all her anger at the red-haired woman and shouted, kill her. Even though this operation didn't go smoothly, if the two of us eat the bald guy and this bitch, it won't be a wasted effort. But just as she finished speaking, the brown-haired woman suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and veins bulged across her face. Unbelievably, the person the bearded man had attacked was actually the brown-haired woman. Seeing the throwing knife pierce through her body, she was utterly shocked and confused as blood poured out. Unable to believe that the teammate she trusted most would kill her, the brown-haired woman angrily cursed the bearded man. You bastard, using this trick again. The man casually raised 2 fingers in a V sign and waved them, saying, what are you dissatisfied about? You shouldn't have survived until now anyway. In extreme pain, the brown-haired woman turned to the red-haired woman and shouted, don't trust him. Last time when I was injured, he used the same trick to ambush the bald guy. He does this to make sure he's always the one who benefits the most. Later, he'll betray you without hesitation too. Remembering the brown-haired woman's final words, the red-haired woman simply nodded once without replying. With a sword still stuck through her body, the brown-haired woman angrily shouted, now I'm injured too. You already have the advantage. Don't kill me, kill her instead, that bitch. We ended up like this because of her. The red-haired woman screamed back, a shameless woman like you still dares to blame others. Aren't you exactly the same? The tall bearded man stroked his chin and said, Alright, everyone just misunderstood each other. Stop blaming each other. Then he chuckled, but your suggestion isn't impossible. The woman suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. right? We've been together for so long, there must be some feelings between us. Am I really worse than that slut? The red-haired woman shouted from below. How am I worse than her? Whatever she can do, I can do too. Suddenly, the tall and muscular man revealed a vicious expression. He delivered another strike to the brown-haired woman and said in a dangerous tone, but unfortunately, I prefer red hair more. Immediately, the brown-haired woman's body collapsed onto the ground. The tall man pointed and repeated what he said before, your injuries, one arm and one leg are enough for recovery. The rest belongs to me. The red-haired woman nodded and replied, all right. The scene shifts back to Xiaoyong's base. Everyone quickly gathered in the meeting room, a cannibal from the western suburbs. A red-haired girl there said. She disguised herself as a normal person and infiltrated here, and even killed several of our people. Xiaoyong then asked, Li Qing, you should know a lot about cannibals, right? Li Qing replied, more than just knowing them. I'm actually considered one of them. Although I'm definitely not as severely mutated as those guys, I can roughly guess what kind of nature they have. Eating human flesh gradually makes us lose the restraint over our primitive human instincts. Extremely selfish, narrow-minded, prone to uncontrolled rage, gluttonous, and bloodthirsty. Xiaoyong nodded, as if he understood everything and continued, It really does seem like a dangerous group. I definitely have to go to the western suburbs, but for now there's something even more urgent. Xiaoyong turned to Li Qing and began assigning tasks. Strengthen the guard at the steel factory. If there's a situation you can't handle, report it through the radio immediately. Li Qing nodded firmly, understood. 2 months later, on the rooftop of a tall building, a group of people were discussing among themselves. What should we do? Should we leave? That strange sound appears every night, and it's getting closer and closer. Who knows what kind of monster is making it? Think of a solution? Otherwise we'll end up dying here. One of the young men spoke up, pack up the food and daily supplies. We'll move to another location. A while later, the group decided to abandon their base. One young man looked aside and said, do we really have to leave at night? What if that monster discovers us? The leader explained, if we travel during the day, the plant creatures are more active. Do you want to be killed by them? Just as they said that, 4 plant creatures suddenly lunged forward to attack right in front of them. One of the young men shouted, watch out, plant creatures. Damn it, the noise is too loud, it drowned out the sound of the plant creatures. They got this close and we still didn't hear them. At that moment everyone had to run first. One young man was caught by a plant creature, and none of his teammates dared to stop. But now the situation had become even worse. The group was completely surrounded.
There are some over there too.
What do we do now? There's no way to escape? Damn it. I told you we shouldn't travel at night. At this moment, the black-haired young man with a backpack pointed forward and shouted, there's still a path. Run toward the direction of the sound. But now there was no other choice, so the whole group ran in that direction while still feeling confused and desperate. Are we running straight to our deaths? Well, we'll die anyway. Let's take the risk. Maybe it's not a monster, maybe it's a military force coming to rescue us. They kept running and running. After a while, the whole group could no longer continue and stopped to catch their breath. The black-haired young man turned around and saw that their team leader looked extremely surprised at what was in front of them. What is that? The tree in front of them suddenly moved and expanded. Everyone scattered and shouted, watch out. The tree suddenly toppled over toward the group of people, and no one knew who had caused it. Fortunately for them, they all avoided the falling tree. The leader poked his head out and said, such a huge tree. What kind of monster could knock it down? Someone hiding behind another tree whispered, don't stay quiet. Don't make a sound. When they looked closely, they saw a group of people ahead using large chainsaws to cut down trees. They realized they were humans. People are cutting wood. Wait, that person is. The young leader suddenly became overjoyed and exclaimed, it's Zhou Xingkai. The friend behind him anxiously said, what are you doing? Zhou Xingkai turned around and saw his friend. Iang, you still alive? Iang was overjoyed to see his old friend and asked, how have you guys been? Xingkai answered honestly, we were rescued. Now we were living in the city next door. At that moment, the sounds of zombies could be heard again. Iang started to panic, run, hurry. The plant creatures are catching up again, but Zhou Xingkai was no longer frightened like before. He smiled and waved his hand. Ow, it's just a bunch of plant creatures. There's nothing to be afraid of. Zhou Xingkai immediately transmitted through the radio, Squad 2 encountered plant creatures. Repeat, Squad 2 encountered plant creatures. Iang was stunned by Xingkai's reaction. Huh? Aren't they just plant creatures? How can he say that so calmly? A voice from the radio replied, message received. Zhou Xingkai led the woodcutting team, and then turned to the people who were running away saying, come over here, all of you. Just stay behind us. Very quickly, the force summoned by Zhou Xingkai arrived. They were fully equipped with sturdy protective clothing and well-prepared firearms. When Iang, Xinkai's friend, saw this, he felt like a country boy visiting the city for the first time. Damn seriously. How can this place be this modern? Immediately, the soldiers responsible for dealing with the plant creatures stepped forward and continuously blasted large streams of fire to attack the plant entities that were trying to kill people. When the plant creatures encountered the fire, they were immediately suppressed, letting out piercing and ear-splitting cries. Li Qing was also present here. After observing the situation, he said, "Now that we're dealing with these plant creatures, basically we don't even need to take action anymore." Liang was still not used to what was happening here. He turned to his friend and said, "I didn't expect you could gather such a powerful force. How did you manage that?" Zhou Xingkai folded his arms and casually replied, "It's thanks to leader Xiaoyong's group." Liang then became a little nervous when he noticed Zhang Shengji and Cheng Song. Over there are also. But Zhou Xingkai immediately patted his friend on the shoulder and explained, "Don't be nervous. They're not monsters, they're the ones protecting us. We're short on people anyway, so I'll take you to leader Zhang Xiaoyong." Before long, Zhou Xingkai led Liang back to the base. The group passed through the base's agricultural cultivation area. When Liang saw these things, he was extremely shocked. This is unbelievable. Are you actually farming inside a forest of plant creatures? Zhou Xingkai casually snapped off a plant tuber and tossed it to his friend. "Here, give it a try." In Liang's palm, the plant looked like a heart, twitching slightly in a rather frightening way. It was the first time Liang had held such a strange thing. Startled, he immediately threw it away, while Zhou Xingkai quickly tried to calm him down. "Don't get so worked up," Liang asked, "What is this?" Zhou Xingkai calmly explained, "These things are still plant entities in essence. Actually, they're the same type as the plants we recently discovered." Liang wondered, "Did you domesticate plant creatures?" Zhou Xingkai clarified, "Not only do they have high yields, but they're also easy to harvest. They're extremely excellent crops." At this moment, Zhou Xingkai led the group to meet Zhang Xiaoyong. Zhou Xingkai's friend followed closely behind and said, "Did you guys pay the heavens or something?" Zhou Xingkai looked toward Zhang Xiaoyong standing ahead and said clearly, "It's all thanks to our leader, Zhang Xiaoyong." Over here, Zhang Xiaoyong was watching Elder he study the plant entities. Elder he picked up a tuber and said, "These crops can change their properties and state at any time according to our will. This is something I never dared to imagine before." Zhang Xiaoyong stretched out his hand and let a tentacle emerge, saying, "If there are any other requests, just tell Flower Car directly." Elder he waved his hand and replied, "No more. It's already very convenient for harvesting now." Zhang Xiaoyong stood up and looked around at the surroundings. "That's good. The land development is going quite smoothly. If other plant creatures invade, Li Cheng alone will be enough to deal with them. It's time for me to go to the western suburbs and meet those cannibals." The scene shifted to the western suburbs of the city. Before long, Zhang Xiaoyong had arrived here, and this time he only came with Chen Song. Chen Song stood beside Zhang Xiaoyong. Sensing something ominous, he immediately reported to Xiaoyong, "Someone is following us, their strength is quite strong." Xiaoyong nodded. "Yes, I noticed. Their strength is about the same as Zhang Zi's group." Chen Song whispered, "What should we do?" Zhang Xiaoyong was not afraid at all. "What else can we do? It'll just be more food for you." It was a red-haired woman and a tall-bearded man. The woman became excited when she saw someone arrive. "A good opportunity, truly a good opportunity. I'm starving for it." At that moment, the bearded man's large hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder. "Wait," she turned around angrily. "What are you hesitating for? Someone might snatch them first." This man was more cautious. After watching for a long time, he said, "They've already been taken by someone else." It turned out that it wasn't just these two here. There was a whole crowd. Many men and women, forming a large group, stood in front of Zhang Xiaoyong and Chen Xiaoyong, holding knives and weapons to block their path. The black-haired woman in front stuck out her tongue and licked a small knife with a vulgar expression. "Top quality goods. I've never seen anything like this before." These people began to stir with excitement when they saw Zhang Xiaoyong. Could he be a pure evolved human? I've never seen one before. If we eat his flesh, who knows how much we might level up. Wait, what is that thing beside him? The discussion soon shifted toward Chen Song. Does this guy have control abilities? That's great. If we eat him, maybe our abilities will increase. If that's the case, dealing with that guy in the northern suburbs will have no more risks. Standing on top of a nearby tall building, the red-haired woman grew restless. "See, just wait. Now someone else has already taken them first." The tall bearded man, however, didn't seem bothered. He casually said, "Howa, let's just watch. Let others do the good or dirty work first." The red-haired woman suddenly turned in alarm. This is the tall bearded man also noticed something unusual. Right in front of him, Chen Song was raking havoc among the people ahead, soaring forward at terrifying speed and slashing continuously. Xiaoyong also moved very quickly, and those arrogant men were instantly cut into several pieces by him. At this moment, the group that had just talked about eating Xiaoyong were now fleeing in panic. How is this possible? How can such a powerful monster exist? Run. They ran in all directions, and one of them even climbed up a nearby wall, while Xiaoyong firmly held his blade still stained with red blood. One man was trying to climb up the nearby building, using all of his strength. The man ended up climbing onto the very building where the red-haired woman was. A hand reached up and the red-haired woman shouted, "You bastard! Don't run this way. Are you trying to get me killed? Get away from here." Down below, Xiaoyong picked up a piece of concrete. He hoisted a large, heavy chunk of concrete onto his shoulder. Xiaoyong gathered momentum and hurled the concrete block forcefully toward the zombie that was running away. The block flew straight toward the man, and he gasped in shock. It struck directly in the middle of the fleeing zombie's back, leaving him writhing in pain before he could even crawl onto the rooftop. Xiaoyong threw it with such force that the concrete block smashed straight through the wall, splattering the zombie's blood all over the red-haired woman and the bearded man. Both of them trembled in terror and didn't dare make a sound. Down below, Xiaoyong summoned a small knife and said with satisfaction, "These people are pretty strong. They must have mutant cores." On the rooftop, the bearded man cautiously poked his head out and muttered under his breath, "Holy hell." The red-haired woman looked over impatiently. "Have they left yet?" The bearded man then realized they were gone. "Let's go down." After Xiaoyong and Chen Song left, the two finally dared to come down. The bearded man pointed around and said to the red-haired woman, "They only ate 3 corpses, so the rest." At this moment, the dead bodies below looked like a grand feast for the two of them. The red-haired woman and the bearded man licked their lips greedily. "So all of this belongs to us." At this time, Xiaoyong and Chen Song were heading elsewhere. As they walked, Xiaoyong said, "Your appetite like this isn't good. After eating for so long, you've only eaten 3 people. Chen Song let out a loud burp and replied, "Burp with a body this big, how much do you think I can eat?" The two of them kept dragging their feet along the road when suddenly a strange sound came from nearby. Xiaoyong quickly noticed it and turned around. He immediately summoned a cleaver in his hand and turned toward the direction where the sound came from. Nearby, a man holding a crossbow hurriedly shouted, "Step back. If you take one more step forward, I will shoot you dead." Xiaoyong only needed a quick glance to realize that he was just an ordinary person. Facing Chen Song and Xiaoyong, the man was extremely frightened. He pressed his lips together and swallowed nervously. Xiaoyong relaxed his guard and said gently, "Don't get excited," but the man had been terrified for too long in this apocalyptic world. He raised the crossbow high and shouted fiercely, "I told you to step back." The arrow shot toward Xiaoyong, but he wasn't alarmed at all and casually caught the arrow with his hand. The scholarly-looking man showed a face full of despair. "Why your reaction is so fast you can catch an arrow with your bare hand." Moreover, Xiaoyong instantly dashed right in front of the man. Before he could even fire another arrow, he was already terrified by such speed. At that moment, Xiaoyong snatched the crossbow from the useless man's hands. Now holding the man's weapon in his hand, he said firmly, "Come out, all of you. We are not cannibals." It turned out that Xiaoyong had already sensed that many more people were hiding here. After hearing him speak, they slowly poked their heads out from different corners. A woman cautiously asked, "You, what exactly are you?" After the explanation was finished, everyone trembled and said, "So you found a way to resist without eating human flesh. That's great." At this moment, Xiaoyong had saved another group of people. Walking among them, he asked, "Where do you want to go?" The man with glasses answered decisively, "In the southern outskirts there's the Xiaoyong steel factory. They used to broadcast signals on the radio to gather lucky survivors. We plan to go there." The man with glasses then added that, thinking about it again, they were only an ordinary group and might not be able to resist the cannibals' invasion. Xiaoyong did not reveal that he was the owner of that place and simply said, "Oh, do you know somewhere safer than the Xiaoyong steel factory?" The man answered honestly, "In the northern outskirts there's a human community. They are hunting cannibals, so we plan to seek refuge there." It was the first time Xiaoyong had heard about this. The man with glasses continued, "We heard about it from the cannibals themselves. Otherwise we wouldn't dare risk going there." He added, "I heard the leader of that community is a very powerful expert. He can easily fight 5 or 6 cannibals alone. The safety of that place depends entirely on him." Xiaoyong asked, "Depends entirely on him? There are at least more than 1,000 cannibals in the western outskirts. Can he really guarantee everyone's safety?" The man with glasses replied firmly, "Cannibals usually act alone and rarely gather into groups." But the young man behind him interrupted, No, that's not true. The other day I personally saw several cannibals gathering together. It looked like they were planning something. Hearing this, the man with glasses turned back with an annoyed expression. I've told you already, your mind has been unstable lately. You probably mistook a dream for reality. Whenever cannibals gather, they end up fighting among themselves. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared survive until now. The man with glasses then said to Xiaoyong, don't listen to him. He wants to go to the Xiaofeng steel factory because his brother might be there. After saying that to Xiaoyong, the man scolded the young man again. How many times have I told you? The chance your brother is still alive is almost zero. If we go there, we'll die sooner or later. Can the Xiaofeng steel factory really stop the cannibals? For all we know, they might be cannibals themselves. Xiaoyong then agreed and said, you're right. The original leaders of the Xiaofeng steel factory were indeed two cannibals. Hearing Xiaoyong confirm this, the two were extremely shocked. What? Xiaoyong said, but they've already been killed. What's your brother's name? Maybe I know him. Hearing this, the young man with the bowl haircut became teary-eyed. My brother's name is Li Qing. He used to be an auxiliary police officer. Have you ever heard of him? Is he still alive? Hearing that, Xiaoyong burst out laughing. Haha, what a coincidence. I'm quite close to Li Qing. The bowl cut young man was overjoyed. Really? Xiaoyong replied, yes, it's true. He's currently at Xiaofeng factory helping me manage the farmland. The young man was visibly delighted and kept asking about what Xiaoyong had said. Farmland has agricultural production already been restored. That's great. I told you we must go to Xiaofeng factory. However, the man with glasses showed a hostile attitude. Who are you? I don't believe in such coincidences. Tell me, are you trying to lure us there so you can kill us and eat us? In these times, truth and lies were impossible to distinguish. Xiaoyong felt quite troubled and kept shaking his head. If I wanted to kill you, would I even need to trick you? As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot suddenly whizzed past Xiaoyong. He saw the bullet strike the ground and Xiaoyong glanced over attentively. The man with glasses angrily turned and scolded his subordinate. What are you doing? The subordinate holding a pistol hurriedly said, Sorry. I didn't hold the gun properly, and it went off. This accidental gunshot attracted the attention of the zombies. Soon their loud howls could be heard approaching. The man with glasses anxiously said, This is bad. The cannibals must have heard the gunshot. He immediately ordered everyone to run inside. Everyone, hurry and hide. The man with glasses worried about Xiaoyong and Chen Song. Hey, come over here quickly. Do you have a death wish? Even if you have some strength, you can't fight an entire group of cannibals. Xiaoyong remained calm. Didn't you say cannibals gather only to fight among themselves? The man with glasses shouted back. That's only after they kill you. They'll start fighting over the reward. After saying so much and seeing the two not listen, the man lost patience and turned to run inside. If you don't want to hide, fine. I'm not going to care about you anymore. The man with glasses ran inside with the others. He looked up and said, Quick, hide in a room and lock all the doors. A young man noticed there's a second floor. The man with glasses hurriedly said, Go up. The deeper inside the better. Hurry, there's no time. Soon everyone had evacuated into a room. The man with glasses leaned against the wall and muttered, I hope that guy doesn't betray us. Outside, Xiaoyong was confronting the zombie like cannibals. More and more of them gathered and faced Xiaoyong again. They began chattering noisily. Why is there only one person? Did you guys secretly eat the rest? The one beside them said irritably, Nonsense, I just arrived too. The woman in front revealed her sharp teeth and made a mocking expression. Don't you realize? This guy isn't ordinary food. Eating him is equivalent to eating more than 10 normal survivors, ha ha ha. Upstairs in the room, the group tried to observe what was happening below. The bowl-cut young man moved closer to the man with glasses and asked, Ooh, what's happening outside? The man with glasses carefully observed and replied, There are already nearly 10 of them gathered, and more cannibals are still coming. His face was covered in sweat. That kid is finished. Not even his bones will be left. Down below, a cannibal rushed forward to attack Xiaoyong. I can't hold back anymore. The first bite is mine. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyong did not act in a hurry. With just a casual swing of his hand, he chopped off the head of the one rushing toward him. The large body of that cannibal collapsed onto the ground, while Xiaoyong's face remained cold and expressionless. The cannibals nearby were stunned with their mouths wide open. So fast. Instinctively, they did not dare to move recklessly. Xiaoyong turned to them and said, Let's save time. Come at me all at once. As soon as he finished speaking, the group became furious and rushed forward together to attack him. They roared, How dare you look down on us? Let's kill him first. Xiaoyong turned to Chen Song and said, I will leave them to you. Use up a bit more stamina. You will eat more later. Chen Song nodded and replied, All right. At that moment, as Xiaoyong bent down to pick up a weapon, A cannibal behind him quietly tried to sneak up and bite his backside. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyong leaped high into the air, causing the cannibal to lose balance and nearly fall face first onto the ground. Up above, the man with glasses kept watching Xiaoyong's every move. He looked up and exclaimed, "Damn, he jumped that high." Xiaoyong leaped up and landed on the railing of the tall building. He looked down at the cannibal monsters below, while the man with glasses gasped in shock. What exactly is this kid, some kind of monster? This also frightened the cannibals below. This guy's physical ability is even greater than mine. These cannibals realized Xiaoyong was not easy to deal with and immediately scattered and fled. This is a monster, not something we can fight against. Everyone run. At that moment, a bright shot streaked past the head of one who was trying to escape. The top of his head was blown off in an instant, and the nearby cannibals were terrified when they saw the scene. Xiaoyong rested one foot on the railing nearby. After firing a shot, he said, "I won't let any of you leave here alive unless..." Standing above, he pointed downward. "You can leave if you defeat him." Chen Song noticed that Xiaoyong was pointing directly at him. Chen Song felt a little uneasy. He looked up at Xiaoyong and said, "This might be a bit too much." At this moment, Chen Song was surrounded by many cannibals. Seeing him on the ground, they immediately targeted him. "Let's rush in and kill this guy first." At that moment, Chen Song seemed to awaken his instinctive abilities. He felt annoyed seeing so many people ganging up on him. Chen Song moved smoothly and quickly. Using his strong and sharp hands, he swiftly pierced through each cannibal rushing toward him. At this moment, Chen Song fought skillfully. He even flipped upside down and launched spinning kicks, creating a chaotic battle between human and zombies. Now these cannibals were covered in blood. They began to fear Chen Song as well. Impossible, even this guy can't be defeated. Fighting alongside Chen Song, Xiaoyong stayed above and fired with precise aim, continuously sending beams that pierced through the heads of the zombies below. In the room above, the man with glasses and the others kept watching the battle between Xiaoyong and Chen Xiang without blinking. He said, "Are those two really wiping out an entire group of cannibals just like that?" Over there, Xiaoyong stood on the railing, raised his gun high, and shouted, "Come out now." Feeling that things had settled down, the man with glasses finally dared to bring everyone with him outside to Xiaoyong. "My God, what is this?" Everyone was extremely shocked when they witnessed the scene with their own eyes. At the same time, Xiaoyong jumped down from the tall building and landed safely. The man with glasses spoke up, "We've thought it through. We want to join Xifeng. Can you accept us?" Xiaoyong quickly replied, "All right. But right now I need to go to the gathering place in the northern suburbs that you mentioned." Hearing this, the people there were stunned and frightened. "What are you going there for?" Xiaoyong slowly walked closer to the group and explained, "To confirm whether the ones you mentioned really need." Then his voice turned cold and his expression hardened. Xiaoyong emphasized, "To be killed or not." Meanwhile, setting Xiaoyong's story aside, at a gathering station that used a factory as a permanent shelter, it could be seen from afar that a group of cannibals were crazily pounding on the gate. As soon as something unusual was noticed, the guards there shouted loudly to warn everyone inside, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The guard with sharp eyes only needed a glance before shouting a report to everyone. 7 of them. "There are 7 cannibals. What should we do?" Before anyone could fully understand what was happening, the footsteps of a mysterious person came from inside, stepping forward without hesitation. It turned out to be a muscular man with a thick beard walking toward the guard. The people behind him immediately called out when they saw him, "Brother Feng." From the opposite side, a girl with a worried expression appeared and immediately warned him, "Dad, even for you, this is too risky." He seemed to ignore his daughter completely and coldly turned to instruct the people there, "Shut the gate tight. Don't let the enemy sneak in, and don't let anyone go out." The young man beside him immediately agreed without hesitation. "Why, yes." After making careful arrangements for those accompanying him, he did not hesitate and jumped down. The daughter above still worriedly called out to him, "Be careful, Dad." Very quickly, Zhao Feng landed heroically on the ground in a classic American-style hero pose. When the cannibal beasts saw him enter the battle, they showed no fear at all. Instead, they became even more excited. One of them laughed and said, "It's him." Another confidently added, "Kill him and all the human meat in this gathering place will belong to us." After saying that, the 3 of them agreed and charged forward together. As soon as Zhao Feng entered the fight, his state changed. His eyes emitted a mysterious red light, and flesh-like veins gradually appeared, wrapping around his body. After gathering his strength, his entire body was soon covered in a layer of pitch black flesh mixed with dark red. Sharp fangs protruded wildly from that black flesh, and not only teeth but also mouths that produced trembling groans gradually appeared across his body. Once the transformation was complete, His presence immediately frightened the surrounding cannibals into silence. Before their eyes now stood a huge and ferocious monster. Seeing the monster before them, one of them frowned in a daze and muttered, "Is this really his power?" Another beside him forced a laugh and said, "Look at him now. He's even more twisted than we are." Even that could not stop their craving for human flesh. Very quickly they regained their confidence and shouted loudly as they charged together, "Take him down." Saying that, they rushed forward together, punching and kicking Xiaoyong, who had already transformed into a monster. The whole group attacked with punches and kicks, engaging Xiaoyong in close combat, and not giving him even a moment to breathe. In just a blink of an eye, when they seemed to have the upper hand, the cannibal beasts were suddenly torn apart into many pieces. Some of them died before they even realized what had happened. With just one move from Xiaoyong, the group suffered heavy losses and had to retreat instead of charging forward as they had planned at first. In his monstrous form, Xiaoyong seized the opportunity and let out a roar before fighting with all his strength. Did not take long before the outcome was clear. Cannibals lay scattered everywhere, and only Xiaoyong remained standing. The people in the shelter cried out, "We won. The cannibals are gone." But Brother Feng is also on the brink of death. Although they could not go out to help him during the battle, everyone watched anxiously from start to finish, without missing a second. When things seemed stable, one of them worriedly asked, "Will it be okay if we just leave him like that?" The guard, though very worried, could only reply sadly, "There's nothing we can do. In this state he can't control himself. By not letting us go out to help, he's protecting us." Meanwhile his daughter kept watching him with worried eyes and, unable to hold back her tears, softly called out, "Dad." Seeing that the situation had stabilized somewhat, the people in the gathering place made a suggestion. A man in a blue shirt suddenly said, "He can't move. If we don't help him, he won't be able to eat the corpses of those cannibals. If this continues, he'll all die." The people around him agreed and shouted, "Open the gate. We'll take the risk." "That's right, open the gate." Seeing that they were all worried about her father's safety, the girl burst into tears but looked at them and gave a gentle smile, saying, "Everyone." Seeing that everyone was united, the gate guard finally made a decision and responded to their call. If everyone is willing to take the risk, then all right. As soon as they agreed, the people in the gathering place opened the gate. One by one they hurriedly ran straight toward Xiaoyong, who was lying motionless on the ground. Seeing these powerless people rush out as if heading straight to their deaths, he shouted loudly at them, "You guys roar. What are you doing? Go back, roar." Fortunately, they were not foolish. Instead of approaching Xiaoyong directly, they ran to collect the defeated cannibals.
One of them shouted back, "We can't just let you die!"
The gate guard nearby also added while collecting bodies, "That's right. If you die, we won't live long either." As if he had experienced before, he threw a cannibal towards Xiaoyong and reminded the others around him, "Don't get too close. Just throw it over there." The mouths on his body, once they sensed the smell of blood nearby, seemed to regain some strength and continuously devoured the corpse. Seeing the messy scene, the people nearby could not bear the disgust and exclaimed, "This scene is too uck." When they saw someone getting too close, another person shouted at him, "Hey, be careful. If you go any closer, do you have a death wish?" While they were busy feeding Xiaoyong, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared in the distance, silently observing them. The group had not noticed yet, and someone was still saying, "Just stand here and throw it over. Be careful not to get hurt by mistake." It turned out to be more cannibals. Although a few of them had been defeated earlier, they still lingered everywhere like flies around filth. One of them angrily asked, "Why does this monster look so miserable?" The bald muscular one beside him replied, "Looks like he fought fiercely with our kind not long ago." In front of them were countless pieces of fresh human flesh, making him drool nonstop as he said happily, "Ha ha ha, our kind cleared the path for us. We were really lucky." It did not take long for the people in the gathering place to notice them. One of them asked anxiously, "There are more cannibals." The man beside him also asked nervously, "What should we do now?" With no other choice, they had to pick up weapons and fight the brutal cannibals. The gate guard said to everyone around him, "Brother Feng hasn't fully recovered yet. He probably can't fight them. It's time for us to protect him." Returning to Xiaoyong's group, he and the people he had rescued earlier were moving toward the next gathering place. Based on what he sensed, Xiaoyong said, "It seems the group you mentioned is not ordinary. There are clearly fewer cannibals in the northern suburbs." The man with glasses beside him quickly recognized the place and said, "I recognize this area. The destination shouldn't be far from here." Suddenly, the sound of gunfire echoed from afar and he asked, "Gunshots?" Xiaoyong standing nearby immediately turned around and replied, "The gunshots are less than 1 kilometer away from us. It seems we are almost there." Back to the group of refugees at the gathering place. The advantage clearly was not on their side. This battle was never a fair fight, and one by one they were slaughtered by the cannibals like lambs on a platter. The woman in the suit, seeing her companions fall one after another, raised her firearm and fired several bullets at the cannibals, shouting loudly, "Damn it!
I'll fight you to the death!"
Little girl. One of them, seeing such a tempting prey, jumped straight toward her, not even bothering to hide his intentions as he teased her, "Your flesh looks so tender." After saying that, he swung his hand and knocked the firearm out of her hand. With the eyes of a vile beast, he slowly reached his hand toward her and sneered, "Let's see what you can do now." The moment he finished speaking, he was struck by one of Xiaofeng's arms. In the blink of an eye, his body was split into two halves, the upper and lower parts landing in different places. Xiaofeng seemed to gain renewed strength and became ferocious again. That strike also caused considerable injury to the girl. Seeing this, the others angrily warned their companions, "Damn it, this monster can still fight back. Kill him first." After saying that, he and his companions rushed forward and continuously exchanged blows with Xiaofeng. Seeing her father being ganged up on, his daughter cried out painfully, "Dad." The surviving people nearby shouted to her, "We can't stay here anymore. Come with me and run." Xiaofeng had already reached his limit. After being beaten for a while, he became pale and lifeless, unable to hold on much longer. Just as they thought they were about to win, a massive boulder suddenly appeared above them and hurtled straight toward them. In the end, the rock fell right in front of Xiaofeng, directly knocking down several of them. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, they panicked and shouted loudly, "What the hell is that?" When they noticed Xiaoyong's presence, everyone fell silent and stared at him. The gate guard wearing a hat curiously asked, "Another group of cannibals?" A person beside him quickly refuted, saying that wasn't right. Although they didn't attack them, he looked at Sung Jia and judged, "That monster clearly isn't a cannibal." Someone else questioned, "How can you be so sure? Cannibals might actually end up looking exactly like that." Xiaoyong, standing to the side, could only hold back his laughter seeing him being teased like that. As for the cannibals, they were stunned and asked each other, "One of our kind." Another immediately replied, "No, that guy doesn't smell like one of us. A pure evolved human? Is that even possible?" Not wanting to waste any more time, Xiaoyong pointed and ordered, "Go Sung Jia." He didn't resist, but still grumbled, "The dirty and exhausting work always falls to me." Saying that, Sung Jia immediately used his strength to charge straight into the ugly group in front of him. At that moment they still thought he was just a weak soldier, so without any suspicion they rushed straight at him, arrogantly shouting, "A tiny zombie. I've killed countless of them already." Sung Jia said nothing and simply stepped down on the man with one move, sending him straight to the death count as the first casualty. The gate guard on the side saw this and fearfully wondered, "What kind of monster is that? He's even stronger than Brother Fong." At that moment the group led by the man with glasses finally caught up with the two of them. As soon as he appeared he reassured the others, "Don't worry, they are experts from the southern outskirts." Hearing this, the guard was stunned and repeatedly asked, "The southern outskirts? We thought Brother Fong was already the strongest in this chaotic world." Meanwhile the cannibal group being beaten by Sung Jia was furious, and one of them angrily wondered, "What's with this zombie? How can it be ridiculously strong like this?" However, they were not lacking in dirty tricks. One of their leaders laughed and encouraged the others, saying, "It's fine, don't be afraid. Let's attack together, we can definitely take it down." Hearing that, another quickly replied, "All right, that was the plan." But after a while none of them moved forward. No one stepped up, leaving them awkward and hesitant. What started as a confrontation turned into internal conflict, and they began yelling at each other, "Charge already. You go first, I'll follow right behind." Seeing an opportunity, the others rushed straight toward Xiaoyong to snatch the prize, shouting, "Since you were already fighting among yourselves, I won't pretend anymore. That pure evolved human will be mine." When he saw them rushing toward him, his expression did not change at all. Instead, he widened his eyes and carefully observed every movement they made. He slowly raised his hand. Using pure momentum, he directly pierced through the cannibal's body. Fresh blood immediately burst out from the man's mouth. Without any mercy, he split the man in half, causing the remaining one to freeze in terror. Realizing their opponent was no ordinary foe, they immediately turned and fled in panic shouting, "That guy is even stronger. This is bad, we can't beat him, run." Xiaoyong was a man of few words, but many actions. He raised his hand and shot strands of threads toward them. In the blink of an eye, each of them turned into something like summer barbecue skewers. With Xiaoyong joining the fight, the cannibals were quickly wiped out completely. The gate guard was frightened pale by Xiaoyong's display and blurted out, "A demon, he's really a demon." The man with glasses had to repeatedly reassure them, "Don't be afraid, they are on our side." Xiaofeng on the side suddenly raised one of his tentacles. The next second, he launched an attack toward Xiaoyong, catching him off guard. Seeing that there was still an opponent left, He frowned and looked toward him. Looking at the wound on his hand, he asked everyone, "What kind of monster is this?" Without saying anything more, he extended his tentacles toward Zhao Feng. In an instant, they tightly wrapped around him. The two tentacles entwined with each other in a rather suggestive way. Seeing that, Xiaoyong said, "Damn, this thing is disgusting. I don't even know what it is." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted and swung Zhao Feng, intending to finish him off in one move. "Let's see if you can withstand this fall." Seeing that he was in danger, the girl suddenly rushed out and shouted, "Dad, don't." Finding it strange, he suddenly stopped for a second and looked toward her. The girl immediately knelt down and kept pleading with him, begging him to spare the man. Xiaoyong looked at the lump of flesh being restrained and asked to confirm, "Spare him? Who? This strange lump of meat?" The girl quickly replied, "Yes, he's my father. He attacked you because he's currently out of control. Please, don't kill him." Hearing the girl's words, Xiaoyong slowly withdrew his tentacles while wondering, "Oh, it has twisted into such a state. Could it still return to human form?" After hearing everyone's suggestion, he threw the two corpses he had just defeated toward Zhao Feng and asked to confirm, "Doing it like this works." As usual, the mouth on Zhao Feng's body kept chewing greedily on the offerings. Seeing that scene made Xiaoyong and Sung Jie feel extremely disgusted. He then turned to tease his friend, "When you eat, you're not much better than it either." After making sure everything was settled, the gate guard spoke to Xiaoyong, "Big brother, please follow us to the gathering place. As for Brother Feng, he can stay here." The gathering area was originally quiet, with only a few scattered figures of refugees. As soon as they saw Xiaoyong, everyone immediately knelt down without hesitation. The people all shouted in unison, "That's our lifesaver. Luckily you appeared. Otherwise Brother Feng and all of us wouldn't have survived today." Xiaoyong replied coldly without ceremony, "It's nothing, just a small matter. How long has your gathering place been established? And what exactly happened to Brother Feng out there?" The daughter spoke up and replied, "My father, he is infected with something that imitates flesh." Hearing that answer made Xiaoyong curious, and he asked again, "Imitating flesh? What is that?" Hui Ping silently began recounting the story with a frightened and gloomy face. "It is a miraculous but extremely dangerous organism." She frowned as she recalled the moment the strange organism was discovered. At first it was found on wild animals, and everyone thought it was just some disease causing bacteria. But after cultivating it, we were shocked to discover in the past. Hui Ping had once excitedly pointed to the sky and shouted, "My God, this thing. In the laboratory, the strange organism gradually transformed into many forms. It could become any kind of tissue. This life form could imitate any cell it devoured, and not only in appearance, it also possessed functions and properties even more outstanding than the cells it consumed." She painfully recalled the moment disaster struck. Even though it went against ethical rules, my professor still decided to secretly conduct experiments on the human body while avoiding supervision. At that time everyone was extremely happy with the results of the first experiment. In less than a week, the cancer cells had almost been completely eliminated. "My God, we have discovered the God cell." Hu Ping straightened up and painfully recounted everything. At that time the disaster had already struck City M, and cities had begun to fall into chaos. Refugees from surrounding cities flooded in. Back then we believed the God cell was the key to solving this catastrophe. The girl fell into deep thought and sighed. But we never expected that the so-called key was actually the disaster itself. Xiaoyong suddenly interrupted Hui Ping and guessed, "If I'm not mistaken, the tissues that were originally stable began to lose control, right?" She lowered her eyes and slowly nodded yes. A horrifying image appeared in Hui Ping's mind. Mimic flesh would keep invading until all the cells and tissues of the infected person were replaced. The infected would gradually lose their humanity, replaced by the instinctive nature of mimic flesh. She remembered the rotting bodies that became extremely agitated and expanded. They developed a frantic urge to infect more people uncontrollably. As time passed, the mimic flesh tissue would gradually forget the host structural information, eventually turning into a shapeless mass of flesh. That sense of helplessness was still deeply engraved in Hui Ping's mind as she stood watching an entity gradually wither and decay. Losing the ability to maintain overall balance meant losing mobility, and the final result was simply drying up from lack of nutrients. Hui Ping's voice suddenly rose as she explained, "So while they can still maintain human form, they will gather together with all their strength. This behavior has created their final destination. That is also the reason the city is gradually falling into a state known as the Sea of Flesh." A man's voice suddenly rang out, questioning Xiaoyong, "Now you are also one of them." Confused, he glanced toward the place where the voice had come from. Zhao Feng slowly walked over and seriously asked Xiaoyong, "The wound on your body was caused by my attack, right?" At that moment, joyful voices from the crowd suddenly rang out, "Dad, Brother Feng." He looked at the bleeding scratch on his arm and answered honestly, "Yes. Hearing that, Zhao Feng suddenly shook his head and let out a long sigh, warning him, then you don't have much time left. I still hoped. Xiaoyong casually lowered his hand and reassured everyone. If it's me, there's nothing to worry about. The mimic flesh from your attack has already been removed from my body. Zhao Feng shouted in disbelief. How is that possible? Xiaoyong then gave a smug smile and loudly explained, my immune system is dozens of times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Naturally, it's far more powerful. He raised his hand, revealing tender sprouts and leaves slowly emerging from within his body. Xiaoyong spread his arms to show off the monstrous plants he possessed and said, inside my body, there is also a symbiotic life form that is even more miraculous and deadly. At this moment, everyone fell into shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape. He retracted his ecological treasures, then suddenly realized something and shouted, hey, if mimic flesh has such powerful mimicry abilities, wouldn't it be able to respond in a directed way? Xiaoyong quickly reached out toward Zhao Feng and urged, come on, infect me. I want to try taming this thing. He squeezed out a bit of blood from his hand and sighed helplessly. If you really want to try, he quickly caught the jar of blood that Zhao Feng had just handed over. A slimy substance inside kept wriggling continuously. It suddenly began to thrash violently and stubbornly refused to obey Xiaoyong's control. He anxiously asked, how is it? Xiaoyong frowned in annoyance and informed Zhao Feng, no good. This thing won't obey control. Once it merges, it immediately launches an invasion. I can only completely kill it. He glanced at Zhao Feng suspiciously and asked, then how do you control them? He raised his brow and calmly gave an answer Xiaoyong did not expect. I don't control them, I am them. Right now all the tissues and flesh in my body are composed of mimic flesh. From a biological standpoint, I haven't been human for a long time. He asked in confusion, oh. Then how can you still maintain a human form? Zhao Feng clenched his fist and slowly explained, my humanity has long been gone. What keeps me going now is my sense of responsibility. Relying on the rational structural information stored in the neural topology of my brain, I believe it hasn't been completely lost. That's why I can still think as Zhao Feng and resist the instincts of mimic flesh. But I can feel the remaining part of my reason gradually disappearing. Before long, I'm afraid I won't even be able to maintain a human form. He suddenly spoke in a serious tone and pleaded with Xiaoyong, I beg you, please protect Zhao Ping and these lucky survivors in my place. I, Shanshan, will do anything you ask, while I still have my sanity. Hui Ping burst into tears on the side and cried painfully, Dad. A system panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Having learned information about more than 2 disaster species, the disaster collector quest chain was unlocked. Xiaoyong was startled and muttered to himself, oh, a new quest chain. The system panel popped up again. Mission content. Do everything possible to learn about the types of disasters. Mission progress, super devouring virus, mutating spores, mimic protozoa. Reward 300 accumulation points. He silently read every word given by the system and speculated to himself super devouring virus is probably the zombie disaster in City M, mutating spores should refer to the plant entity in City F, and mimic protozoa must be the mimic flesh these people are talking about. Xiaoyong quickly suggested, perfect timing, I'll go with you. Zhao Feng repeated his words in confusion, go with me. For what? He replied calmly in a casual tone, nothing much, just curiosity. But he still hesitated and looked at the people beside him. Then what about the people here? Xiaoyong immediately took out his phone and called someone. That's simple. Hello Zhu Cheng, is anyone fairly free lately? That very night, the group immediately turned pale in horror when they saw something at the door. What is that? The figure of a monster walked in with a child, causing Zhao Feng to shout in shock. What kind of monster is this now? The boy excitedly shouted, Uncle Xiaoyong, Uncle Xiaoyong. Xiaoyong asked the monster beside him in confusion, Zhang Shengji, why did you bring your son here? Is his mother okay with that? The boy proudly raised his childish but firm arm and shouted, don't worry, Uncle Xiaoyong, I'm not ordinary anymore. Let me show you my strength. Xiaoyong asked in confusion, huh? He suddenly turned around and said mockingly to the people behind, alright, you've been following us the whole way. If you still don't come out, we'll all go into that house. In the silent space, a group of people suddenly appeared from all around and asked in panic, huh? We've been discovered. The cannibal group excitedly stretched their limbs and remarked, so this must be that famous gathering place. Let me see what kind of expert requires all of us to work together to defeat. He suddenly pointed at Shengji and shouted smugly, I'm talking about you. The cannibal mocked Shengji with disdain, I heard that you alone can fight several of our new humans. That's you, right? Shengji immediately pointed at himself and explained to them, I'm from another region, just got off the plane and don't understand English. In short, I'm not from around here. I just arrived. I don't understand what you were saying. The man wearing a hat turned back in confusion and asked Zhao Feng, what's going on? Zhao Feng looked at him helplessly and quietly explained, they've mistaken him for me. The cannibal group excitedly raised their hands and shouted, "Sooner or later there will be a fight. Since there are many of us today, we might as well capture him now." The boy beside him suddenly spoke up to stop Shengji. "Dad, wait, don't act yet, let me." He then reminded his son, when removing fish bones, eat the soft meat first. In other words, be careful and don't be reckless. The cannibals stared at the boy, thinking he was easy prey, and rushed forward. But he suddenly pulled out a pistol and boldly provoked them. Then he pulled the trigger, firing the first bullet straight toward the monsters. One of them easily dodged several times, then looked at him and mocked, "Brat, aren't you afraid of guns? Don't you know that with our speed, ordinary people like you can't even react in time?" But right after that, he could no longer laugh when a bullet accurately struck his upper arm. The boy removed the old magazine and replaced it with a new one, asking proudly, "Who said I'm an ordinary person?" He fired a series of bullets at an astonishing speed. One of them tried to ambush him from behind, jumping up and shouting, "You little brat, this is for your arrogance." But the only thing his punch hit was the hard ground. Then the boy easily jumped onto his back and aimed the gun at him. A loud gunshot rang out, aimed straight at that man's head, killing him instantly. The man wearing a hat asked in shock, "Who is that kid? How can he be so skilled?" In the battle, the boy remained extremely focused, dodging every attack from the cannibals. He suddenly cried out in panic, "Oh no, I can't dodge in time, I'm about to get hurt." But at the very moment he touched the boy, a tentacle forcefully pierced through his body. Shengji stood firmly behind and unleashed an attack, pulling the man who had just jumped into the air while he screamed. The spectators exclaimed in shock, "Are all these people monsters?" The leader of the cannibals shouted warily, "What's going on? This guy is even stronger than the rumors." The leader ordered everyone to charge. "Let's all attack and see how many tentacles he really has." "That's right, once we deal with him, the rest will just be snacks." Shengji calmly raised his hand toward them. Instantly, the tendrils turned into sharp blades that shot toward them amid their miserable screams. The group stepped outside, seeing the corpses of the monsters piled like a mountain, and exclaimed, "This is unbelievable." The boy suddenly looked up at Xiaoyong and bragged, "Uncle Xiaoyong, how was my performance?" Xiaoyong gently patted his head and praised him. "Handling 2 cannibals shouldn't be a problem for you. It seems you've trained a lot during this time. Thanks to the farmland Uncle Xiaoyong created, everyone who eats the crops there has clearly grown stronger." Xiaoyong suddenly noticed something and cleared his throat with interest, thinking to himself, "Oh, the crops in the flower car farmland are essentially plant entities. Although they are not as powerful as the wild plant creatures roaming and hunting in Sidious, they do contain evolutionary energy, which counts as an unexpected gain." The boy pointed in a certain direction again and curiously asked, "Uncle Xiaoyong, what's going on over there?" He lightly glanced in the direction the boy had just pointed and explained, "Given the current disaster situation, I already have a rough picture of the future in mind, zombies, plant-type entities, and this one as well." Xiaoyong stood in front of Zhao Feng and raised his hand, explaining to him about his body, a form of life they had named mimic flesh. He fell into deep thought, thinking to himself, "It seems every region has its own disaster, specific creatures of different types. I wonder what kind of enemies we will encounter in the future." On another side, the monster army suddenly began aggressively charging toward the fortress. The guard of the fortress shouted in panic, "We can't hold it anymore. There are too many enemies. Open the side gate and run. Whoever can escape escapes." Immediately several high-powered tanks rushed out forcefully to confront the monsters. The vehicle suddenly braked hard when several monsters rushed out and blocked the front of it. The person inside kept shouting in panic, "No, don't leave me behind." The frenzied beasts rushed at the man who had just shouted and began tearing him apart. Xiaoyong walked along the corridor with a serious expression and remarked, "It's not a problem. With them watching over this place for me, 20 or 30 cannibals can't pose a threat." Something suddenly caught his eye, causing him to turn his head in surprise toward that place. Xiaoyong pointed at a person tightly bound with ropes and guessed, "That one is a cannibal, right?" Zhao Feng answered honestly, "That's right. He's someone I used to identify infected individuals who are mimics. I also accidentally discovered that cannibals who don't eat will develop the urge to eat those infected with mimic flesh. Not everyone can resist the nature of mimic flesh like I can. We are even more dangerous than cannibals." He fixed his eyes on the man inside and continued explaining to Xiaoyong, "We won't reveal ourselves. Instead, we secretly infect healthy people, so we need him to help identify them." The man inside suddenly gritted his teeth and said in a sinister tone, "Today you don't need to use any tricks. I will voluntarily tell you who the infected person is." Everyone was stunned by what he had just said. He asked with interest, "I'm very curious, after losing your humanity, do you still have any left?" Hearing that question, Hiu Bin felt a chill run down his spine. "Does it hurt to lose your daughter?" Zhao Feng frowned and demanded angrily, "What did you just say?" He continued rambling to provoke him. "The daughter you desperately tried to protect has already been infected with mimic flesh. As for who infected her, I don't think I need to spell it out, do I?" Hu Bin looked fearfully at his arm, which was gradually turning worse, and said, "It was at that moment." Xiaoyong quickly raised his hand to calm Zhao Feng down. "Stay calm." He looked toward his daughter and sighed quietly. "What makes me despair is that I didn't expect myself to be this calm." Though his heart ached and he wanted to scream, his voice remained strangely calm. "Xiao Ping has been infected. My heart should have been in turmoil, but isn't. I think as Zhao Feng, I've probably reached my end." He stood up decisively. "It's time to charge into the sea of flesh." Xiao Feng suddenly looked at him thoughtfully. "Brother Xiaoyong, although I can't relate to your past identity, everything has its beginning and end. I beg you, if you can purge the mimic flesh from your own body, could you do the same for Xiao Ping?" He quickly shook his head and explained honestly, "That's not realistic. I can't use my own immune system to help someone else." Xiao Feng lowered his head in disappointment. "I see, then forget it." The man wearing the hat grabbed her hand in panic and asked repeatedly, "Hu Bin, will you also slowly turn into that like Brother Feng?" Hu Bin smiled to reassure him. "It's nothing. The world has already become like this, there's nothing left for me to cling to. When I completely lose control, I hope everyone will take action." At that moment, Xiaoyong suddenly raised a syringe, giving everyone a spark of hope. "Don't give up. I never said I had no other way." He took out a small syringe and instructed, "Take this and inject it yourself." The man wearing the hat quickly spoke up and asked, "What is this?" Xiaoyong raised the vial and said honestly, "This is an anti-infection drug that worked against the virus in City M. I guess it might also be effective against mimic flesh." As soon as Hu Bin injected the syringe, he hurriedly asked, "How is it?" The monster sneered and shouted, "Ha! Do you people have any knowledge at all? Mimic flesh is completely different from a virus. Even if you thought with your toes, it still wouldn't work." But immediately his face stiffened and he stammered, "Oh, how is that possible?" Xiaoyong thought to himself happily, judging from the change in that guy's expression, it must have worked. The man with the hat shouted excitedly, "That's great." Hu Bin suddenly hesitated and said, "If that's the case." She suddenly became excited and quickly asked Xiaoyong, "What about my father? Can he inject this too so he can return to being human?" But he only glanced at Zhou Feng and said seriously, "I'm afraid not. His situation is completely different. You were only recently infected, so it was still in time." Zhao Feng agreed and said, "That's right. The human parts of my body have already been completely devoured." Xiao Feng explained honestly to his daughter, "Now I am pure mimic flesh, merely maintaining the appearance of a human." He suddenly turned to Xiaoyong and asked, "Earlier you said you wanted to go to the Sea of Flesh. Do you still want to go?" "I feel like I don't have much time left." Xiaoyong nodded firmly, "Let's go." And so the two of them arrived together at City K. Zhao Feng suddenly turned and glanced at him nervously, reminding him, "This place isn't far from the flesh mass. There will definitely be danger." A voice suddenly called out to them, "Hey, you two." The poor kids pleaded desperately, "Do you have any food? Could you give us some?" Xiaoyong looked suspiciously at the children in front of him. "Kids." But the man beside him immediately became alert and warned through clenched teeth, "Be careful here." Zhao Feng drew his weapon and shouted loudly, "There shouldn't be anyone passing through here." The children still pleaded in gloomy voices, "Please, we haven't eaten for days." At the camp, the boy squatted down and reached out to touch the monster's body, wondering in confusion, "Why are there so many of these insects around here? They run fast and they were huge. Since last night, I've already killed several of them." Hu Bin quickly explained, "I've never seen them before either. They only started appearing since yesterday, and it seems like there are more and more of them." The boy scratched his head awkwardly and asked nervously, It's not because my dad and I attracted them here, is it?" The sound of a car's wheels screeching to a sudden stop rang out in panic. Hu Bin asked while the boy kept staring at the car cautiously, "What's wrong?" The boy stood up holding his gun and warned loudly, "Be careful. We've got uninvited guests." Continuous gunfire erupted between the boy and the convoy. The people in the car excitedly discussed among themselves, "Those people, they're humans, real humans." "That's great. We finally found other humans. It looks like this place is some kind of gathering point." The group at the camp pulled out all their weapons and threatened the people in the car, "Get out of the vehicle." The two of them stepped out with their hands raised in surrender. "Don't shoot, kid. We're not enemies." The boy raised his gun suspiciously and glanced at them with confusion. "Not cannibals, and not evolved humans either, you all just ordinary people." The leader on their side quickly raised his hands and said, "Calm down. We don't have any ill intentions. Don't be afraid." He turned around and instructed his subordinates, "Put your weapons down. Don't scare them." Hu Bin warned cautiously, "Be careful," but the boy boldly stepped forward and said firmly, "Don't worry. They're not cannibals. They don't look like bad people." The man scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Kid, what do you mean? You're not the leader of this gathering place, are you?" The boy put on a serious expression like an adult and explained honestly, "I'm not the leader. I'm just temporarily responsible for protecting them." Someone behind him suddenly sneered and said, "Temporarily responsible for protecting them? A tiny kid like you." The boy irritably warned the man, "Hey, watch your manners. Right now we're the ones deciding whether to take you in." Yang Ming nodded awkwardly and said, "Sorry." The boy sharply questioned them. "Who are you people? Where did you come from?" The leader raised his hand and pointed at his group as he introduced himself. "My name is Yang Ming. We came from City B. We originally had a gathering place, but it was overrun by a swarm of insects, so we had no choice but to flee south. There were originally 5 vehicles that left together, but along the way we were forced apart and got separated. Our leader and another vehicle headed toward City K." The boy touched his face in surprise and muttered, "So that's where the insect swarm came from." He pointed at the creature on the ground and asked, "Is it this kind of insect?" The soldiers looked at the insect on the ground in surprise. "Oh, the insects here are only this big." The soldiers with Yang Ming immediately let out a sigh of relief. "That's great. The insect situation in City M seems much lighter than where we came from. Don't celebrate too early. Sooner or later the insect swarm will reach here as well. At least it shows that their movement speed isn't as fast as we previously thought." The boy quickly explained so they wouldn't misunderstand the place. "Don't get the wrong idea. We didn't have insect problems before either. These insects only started appearing yesterday. We have our own troubles too." Yang Ming asked doubtfully, "Your own troubles? You mean those soulless corpses?" The boy nodded slightly. "There's no way you didn't see them on the way here." Yang Ming awkwardly shared his thoughts. "We thought they were puppets controlled by parasites. We were even wondering why we couldn't see any parasites crawling on their heads." Yang Ming waved his hand at his subordinates and proudly said, "But it doesn't matter. Just look at the strength of our equipment." A pile of weapons behind him was displayed all at once. "It's more than enough to deal with the insect swarm, and those zombies are easy to handle." Hu Bin quickly urged everyone, "No matter what, let's get inside the gathering place first. It's dangerous outside. If we run into cannibals attacking, we might not be able to protect so many people." Yang Ming shouted confidently, "Now that we here, of course the job of protecting everyone will be ours." "That's right, don't worry. Compared to what we've gone through before, the intensity here is only elementary school level." The boy felt tired of constantly hearing those arrogant words from him. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong calmly released steel wires from his palm and easily took down the monsters disguised as humans. The ground was littered with those rotting bodies. Xiaofeng looked at his back and sighed in amazement. "This strength is truly astonishing." Xiaoyong suddenly glanced at him and said, "Within a 1-kilometer radius, there are still at least 20 of your kind." Xiaofeng nodded and added, "Yes, and they all mimic flesh that have almost lost their abilities, making it very hard for them to maintain their form. Just imagine how tragic it would be if an ordinary person accidentally wandered here." He turned around and urged while Xiaoyong was retrieving his weapons, "Let's go. I can feel it, we were almost there." Suddenly something caught their eyes. Both of them were so shocked that they froze in place. An entire vast city had sunk into a mass of rotting flesh. Zhao Feng's tentacles slowly emerged as he sighed at last. He suddenly lost control and stepped down into it. Zhao Feng's entire body seemed about to completely sink into that world of flesh. Xiaoyong quickly grabbed his hand and held him back. Zhao Feng asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" He stared at Zhao Feng seriously and asked irritably, "Are you just going to give up like this? Won't you struggle a little more?" Zhao Feng frowned helplessly and said, "It's useless. Sooner or later my will completely disappear. One day I won't be able to resist my instincts anymore." Zhao Feng was suddenly startled when he saw Xiaoyong raise his hand and bring it close to his face. He pressed and asked, "What are you doing?" Sharp wire suddenly moved toward his head. It stabbed down fiercely, causing Zhao Feng's eyes to widen in shock. His eyeballs gradually turned red, filled with bloodshot veins. Xiaoyong forcefully injected something into Zhao Feng's body. He frowned and shouted, "If you lack structure." His cerebral hemisphere suddenly throbbed repeatedly. "Then I will give you structure." Xiaoyong tightly closed his eyes, sensing something. After a moment, Zhao Feng struggled to his feet and asked while panting, "What did you just do?" He raised the card in his hand and explained, "I implanted mutating spores into your body to help maintain the current structure of your brain, and at the same time to study the properties of mimic protozoa like you. Disaster collector mission in progress. Mission content: do everything possible to investigate the disaster type. Mission progress 3 section Super Devourer, mutating spores mimic protozoa. Reward points 300, coins 347. Zhao Feng exclaimed in shock, mimic protozo. Xiaoyong said in a low voice, that's exactly what you call mimic flesh. He gripped Zhao Feng's shoulder tightly and continued, forgetting the host's structural information is not their nature but a defect. Xiaoyong then expressed his own thoughts about the sea of flesh phenomenon. Sea of flesh is merely an act of desperation. To keep existing, there must be a constant stream of new life plunging into it to provide nourishment. But as the sea of flesh grows larger and larger, the creatures around it that serve as nourishment will inevitably be exhausted. He concluded firmly, by that time the sea of flesh will begin to consume itself. It may even wither and collapse on a large scale because the species within it become too monotonous. Xiao Feng suddenly raised his hand doubtfully and asked, so the spores you implanted in me, can they help me regain my humanity? Xiaoyong answered honestly, no they can't, but they can help you maintain your current condition. He turned around and explained the information he knew. Mutating spores will continuously use your current structural information to replicate and supplement themselves. At the same time, they will interact with the protozo gathered in your body, biting and consuming each other until they reach a state of balance. Xiaoyong thought of a vivid analogy. As long as the structural information continues to be supplied, it can prevent it from being forgotten. Xiao Feng grasped the meaning and looked up hopefully. So that means I can live forever as Xiao Feng. Xiaoyong thought for a moment and nodded slightly. If nothing unexpected happens, then yes. He lowered his gaze, sinking into thought, then softly said, thank you. Zhao Feng raised his hand in front of him and looked at it while hesitating. Even so, this only maintains the current state. Resisting my instincts will still be a challenge. I'm really afraid that I won't be able to hold on. Xiaoyong suddenly leapt off the concrete in front of him. This is the second thing I want you to try, he said decisively, go down. Xiao Feng stood up in shock and shouted, what? Xiaoyong looked down below and repeated his words, jump down. I will go with you. Scene shifts at the same time on the other side. The leader lit a cigarette and urged, move faster. We haven't confirmed the dangers around here yet. At that moment, a subordinate approached awkwardly and said, sir, we were refueling. This made him hurriedly put the cigarette aside and get to the point. We were probably already out of City B's range, right? The subordinate helplessly replied, we left it a long time ago, sir. This is City K now. Seeing this, he quickly changed the topic. I wonder how Yang Bing's group is doing. Has the radio been fixed yet? The man replied, I'm afraid it can't be fixed. During the chaos, it was hit by a bullet, and the internal components are completely shattered. The leader sighed in frustration and blamed himself. I should have prepared a spare set from the beginning, but it's fine. They'll probably slow down. Once we finish refueling, we'll catch up to them. We'll definitely be able to catch them. At the same time, someone else appeared and asked, excuse me, are you soldiers? They all kept calm expressions, while the person asking looked worried. Can you take us in? We have supplies. Seeing this, the subordinate asked, are you survivors from around here? The person kept repeating, yes, we have supplies. He then asked, are there no insect swarms around here? The person maintained a calm attitude as they approached the soldiers. Insect swarms? No, there aren't any. We have supplies. He scratched his head in confusion. No one said anything about that. We already know you have supplies. Then he turned to the leader. How about we follow them there and take their people and supplies? Suddenly the leader shouted, watch out. Suddenly the group claiming to have supplies transformed into man-eating monsters, baring their sharp teeth as they lunged at him. Instantly, a scream rang out, followed by a long trail of blood. At the same time on Xiaoyong's side, Xiao Feng asked blankly, are you serious? He smiled faintly. Either way, we're going to have to jump. Trust me. Then the two of them recklessly jumped down into the mass of sticky flesh. Immediately it greedily raised its teeth, forming a trap to welcome the two of them. But Xiaoyong did not feel any fear at all. The moment both of them entered the tiger's mouth, he immediately used wires to tightly bind the two of them. Then it lunged toward the two of them with its gleaming white fangs. Yet Xiaoyong and the man showed no reaction at all, simply standing still and letting it swallow them. After a while, the place fell into complete silence and calm. Suddenly, a stream of the monster's hot blood splattered into the sky. Then it began to grow wildly, spreading into every corner of the area. At that moment, Xiaoyong appeared from the creature's wound. Unexpectedly, it actually followed his command and brought him outside. Landing safely, Zhao Feng stared blankly and asked, what is this? He didn't answer immediately and instead said, alright, stop being surprised. It's your turn now. Zhao Feng widened his eyes and pointed at himself, me. Suddenly his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Along with it came a surge of pain flowing throughout his body. Immediately, green tendrils began emerging one after another from his back. Seeing this, the plant inside the monster shyly approached. Then it intertwined with the green tendrils sprouting from his shoulders. Suddenly Xiao Feng seemed to lose control and screamed like he had gone mad. And within just a few minutes, It merged with him and formed an enormous ancient tree. At this moment, Xiaofeng was trapped inside the trunk of the tree. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong remained unusually calm and asked without any surprise, "How does it feel to have your body satisfied?" Suddenly, the green tendrils surrounding him began to stroke his blood. Then the mass of flesh from earlier suddenly made a rattling sound. From within it, another tree trunk emerged. He suddenly realized and asked, "Can I control them? Have I become the sea of flesh?" He replied, "Not that fast. Right now you can only control about 1/5 of the sea of flesh. To control the entire sea of flesh, it will still take about half a month." At this time, more tree trunks kept growing continuously. They even grew complete parts such as branches and leaves. Xiaoyong said that when the entire sea of flesh was filled with tree trunks, he would become the true sea of flesh. He also added that the mutating spores were under his control. Xiaoyong gently warned, "So don't have any schemes against me or the people of City M. The power I gave you can also be taken back at any time, understand?" He immediately replied, "Of course. I haven't even finished repaying you yet. How would I dare plot against you?" "Very well." While they were busy talking, several screams suddenly rang out and caught their attention. Turned out to be the leader and his subordinate from earlier. "Damn it. I'd rather die in an insect swarm than die in the mouth of this thing." Suddenly the subordinate stopped. This made the leader panic and shout, "What are you doing? Why did you stop?" Then he followed the direction the subordinate was looking, and both of them were left with their mouths wide open when they saw an enormous ancient tree growing in the middle of the city. Seeing the scene before them, the leader and his subordinate exclaimed in shock, "What is that?" But before they could wait long, the growls of monsters echoed from afar. They rushed toward the two of them at great speed. Seeing this, the leader panicked and shouted, "What do we do? Keep running." Before the two of them could react, the monsters had already appeared beside them. The leader immediately changed his mind and said, "No, can't you see? That rotten mass of flesh in front of us looks exactly like those monsters." After hearing this, the subordinate anxiously asked with a pale face, "Then what do we do?" The leader hurriedly replied, "Run to the side, of course. If we were too slow, they'll catch up." At that moment, the mimic flesh monsters had already surrounded the leader and his subordinate. It opened its mouth as wide as possible, the mouth growing larger and larger until it covered the space above. Witnessing this scene, the subordinate screamed in panic like never before, "Redoomed." But the target they were aiming at was not the two menton instead. It was the mutating spores in front of them. The mimic flesh monsters directly rushed forward and attacked a leading spore at the front. These mimic flesh monsters seemed to replicate themselves into many smaller copies. Suddenly, as if realizing that what they were attacking was not right, they immediately jumped away and ran off in all directions. However, the mutating spores controlled by Xiaofeng began to spread again. The spores tried to approach and chase after the mimic flesh monsters. In just a moment, the spores caught up. It opened its thorn-covered mouth wide. Using that enormous mouth, it swallowed the mimic flesh monsters whole. After swallowing them, the spores slowly absorbed and assimilated them into a unified form for Xiaofeng to control. After eliminating all the mimic flesh, Xiaofeng controlled it and ordered it to slowly retreat to a safer place. Seeing this, the leader and his subordinate standing nearby sighed in relief. "We resaved." Suddenly the leader ordered, "Don't make a sound. Maybe it hasn't noticed us yet." Before he could finish speaking, a voice came from inside the tree trunk, "Don't be foolish. I can see every movement you make." The voice shocked the two of them greatly. The leader and the subordinate panicked, looking around and shouting, "Where? Who's talking?" From beneath the pile of mimic flesh, Zhao Feng's true form emerged. The leader trembled, pointing forward and stammering, "What are you?" While he was still confused, Xiaoyong appeared behind them and explained, "He is the entire sea of flesh." Hearing this, the two of them were stunned. The leader looked at him and asked in confusion, "And who are you? When did you appear beside us?" Xiaoyong calmly smiled and replied, "How about you tell me first? Where did you two come from?" The leader began to explain, "Insectide, that's right, insectide. Ferocious crawling insects, fast-flying insects, and large insects that can spit corrosive poison from dozens of meters away. And there are also brain insects that can turn humans into slaves. They cooperate in battle, even more seamlessly than humans." After hearing his story, Hu Bin fell into deep thought. Then she suddenly spoke, "It sounds like a truly social species." Everyone felt puzzled hearing that, a truly social species. Hu Bin continued, "Ants, bees, and termites are all creatures with such traits. They have extremely low individual desire and completely devote themselves to the benefit of the entire species. Creatures like that are truly terrifying. They possess coordination and control that humans can hardly imagine." Hearing this, Yang Bing shook his head. "You can imagine just how terrifying the enemy we are facing must be." At that moment, a sound echoed from afar, causing everyone to turn around in alarm. What was that? At that moment, a group of people appeared high above. They were cannibals. Yang Bing was so shocked he could hardly believe his eyes. He spoke up, cannibals. Those guys really eat people. Shui turned his head and immediately replied, that's right. Now you can see with your own eyes the enemies we have to face. The red-haired woman said confidently, one of us saw your leader heading toward City K. The man beside her chimed in, so now, who is left to protect you? She continued, listen. If you resist, we'll kill all of you right now, but that would be a waste and it benefits no one. How about this, we protect you, and every few days you just choose one person to sacrifice as an offering to us. How does that sound? Hearing this, Shui burst out laughing. So you want to keep us like livestock? The red-haired woman arrogantly replied, I'll give you half an hour to think. If you refuse, we'll slaughter you all immediately. Yang Bing glanced up at her and shook his head in exasperation. These fools have no idea what they were dealing with. Suddenly he raised the gun in his hand and shouted loudly, you cannibal scum, do you know what this is? The red-haired woman froze, her expression turning ugly. Acting so fierce with a broken gun, this kid isn't a local, is he? After saying that, she ordered all the cannibals to jump down. Seeing this scene, everyone gaped in shock and shouted, they were jumping down. Those people jumped down and landed safely. Seeing this, everyone became even more shocked. They jumped from several floors up and yet were unharmed. These guys were not ordinary people. Immediately Yang Bing gave the order, open fire. As soon as he finished speaking, countless bullets shot out. The bullets hit those people directly, but they were completely unharmed. Seeing this, Yang Bing was shocked. These guys aren't afraid of bullets. Yang Bing's group became extremely panicked and kept firing forward. What should we do? With a serious expression, Yang Bing ordered, hold the line. Retreat in an orderly manner. While he was distracted, a cannibal suddenly leapt in front of Yang Bing. He gritted his teeth and growled, damn it. But before Yang Bing could fight back, it had already been knocked flying away. Seeing this, Yang Bing stood there stunned in shock. The red-haired woman was shocked to see her man taken down so easily. What's going on? Right before their eyes, Thang Triad appeared with a muscular build and an expressionless face. Seeing him, she asked in confusion, what kind of monster is this? The cannibals immediately fell into chaos, shouting to each other, what's going on? Didn't you say that guy already went to City K? You lied to us. Seeing this, one of them pointed at Thang Triad and said, look carefully, this monster isn't that guy. Before the cannibals could even identify Thang Triad, they hurriedly fled. The red-haired woman shouted while running, run. The man behind her also ran after her, yelling, screw this, I'm out. But Thang Triad did not need to act personally, as Chen Song had already jumped out from behind everyone. Seeing Chen Xiaoyong, everyone exclaimed in shock, there's another expert. While everyone was still surprised, Chen Song quickly caught up and blocked the red-haired woman's path, forcing her to stop. What is this now? Chen Song's eyes were cold. Without saying a word, he charged forward. With only his own strength, Chen Song tore their bodies apart with a single slash. Soon after, Thang Triad appeared, staring at the bodies of the cannibals scattered on the ground. Yang Bing's group standing behind saw the corpses and were all shocked. Suddenly, Shui spoke up and asked, so, wasps are hard to deal with, but compared to humans are still more terrifying, right? After witnessing the scene just now, Yang Bing nodded repeatedly. Back on Xiaoyong's side, he finally understood it was a swarm of insects. So that means the disaster in City B is different. Immediately, a notification from the system sounded. Xiaoyong checked it and said, sure enough, it's another new type of disaster. Moreover, as the types of disasters increase, the rewards for each type also increase. After saying that, he turned to the leader and asked, earlier you said your teammates headed southwest. Hearing the question, the leader immediately replied, our original plan was to go around the inner city of City M and take the main road straight to the south. Hearing that, Zhao Feng looked at him suspiciously and said, that's the direction of our gathering point. The subordinate was surprised when he heard that. You guys have a gathering place. Do you really need one? Xiaoyong smiled and replied, there are still a few things we care about. After saying that, he glanced at Xiao Feng. Don't you think so? Xiao Feng lowered his head with a gloomy expression and said dejectedly, now I have fused with the sea of flesh and can no longer return. Brother Xiaoyong, please take care of Hu Bin for me. Hearing this, Xiaoyong immediately objected, no need. This trip of mine is to bring her and the people from your gathering place here. Hearing that, Zhao Feng tried to stop him. How could that be? To them I am far too dangerous. After hearing him say that, Xiaoyong explained, haven't you noticed that your nature has already undergone a slight change? Hearing that, Zhao Feng finally realized. He looked down at his hands. That's right. I seem to have much less interest now in infecting and hunting. What's going on? Xiaoyong continued. Because of the existence of mutating spores, the sea of flesh is supplied with cheap yet highly efficient energy, so the desire to hunt naturally decreases a lot. With your willpower, restraining that desire is not a difficult task. After saying that, He gestured to the leader and the subordinate. Let's go. We might as well see if we can reunite with your friends. Hearing this, the two of them quickly followed behind. After a while, Xiaoyong and the two others returned to where everyone had gathered. Seeing Xiaoyong, Shui hurried over and said, Uncle Xiaoyong, you finally came back. We just repelled a group of powerful enemies. The members of the team finally met again. Yang Bing laughed loudly and called out, Leader. The leader stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying, Yang Bing, Brother Xiaoyong was right. You really are here. Suddenly Yang Bing asked anxiously, where are the others? Hearing the question, the leader choked up and replied, we ran into monsters. The others are all dead. Hearing this, everyone stood there in shock, unable to believe it was true. But Yang Bing quickly regained his composure and reassured him, Leader, it's all right now. You must see the people in this gathering place. They were unbelievably strong. The leader quickly added, I think you should broaden your understanding with what we witnessed. That's what truly deserves to be called unbelievable. With a tense expression, Hu Ben walked up to Xiaoyong and asked worriedly, Brother Xiaoyong, has my father really become a part of the sea of flesh? Xiaoyong answered without hesitation, yes, but you don't need to be sad. Your father has still retained his will. Hearing this, Hu Ben exclaimed in shock, what? Seeing this, Xiaoyong continued, saying that he had found a way to let him control the power of the sea of flesh, and that the sea of flesh was now the safest place. After saying that, he loudly told everyone to pack up their belongings and move, because he and leader Xiao Feng had found a better place. Hearing this, everyone packed their things and followed Xiaoyong's guidance. When they arrived in front of the mimic flesh sea, Xiaoyong quietly reminded everyone to be careful, as they had already entered the hunting range of the mimic flesh monsters. Everyone moved forward cautiously when suddenly a voice rang out asking if they were lucky survivors. Hearing the voice, everyone immediately became alert. In front of them was a woman leading a child. Seeing this, Yang Bing told everyone that they did not look like the cannibals they had met earlier, and seemed to be just ordinary people, so there was no need for everyone to be so tense. Suddenly the leader shouted that it was those people again, and he raised his gun and fired continuously toward the two of them. Seeing this, Yang Bing tried to stop him, asking what he was doing and saying that they were civilians just like them. The leader nervously shouted back at him, telling him to look carefully and see whether those people were really civilians. Hearing that, Yang Bing looked toward the two people, and the sight before him shocked him. Everyone exclaimed in shock, asking what that thing was and saying it was disgusting. Suddenly, the man wearing glasses pointed forward and signaled that there were more over there. Before everyone could react, the cannibals had already approached. Seeing this, everyone panicked, saying there were enemies on that side too, and that they were surrounded. Seeing this, the leader said to Xiaoyong, Brother Xiaoyong, quickly lead the people to the Sea of Flesh boss. Our firepower is strong, we'll cover you.
Hurry!
Seeing him like that, Yang Bing reassured him, Leader, don't panic. Sashuai's group has several very strong people. Hearing this, the leader interrupted him, stop talking nonsense. These guys aren't easy to deal with. Hurry up, gather the brothers and block them. Keep the firepower tight, don't let them get close. The man wearing a hat also agreed, listen to the leader. These guys are different from the cannibals. It's time for our firepower to show its advantage. Seeing everyone extremely worried, Xiaoyong spoke up, patting the leader on the shoulder and saying, all right, brother. I can see that when something happens, you truly step forward, you someone reliable. Hearing this, the leader looked at him in confusion. After saying that, Xiaoyong loudly told the people behind him, all of you step back and gather together with the others, so you won't get accidentally hurt later. Then he raised his gun and fired into the sky, sending up a flare that lit up the entire area. The light streaked through the air, but it was still enough for others to see it. It was the first time Shui had seen such a scene. The boy asked in shock, Uncle Xiaoyong, what are you doing? Is Sister Shanshan's group coming here too? Xiaoyong turned to look at the boy and replied, no, it's another group of experts. Shui was stunned, another group of experts. At this moment, Theng Triet and Cheng Song were already standing behind Shui. Xiaoyong looked at the two of them and smiled as he ordered, make your move. You don't need to go all out. Just don't let them kill our people. Someone will come later to clean up the aftermath. Theng Triet accepted the order and simply replied, all right. At this moment, the mimic flesh creatures in front were rushing forward one after another. Seeing this, Theng Triet, Cheng Song, and Shui all charged forward. The three of them fearlessly rushed straight into the mimic flesh and attacked them. Fighting with their bare hands, they had already taken down many of those creatures. The leader, standing to the side and witnessing this scene of killing with bare hands, could not help but be shocked. With his mouth wide open, he exclaimed, are these guys monsters too? Yang Bing stood behind him, smiling as he said, see, I told you so, leader, quite an eye-opener, right? Suddenly, growling sounds came from behind. Everyone was startled and turned around, exclaiming in shock, there are even more monsters. Xiao Feng's spores were slowly advancing toward everyone. Sure enough, there were even more mimic flesh monsters. Everyone screamed in fear, leader Xiaoyong, there are some here too. Hearing their shouts, Xiaoyong looked at them in confusion. The man wearing a hat, still unaware that they were on their side, shouted loudly, leader Xiaoyong's group has been held up and can't come save us. Hearing this, the person beside him shouted a reminder, pick up your weapons and prepare to defend yourselves. Xiao Feng's spores rushed rapidly forward. Seeing this, everyone shouted, hold the line, but before they could react, the spores lightly ran past them and shot straight ahead. They targeted the mimic flesh and attacked them. The people standing behind, witnessing the entire scene, were stunned. Aren't these monsters supposed to be attacking us? Seeing the spores slowly devouring the mimic flesh, one of them spoke up, they re-slaughtering each other. Witnessing the scene before him, the leader finally realized, I understand now. They are the other group of experts that Brother Xiaoyong mentioned. They were the subordinates of that big boss. Hearing this, Yang Bing was stunned. That big boss. The leader gave a mysterious smile and said to him, you'll have your eyes opened soon. In just a short moment, the mimic flesh lay scattered all over the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone let out a sigh of relief. It's over. But suddenly one of them shouted, watch out! Be careful, get away. Countless tentacles were slowly spreading out. They spread out and approached the pieces of mimic flesh on the ground. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in shock, what the hell is that? It's heading toward the monster corpses. The tentacles approached the mimic flesh, and used their sharp tips to stab straight into the corpses of the mimic flesh. The tentacles slowly absorbed that massive flesh. While everyone was still looking around in confusion, Xiaoyong called them over and said to keep going along these flesh tendrils, and they would arrive soon. Yang Bing exclaimed in shock, what is that? A tree growing in the middle of the sea of flesh. Then he led everyone to a gigantic tree. At this moment, Hu Bin asked in confusion, my dad. Seeing that she looked worried, Xiaoyong reassured her, don't worry, your father is just ahead. Then he stepped closer to the tree and called out loudly, hey, come out. Your daughter is here. Hearing the sound, the spores began to move slightly. The leader excitedly said to Yang Bing, look carefully. Witness the true pinnacle. Xiao Feng appeared from within the spores. When Hu Ben saw him, she couldn't help but shout, Dad. She hurriedly tried to run toward him, but was pulled back by Xiaoyong. Hu Ben turned to look at him and asked, what's wrong? Seeing his daughter, Xiao Feng explained, the sea of flesh is too large and not fully under control yet. Don't come over, or you might get hurt by accident. Xiaoyong looked at her and continued, that's right. From now on, everyone will camp here. Try not to touch the sea of flesh. As long as you keep your distance, Xiao Feng will be able to suppress the sea of flesh's instinct to attack and infect people. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Feng and asked if he had found a place to gather. Xiao Feng replied seriously, about 1 kilometer to the southwest, at the border between City K and City Q, there is a factory. I've already dealt with the mimic flesh there. Everyone can go there. At another location, the plant, like corpses, were being thrown into a large pit at the gathering point. Zhang Ji said to Li Cheng, recently, haven't the plant-type creatures been invading a bit too densely? Elder, he pondered for a moment and speculated. This situation proves that another flower car has drifted close to our area. The chubby Xiao Kai standing nearby heard this and asked, flower car. Didn't Brother Xiaoyong already tame it? Hearing this, Elder, he continued, there isn't just one flower car in this forest. Back to Xiaoyong's side. At this moment, he and the others had quickly begun cleaning up the area, so it could later be developed and settled. At that moment, Xiaoyong's walkie-talkie suddenly received a signal. He picked it up and spoke with the other side. Got it. After saying that, he turned to Xiao Feng and said, something has happened in the southern outskirts of City M. I have to go back for a trip. Xiao Feng immediately replied, leave things here to me. You can go without worry. From a distance, Xiaoyong called out to Shui. Hearing him call, the boy quickly replied, Uncle Xiaoyong, what's wrong? He instructed the boy. Something happened at the flower car field. Uncle and Uncle Xiang will go back for a while. You and your father stay here for now. Hearing this, Shui signaled to him, don't worry, Brother Xiaoyong. Soon Xiaoyong returned to the flower car field. Seeing him back, Zhang Ji greeted him, Brother Xiaoyong and Master Shang are back. Entering the room, everyone had already gathered to prepare a plan. Zhang Ji confidently said, Shanshan, Xiao Kai, and I are enough to handle it. Besides, Brother Cheng is here too, what's there to be afraid of? But Ping disagreed uneasily, Elder, he is right. We shouldn't underestimate the enemy. Only with Xiaoyong here can we ensure nothing goes wrong. Xiaoyong then looked at Zhang Ji and teased him, Zhang Ji, you've grown quite a lot lately, haven't you? When he heard the praise, he became smug and said, of course I've grown stronger. Recently we've been eating food from the flower car. Even the survivors in the town have gained strength now. After all, I'm one of the top experts of the apocalypse. Seeing how smug he was, Xiaoyong continued, alright then. Tomorrow follow me deep into the forest of City S and let me see what level you guys are at now. The next day, deep inside the forest, men were scattered everywhere on the ground. Seeing this, Xiaoyong praised them not bad. Hearing that, Xiao Kai scratched his head and replied, it's nothing special. Zhang Ji, still very smug, said to him, see brother Xiaoyong, I wasn't bragging. Shanshan and I have become stronger. Xiaoyong looked at Zhang Ji and Shanshan and replied, wait until you meet a real flower car before you start bragging. Suddenly, Liqing seemed to notice something. He quickly said, Xiaoyong, look over there. Hearing the call, Xiao Kai turned around. He looked at the tree stump ahead and asked in confusion, what is that? A tree trunk. After saying that, he walked forward. As everyone continued moving forward, they were shocked by the scene ahead. The large trees around them had all been cut down. Everyone exclaimed in shock, who did this? Li Qing turned to ask Zhang Ji, was it our people? Zhang Ji immediately replied, impossible. Our people have never come this deep into the forest. Suddenly, Xiaoyong signaled everyone to lower their voices. He listened carefully. Then he quietly said to everyone, there's a sound over there. Let's go check it out. Deep in the forest, a group of people were using chainsaws to cut down large trees. Suddenly a large tree slowly fell down. Seeing this, the group hurriedly ran away, and a man shouted a warning.
Watch out!
But one person stumbled and fell to the ground carelessly, and the others shouted, hey, move away. He had no time to move and could only watch the tree fall toward him. The tree crushed him, and he screamed in pain. Who did this? Blood kept pouring out of his mouth as he roared. Which idiot did that? You won't die a peaceful death. But suddenly he froze. His mouth kept stammering, no, I can still work. Don't give me 2 days, I will definitely recover. Unexpectedly, strands from the tree began draining his life force and corroding his body from within. His body suddenly exploded. Plants began to sprout. In just a moment, the man turned into a corpse with a tree trunk growing out of it. The others turned pale when they saw this. Suddenly a voice rang out, pulling them back. Don't just stand there. Hurry up, get back to work, continue working. Hearing that, the group rushed back to continue working. Right, let's keep working. We're still fine, we can still work. As for the dead man, his body had already withered after the tree branches drained it completely. But at that moment, the group heard voices from Xiaoyong's team in the distance. Brother Xiaoyong, it's people. Survivors, they are survivors cutting down trees. Hearing the noise, the group suddenly froze. They looked up at Xiaoyong's group in confusion. One of them suddenly blurted out, survivors. Seeing them, Zhang Ji said in confusion. Seeing us, they were not happy at all. Instead, they seemed very surprised. Seeing this, a man among them hurriedly spoke up, survivors, hello to you. Seeing their reaction, Xiao Kai said, it feels like these people are a bit slow to react. The man then continued, is it only you guys? Do you have any other companions? Our place is a large gathering area, safe and secure. Moreover, we are currently short of people. If there are more of you, you can all come together. Hearing that, Zhang Ji immediately replied, we do have many more friends, but your gathering place definitely can't. Suddenly Xiaoyong stopped Zhang Ji. He said to the man, we had disagreements with the people in our gathering place, so we went our separate ways. Can your gathering place take us in? Hearing this, the man smiled and replied, of course. In the apocalypse, everyone is under great pressure, so disagreements are normal. If there's a chance in the future, you can call them here as well. After all, strength lies in numbers, and surviving together will be much easier. Hearing that, Xiaoyong agreed, that makes sense. After finishing his words, the man signaled his group, follow us. After a while, the man pointed ahead and said, we're almost there. Suddenly Xiao Kai noticed something. These twisted vines are clearly the extended structure of a plant creature. Seeing this, Shanshan added, there's something wrong with the location of your gathering place. Seeing this, the man looked at Xiao Kai and snorted. He immediately explained, buddy, you misunderstood. These are just mutated plants, not the kind that attack humans. After saying that, he pointed ahead, look, once we pass through the dense bushes ahead, we'll all arrive. Everyone followed closely behind. Xiaoyong's group whispered, if we didn't know this was a gathering place, I would have thought this place was a monster's lair. Then everyone suddenly stopped. Looking up, there was a gigantic towering tree, its size unmatched by any plant creature. Xiao Kai exclaimed in shock, it's enormous. Elder, he turned to Xiaoyong and said, with this size, it probably isn't inferior to the plant creature inside your body. Xiaoyong nodded and replied, that's right. In terms of size alone, it's actually bigger than mine. Even counting the flower car field, it probably isn't this huge. Suddenly he pointed at Zhang Ji and said, go on Zhang Ji, show your strength. Zhang Ji quickly waved his hands to refuse. Brother Xiaoyong, stop teasing me. I can't handle something like this. Suddenly, the man who had been leading the way shouted, quick, Subdue them. People who had been hiding around suddenly rushed out from the bushes. They rushed forward and grabbed Xiaoyong's group tightly. Elder, he frowned in confusion and asked, "What are you doing?" But his companions did not know that he was deliberately letting them capture him. Xiaoyong calmly looked at the man. Suddenly Xiao Kai spoke up, "Look over there." Above this giant tree, it seemed to grow tentacles reaching toward the pile of corpses below. Everyone exclaimed in shock, "What is it doing?" It began to control the bodies of those who had died. The corpses moved toward Xiaoyong's group. They murmured, "You submit." Xiao Kai was so frightened that cold sweat broke out, and he said, "This scene, it gives me goosebumps." The corpses moved closer and closer, their voices echoing, "Our kind willing to become servants. Shameful, shameful." The man who was restraining Xiaoyong saw this scene and murmured, "Our kind." Seeing him distracted, Xiaoyong raised his hand and pointed straight at his face, sending him flying far away. Xiaoyong immediately used the parasitic plant on his body to create tentacles that grabbed the man. Seeing this, the man stammered repeatedly, You guys. What kind of monsters are you?" Xiaoyong said coldly to him, "Considering that you were also being threatened, I won't kill you for now." The plant creatures controlled the corpses and sent them rushing toward Xiaoyong. He turned his head and glanced lightly. Using the vine, he dropped the man onto the ground. Meanwhile, the people in his team had already taken the initiative to charge forward and attack. Each of them possessed strength greater than monsters with just a touch. The enemies were shattered. Seeing this, the man's group exclaimed, "These people are not ordinary humans. I didn't expect them to be able to fight against plant creatures. Moreover, they even seem to have the upper hand." The man quietly assessed the situation and thought, "It's hopeless. Even though they have the upper hand now, the enemies are too many." Those corpses were all reserve guards of the plant creatures. At this moment Xiaoyong raised his arm. Tentacles shot straight forward from his body. With a single strike, he severed the heads of the plant creatures. Witnessing this power, the man trembled in fear. Monsters, they are all monsters. Unexpectedly, those people controlled by plants. Suddenly, they were killed by that very plant. One of the people in the tree, cutting team, worried about himself and said, "I feel uneasy." But a second later, he was also killed by the plant creature. Seeing this, the tree cutting group panicked and cried out, "Don't, we can still work." Elder, he grew worried when he saw the scene before him and said, "At this rate, none of us will survive." But Xiaoyong said confidently, "If we kill it, everything will be solved." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately charged straight toward the tree. The tree used its roots to attack him. Xiaoyong used his strength to cut off the roots one by one, but unexpectedly, one root still rushed toward him. This time he had no time to dodge, so Xiaoyong could only raise his hand to defend himself. He was struck heavily and slammed straight down from above. Xiaoyong quickly jumped to the side and used his body to regain balance on the ground. He looked toward it and quietly assessed. "No, its size is too large. I can't deal with it immediately, and continuing to waste energy like this isn't good either." Meanwhile, the people here were being controlled as their bodies were slowly eroded by it. They screamed in fear, "Are we about to die?" "I don't want to die." Seeing this, Xiaoyong immediately said to them, "All those infected by the plant creature, gather here." The man leading them asked in confusion, "For what?" At that moment, Xiaoyong mobilized the plant organism that he had previously allowed to live symbiotically inside his body. Then he used all his strength to release a green mist that spread around the people being controlled. Caught off guard, they began coughing violently and cried out in horror, "What is this?" A woodcutter stared at his own hand and asked, "What is this?" Xiaoyong easily explained, "It's a special type of algal fungus that can release interferon to stop the further outbreak of parasitic spores inside your bodies." He immediately gave an order, "Zhangji, take these people away." Zhangji obeyed at once, yes. He then led the woodcutters to a safe place. Those demonic creatures became even more furious, shouting, becoming servants shameless. Xiaoyong's eyes darkened, accompanied by a contemptuous smile. His shout revealed that the anger inside him had begun to boil over. Xiaoyong loudly cursed at them to vent his anger, "Idiots." He openly expressed his view, "If we coexist symbiotically, we can survive. We can develop and grow stronger. Mutually taming each other is the true path." The power gradually faded from Xiaoyong's eyes. He still had important matters to deal with. "All right, I've said what I wanted to say. Now go back to your duty." Even Elder, he began to doubt life itself. Those words just now, were they from Flower Car? Flower Car can actually have consciousness. Xiaoyong could only give a brief explanation. The adaptive spores evolved long ago. With a structure similar to nerve cells, the emergence of consciousness is normal. It can be considered a convergent evolution of higher life forms. He didn't want to waste time here. "Let's go back and discuss it later. For now, retreat." Li Qing looked around and asked, "You are not going to destroy this thing?" Xiaoyong wanted to secure victory after reaching Shanshan. "It's not worth wasting time fighting such a huge enemy. Next time after we were prepared, we'll come back." They quickly left without paying attention to the vines. The monsters felt aggrieved but did not dare come out, because the vines blocked them. It's not over, we must kill them. The vegetable beds outside were bathed in bright sunlight. Xiaoyong had already taken precautions. I'll call Zhang Shengji and the others back and have them tend the flower car fields to resist a large-scale attack from that giant plant. He had just received the news but was still worried. They've all returned. Is everything still alright over there? He was extremely confident in their defense. There's no need to worry there. A strong expert is guarding it. Zhang Ji exclaimed in astonishment. A strong expert? Even stronger than us. Xiaoyong understood what he meant. Then come there with me. You two can spar. Zhang Ji naturally could not miss this chance. Of course we must spar. If I can't defeat that monster, how could I defeat the newcomer? He directly invited him. Oldie, come with me as well. We might need your professional knowledge. The old man agreed without hesitation. Alright. For some reason, as soon as Zhang Ji arrived, he couldn't help but gasp in amazement. He pointed toward the tree trunk. That is Xiaoyong personally introduced. That's the strong expert I mentioned. Zhou gradually returned to human form after turning into a monster. Brother Xiaoyong. He introduced Zhang Ji to Zhao Feng. This younger brother is Zhang Zi. He wants to spar with you. You don't need to hold back. Seeing that the monster was about to rise, he ordered them. The tentacles suddenly shot straight upward, frightening him terribly. Zhang Ji had to lower his pride to avoid embarrassment. Forget it, everyone here is a friend. Let's not ruin the harmony. Xiaoyong helped them get acquainted for future cooperation. This is Old He, an expert from the Agricultural Science Institute of City as Miver. This is Zhou Xiaoping, a researcher at the Biological Research Center of City K. Xiaoping greeted warmly, very pleased to meet you. I've heard of Elder He for a long time. Elder He smiled brightly, very pleased to meet you as well. For the moment, he had not found a suitable solution. Is there any way to control the swarm? Could we kidnap the queen bee? He was not sure he could give an opinion. I am an agronomy expert, but I don't understand much about the nature of social animals. However, for known species, controlling the swarm might be somewhat difficult. Elder He explained in detail the working principles of social animals. The intelligence of an insect colony is merely a phenomenon emerging from the simple behaviors of a large number of individuals, each with its own division of labor. The queen bee or queen ant is just a link in the intelligent body, responsible only for reproduction. The pheromones it releases merely suppress the sexual maturation of other members and do not truly participate in decision-making. She believed many things were still unclear, but most systems tend toward centralization. And it was hard to say whether the mother of this insect species had evolved functions similar to a central nervous system. After all, things like flesh simulation and the adaptive spores in Xiaoyong's body already existed. Elder He agreed with that reasoning. That also makes sense. Xiaoyong then came up with an idea. If that's the case, we can first try to capture and control the queen bee. The leader felt the situation was beyond control. But the number of insects is too large, it's almost impossible to break into the nest and control the queen bee. According to his understanding, yes, the entire city bee is nourishment for the insect nest. Its scale may be comparable to the giant plant species in the jungle of City S. After chatting with Zhao Feng for a while, Zhang Ji suddenly spoke up. I have a small idea, though I'm not certain about it. He wanted to hear the new idea. Let's hear it. Zhang Ji spoke with hidden meaning. Have you heard of this before, the Trojan horse? The sky was blue with white clouds. 3 cars sped rapidly along the rocky dirt road. When the car suddenly braked, the tires screeched and pressed hard against the ground. Urging voices kept shouting, hurry up, move faster. The soldiers seemed extremely panicked. Get in the car, wait for me. The monsters were left behind in the desolate area. The soldiers hurriedly started the vehicles. Drive quickly, go, don't block the road. Xiaoyong hid in a corner to observe the situation of the monsters. He felt proud of his idea. Look, my method will definitely work. It seemed that he had discovered something. Just then, a scout bee flew toward the monsters exactly as Xiaoyong had predicted. It's here. Zhang Ji could not understand what was happening. What is that? Xiaoyong calmly explained. That is a scout from the beehive. He felt somewhat relieved. Our bait has already worked. At first, there were only 2 bees flying in the sky. Yet a moment later, the number of bees gradually doubled. They suddenly swarmed over, leaving the monsters stunned on the spot. The leader's expression showed confusion and unease. The soldiers following him could not remain calm. I can't handle this, I'm running first. Even Zhang Ji probably didn't expect this to happen. Elder He asked to ease his fear. Xiaoyong, there's no problem, right? Xiaoyong remained unusually calm. No problem. More and more giant bees began to gather. The monsters stared at them without taking their eyes off for even a moment. While the swarm of bees and the monsters attacked each other, strands were suddenly thrown out. They slammed hard against the ground and then bounced back up. In the end, they tightly bound the bees in an instant. The bees could not escape the restraints. The monster had already swallowed it whole. The leader could not believe his eyes. With this kind of strength, I feel like we don't even need a strategy. We could just attack the insect nest directly. The bees' legs trembled after being restrained. They were paralyzed and lay sprawled on the ground. Elder, he could not help but worry. Is this method really okay? Xiaoyong clearly understood their characteristics. The self-healing ability of these insects was far inferior to mimic flesh, so successfully controlling them would be much more difficult. Nothing could stop him from analyzing in detail. Moreover, the control over Zhao Feng had his own cooperation, but these insects would not obediently fall into line. Everyone kept discussing, this one here has died too. How about on your side? It seems a bit overwhelming. Xiaoyong shifted his attention to the side. Then there is only hope. The only bee that had not collapsed caught his attention. The moment Xiaoyong saw it, the surroundings became silent. The bee stomped on the ground, dispersing the dust and smoke around it. The man wearing a hat was extremely excited. Did it succeed? Xiaoyong approached and patted its head. It seems it succeeded. The old man thought it was too few. After trying so many, only one succeeded, but Xiaoyong's eyes showed determination. One is enough. Xiaoyong was then lifted into the air by. He tightly closed his eyes to avoid being noticed by the bees. Only now did Xiaoyong fully understand the truth. No wonder the people in City B reacted that way whenever the insect swarm was mentioned. He now understood the feeling of suddenly floating in the sky, and being frightened like that. The insects gathered into an army inside the cave. The man in the green jacket scratched his head nervously. This is too dangerous. The black-haired man doubted his judgment. Are you sure your theory is correct? The man in red was also not very confident. What if we get lost here? The man in the green jacket firmly insisted that his direction was correct. You insects also need circulating air. As long as we follow the direction of the airflow, we will definitely find the exit. The three of them climbed along the steep cliff face. He suddenly turned his head but said nothing. The man in the green jacket was extremely alarmed. Here, witnessing the horrifying scene, they not only failed to help but also stood there commenting. These people have been turned into breeding beds for larvae. It's disgusting. He quickly warned the two companions to avoid bringing trouble upon themselves. Stop looking. If they catch us, we'll end up like them. The man in the green jacket looked up toward the sky. Look, holding on to a faint hope, he said, there's light. That must be the exit. His face no longer showed the earlier hesitation. Great, we succeeded. They noticed something unusual in the cave. What's that sound? The three of them panicked. It's insects. Run, hurry. The man in the green jacket and his two companions dashed toward the light like arrows. Victory was within reach. They must not fall here. His eyes were filled with joy. We made it. The man in red stopped in time. Before the three of them could celebrate, they were already gasping for breath. The swarm of insects had already surrounded the three of them. They could charge at them fiercely at any moment. It made him panic so much that he started screaming loudly.
No, don't!
A group of survivors below trembled violently. The man in the blue shirt quickly noticed that there was a sound. He bravely lifted his gaze upward. The red shirt group fell from the cave entrance above. The man in the green jacket hesitantly asked what kind of room this was. The blue-shirted man replied helplessly, this is the food storage room. From now on, you guys. He had no choice but to tell the truth. It was also the backup food supply. The red-shirted man burst into tears when he realized it was already too late. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have run away. Working as a laborer might have at least given him a chance to live. The man in blue pointed at Xiaoyong. What's wrong with him? Is he dead? The group in green jackets stepped forward to confirm, saying, who is this? We don't know him. He wasn't one of the people who escaped with us. The black-haired man shook him to check again. Hey, are you still alive? Xiaoyong suddenly sat up, leaving him stunned. So we finally made it here. He talked about traveling through the bee tunnels. The winding, twisting journey had almost made him completely dizzy. Xiaoyong could not help but feel surprised by the scene inside the cave. So this is the inside of the insect nest. Impressive, it's built like a maze. The man in blue felt puzzled by how unusually calm he was. You were just captured and brought here, and you still have the mood to admire the place. Xiaoyong went straight to the main point. Among you, is there anyone who can find the way to the mother insect? The man in the green jacket froze in shock. What did you say? Find the mother insect. He grew curious about the intention behind it. What do you want to do? It was inconvenient for him to explain in detail, so he answered vaguely, I have something to do. I need to find it. The surviving middle-aged men clearly did not trust Xiaoyong. Isn't this guy an idiot? He must be crazy, so terrified that his brain stopped working. But the echoing sound inside the cave continued without stopping. The man in blue seemed haunted by it. It's coming again to pick its food. The cowardly crowd shoved each other to grab a hiding spot.
Who was that? Who pushed me out? I can't breathe.
The black-haired man worried that Xiaoyong would die if he kept standing there. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Do you want to become food? The red-shirted man scolded him for not thinking about his own safety first. Are you stupid? Someone is going to die anyway. If you remind him, the one who dies could be us. He decided to abandon Xiaoyong to save himself. Sorry, but it's your fault for not being in your right mind at a time like this. When he encountered the insects, he showed no fear. Instead, he looked surprised. Xiaoyong stood face to face with it without turning around to run for his life. The surviving people did not dare utter a single word and sank into tense silence. Xiaoyong grabbed one of the insect's mouth pincers tightly. In an instant, he delivered a punch that pierced straight through its abdomen. The onlookers did not even dare blink. What's going on? What just happened? They were stunned by Xiaoyong's decisive action. He killed the insect. Everyone began speculating about the weapon he used to kill the monster. Did he bring a gun in here? Yes, he must have a gun, but I didn't see any gun. Xiaoyong jumped down from the cliff and kindly offered help. Do you want to follow me or stay here? The group hesitated, unable to decide. The man in the green jacket immediately agreed to follow him. I'll go with you. I can help find the way. I almost escaped earlier. The red-shirted man and the others said in unison. We'll follow you too. The man in the brown shirt raised his hand eagerly. Me too. I'm joining as well. There's strength in numbers. In the end, they placed their trust in Xiaoyong. That's right, if we stay here we'll die anyway. We might as well take the risk. The insects crawled out of the cave and onto the ground. Everyone froze in shock when they noticed it. Unexpectedly, the swarm of insects gathered in front of Xiaoyong. Everyone's mindset began to change rapidly. No matter how strong he is, he can't fight this many insects. I don't want to die, this kind of death is too terrifying. He easily knocked one of them away without the slightest effort. Everyone froze in place when they saw Xiaoyong's strength. He jumped onto one of them and wiped out the others surrounding him. Xiaoyong ruthlessly tore the insect's body into separate pieces. A single strike from him was enough to push the entire group of monsters back. The other passages of the cave entrance were filled with light. Now everyone was overwhelmed by Xiaoyong's combat skills. This is way too exaggerated. He killed an entire squad of insects with his own strength. While observing carefully, he raised a suspicion. The direction the insects came from, could that be where the mother insect lives? The man in the green jacket agreed with Xiaoyong's view, maybe so. Xiaoyong then decided, in that case, we must eliminate it. Alright, let's keep going. Even Xiaoyong began to doubt himself. Is this really the one I'm looking for? Its unusual appearance left everyone confused. The mother insect. The man who understood insects shook his head. No, this one is called a nematode. It was Xiaoyong's first time hearing the name nematode. The man in the green jacket confirmed it by pointing out a distinctive feature. Look at its rear. He recalled from memory. I once saw that inside its rear there were tail-like whiskers, like antenna wires. From that hint, he understood more. So there's such a setup. I guess it's used to control the swarm. The man in the green jacket replied firmly. That's right. Don't alarm it, or countless swarms will attack us. Before he could react, Xiaoyong already wanted to capture it. What are you trying to do? The man in the green jacket immediately shouted. What is that in your hand? The thorny vines released from Xiaoyong's hand were still surging forward. The nematode was startled when it sensed something approaching. Because it couldn't dodge in time, its body was pierced through. The nematode was instantly killed. The others watching were shocked, their mouths agape. Is he even human? Suddenly, a sound from inside the cave caught their attention. What was that? Someone quickly realized and shouted, the nematode has been attacked. More insects are coming to protect it. One of them quickly pointed ahead and called out, Boss, something's happening over here. He calmly extended one hand behind him. In the next second, thorny vines shot out from his hand toward the swarm. Everyone couldn't help but marvel. The boss's attack just passed right by us. It scared me to death. The thorny vines continued crawling through every corner toward the insects. One of them noticed the vines and stopped in alarm. Within seconds, they were tightly bound and unable to move. Seeing this scene, someone began to question reality and asked, which side is the real monster? After a while, the cave remained strangely quiet. At this moment, Xiaoyong's eyes lit up. He cleared his throat casually. I'll dig up the insect nest while I'm at it and absorb the energy of the larvae as well. He lifted his foot. Then he stomped hard on the ground, creating a violent tremor. The ground cracked apart into thick slabs. The people standing around Xiaoyong all fell freely downward with him. Everything gradually settled down. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured, and they got back on their feet. The young man in the turtleneck blurted out in confusion. What is this? Where's the mother insect? This place as the group had now fallen into an even darker area. Xiaoyong coldly said, under your feet. He was about to stomp again, but suddenly noticed something unusual and stopped. Something strange appeared in front of them, shaped like a pile of dirt. Xiaoyong immediately became cautious. A gigantic poisonous insect monster appeared before him. At this moment, the mother insect let out a warning roar, then it rushed toward Xiaoyong at great speed. Someone cried out in fear. As expected, the swarm can't be killed off. At the same time, the ground below began cracking under the immense impact. The whole group was about to fall into the same spot. In the next second, thorny vines grew densely and enclosed them. It turned out Xiaoyong was protecting everyone. He instructed, "I need to eliminate the disturbance. Stay in the cage for a while." The others naturally agreed. "We refine with that." After that, a line of insects formed up, preparing to attack him. Xiaoyong extended his hand behind him, and thorny vines kept growing out of it. Xiaoyong skillfully maneuvered the thorny vines with both hands, binding the small enemies rushing toward him. Suddenly, something white like ammunition shot toward him. Xiaoyong glanced over with caution. Fortunately, he leaped aside and dodged the attack with agility. On the other side, the spiders kept shooting webs toward Xiaoyong. He ran forward, nimbly avoiding the spider webs they fired. Xiaoyong's hand slid along the ground, as if he was preparing to use a new move. Xiaoyong picked up a stone and confidently declared, "If I can destroy your nest, killing a few more of you insects shouldn't be difficult." Then he decisively threw the stone straight at the swarm of larvae. With incomparable force, the stone flew straight through the insects. They could do nothing but be torn apart. Seeing this scene, the group was left dumbfounded. Unbelievable as expected of the boss. He's not even at a disadvantage. Great, we were saved. Seeing how powerful the enemy was, the mother insect weakly let out a threatening roar. But in the next second, its massive body trembled and retreated. Xiaoyong walked forward calmly and scolded it. "Why are you yelling? I'm not planning to kill you." Then countless thorny vines shot forward from both of his hands. With a single move, Xiaoyong bound the mother insect into a tight bundle. The vines tightened more and more, their sharp thorns piercing into its flesh. Feeling the pain, the mother insect let out a miserable scream. Xiaoyong warned coldly, "The vines of mutating spores have pierced into your brain. If you dare struggle, you will die instantly." Although he said that, he was already worried inside. There was only one queen. If this failed, all his efforts would be wasted. Suddenly, something happened that made him gasp in shock. The mother insect no longer struggled like before. Xiaoyong secretly assessed that under his threat it had shown submission. The queen of this insect nest indeed possessed considerable intelligence. The system immediately displayed a mission progress notification, rewarding 300 points. The current accumulated points were 961. Xiaoyong was a little surprised. Both missions had been completed, gaining 700 points at once. Stroking his chin, he considered the next step. If so, he might as well completely control the octuple insect nest in his palm to prevent future trouble and open the system shop. Options immediately appeared for Xiaoyong. He pondered exchanging when he encountered an awakened ability, then manually refreshing until his points were no longer sufficient. In the end, Xiaoyong decided to refresh manually, and the system presented two other options and a notice. Not stopping there, Xiaoyong seriously ordered, "Open all." The system reported that his remaining points were 59. A series of items appeared before him: physical overload, high voltage bioelectricity, and slave mark. Xiaoyong selected one item, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Just as he expected, slave mark had upgraded to level 2, increasing the number of slaves to 2. Then he turned to the mother insect and said, "You lucky. Follow me and you'll arise like a kite in the wind." Whether it wanted to or not, the mother insect had no choice. He began carving the mark onto its body. Scene change. Outside the cave, the sky was clear. Elsewhere, someone was shouting loudly, "Two people occupying such a huge warehouse. Are you smart or stupid? Don't you understand the saying that an ordinary man is innocent, but becomes guilty by possessing a treasure?" The bearded man licked his lips with delight, and praised the red-haired woman. "Your method works well." Sure enough, a bunch of fools have walked right into the trap. The people below were extremely furious and shouted curses. "You shameless couple, have you lost your minds? With such a difference in numbers, you still think the few can defeat the many?" Another man showed interest, licking his lips in a perverted manner and coaxing, "But don't worry, little sister. I'll definitely let you experience heavenly pleasure before you die." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman behind him was blown away, and red syrup splattered everywhere. The red-haired woman laughed provocatively. "All right, let me see how a junkie like you plans to make me feel like a god." He asked the people beside him in panic, "Did any of you see that guy's move clearly?" "No, we didn't." With just a few swift strikes of her whip, she had already taken out nearly everyone there. At that moment, the red-haired woman swept down like the wind, appearing among the crowd and making them panic. "This is bad, she's too fast." Then the red-haired woman pointed her sword downward. The tip of the blade rested at the man's throat, making his whole body tremble uncontrollably. She lifted his chin with the sword and mocked, "Come on, tell me, how do you make someone feel like a god?" The man stammered hurriedly, "Sorry." Elsewhere, 3 people struggled to stand and asked her in confusion, "You two, how are you so strong? How can you do that?" The bearded man behind her spoke softly, "I don't mind telling you. In times like these, the only people stronger than us are those people." The man bleeding syrup was still thinking about those people when the person behind him suddenly gasped in shock. Something was rushing toward them from afar. They were confused. "What's that sound?" Another guessed, "Insects." Hearing this, the bearded man and the red-haired woman both turned to look at what it was. Everyone looked up and was horrified. The insects had blocked the sky above them, casting a shadow over where they stood. In the sky, at least 1,000 insects were swarming and flying toward a certain direction. The black-haired man then noticed that an army of insect monsters was also approaching on the ground. They all looked identical, pouring forward in an endless swarm. The red-haired woman hurriedly ran away first. "Quick, head back to higher ground." After that, she and the bearded man jumped onto a nearby tall building and quickly disappeared. The group of people below were closely chased by the swarm of insects. They couldn't run in time and were trampled by the insects. The red-haired woman and the bearded evolved man hid in an abandoned house. He peeked his head out, unable to understand where this swarm had suddenly come from. At the same time elsewhere, someone shouted, "Something's wrong. Something's happening?" The leader hurried over in panic, almost scared out of his wits. "What's going on?" The attendant, after observing with binoculars, stammered in reply, a swarm of insects of this scale. "We're definitely dead this time." The leader trembled, not knowing what to do. Leader Xiaoyong went down to deal with the insects. Could it be that he failed? Suddenly a thunderous roar echoed through the air. What was that sound? They realized it was the Sea of Flesh. "The Sea of Flesh will protect us." "That's right, we still have the Sea of Flesh." Sure enough, the insect swarm didn't dare attack them. "Get lost, you insects!" "We have backing." Being protected by a monster gives such a strange sense of security. Suddenly someone noticed, "Watch out. A big one is flying this way. Stay alert, prepare to fight." But suddenly someone stopped them. "Wait, look over there." It was Leader Xiaoyong. He stood calmly on the back of the insect while looking down. After relying on it, he landed safely on the ground. Hu Bun then shyly walked over. "Leader Xiaoyong." At the same time, Zhao Feng also spoke up. "Leader Xiaoyong, how is the situation?" He replied, "It went quite smoothly. There's just a group of survivors over there that needs to be taken in." He was confident. "That's simple." Hu Bun had one concern, but the food supply seems. Hearing this, he reassured them, "Don't worry. The flower car fields are still expanding, and the farming on the Yi City side is enough to keep everyone fed. Moreover, the entire city will soon become agricultural land for us." Scene change. On the city side, Elder, he touched the green mark on that person's side. "It's really improving. You should be able to recover completely." The man asked excitedly, "Really? I can finally escape that monster's control forever." At that moment, monsters appeared in the sky. "Look, what is that? Giant insects?" He hurried into the area and skillfully shouted to warn everyone, "Be careful." They quickly acted. "Close the gates." However, the swarm in the sky suddenly changed direction, confusing them. "Are those insects circling around our fields?" Then Elder, he looked toward the distance, where Xiaoyong was standing. His eyes lit up with joy. Xiaoyong's plan has succeeded. At the same time, on the zombies' side, they saw something in the sky and stared at it intently. The one leading the insect swarm was none other than Xiaoyong. He gave a cold command, "Insect swarm, obey my order. Time to eat." As soon as he finished speaking, they crazily rushed toward the zombies below. Then they competed with each other to suck the juicy prey into their mouths. At the same time, the ant insects quickly appeared. They formed a formation and trampled those zombies completely. Then they tore them apart into hundreds of pieces. At this moment, the remaining zombies gradually formed a circle to protect their tree. The zombies angrily roared, "What do you want?" Xiaoyong replied with the same cold expression, "Be tamed by me and become a symbiotic creature of the flower car within my body." This made them furious. "Submit and stand behind it." "No way. My body mass far surpasses it. I am the true master of the forest. It's just a loser in the competition." He said impatiently, "Get the situation straight. Now you are the loser." As he spoke, Xiaoyong used his move to split the tree they were protecting in half. Instantly it quickly collapsed downward. It created a chaotic mess. This was the fate of those who resisted. "I have already cut your trunk in half. The next step is to uproot you. I will give you one last chance. Submit." He watched as his biological plant slowly but powerfully grew and stretched upward. Then it produced a bean that had been incubating for a long time. When Xiaoyong saw the bean, he released it there and said, "Go, merge into one." The vines moved over and tightly grasped the bean. After finishing the absorption, he also received a mission update from the system. The mission to eliminate the weed threat had been completed, rewarding 100 points. The Utopia mission was still in progress with objectives including expanding the community, eliminating nearby threats, and exploring new areas. He gained an additional 20 evaluation points, bringing the current evaluation score to 92, and his accumulated points increased by 80, now reaching 239. Elder He and the others below asked worriedly, "There's no problem, right?" But seeing the current scene, they began to guess. The insect swarm has returned. Xiaoyong must have finished handling things. Xiaoyong stood on the insect swarm and flew toward everyone. As soon as he landed, the old man walked over and asked, "How did it go? Have you dealt with that giant plant?" Xiaoyong proudly replied, "It has already become part of my body." But Elder He asked in confusion, "A part? What do you mean?" Then he transformed and said, "This is what I mean." Immediately, Xiaoyong showed everyone the results of his power. Everyone stared at this power in shock while he continued explaining, "Right now the power of the flower car inside my body has increased threefold." He then stood before everyone and announced, "All the plants in city are now under my control." The next day in the coastal A city, people were shouting loudly, "It's a great harvest." The people harvesting looked at the results in confusion and asked, "Why did we catch so many fish today?" Life has really changed. But while working, a strange sound caught their attention. "What's that sound?" One man saw something and cursed in worry. The people below asked in confusion, "Hey, what's making that rumbling noise?" In front of them, a giant tsunami and a massive vortex were approaching, making them run away in fear. A crew member shouted in panic, "Turn back. Hurry back. Run into the building, quickly." One man asked worriedly, "What about all these fish?" "Throw them away." Another person shouted, "Forget the fish. Hurry up. If you're a second slower, you'll lose your life." Seeing the tsunami right behind them, everyone urged each other, "Run. Get into the building, quickly." One man was too greedy for fish and tried to grab more, slowing himself down. But as he ran, the tsunami got closer and closer, making him curse in anger. Right after that, because of his greed, he suffered the consequence as the tsunami swept him away. This tsunami was extremely violent, submerging almost the entire area. The survivors stood above and looked down at an extremely horrifying scene. Seeing this, the crew members understood the reason. No wonder there were suddenly so many fish. The captain also urged everyone to go down and retrieve those who were swept away. "Quick, pull up all the bodies and cremate them." But one man looked at the scene below and shouted, "But the scaffolding has collapsed." Seeing this, another person helplessly knelt down and asked, "What should we do now?" Outside, the sky remained gloomy with continuous showers of rain. Lai Cheng, sitting with everyone, spoke up with concern. "If this rain keeps going like this, the fields in the nearby towns will probably be flooded." He then turned to Elder He and asked about the situation. "How are the flower car fields?" Elder He explained that the flower car crops had strong adaptability, so the rain had little impact, but if it kept raining, the yield would probably decrease. All this time, Xiaoyong had remained silent, deep in thought about something. Seeing this, Li Qing turned to him and asked, "Xiaoyong, what's wrong?" But Xiaoyong did not answer and instead gestured for him to stay quiet. Then he slowly crouched down, leaving everyone confused. After sensing for a while, Xiaoyong seemed to gather some information and realized something. After figuring it out, he hurriedly urged everyone, "Call all the residents from the nearby towns into the fortress, quickly. Everyone act now." When he arrived, Xiaoyong shouted to the people there, "Hurry, don't bring any belongings, just run as fast as you can." Zhang Ji found it strange and came over to ask, "Brother Xiaoyong, what's going on? Could it be that there's still an enemy we can't fight against?" Someone above saw something and shouted down, "Xiaoyong, floodwaters." Hearing this, he asked in shock, "Floodwaters?" Without hesitating any longer, Zhang Zhai and the others climbed upward to reach safety. Lai Qing stood safely above and looked down, stunned and unable to speak. This is below them. The floodwaters had already surged here, and the direction of the current was pouring in from the sea. Seeing this scene, he frowned, not knowing what to do. The water had already risen more than a meter. If it surged into A City, no one knew what would happen. Even GZ reported that if they stayed here, the outer walls probably wouldn't hold. At that moment, Xiaoyong finished transforming and stepped forward, surprising everyone. Leader Xiaoyong, power surged throughout his body as he prepared for battle. Right after that, the people there fearfully stepped back as the rising water approached. Just in time, Xiaoyong's vines extended forward and blocked the floodwaters from rising any higher. The vines kept linking together, forming one long strand. Then they coiled into a huge circle surrounding the fortress, protecting everyone from being submerged by the rising flood. When facing the rushing floodwaters, these vines effectively held them back. Seeing the flood blocked by the vines surrounding the fortress, everyone happily exclaimed, "Great! It's working! The power of the water has been neutralized." Thanks to these vines, the flood passed around the fortress and surged elsewhere, swallowing everything there. The surroundings of the fortress looked extremely miserable and chaotic after being swept by the flood. After escaping and seeing the horror of the flood, everyone gratefully said to him, "If it weren't for Leader Xiaoyong, we would have all drowned today." That's absolutely true. However, they were still worried about the next wave of flooding and placed all their hopes on Xiaoyong. With water this strong, the fields must be completely destroyed. What will we eat in the future? Yet others trusted him completely. Don't worry, leader Xiaoyong will surely have a way. He walked over and, after hearing these rumors, felt somewhat confused and thought, but what exactly is going on with this flood? Just as Xiaoyong was feeling confused, he suddenly received a notification from the system and was a little surprised. The rain was pouring heavily. All patrol members were notified to gather in this area because the flood was about to arrive. At this moment, a huge wave was approaching. Boom, the waves crashed onto the shore, and water was everywhere. The plants and crops were all submerged in water. The gigantic mutated mass of flesh absorbed part of the floodwater. Zhang Xiaoyong inside nodded and said, "All right, I understand." Lai Cheng asked worriedly, "How is it?" Xiaoyong replied, "The outer wall of the West Wind Factory has suffered some damage. The insect nests facing the coast have also suffered somewhat heavier damage. However, this is not a big problem. Lai Cheng hopes the floodwaters will recede soon." Elder he came over and said sadly that according to his research, the seawater is salty so most crops will die, and it may take several years for them to recover. Lai Cheng was stunned, but Zhang Xiaoyong was certain that he had enough food to last for 3 years. Moreover, within the next 6 months, the city will have a vast area of land to stabilize production. The urgent matter he was worried about was not knowing what had actually caused this flood. Cut to outside it, the seawater had risen to halfway up a high-rise building, and a group of people were lying on top of it. One man, worried and speculating, said that perhaps the dead had turned into ghosts and were waiting beneath the water. A man standing outside and looking out said, "Probably not yet, it's only been 1 night." The other man slowly struggled to stand up. He pointed downward and said, "Everyone, look carefully." The water surface was so calm, yet there wasn't a single corpse floating on it. The long-haired man began to worry. If sea demons really come here, we were finished. This building is completely isolated and too narrow. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, "Hey, did you hear that?" Everyone was startled and looked over. From a large building far from theirs, someone shouted, "Everyone come here quickly. If the sea demons arrive, we'll all die." The short-haired man asked in confusion, "What should we do now?" The long-haired man beside him said, "If we want to survive, we have no choice but to take the risk." After a moment, this man volunteered to go first. Everyone tied a safety rope around him carefully, and he said, "If I run into demon monsters, pull me up immediately." After saying that, he took a breath and jumped down. He plunged straight into the water. He began to observe. Just as expected, the sea demons gradually revealed themselves. They were not only terrifying, they were also extremely numerous and ferocious. The long-haired man was terrified, stiff, and almost choked on water. The sea demons swarmed toward him, and he frantically tried to surface. Finally, he managed to lift his head above the water. The people above asked, "How is it?" The long-haired man hurriedly urged, "Pull me up, quickly pull me up." The group on the building immediately pulled the rope with all their strength, but it was already too late. A sea demon had grabbed the man from behind. He was dragged down by them helplessly. The companions above kept pulling the rope with all their strength, but it was no match for the power of the sea demons. As a result, the long-haired man was dragged under the water by the sea demons. From afar, a dark red stain spread and diluted through the water. Sadly, he no longer had the chance to see this apocalyptic world again. The rope snapped, and the group on the building fell backward in the opposite direction. The short-haired man said sadly, "He's definitely dead, it's really over." Then someone on this side pointed and shouted loudly, "Look over there!" It was the corpse of the long-haired man, floating along with a pool of dark red blood. After that, the young man couldn't hold back his panic and cried out, "Ah! I don't want to drown. I don't want to lose all my organs." The group of people on the taller building witnessed everything and showed great sorrow and regret. Someone suddenly noticed that something was flying toward them in the sky. It looked like insects, and even from such a distance it was clear that their size was extremely large. On the rooftop, people looked downward as the seawater kept rising, their worries growing heavier. Some cried in fear, "There are water gulls and sea demons below, and giant insect monsters in the sky. How can anyone survive this?" Others saw the sea surface churning violently and shouted in terror while pointing, "Sea demons! The sea demons are here." From afar, something seemed to be moving extremely fast beneath the water. A fin broke through the surface as it rushed toward the high-rise building. Seeing the danger, the crowd shouted, "Hey, be careful! The sea demons are coming." A young man frowned and stepped back nervously, shouting, "The sea demons are here." This news made everyone else turn pale with fear. Looking toward the water, the sea demons raised their eyes toward the rooftop of the tall building, their sharp teeth emerging above the surface. The crowd quickly shouted, "Hurry! Grab your weapons and prepare to fight." As the sea demons moved closer to the building, carrying weapons and searching step by step, grabbing onto the metal walls and looking for entry through the windows. The crowd began to panic.
They're coming in through the windows?
The young man leading the fishermen grabbed a stick and ran nervously, shouting, "Quick, defend the corridor." Hearing this, the others hurriedly grabbed whatever weapons they could and rushed after him. Another group remained on the rooftop watching, comparing the situation and strength of both sides. Everyone frowned with pale, frightened faces. An older man grabbed his hair and said weakly, "Can they still survive?" The person beside him watched the sea demons crawl through the windows one by one and replied tremblingly, "No, they're doomed." The young man and the fisherman rushed quickly toward the corridor without daring to stop. Rapid footsteps echoed loudly as they urged each other, "Move faster, hurry up." As the group was almost there, the sea demons had already begun infiltrating the upper floors. They climbed the stairs from the building's emergency exit, from where they could clearly hear the sounds. "Hurry up. We're running out of time." "Thanks, homie. We didn't know where you guys were, but now we can follow those voices." The water gulls were delighted, carrying weapons and speeding up. Their sharp teeth flashed as their slimy bodies rushed toward the upper floors, one after another forming a line. The young man in the shirt ran so fast his sandals were almost worn out. When he reached the emergency exit, he quickly grabbed the door frame to slow himself down with a screech. Without thinking, he grabbed the handle and used all his strength to pull the door shut. Just as the heavy door was about to close, a water gull suddenly appeared, causing him to freeze for a second. The shock was enough. His survival instinct surged, and the door slammed shut. No matter what, closing the door first was all that mattered. After locking the door, he leaned against it, panting heavily. If he had been just a little slower, he would have been turned into fresh prey. The group rushed over and, seeing the door tightly shut, sighed in relief. Everyone bent over, gasping for breath. The man in the shirt wiped sweat from his forehead and said brokenly, "That was too dangerous." Their rapid breathing began to settle, when suddenly a sharp stabbing sound rang out, accompanied by red syrup splattering everywhere. The shocking sound left everyone frozen. The man in the shirt could only let out a choking sound as a sharp spear pierced straight through his body, red syrup soaking his shirt. Seeing the man in the shirt die, they had no time to mourn before loud banging noises came from the other side of the door. The group was terrified, and the young man tensed up, saying they were ramming the door. There was no time to think. One person immediately pushed a long table toward the door and shouted, "Move aside." The table quickly slid to block the emergency exit. Apologizing to the man in the shirt would have to wait. The group's safety was what mattered now. Under the deafening pounding on the door, the table trembled violently. The man pushing the table braced it with all his strength and shouted, "Help me hold it." The others rushed over and pressed the table tightly against the door. Even with everyone pushing together, the force from the other side kept growing stronger. An invisible pressure pushed them back. "My hands are numb. The strength is too great." They saw a blood-red force surge from the door, and the surrounding field seemed to twist, causing them to scream in terror. The sound slammed into their eardrums, causing everyone to clutch their ears in pain. Sensing that there was no longer any barrier, the water monsters immediately rammed the door open. A powerful force blasted the shirted man's corpse outward, and sent the rest of the people flying backward. As the water monsters rushed in, those near the door were instantly pierced by their spears. The rest hurriedly scrambled up, clutching their wounds as they fled. While fleeing, they rushed toward the rooftop. The young man and a fisherman were the lucky survivors. After reaching the rooftop, they quickly slammed the door shut. Learning from the shirted man's fate, the young man frowned at the iron door in front of him and anxiously turned to the fisherman. A single iron door won't stop them. The fisherman nervously asked what they should do. The young man thought for a moment and said, "Jump into the water." Hearing this, the fisherman was horrified. He stared wide-eyed at the young man like he was crazy. "There are water gulls in the water." The young man ignored him, quickly taking off his outer shirt and saying, "We're going to die anyway, might as well risk it." The fisherman hesitated, lowering his head and shaking it slightly, fists clenched. "No, I don't want to be drowned by the water gulls." The young man coldly replied, "Then stay here and wait to have your guts ripped out. I'm taking the risk." Seeing the young man about to jump into the sea, the fisherman's survival instinct surged. Since death was only a matter of time anyway, he quickly took off his shirt and rushed after him. "Forget it, let's go. Jump together, whether we live or die depends on fate." Then the two of them leapt together and threw themselves into the vast sea. 2 splashes sounded. When they opened their eyes again, they were beneath the blue sea, and dozens of water gulls were swimming toward them as if to welcome them. Seeing the water gulls rushing toward them, the two began kicking hard through the water, swimming quickly toward the other side of the building. During the struggle between the monsters' welcome and their desperate escape, The fisherman was unfortunately grabbed and dragged down. Seeing a water gull approaching, the young man kicked one in the stomach and shouted, "Get the hell away!" Surrounded by the swarm of water monsters, the fisherman's consciousness gradually faded. He could only vaguely see the young man swimming quickly toward the surface, leaving the creatures behind. The young man managed to shake off the water gulls and quickly surfaced near the shore, panting heavily for a few breaths to steady himself. "Ha!" He raised his eyebrows provocatively toward the water and sneered, "Huh, you idiots. If you've got the guts, come chase me. I'm on the swimming team." After saying that, he quickly sped up and swam toward the building. On the rooftop of the building, the water gulls arrived and saw everything that had happened. They ground their teeth in fury, seeing it as a blatant provocation against them. They shot forward like arrows and jumped straight into the sea from the tall building. The people on the rooftop saw the young man swimming close, only a few meters away, and immediately shouted, "Quick! Quick! They're chasing you!" As if on cue, the entire armed group of water monsters rushed out to intercept him, their eyes shining like headlights and their sharp teeth charging forward like spears. In this situation, everyone felt the outlook was grim. No matter how good a swimmer he was, fighting on their home turf gave him little chance of winning. It was over, he was still going to die, and the struggle was useless. Meanwhile, hearing the shouts, the young man sped up his movements, though his body was already exhausted. Unwilling to accept defeat, he shouted, "I'm on the swimming team. I don't want to be drowned in the water." Just as he was desperately swimming to escape, a water gull suddenly burst out of the water. Its glowing yellow eyes stared at him like he was already a corpse, its long sharp claws reaching out to grab him. The young man's eyes widened in terror. "Don't." While everyone was watching the horrifying scene of monsters hunting people in the sea, they suddenly heard buzzing wings above and saw the shadow of a giant insect, causing them to look up in shock. What the hell is going on? Before they could recover from the shock, it dove straight into the sea with a splash, sending waves rippling outward. The insect shot forward like an arrow, tearing apart the water monsters it encountered, though it gradually began sinking itself. The onlookers watched in confusion. What is happening? Isn't that the insect that was flying in the sky earlier? Are they killing each other now? With the insect's help, the young man quickly seized the opportunity and swam toward the surface. Seeing their companions killed, the water monsters rapidly regrouped and rushed toward the insect. Witnessing their comrades' deaths, the water gulls used their weapons to skewer the insect like barbecue. Unable to move well underwater, the insect could only helplessly watch as its body was pierced. The scene shifts to the base of Xiaoyong, our main protagonist. Under his watchful gaze, his sharp brows knitted tightly, and a bluish light seemed to radiate from his eyes as he took in everything happening. Old Ha asked anxiously, "How is it? What's the situation?" Xiaoyong looked toward the brood insect buzzing its wings, then chuckled and turned to Old Ha, saying, Looks like we've got another order." Xiaoyong, Shui, Shanshan, and Liqing were sitting together on a boat heading out to observe the situation in City A, while Liqing steered from the back, guiding the boat straight ahead. The boy Shui raised his eyebrows curiously and asked why they weren't traveling on flying insects. It would look so cool. Xiaoyong glanced at him and said the insect race still retained their hunting instincts. If they rode the flying insects and the kids were too close, if the insects attacked, his orders might not stop them in time. Hearing this, Shui pouted, picking his nose with a finger, and said sulkily, "What's there to be afraid of? They can't hurt me anyway." Seeing his sulky and careless look, Xiaoyong rubbed the boy's head, making him yelp, and said, "I'm afraid you'll end up hurting my insects." While they were chatting happily, a shout suddenly came from afar. "Damn,
We resurrounded!
The shout immediately drew the attention of Xiaoyong and Shui, who looked over. Ahead of them, a small raft carried a group of people who were desperately fighting the water gulls beneath the water with weapons. The creatures seemed to feel no pain and kept attacking, trying to drag people into the sea.
Try this!
A girl on the raft let her guard down for a second, and one of them grabbed her arm tightly, making her scream in panic. It all happened in a flash. The water gull grabbed her and pulled her into the sea. A man shouted angrily and urgently, "Pull her back. Quick, pull her back." The young man beside him rushed over, but it was too late. When the young man reached the spot, only ripples remained on the water's surface. The man kicked away a sea demon and ran over, shouting desperately, "Cao Kai!" Under the sea, the girl named Cao Kai struggled to escape, but surrounded on all sides by water gulls, her strength was like a drop in the ocean, and her body gradually sank. The man hurriedly took off his outer jacket, and looked toward where she was sinking, shouting in anguish, "Cao Kai." Seeing the man about to jump into the sea to save her, the young man quickly stopped him, grabbing his arm and pulling hard. "Calm down. If you go down there, you'll die too." The man struggled and shouted, "My daughter fell into the water. How can you tell me to calm down?
Let go of me!
Even if I die, I'll die with my daughter. In the middle of the tense battle, everyone suddenly heard the sound of an engine starting, instantly drawing their attention. A frightened girl gripped a wooden stick tightly and asked in panic, "What was that sound?" After observing carefully and recognizing Xiaoyong's group as living people, and seeing their boat cutting through the waves toward them, the girl exclaimed joyfully, "They were other survivors." Seeing that they were humans rather than monsters, the girl and the young man hurriedly waved their wooden sticks to attract attention, shouting toward the boat, "Hey, help us." Seeing the group shouting, Xiaoyong immediately sat up straight and said hurriedly, "Someone is calling for help." Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes slightly and calmly said, "Let's go over and take a look." Shanshan looked toward the raft, where people were calling for help, and saw a group of monsters constantly rushing toward it, trying to drag people into the sea. She narrowed her eyes and said softly, "What kind of monsters are those?" Xiaoyong also saw those monsters. His expression remained calm as his gaze stayed fixed on the raft. "That's probably the disaster of City H. Through the vision of the flying insects, I've seen these before. Besides underwater zombies, there's another kind of monster that's even harder to deal with." Seeing more and more of those monsters appearing, Xiaoyong raised his sharp brows and said in a low voice, "No matter what, let's deal with them first." Hearing this, Xiaoyong immediately jumped to his feet and quickly drew the pistol from his waist with full confidence. "Yes, Uncle Xiaoyong." Seeing that the boy on the boat had a gun, the young man said excitedly, "They have guns. That's great, we were saved." The man beside him momentarily forgot his struggle and looked toward the boat. Without wasting words, Shanshan stood on the deck and pulled the trigger, leading Xiaoyong in a barrage of attacks as gunshots rang out toward the monsters. The monsters clinging to the raft were suddenly attacked and couldn't defend themselves. Their heads were quickly pierced by bullets, and they fell one after another into the sea. As Xiaoyong's boat approached the raft, the man saw that they had weapons and hurriedly knelt down with clasped hands, pleading, "Please, save my daughter. My daughter was dragged into the river by a water gull." Hearing the man's desperate plea, Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes slightly and cast his gaze toward the water's surface. The scene underwater immediately came into his view. Below, Xiaokai had completely lost consciousness and was slowly sinking while more and more water gulls clung to her, dragging her deeper. Without thinking much, he quickly took off his coat and looked toward where Xiaokai was underwater, preparing to dive. The others immediately shouted, "Hey! What are you doing? You can't go into the river!" Seeing Xiaoyong ignore the warnings and dive into the sea, the young man shouted in shock, "Dan! Is this the first time he's seen a water gull?" The young man was extremely angry now, veins bulging on his face as he turned to blame the man. "I know you read desperate to save your daughter, but you should be rational. The kid just died because of you." The man stammered nervously. I didn't know he would actually dare to jump down." The water gulls noticed someone diving down, their eyes flashing red as they stretched out their claws and immediately swam toward Xiaoyong, leaving Xiaokai below. Seeing the monsters reaching out to drag him down, Xiaoyong remained astonishingly calm, observing them without the slightest change in expression. When he opened his eyes again, his blue pupils were as sharp as blades cutting through their flesh, and an immense pressure seemed to be gathering faintly around him. He shifted his body slightly and launched a direct attack at a water gull, the force carrying a tremendous pressure that swept all the surrounding water gulls away. Without stopping there, Xiaoyong pressed forward step by step, unleashing a barrage of punches that blasted the monsters apart in an instant. The water's surface rippled with waves once again. The people on the raft panicked. "What's happening?" Feeling the violent disturbance below, the raft rocked wildly, making everyone tremble in fear. "What's going on underwater?" Suddenly a column of water shot up from below, and Xiaokai was propelled upward into the air along with it, under the astonished gazes of everyone. Seeing her about to fall, the man and the young man hurried forward to catch Xiaokai's body. When the man saw his daughter, tears immediately streamed down his face. In panic, worry, and joy, he called out, "Xiaokai! My Xiaokai!" While everyone was gathered around Xiaokai, they suddenly heard the sound of something landing. Turning around, they were surprised to see it was the young man from before, which made the other two become cautious. The young man quickly stood up and stared at Xiaoyong in shock. "You surrounded by water gulls, you still managed to save Xiaokai and retreat safely. How did you do that?" The girl beside him felt that this young man was far from ordinary. She directed everyone's attention toward the water and said, "No, it's not just a safe retreat." Not understanding her meaning, everyone quickly turned to look. After a few seconds, the corpses of water gulls began floating up continuously on the water's surface. "What is going on? How is this possible?" They had struggled just to hold them off, yet this man had eliminated the water gulls in only a few minutes. Seeing everyone staring at the corpses, Xiaoyong glanced towards Xiaokai and pointed, saying, "Stop standing there in a daze. Hurry and save the girl. If this continues, her brain will be damaged." Only then did everyone panic and rush to Xiaokai to check on her. The man helped her lie down and looked at the girl, saying, "Quick, perform supplar." The girl regained her composure and hurriedly replied, "Oh, okay." After a few minutes, Xiaokai's body gradually recovered. She coughed violently and spat out a few mouthfuls of water, coughing repeatedly while still lying weakly on the raft. Seeing that his daughter had begun breathing normally again, tears streamed down the man's face once more. He quickly wiped them away and called out joyfully, Xiaokai, that's great." Immediately afterward, the man repeatedly kowtowed to Xiaoyong, saying, Benefactor, you saved my daughter. I have nothing to repay you with." The young man saw that Xiaoyong and his group possessed extraordinary abilities, so he cautiously stepped forward and asked, "Who are you?" Xiaoyong glanced at him and replied, "We from City M. The flood has spread to our side as well, so I came to check the situation." The man in black walked over with a smile. "Benefactor, your swimming skills are incredible. This is the first time I've seen someone kill a water ghoul underwater." The girl beside him looked awkward and hesitated for a moment before finally saying, We have a somewhat unreasonable request. Could you use your rescue boat to tow our boat along, in such an urgent situation?" This was their only hope of survival. She quickly said, "The water gulls have already arrived. Before long the sea demons will come. If we face them, we're doomed." Hearing the girl's words, Xiaoyong frowned slightly before relaxing again. Perhaps it was the group he had seen earlier from the insect's perspective. The sea demons must be them. Suddenly, a faint sound of rippling waves came from afar, yet there was no wind at the moment. His gaze immediately focused into the distance. The waves ahead gradually became more violent, as if something was approaching. Narrowing his eyes, he pointed and asked, "Are those the sea demons you were talking about?" From afar, fins appeared on the surface of the water, rushing forward like arrows as the surging waves rolled directly toward the raft. Everyone immediately looked toward them, their faces unable to hide their panic and worry. The young man frowned and replied, "That's right, sea demons." The man furrowed his brows and shouted, "Be careful, the sea demons are here." Beneath the water, the sea surface trembled slightly as the fins appeared one after another, eventually cutting through the water and rushing toward Xiaoyong's group's boat at a terrifying speed. Seeing this, the man immediately carried his daughter on his back with tightly furrowed brows. The young man, looking frightened, quickly grabbed Xiaoyong's arm and tried to pull him away. "Quick, get on your motorboat. If we don't leave now it'll be too late." But Xiaoyong remained motionless, staring at them. The other two people on the boat saw the monsters approaching and began trembling. The man in black started to panic, saying that there were too many of them, and one motorboat could not carry everyone. The girl burst into tears and cried out, "Please don't leave me behind. I don't want my organs torn out." Hearing their whining and crying made Xiaoyong's ears itch. He casually picked his ear with his little finger and glanced at them calmly, saying, "What are you worried about? Just counterattack." The young man heard his response as if it were as simple as opening an umbrella when it rains. Xiaoyong's nonchalant attitude made him immediately warn, "They're aquatic creatures, far more agile than water gulls. You can't defeat them underwater." As soon as he finished speaking, a sea demon shot out of the water like lightning. Its slimy body was covered with green scales, its pale eyes wide, mouth open to reveal sharp teeth as it roared, thrusting a sharp spear straight at him. Faced with the sudden attack, Xiaoyong paid it no mind. With a simple shift of his body, he instantly grabbed the spear with a smack. Seeing its attack blocked, the sea demon's pupils narrowed as it stared at him in confusion. It seemed that no human had ever done something like this before. While it was still stunned and its mind had not yet caught up, Xiaoyong's hand suddenly shot out with a swift motion, leaving it frozen. Before it could even realize the danger, his hand had already gripped its neck tightly. The pressure kept increasing, making it harder and harder for the creature to breathe. A painful cry escaped its throat as its pale eyes stared at him in terror. Xiaoyong paid no attention to its expression. To him, it was nothing. In an instant, the crisp sound of bones shattering echoed as the sea demon's head drooped lifelessly, its breathing gone. Seeing that it was dead, and seemingly not wanting to dirty his hands, he casually tossed the corpse behind him and calmly continued observing the disturbed sea surface. The man in black and the girl screamed in horror and slowly stepped forward to check. Both of them spoke in fear. What just happened? Did he break a sea demon's neck with his bare hands? While everyone was focused, a dark figure suddenly dashed toward the motorboat at lightning speed. Shui panicked and quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the sea demon's spear. The creature glanced at him with a predator's gaze, before diving back into the water. Water splashed everywhere as the creature disappeared from sight. Shuai frowned, feeling that this situation was not good, and shouted to Jiang Xiaoyong, Uncle Xiaoyong, "These things are even faster than the cannibals in the western suburbs." Jiang Xiaoyong smiled and calmly looked toward the motorboat, replying, "After all, they're underwater creatures, so their speed is naturally." Before he could finish speaking, a terrified shout suddenly rang out, "Watch out!" Everyone on the raft widened their eyes in horror as a sea demon leaped out of the water to pounce on him before anyone could react. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong glanced behind and saw it rushing toward him. The sea demon grabbed him and immediately dragged him down into the sea. With a loud splash, the water rippled. Seeing this, Shuai rushed anxiously to the side of the boat and shouted, "Uncle Xiaoyong." The young man watched him being dragged away and stood frozen in place, his voice trembling. "Damn it, what was I even expecting? I said defeating sea demons underwater is impossible." The girl behind him had cried until her eyes were red and said hoarsely, "Are we still going to die?" The man in black said in panic, "If we had driven the boat away earlier, maybe someone would have survived. Now it's too late, we're all doomed." Under the sea, Jiang Xiaoyong's body sank heavily. Seeing the one who killed their kind finally fall into the water, sea demons from all directions immediately raised their spears and rushed toward him. Their pale eyes filled with hatred. Their attacks were swift, precise, and ruthless, all aimed directly at the weak points of his body as the spears flashed with a cold gleam and thrust toward him. The sharp spearheads stabbed toward his heart one after another, the force growing stronger as they pierced deep into his flesh, yet he remained calm and showed no reaction. Seeing this, the monsters widened their eyes in shock, their minds falling into confusion. What the hell is this thing? Why isn't he dead? Should we pull the spears out and stab him a few more times? Seeing them stare at each other in confusion, Jiang Xiaoyong's body began to emit a faint glow. From the wounds pierced by the spears, countless tangled vines suddenly grew out, while his eyes emitted a strange blue-white glow. The sea demons had never seen such a phenomenon before. Panicked and terrified, they tried to flee, but the vines extended and wrapped around them. The more they struggled, the tighter they were bound, leaving no escape. Jiang Xiaoyong opened his eyes again, veins bulging across his face. The pupil of his left eye had changed, faintly emitting a green glow. Squinting slightly, he smiled at them and said, "Do you know the most unethical way to deal with fish? Without making them wait." A high-voltage bioelectric current ran through his body and spread outward. The bright yellow electricity passed through their bodies, making every cell feel like it was frying in oil. Their bodies convulsed violently as agonized screams echoed. After a moment, the screams weakened and faded away. Their bodies no longer reacted and their breathing was gone, leaving only vines wrapped around the corpses while yellow sparks of electricity continued crackling. The people above saw the sea surface become calm again. Everyone was confused and worried. Why is there no movement anymore? The young man seemed to notice something and immediately pointed ahead.
"Over there!"
All eyes turned toward that direction. A charred corpse floated up on the sea surface. It did not look like Jiang Xiaoyong, more like a monster. Everyone thought they were seeing things and looked closely. It wasn't that man, it was a sea demon, truly a sea demon. Gradually more corpses kept floating up on the surface. Sweeping their eyes across the water, the group shouted, "There are more over there. They were sea demons too." The group of Shanshan, Shuai, and Liqing seemed to have expected this. They calmly smiled as they looked toward the raft. Liqing rubbed Shuai's head. The boy who had been worried earlier was now laughing happily. "Don't worry. Since you met us, you definitely won't die." While they were still stunned by the floating corpses in front of them, the raft suddenly shook violently. Dozens of vines twisted together and clung to the raft, making everyone retreat in fear. What the hell is that? Just as they were panicking and thinking that sea demons or some other monsters had appeared, a human figure faintly emerged beneath the waves. Step by step, he followed the vines toward the raft, with several vines still wriggling on his body, leaving everyone stunned. After climbing onto the raft, Jiang Xiaoyong ignored the shocked, doubtful, and even fearful gazes. He simply and silently retracted the vines that were still wriggling on his body back into himself. This scene left the people on the raft wide-eyed and speechless. They looked at him as if he were a monster. The young man, though afraid, still stepped forward and tried to sound brave as he asked, "You, what exactly are you? Are you even human?" Jiang Xiaoyong did not answer. He simply rubbed his wrist lightly and silently looked at him. After a moment he said, "If you want alive, come with me." The young man trembled and asked, "Go where?" He replied, "To the inner city of City H." The man who was struggling to carry his daughter immediately tried to stop him when he heard that they wanted to go to the inner city. "We barely managed to escape from the inner city. We want to go to an inland city." Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the group once before shaking his head slightly and saying frankly, "Trust me. In your current condition, You definitely can't survive inland. The young man was immediately shocked and asked, "What do you mean?" Seeing his clueless and inexperienced expression, Shanshan explained, "Zombies, mutants, cannibal tribes, carnivorous plants. The monsters inland are no easier to deal with than sea demons." Hearing this, everyone gasped sharply. Their bodies felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They thought escaping this desolate place meant reaching a promised land. But it turned out to be another kind of hell. Seeing the look of despair, and the way they began to question their lives, Xiaoyong then said, "All right, come with us. Ensuring everyone's safety is still fairly easy." The group stared with wide eyes and said in unison, "Easy." In times like this apocalypse, the scene shifted back to the high-rise building, where everyone was standing along the upper corridor looking down. On one floor, several men looked out as if they had spotted something. They squinted and raised their brows, seemingly unable to believe it. Those guys. Beneath the water, several dark figures swam around. Sea demons with eyes shining like headlights kept circling the area below the building without stopping, as if they had no intention of leaving. Everyone standing on the corridor looked worried. One of them smiled and said, "It's fine. This building is tall, and the corridor is long. If they stay away from the water for too long, their strength will weaken. They can't attack us." Another person disagreed and said, "But we trapped here too. We can't leave. Is staying in one place really safe?" The other person looked at the dark shadows under the water and frowned. "That's right. We can't fish or search for supplies. Sooner or later we'll all be trapped here until we die. Right now it's only a matter of time." The worry about supplies and being surrounded plunged everyone into despair. Suddenly the sound of a machine engine came from afar. Everyone began searching with their eyes. The next second, one person pointed into the distance and said, "Look over there, there are survivors." The whole group immediately looked in that direction, about 100 meters away from their building. A motorboat was pulling a raft and moving toward them. Following the directions of the group on the raft, Xiaoyong finally arrived at the place. He raised his eyes and looked toward the skyscraper. "We're here." Everyone in his group stood up and looked toward the building, confirming once again that they had reached the right place. It was the building right in front of them. There was no mistake. The people above saw survivors wandering around this area. They feared that those people didn't know sea demons were lurking below, so they kindly warned them and shouted loudly, "Hey, don't come here.
Don't come here!
There are sea demons here. Quickly find a tall building to hide in before it's too late." Xiaoyong heard the people on the upper floors shouting loudly, so he looked at the young man in confusion and asked, "Find a tall building to hide in." The young man was also uneasy and nervous. He looked at him and replied, "Those things are very strong underwater, but once they leave the water for too long, their abilities weaken significantly." To make everyone understand more clearly, he added, "So for us, the higher the floor, the safer it is." Xiaoyong nodded slightly to show he understood. He looked at the young man and said, "Oh, so if we force them out of the water, they'll be much easier to deal with, right?" The young man widened his eyes in shock, looking at him as if he were crazy, and stammered, "Huh? Force them out of the water? How could that even be done?" The people on the skyscraper saw that they were shouting so loudly, but the people below still had no reaction. They panicked, scratching their heads and shouting as loudly as they could to warn them. But it was useless. "Damn it, are they deaf? We're shouting like this and they can't hear us. No way. At this distance they should be able to hear us." While everyone was worried and shouting, someone suddenly pointed downward in panic and shouted loudly,
"Oh no!
Look!" The shout from the person above quickly drew the attention of everyone at the scene. The sea demons were rushing toward them. On the surface of the sea, a group of fish scales appeared clearly above the water, charging forward at arrow-like speed toward the motorboat and the raft carrying Xiaoyong's group. Xiaoyong glanced behind and signaled to Li Cheng, "Stop the boat here. Don't move forward anymore," to avoid accidental injury. Li Cheng immediately understood and quickly stopped the motorboat. The boy Shui jumped to his feet. Hearing what he said, he looked at Xiaoyong worriedly. "Uncle Xiaoyong, what are you going to do?" Before the boy could react, he saw Xiaoyong walk to the side of the boat, place one foot on the edge, and prepare to jump down. His voice sounded from behind, "Do something unethical." He looked down at the water, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. The veins on his face stood out clearly as he opened his eyes once again. His blue eyes revealed a mysterious power, with blue and green lights flickering at the corners of his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, his body tensed like a drawn bowstring, then shot forward like an arrow. The force created a strong gust of wind that made the motorboat and the raft sway violently. The people on the raft screamed in fear and hurried to keep their balance. With a single leap, he cut through the howling wind beside his ears and crossed over the sea surface. He raised his brows, killing intent flashing in his eyes, his fist tightly clenched. Xiaoyong watched the cluster of fins drawing closer and closer. His body twisted slightly, forming a violent vortex in the air that dragged along bursts of strong wind and rippling waves. When his speed reached its peak, he swung his hand out. His body gradually slowed as he spun outward. Numerous vines sprouted from his palm and slithered out, and in an instant the stems were as thick as an adult's calf. The vine branches spread toward the water surface. In a moment they had completely taken root and pierced into the water, spreading wider and wider. The sea demons saw the strange action and immediately stopped. They gathered together and looked up, countless pale eyes staring at him in confusion, as if asking what he was doing, planting aquatic plants. While they were still confused about what was happening, Xiaoyong had already acted. High voltage, crackling golden electricity burst around his body. Electric creature, he threw a punch. His body was like a lightning rod, radiating bright golden electricity. The current followed the vines straight into the sea. At that moment he looked like the reincarnation of Son Goku, as booming explosions echoed. Before the sea demons could react, a terrible pain surged through their bodies. Every cell was torn apart by the electricity, and from their throats came endless screams of agony. A sea demon farther away saw its companions being electrocuted, half-conscious, writhing, barely breathing, some already as good as dead. At the moment of life and death, its mind suddenly worked fast. It pointed toward a nearby skyscraper and shouted to its companions. The rest fled in panic, kicking through the waves and swimming at the fastest speed possible. Finally reaching the nearest rooftop to take refuge, his steps landed on the water, as if he were walking on solid ground. Moving toward the building where they hid, he curled his lips slightly and said softly, "Come out of the water. You are nothing but fish meat." He raised his knuckles, his cold face looking toward the rooftop. On the sea surface, scattered corpses of fish and sea demons floated. The people on the skyscraper were watching the fight live. Suddenly the buzzing of wings came from afar, growing in number. Looking up at the sky, one person pointed forward in fear and shouted,
"Look over there!"
"Insects. It's those insects again." The sky that had just been clear was now completely dark. The swarm of insects surged in, covering the sky and the earth. Their target was the building where the sea demons had taken refuge. The sea demons panicked, gripping their weapons tightly and taking defensive stances as they faced the approaching swarm. Their pale vertical pupils showed terror. But in the current situation they could not return to the sea. They could only raise their weapons and let out threatening roars from their mouths. Xiaoyong looked at the swarm of insects. The number was not bad. He nodded in satisfaction, then looked at them and coldly ordered, "Time to eat." The insects received the order. Those that had been hovering in place immediately flapped their wings and flew quickly toward the rooftop ahead, their sheer number making people shudder. Upon seeing the sea demons, they seemed to spot delicious prey. Their sharp jaws rushed forward to bite and tear, piercing flesh and skin, leaving the sea demons unable to fight back as they could only watch their bodies being ravaged. After tasting the prey, the insects' eyes gleamed as they looked at the terrified sea demons trying to flee. Their bodies were like pieces of fresh fish on a chopping board. The sharp pincers sliced through, and a sea demon's head was severed. The outcome of the battle quickly became clear. Although the sea demons tried to resist with their weapons, they all failed. Only painful screams and the thick smell of blood remained. The people who saw it were stunned and stammered. That guy, he must be on our side, right? After the sea demons were gone, the insects circled in the air, forming a dark curtain over the area. Xiaoyong's group steered the motorboat, pulling the raft to dock at the building, and everyone stepped inside one by one. Xiaoyong looked up at the sky, and then toward the rooftop where he saw a few figures. He immediately leaped up, and in an instant his body landed on the rooftop under the astonished gazes of many people. After witnessing him defeat the sea demons and command the swarm of insects, that alone was enough to frighten everyone. They all stepped back, looking at him with fearful and worried expressions. After seeing everyone's reaction, Xiaoyong immediately waved his hand a few times and calmly said, "Don't worry, I'm not a monster." Hearing him say that, the man had cold sweat forming on his forehead. He frowned and looked at him suspiciously, his slightly trembling finger pointing toward the sky as he stammered about the insects up there. At that moment Xiaoyong seemed to realize something. He immediately looked at the insects still hovering in the sky and waved his hand to signal them. The insects buzzed and flapped their wings. Seeing his signal, they immediately understood and flew away. The dark sky returned to clear blue in an instant. After the insects left, Xiaoyong glanced around at the people on the rooftop and asked loudly, "All right, now who can tell me what exactly happened here?" The people looked at each other for a moment. Feeling that he had no ill intentions, they immediately said, "A massive tsunami shattered the peaceful life we once had." The tsunami struck suddenly. The water rose rapidly, and many people on the streets and the lower floors were killed in an instant. At this point their voices choked with emotion. In the early stage after the disaster struck, we struggled while waiting for rescue, but it never came. Moreover, almost as soon as the catastrophe happened, all communication was cut off. The man frowned as he recalled that moment and continued speaking. At that time the greatest threat was the lack of food. Some people were unwilling to sit and wait for death, so they chose to build simple wooden boats to escape inland. But reality proved that it was not the right choice. According to the man's story, when the refugees built boats and tried to escape, they encountered water gulls and sea demons and died tragically. In the end we realized that we were trapped on an isolated island formed by the surrounding buildings. When Xiaoyong heard this, his mind immediately started working. Stroking his chin thoughtfully for a moment, he asked the man, water gulls and sea demons must be related, right? The man quickly replied, you were sharp. That's exactly right. Water gulls are created by sea demons. The man continued explaining. No one knew what method they used, but they could transform the dead into soulless corpses that could survive underwater for a long time. They were created with only one purpose, to drown as many living people as possible. Finally, the man explained more about their methods. Something even more terrifying than being dragged underwater by a water gull was being caught by a sea demon. They would dissect you alive, rip out your heart, liver, intestines and stomach, and eventually transform you into a water gull. The more Xiaoyong heard about the sea demons, the more certain he became about his guess. He raised his eyebrows and said with clear interest, oh, these eating habits are very consistent with those of wild animals. Another person noticed that Xiaoyong remained very calm in the face of this situation. Having witnessed his combat power, he clenched his fists, stepped forward a few steps, looked at him, and said firmly, benefactor, since you are so strong, perhaps you could destroy the sea demon farm. Hearing this, Xiaoyong glanced at him with confusion and slightly frowned and thought, a sea demon farm? These monsters even have farms for breeding. That's quite an evolution. The man recalled those monsters and unconsciously frowned as he spoke. The sea demons had the ability to cooperate. They gathered together to hunt, and if the prey was small in number, they would directly kill them and take their organs. In cases where the number of people was large, they would take a portion of them away. Xiaoyong asked in confusion, take them to the place called the Sea Demon Farm. The man frowned and replied seriously while looking at him, that's right, those sea demon farms. They are usually on islands not far from the coast. They bring people there, and with the sea surrounding the place, it is very difficult to escape. Sea demons always appear around this place, capturing and imprisoning people so they can harvest fresh livers at any time. The captured people gathered together in groups, their heads lowered to hide their empty eyes. Their bodies were pale, their lips dry and cracked with a purplish hue, and they sat huddled together in a miserable state. In the bushes, a man slowly reached out to part the leaves, peering through the grass as he quietly observed the group from afar. The sound of approaching footsteps came from afar. The nearby man glanced over warily and instinctively stepped back. When he saw who it was, he softly called, and Ping gestured shh, and with a nimble movement quickly climbed over the fence, and Ping hurried over to the man, gripping a stone sharpened at one edge, and trying to cut through the rope. After undoing the rope, and Ping handed the stone to the man and quietly told everyone, use this to untie the others. I'll go start the fishing boat so we can escape. The man took the stone, his voice trembling slightly, will it work? And Ping looked at him firmly and said decisively, didn't someone escape successfully before? It will work. It has to work. Dying here is only a matter of time anyway. So why not take the risk? After saying that, and Ping quickly left, reminding them before going, keep your voices down. Don't get discovered. The footprints left in the sand were gradually erased by the waves. The fishing boat started up, and Ping looked toward the island and steered the boat, gliding slowly across the waves. While he was concentrating on watching, a sudden thud sounded. The pain came so suddenly that Ping screamed, ah! A rusty, full liquid surged up into his throat. The pain made his entire body tremble violently, veins bulged on his face, and his pupils shrank. A spear appeared before his eyes. The dripping smell of fresh blood made him instantly understand everything. He cried out in pain, no. Sharp claws grabbed his hair as a sticky body moved closer. Its pale white eyes stared directly into his terrified gaze as he weakly whispered, please don't. Everyone nervously looked around, afraid the sea demons would come. The man's movements to cut the ropes became faster. While trying to free the next person, he muttered irritably, damn it. This pointed stone used to cut the rope isn't very sharp. While they were taking the chance to cut the ropes, a woman suddenly looked toward one direction, her face filled with terror and her eyes full of tears as she shouted loudly, no! This immediately drew everyone's attention. The man who was busy with the task in his hands heard her shouting and immediately frowned, saying softly, don't shout, What are you yelling for? Before he could finish his words, the man's eyes changed. His pale face suddenly turned frightened and ashen, leaving him speechless. Before their eyes, a sea demon grabbed and Ping by the head, and let his body drop onto the white sand with a thud like a sack of rice, leaving everyone frozen in shock. The leader glared angrily at the people trying to escape. A shrill roar came from its throat, and with a wave of its hand, its subordinates immediately rushed out like a swarm of bees. They leaped and sprinted toward the fleeing people. Screams and desperate cries for help rang out. Ah! Help! Before people could run more than a few steps, spears tore through the air and pierced their bodies. Their bodies instantly lost balance, and with their weakened condition, they collapsed to the ground. The sea demon leader raised a dagger. A cold metallic gleam flashed before their eyes, and its pupils were terrifyingly ferocious. Without another word, the sharp blade stabbed straight into the man. The full smell of blood rushed into the nose, making one feel nauseous. Everyone tried to escape, but it was useless. One sharp spear after another pierced through bodies. Miserable cries of pain rang out, before abruptly fading. The smell of blood mixed with the white sand, leaving horrifying stains everywhere. The remaining people looked at them in terror, their bodies trembling violently as they huddled together. Dead they were all dead, the ones who were freed, none escaped, they were all killed. The sea demon leader held the man's liver in its hand. Its slimy body walked forward as its pale white eyes swept across the corpses scattered on the sand. From its throat, the sea demon leader suddenly emitted a strange, rattling and piercing sound. Suddenly, the man's corpse began to move. The other corpses also slowly sat up one after another, their movements stiff and clumsy, their eyes empty and soulless like wooden puppets being controlled. They dragged their heavy legs across the sand, aimlessly heading toward the sea, their mouths constantly producing incomprehensible sounds. In the end, the corpses threw themselves into the water one after another. First one person, then two, causing ripples to spread across the sea surface. They slowly sank beneath the water, their eyes empty and hollow. The wounds on their bodies kept bleeding. Yet they could no longer feel anything. The people on the shore watched everything in horror. Water ghosts are born like this. This is the first time I've seen those sea demons, seeing people turn into soulless corpses and throw themselves into the sea. Yet the sea demons still showed no intention of leaving. The remaining people began to fear. Are they staying here to guard us? The scene shifts to Xiaoyong. With a ding, the mission shows progress. The disaster collector mission is in progress. Mission content: use every possible means to understand the types of disasters. Mission progress: super devouring virus, sea-loving spores, mimic camouflage, octoploid nest parasite, merfolk progenitor, reward 500 points. Looking at the system panel, he smiled and said, "Oh, it really triggered a new disaster." After glancing through the lines of text, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Merfolk progenitor, that probably refers to these sea demons. Xiaoyong looked at the man in front of him and asked suspiciously, "Tell me, how do you know so many details? Did you see it with your own eyes?" The man quickly pointed at himself and said firmly, "Not only did I see it, I escaped from the sea demon farm. Those sea demons definitely have learning abilities to capture more living people. They even learned how to control boats." The man continued, "I stole a speedboat and escaped during a storm. I remember that day. The wind was fierce and thunder roared everywhere. I kept praying, 'Please let me live, please let me live.'" After hearing the man's story, Xiaoyong understood. "So that means you know where it is?" The man quickly replied, "I roughly know." He looked at the man and immediately stepped forward to ask, "Do you dare go back with me to rescue those people?" Hearing this, the man smiled happily and replied, "Before, I definitely wouldn't dare. But now that my benefactor is here, there's hope." The man became extremely serious and resolute. Clenching his fists tightly, he shouted, "It's my duty, I cannot refuse." Seeing the man like this, he smiled with satisfaction and looked into the distance. Already having a plan in mind, he raised 2 fingers. "Good. We'll depart in 2 days. The man was confused. "Huh? We still need 2 days, he replied softly. "Yes." After saying that, he stepped onto the edge of the building and looked down from above. "First, I'll repair your base and make some arrangements for everyone." Guarding the area, Xiaoyong looked at the corpses drifting in the river below, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes. If he could make use of these bodies, it wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, once turned into zombies, they would lose their consciousness. But their destructive power would be terrifying. The others didn't understand what he meant. They looked at each other and muttered, "Guarding." The next second, they saw a long vine strangely stretching out from his palm. What exactly was their benefactor talking about? Before they could even react, the vine suddenly began to grow wildly. Tender green buds sprouted from it. Confused, they hesitated and asked, What are you trying to do?" Xiaoyong didn't answer. He merely flicked his hand lightly and the vine swung outward with the motion, scattering the young buds all across the surface of the water. The buds fell one after another, plunging into the water like shells being fired, causing small waves and splashes across the surface. The moment the buds touched the water, they instantly bloomed, releasing clouds of bright green pollen that spread widely across the surface. The pollen drifted down onto the corpses of sea demons and water wraiths. Seeds were planted, and in the next second they began to grow on the bodies, roots and vines sprouting, and taking hold across the surfaces of the corpses. The corpses that had been drifting lifelessly in the river suddenly began to twitch. Their limbs slowly started moving in stiff, mechanical motions. The parts that had previously been torn apart by insects, even wounds caused by electric shocks, were now visibly healing thanks to the power of the pollen. The damaged bodies gradually restoring themselves as if returning to their original state. The refugees watching from the rooftop frowned in shock, staring at the bizarre scene below, speechless. What exactly had he thrown down there? The next second, a group of sea demons appeared right in front of the refugees, instantly making their bodies tense with fear. Seeing them, everyone instinctively stepped backward, terrified and anxious as they stammered, Sea demons. Before them stood a pack of sea demons, their eyes bulging, their pale pupils glowing like headlights. Step by step they pressed closer, their damp, fishy stench rushing straight into everyone's noses. They had come back to life. Being ordinary humans, they would only die if they faced such monsters. Everyone shouted toward Xiaoyong, benefactor.
Save us!
Benefactor, where did these monsters come from? And why are there so many of them? While everyone was trembling with fear, he calmly said, no need to worry. One person frowned slightly, their bodies still tense, looking completely confused. Xiaoyong stepped forward, and the sea demons quickly moved aside, lining up into 2 rows like soldiers. The sight made everyone stare in shock. The sea demons were actually obeying him. He gave a faint smile and looked at the sea demons, explaining that although they had inherited some traits of sea demons, they were no longer sea demons, but plant-based entities. After saying that, he pointed behind him and added, of course, that group as well. Following the direction of his finger, everyone turned their gaze to look. Curious, everyone rushed in that direction. Looking down from the edge of the rooftop left them silent for a few seconds. What was going on here? The water gulls below looked strangely relaxed. Were they taking a sea bath? They looked no different from ordinary people enjoying the ocean. Had the water gulls also been controlled? Someone stepped forward and asked about the reconstruction of the gathering place he had mentioned earlier. Xiaoyong looked into the distance as if waiting for something and replied, it should be arriving soon. Hearing that it was about to arrive, everyone looked ahead. The buzzing of beating wings grew louder and louder, making them exclaim in shock. The sky was swarming with insects, their buzzing wings growing louder and louder. There were even more insects appearing. What on earth was happening? Why were there so many insects? At the front, the broodmother insect flew ahead, while the swarm behind waited for orders. In an instant, a corner of the sky turned pitch black from the massive swarm. The next morning, a man had just woken up. Still drowsy, he rubbed his eyes lightly. Still sleepy, the man glanced outside. What on earth is going on here? The scene before his eyes startled the man fully awake. Before him, insects carrying cocoons flew across the sky nonstop. The buildings were now covered with tangled vines, making the city look like an abandoned jungle settlement. The refugees inside the buildings looked out through the windows and cried out in fear. Could the world really have turned upside down like this in just one night? Shuai was still half asleep, rubbing his eyes. When he saw the scene outside, he blurted out, "Oh my God, Uncle Xiaoyong, even for you this is unbelievable. How did you do it?" Xiaoyong looked outside and smiled in satisfaction. Mutating spores and the octoploid nematode swarms were both extremely good at reshaping terrain. Looking out the window and seeing everything going smoothly, he continued, "Besides, I've conducted some bolder experiments." Then he said, "Come, let's see how the progress is going." Shuai looked at him in confusion. What progress? Xiaoyong led everyone to a cave covered with dense vines outside. He said that although the nematode swarms could move underground and fly in the air, their combat ability underwater was still somewhat weak. Everyone listened quietly, not fully understanding what he meant. As they went deeper into the cave, a gigantic brood insect in pregnancy appeared before them. Looking at it, he explained that he had allowed this nematode to transform into a brood mother. It was used to cultivate insects specialized for aquatic habits. The brood mother continuously released and reproduced various spores and insects into the water, and the reproduction process was extremely smooth. From the cocoons being produced, once they touched the water they rapidly evolved into different shapes and sizes, their bodies growing larger at an incredible speed. Watching the brood mother reproduce, he guessed that the plan had a good chance of succeeding. Perhaps in 1 or 2 days, a highly efficient form could be created. Xiaoyong felt that what he had done was truly genius. While while Shanshan felt it was more like a scientist creating new monsters in a sci-fi movie. She touched her face nervously and said softly, "Why do I feel like we're getting farther and farther from being the protagonists on the righteous side?" 2 days later, a wooden boat floated alone on the surface of the sea. Waves kept hitting the side of the boat. From inside came a whisper, "Stick your head out and see if those guys have left yet." One person on the boat cautiously watched as the other quietly poked his head out and looked around. "Seems like they've left." Seeing no danger, everyone quickly sat up and grabbed the oars, paddling the water with all their strength.
Quick, row with all your might.
Seeing that they were about to reach the opposite shore, they used every bit of strength they had in their lives to keep rowing.
We're almost there.
One person frowned when he saw that the island ahead looked somewhat unusual and said, "But that island doesn't look like something humans could create. Could it be a sea demon nest?" The other glanced around, shook his head slightly, and replied, "If it were a sea demon nest, we would have been discovered long ago. No matter what, it can't be worse than being caught by sea demons." Someone on the boat looked into the distance and saw ripples on the water, immediately shouting,
"Ah, look over there!"
The shout instantly made the other two turn their heads. Seeing fins rippling across the sea surface, everyone immediately panicked. It was the sea demons they hadn't left. As they watched the creatures accelerate closer and closer to the boat, the group froze in terror. They desperately grabbed the oars and paddled, but their speed was far too slow compared to the sea demons. "Damn it, are they playing with us? Hurry, row faster." No matter how hard they rowed, the sea demons had already reached the side of the boat. One man cried out in panic, "We were finished. This time we were really done for." The sea demons suddenly leapt out of the water, frightening everyone into screaming. The oars slipped from their hands as they gave up on fate, silently preparing for their final moments. At that life or death moment, a dark figure with sharp fangs suddenly burst out of the water from the other side, charging toward the sea demon. It shot toward the sea demon like an arrow. The attack was so sudden that the sea demon had no time to react, and the next second it vanished. Before anyone could recover, there was a loud splash, and the sea surface churned with waves of white foam. Terrified, the group had no idea what had just happened. They stared into the water in fear. What was that? The group had just escaped death, and still hadn't processed what happened when a man pointed in one direction and shouted in fear, "Look over there." Everyone stared with wide eyes, frozen in shock. Insects. Following the man's pointing finger, the sea demons appeared ferocious, their eyes glowing as they thrust spears toward the tail of a sea insect. The creature writhed in pain, hissing from its mouth. Seeing the sea insect still struggling, the sea demon's pupils narrowed. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and let out a strange, threatening rasping growl from its throat. Just as it was about to finish off the sea insect, the sea demon suddenly sensed something approaching from afar. Its gills twitched, and it immediately turned its eyes to look. The scene before it made the creature jump in shock. Its pale glowing eyes filled with panic, its teeth clenched as its entire body froze for a few seconds. In the distance, hundreds of dark figures were approaching. More and more sea insects appeared in swarms right before its eyes. What on earth was happening? The sea demons stood frozen, watching as countless sea insects suddenly surged out from nowhere, hundreds of them, swimming in swarms toward the sea demons at an astonishing speed. As the old saying goes, those who understand the times are the real heroes. They only meant to kill one sea insect to show off, but who could have expected its entire clan to show up as a team to attack them? Seeing the sea insects about to catch up, the sea demons hurriedly screeched and fled in panic. Staying would only mean being crushed to pieces. The people on the boat watched as the swarm of sea insects formed a massive black mass like a gigantic monster chasing its prey. What was happening underwater? The insects were chasing the sea demons. What on earth was going on? Beneath the water, the sea insects relentlessly hunted the sea demons. The hissing sounds drew closer and closer as thousands upon thousands of sea insects opened their mouths and screeched wildly, terrifying the sea demons as they tried to escape. One sea demon, seeing the situation was dire, gripped its spear tightly, preparing to fight desperately. But before it could resist, the sea insects immediately surrounded it, each one lunging forward to bite and tear. In less than a minute, blood and flesh dyed the water red, as the sea demon's body was torn into pieces and devoured by the sea insects. The man holding the oar stiffened, his body tense with fear. Staring in horror at the crimson water spreading like syrup, he trembled and said, "Are we saved? We've only gone from being prey of the sea demons to becoming prey for the swarm of insects." Seeing dark shapes beneath the water approaching the boat, the man screamed in terror. Hearing the sound, the sea insects turned their eyes toward the shadow of the floating boat above, their legs rapidly paddling toward the surface. Everyone hurriedly grabbed the oars and tried to row with all their strength. But suddenly there was a loud bang as something forcefully shoved the boat from behind. Terrified, they screamed and turned back at once. It was a sea insect, and everyone's faces turned pale as leaves. Before they could understand what was happening, the sea insects began ramming the sides of the boat, moving as fast as arrows. Everyone clung desperately to the boat, staring in fear at the island ahead. The swarm was pushing them toward that island. If they jumped into the water now, they would surely be torn apart. So that place wasn't the sea demon's nest after all, but the insect's lair. Someone at the back seemed to notice something and immediately pointed forward, shouting, "Look over there." Everyone instantly turned their eyes toward the island ahead. In front of them stood Xiaoyong and a group of sea demons waiting. The man looked around and said in confusion, "Humans. And sea demons too. Humans and sea demons standing together. What is going on here?" The wooden boat quickly reached the shore. The people looked at Xiaoyong's group, and then at the sea demons around them. After hesitating for a moment, they slowly stepped onto the land. Facing their wary and cautious gazes, Xiaoyong didn't mind at all. He simply gave a bright smile and gently said, "Welcome." The group sized Xiaoyong up, confirming he was human. But when they looked behind him and saw a sea demon wrapped with vines standing there, everyone was horrified and instinctively stepped back. Xiaoyong smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, they're all under my control." Controlling sea demons. That was truly unimaginable. Seeing that he had no ill intent, the man tried to stay calm and stammered, "Why, who are you?" "No, what are you?" Xiaoyong stretched his hand toward the island and smiled. "I'm the one who built the gathering place for humanity." The man froze. A gathering place for humanity. Everyone looked at each other, then down at the water where water gulls and sea insects swam freely below. They exchanged puzzled glances, staring around this place in confusion. It didn't look like a human gathering place at all. Everyone's eyes swept across the island, where vines tangled everywhere. Swarms of bugs were busily carrying steel columns, and flying insects filled the sky while transporting cocoons. The group, extremely confused, looked all around the island, not knowing what they should do next. From the other side, a group of people walked over and waved at them, saying there was no need to worry. The man tensed up and looked carefully. Those were indeed humans, not monsters. There were still many people here. One person gestured toward the insects and said with a smile, "Although these insects look fierce, they are controlled by leader Xiaoyong and won't attack us." Another person looked toward the sea demons and added that the sea demons covered in vines and those water gulls were the same. The man stepped forward and pointed toward a high-rise building. "Follow us, there are plenty of rooms. From now on we'll all be teammates." The man was stunned and quickly asked, "Plenty of rooms?" The other man smiled and nodded, saying there were more than enough, and the gathering place established by leader Xiaoyong was still expanding. After arranging accommodation for the group, Xiaoyong looked at the person beside him, someone who had once escaped death from the sea demon farm, and said that the time had come. "It's already time. Didn't you say it would take 2 days?" The man looked at him and raised his eyebrows. "Are we going to the sea demon farm?" Xiaoyong nodded. He glanced at the sea insects constantly swimming nearby and said they needed to wait any longer. From the battle just now, it was clear that 2 sea insects were more than enough to handle 1 sea demon. When the boy Shui heard that he was preparing to take action, he stepped forward excitedly and said they should set off. Xiaoyong immediately stopped him, saying the kids didn't need to go. He and Zhang Chong would handle it. The boy pouted and looked at him in confusion. "Huh? Why? Don't you trust our abilities?" Xiaoyong shook his head. Knowing the boy wouldn't give up easily, he explained that although they weren't weak, that was on land. Underwater, they still needed to be more careful. Seeing that the boy still insisted on going, Licheng stepped forward to persuade him. Xiaoyong was right. If they fell into the water and ended up at a disadvantage, Xiaoyong would have to distract himself to take care of them. Although Shui wanted to go, he sighed and reluctantly agreed. On the sea, Xiaoyong stood at the side of the boat looking toward the open ocean while Zhang Chong sat behind him. The boat cut through the waves, speeding across the white foam. Zhang Chong spoke up, saying he truly hadn't expected this. They would go out to sea like this. Watching the sea insects behind them take turns pushing the boat with all their strength left Zhang Chong both confused and astonished. With them pushing, it felt like the boat had a jet engine attached. Its speed was incredible. The boat glided smoothly across the sea as the ocean wind blew against their faces. In the distance, several fish fins appeared on the water's surface, gradually approaching them faster and faster. Zhang Chong seemed to hear something. His brows lifted as his eyes glanced to the side to observe. Something was approaching. He quickly grabbed the binoculars. After a brief moment of observation, he shouted loudly, "Leader Xiaoyong, there are sea demons over there. Have the sea demons arrived?" Hearing this, Xiaoyong quickly turned to look. His blue eyes glanced over calmly. No emotion appeared on his face as he silently watched the sea demons approaching. Under the water, the sea insects sensed the presence of enemies and quickly split up. One group stayed behind to push the boat, while another group took the lead to fight, their bodies swimming away with agility. Without waiting for Xiaoyong to give any orders, the sea insects divided into 3 directions and charged straight toward the approaching sea demons, blocking them from getting close to the boat. Beneath the water, no one knew exactly what was happening, but loud rumbling sounds echoed as waves of water splashed high into the air. Moments later, a thunderous explosion burst up from beneath the water, sending water spraying everywhere like rain. Large waves crashed against each other before gradually calming down. A few minutes later, several sea demon corpses floated on the surface of the sea, drifting lifelessly like bodies carried by a river. After clearing the path for their boss, the sea insects quickly regrouped as if they had never separated, continuing to push the boat with all their strength toward the sea demon farm following Zhang Chong's directions. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chong had a look as if wondering what had just happened, where he was, and who he even was. With a life-questioning gaze at the sea demon corpses, he thought they killed them instantly. It hasn't even been 3 minutes. At this moment, Zhang Chong felt he had chosen the right civilization and felt extremely proud. He reached up to scratch the side of his nose, thinking that the 2 of them were truly powerful, even though 100 of that power belonged to their main protagonist. The group of people imprisoned on the island knelt helplessly on the sand, their eyes empty and their bodies gaunt. One person looked up, as if seeing something extremely terrifying. Tears welled up in his eyes and he screamed in horror. "Ah!" The person beside him was startled and asked, "Huh? What's wrong?" The man shrank back in fear, his body instinctively retreating as he looked at the sea demons approaching with daggers in their hands. They were about to start the slaughter again. The terrified man wept as tears streamed down his face. Struggling to drag his tightly bound body away, he tried desperately to avoid them, screaming in extreme fear, "No, please, no, don't choose me, don't choose me." After recalling the location of the island, Zhang Chong picked up the binoculars and began carefully observing the nearby islands one by one. Finally he shouted, "Found it! That small island over there is the sea demon farm." Through the binoculars, Zhang Chong clearly saw what was happening on the island. A sea demon had grabbed a person, and the dagger in its hand could pierce through the man's body at any moment. He quickly said, "Leader Xiaoyong, we've caught them slaughtering humans. Hurry and take action." Xiaoyong nodded, having understood the situation. He stepped onto the edge of the boat and stretched out his hand toward Zhang Chong, telling him to hold on tightly. Zhang Chong didn't quite understand but still followed his instruction. Okay. Xiaoyong lowered his body, his feet pressing against the edge of the boat. His entire body was like a compressed spring gathering momentum, and the bow of the boat immediately sank down under the pressure of his weight. Before Zhang Chong could react, Xiaoyong leapt up, his body shooting toward the island like a cannonball. The bow of the boat plunged downward. The wooden boat lost balance and rocked violently. Zhang Chong hurriedly clung to the boat and screamed in fright. The man trembled in fear, his body shaking as he begged them to stop. But before him stood a sea demon, and all pleas were useless. Its pale eyes emitted a strange, eerie glow filled with hunger as it raised the dagger and aimed it directly at his abdomen. Its hand tightly gripped the man to prevent him from escaping. As if sensing something, it suddenly turned its head toward the open sea, an indescribable sense of unease rising within it. In that instant, a dark shadow flashed past its eyes, leaving it stunned. Xiaoyong was already standing right before it. What had just happened? A sharp scraping sound echoed, followed by a loud bang. The man fell onto the sand as blood splattered across his face and body. What had just happened before his eyes? When he opened his eyes again and saw clearly, the sea demon from before now had only its lower half remaining. The sight left the man frozen in place, so terrified that he forgot how to react. The man shuddered. As he regained some composure, he glanced toward the shadow behind him. The shadow seemed to be holding something in its hand. Looking closer, it was a young man holding the upper half of the sea demon in his hand. His eyes radiated a bright blue power, his expression terrifying. The man shouted, "What the hell is that?" Though it sounds slow when told, everything happened in an instant. Both humans and sea demons froze on the spot, unable to react to Xiaoyong's action. All eyes shifted from the sea demon's corpse toward him in extreme shock. The crowd stared at his back with wide, frightened eyes and tightly furrowed brows. This person could actually kill a sea demon. What was he? Zhang Chong stood by the side of the boat cheering excitedly. So cool. That's right. Beat them to death. The sea demon had already regained its senses. Seeing its companion cut in half, a vicious glint appeared in its pale eyes. It gripped its sharp spear and thrust straight toward him, a strange, hoarse growl rumbling from its throat. The spear rushed forward, but to Xiaoyong it seemed like a slow-motion film. With a simple shift of his body, he easily avoided it. His body lunged forward with agility, and with a smack, his hand easily caught the spear. Faced with his swift reaction, the sea demon didn't even understand what had happened. Its entire body was pulled forward, its pale eyes staring at him unconsciously. Xiaoyong frowned, planted his foot, twisted his body, and clenched his fist. Without saying a word, a fist carrying tremendous force slammed forward, striking its head with a precise hit. Double kill. Watching their companions fall one after another, the sea demons realized the huge gap in strength. Fearful rasping cries came from their throats as they quickly fled toward the boat on the sea. Zhang Chong was celebrating the sea demons' deaths when he suddenly saw them running toward him. His eyes widened as he shouted in fear, "Oh no, they were running toward me. What the hell kind of move is that?" But it didn't matter. There's a saying that if you re on the same boat as the main character, you'll never lose out. Everyone understands that logic. Zhang Chong quickly pulled a dagger from his pocket, gripped it tightly, and laughed loudly, saying, "Come on, come on. With leader Xiaoyong here, I don't believe you can hurt me." The group of sea demons was running so desperately their scales seemed ready to fall off, and now someone was standing on the boat laughing at them. Seeing the sea ahead, they hurriedly jumped down. Before their feet could even touch the water, sea insects suddenly surged up from below the sea, leaping upward with hungry, greedy eyes fixed on the sea demons. The sea insects struck precisely, biting fiercely into their bodies. The panicked sea demons were ambushed before they could react. Beneath the sea, other creatures were also present, and they began slaughtering each other. After a few minutes, the sea became calm again as if nothing had happened. The surface was filled with floating corpses. Zhang Chong happily came ashore, and the people looked from the sea demon bodies to Zhang Chong in confusion, asking, "The sea demons, were they all killed?" The man stared at Xiaoyong. From what had just happened, he knew the man had no intention of harming them. He looked human on the outside but felt completely different within. Gathering his courage, the man asked, "What are you? Why do you look like a human?" Zhang Chong quickly stepped forward, waving his hand and smiling. "Don't worry, he's leader Xiaoyong. He came to save you." Everyone immediately turned their eyes toward the young man before them, filled with shock and disbelief. "Save us." Zhang Xiaoyong looked at everyone, nodded, and smiled faintly. "Otherwise, why would I beat those sea demons to death?" Zhang Chong quickly took out a dagger from his pocket and walked behind the man. "Pull it tight a bit so I can cut the rope." The man looked at Zhang Chong, finding him somewhat familiar. A second later, as if remembering something, he exclaimed happily, "It's you! I recognize you. You were the one who successfully stole a boat and escaped during the storm." Seeing that the man seemed to know him, Zhang Chong asked, "Were you captured at the same time as me?" The man smiled at him. "Yes, but most of the people captured back then are already dead." Zhang Xiaoyong looked around, his gaze sweeping across the nearby islands. His eyes narrowed slightly. "This sea demon farm probably isn't limited to just this place, right?" The man looked at him and nodded. "Definitely not just this place. Moreover, the sea demons don't actually live here. They just arrange for some of them to take turns guarding the place." Just as he had guessed, Zhang Xiaoyong swept his gaze across the vast sea and frowned slightly. In this endless ocean, it might be difficult to hunt them down completely. Hearing him say something that seemed impossible, the people who had just untied their ropes rubbed their aching wrists and stared at him in astonishment. Exterminate them completely, the sea demons. Seeing that the rescue plan had been a complete success, Zhang Xiaoyong took a deep breath and turned around. "Everyone, follow me back first. We will think of a solution later. If that doesn't work, we will have to use the most straightforward method, the queen insect tactic." As he finished speaking, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. His sharp blue pupils were like blades cutting through everything as he pressed his lips together. "Sweep this entire sea." Everyone immediately steered the boat back to the island he had established. Along the way they encountered no obstacles, and after about half a day the boat arrived. From afar the boy Shui heard the sound of a boat engine, and immediately grabbed the binoculars to look. It was them. The boy jumped excitedly. "It's Uncle Xiaoyong. Uncle Xiaoyong is back." Seeing the boat reach the shore, the boy hurried over, his eyes full of excitement as he cheered and watched everyone drop the anchor and prepare to go ashore. Shanshan and Li Qing smiled when they saw this and quickly followed the boy. Their bright eyes scanned the boat searching for him, and with excited faces they called out, "It hasn't even been a day. Did everything go that smoothly, Uncle Xiaoyong?" Zhang Xiaoyong smiled at the boy and gestured toward the people getting off the boat. "Zhang Chong will assist. These people are survivors from the sea demon farm. Take them and arrange everything properly." Hearing the assignment, Shui's eyes lit up.
Leave it to me.
"Everyone follow me." Zhang Xiaoyong looked at Shanshan and Li Qing and walked over. "Shanshan, Li Qing, you've worked hard on this trip. Please invite Elder He and Zhuxiaping here. I need to discuss something with them. Shanshan smiled softly and replied yes, while Licheng nodded no problem. The two immediately started the boat and headed quickly toward Elder He's laboratory. Along the way, the sea breeze brushed across their faces, bringing a sense of calm. While the boat was moving, it suddenly collided with various iron barrels. The harsh clanking as they struck the hull immediately caught both of their attention. Shanshan frowned slightly as she looked at the pile of scrap metal floating on the water. This isn't good, the water is too shallow for the boat to move. Licheng continued steering the boat and replied, many days have passed, so it's time for the tide to go out. Luckily, we're almost there. A young man guarding the city wall noticed someone approaching. Recognizing who they were, he immediately smiled. It really is them. The young man happily looked at Licheng and Shanshan waving below and shouted loudly, open the gate. Shanshan and brother Licheng are back. After entering inside, Shanshan looked around but still could not see Elder He. She turned and asked, where is Elder He? Xiaoyong needs to consult him about something. The young man seemed to recall something and said, something happened at the Sea of Flesh yesterday. Elder He went there to help. Hearing that, Shanshan asked worriedly, what happened? The young man shook his head and answered honestly, I'm not sure about the details. I heard someone got sick and might not make it. Hearing this, Licheng turned to Shanshan and said, we also need to go there to find Zhao Xiaoping anyway. Let's take the chance to check it out. She nodded softly. Elder He shook his head, his aged eyes looking toward the hospital bed as he sighed softly. Sigh, there's no mistake, it's acute pancreatitis. Even with good medical conditions the mortality rate is very high, and with the situation now, she will definitely die. After saying this, Elder He and Yang Bing silently looked at Zhao Xiaoping on the bed, her body thin, cold sweat pouring continuously, her face haggard and lips cracked as she lay on the hospital bed. Xiao Feng stood outside, watching his daughter through the glass window. His entire body was solemn, his dull expression fixed on her without looking away. At this moment, seeing his daughter lying motionless on the hospital bed, her body suffering from illness, Xiao Feng felt helpless, and his eyes became sorrowful. Yang Bing could not accept seeing this scene and quickly turned to Elder He saying, then quickly go find leader Xiaoyong. He will definitely have a solution. Seeing him so agitated, Elder He said it's too late. She's already in shock, she won't last more than half a day. Suddenly Xiao Feng spoke, interrupting everyone's conversation. No, there's still a way. His answer immediately drew the attention and doubt of everyone in the room. Xiao Feng looked at Zhao Xiaoping on the bed, his whole body seeming to age several years. After a moment, he appeared to have made a decision. Placing his hand on the glass, he said firmly, let her be infected with mimic flesh. Elder He's face turned serious as he placed his hand on the glass and looked at Xiao Feng. With her current condition, to keep her alive we'd have to replace the entire pancreas with mimic flesh. Can you control it precisely? Xiao Feng looked directly into his eyes and answered honestly no. The only way is through large-scale infection to ensure it covers the pancreas. Elder He gently shook his head, his stern face looking at Xiao Feng. He took a deep breath and said frankly, then she will no longer be human. Even Xiaoyong won't be able to save her. Xiao Feng pondered for a few seconds, his eyes still fixed on Zhao Xiaoping, then said firmly, it's still better than letting her die. Elder He had nothing more to say. She's your daughter, you decide. Xiao Feng looked completely lost, unconsciously staring at the floor. He wasn't sure whether what he was doing was right or wrong. My brain is already too different from that of humans. Is this choice still consistent with human nature? I cannot be certain. Everyone else was also at a loss about what to do. Suddenly Yang Bing rushed straight toward Xiao Feng. Elder He and the leader were shocked by his action, and quickly shouted, hey Yang Bing, what are you doing? Yang Bing pushed the door open and looked at Xiao Feng with great determination. Old Xiao, go in. Just do it the way you said. These words left Xiao Feng stunned for a few seconds. The leader quickly put a hand on Yang Bing's shoulder to stop him. He hasn't even decided yet, and you're already deciding for him. Yang Bing turned back angrily and replied, you bookish people are really strange. Logically, living poorly is still better than dying. Save the person first, if we regret it later, at worst we just won't keep living. Hearing this, Elder He unconsciously scratched his face. He looked at Yang Bing and said, well that actually makes sense. From a human perspective, that's indeed true. It's so reasonable that I can't argue with it. Xiao Feng walked closer to Xiaoping's bed. He said he would begin the mimic flesh infection, and told everyone to hold her down. Everyone agreed and took their positions, some holding Xiaoping's arms, others holding her legs. The flesh tissues crawled into her nose, ears, and mouth. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. Xiaoping showed a biological reaction. She screamed and struggled violently. The whites of her eyes turned red and her pupils bulged. After a while, Xiaoping's entire body became stiff. Everyone began to grow anxious. But Xiao Feng said they should wait a little longer. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoping's fingers twitched. She then coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Elder He immediately said that the process had restarted. It was working. He then turned and told the two people nearby to quickly help her sit up. Zhao Feng quickly stretched out his hand. His large arm blocked the two people from getting closer. The two men became displeased with Zhao Feng and asked what was wrong with him. But he coldly said, "See for yourselves." The places where they had intended to touch her had swollen into mouths with sharp fangs. Only then did they realize that if Zhao Feng had not stopped them, the two men might have lost their lives. Now Xiaoping had been infected just like Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng asked the two men whether they also wanted to be infected like that, but they firmly refused. Just witnessing it was already terrifying enough. After waiting for about half a day, Xiaoping finally woke up. Elder He asked whether she felt any difference in her body compared to before. She said she felt a subtle sensation. Elder He further asked whether there were any differences in her emotions or thinking compared to before. Xiaoping was stunned. "Do I need to have that as well?" Zhao Feng said that those kinds of sensations would only appear after about a week. Xiaoping did not quite understand what her father meant and asked him, "What do you mean by the brain structure changing?" Elder He then revealed the truth in order to save Xiaoping. They had infected her the same way as her father. They used mimic flesh infection. Hearing this, Xiaoping's face instantly changed color. She asked in shock, "So that means now I am." Before she could finish speaking, Xiaoping's left arm mutated into a mass of red and black flesh tentacles bursting outward. She could not control it yet. After a moment, the tentacles slowly withdrew back into her flesh. Zhao Feng told her that she must quickly learn to control her abilities, while Xiaoping feared that she would gradually lose her human nature. Someone shouted loudly, "Brother Liu." It was Chen Xiang. He shouted excitedly, "We re back." Lai Qing immediately asked Elder He and Leader Liu about the situation. Thus, Elder He told Shanshan, Li Qing, and Chen Song everything that had happened. He asked whether the situation in City He had gone smoothly. Li Qing replied gloomily, "Not very smoothly. Leader Xiaoyong asked us to come here to request Elder He and Xiaoping to go there and help." Elder He immediately agreed. "Let's set off quickly. Maybe Xiaoyong can help Xiaoping." Very soon, the speedboat was pulled out. The group had already traveled a distance and arrived at their destination, right at Jiang Xiaoyong's place. Elder He met him and explained Xiaoping's pancreatitis situation. He said it was out of desperation that she had to become infected with mimic flesh. Xiaoping also looked sad, never expecting that such a day would come. Xiaoyong listened calmly and said, "Don't worry, it's okay." He stretched out his hand, and a cluster of roots burst out from it. Xiaoyong said gently, "It will hurt a little, try to bear with it." Before Xiaoping could react, several sharp roots stabbed into her eyes, nose and mouth. Xiaoping's whole body immediately twisted and writhed. Elder He frowned, knowing Xiaoyong had a method, though this method was rather terrifying. After finishing, he withdrew the roots. "All done," Xiaoyong said with a light smile, looking at Xiaoping, rubbing her eyes. He said Xiaoping was luckier than Zhao Feng, because she had only recently been infected and her brain structure had not been lost. Elder He realized and asked if she could also be considered a perfectly fused type. Xiaoyong confirmed and clarified that it was mimic flesh perfectly assimilated by a human. Shui exclaimed, "Wow, that's so cool." He continued explaining to Xiaoping that her way of absorbing energy was different from Zhao Feng's. She would replenish energy through eating and devouring. With everything settled, he turned and said he wanted to consult Elder He about something. At present, a certain species was causing havoc. Xiaoyong wanted to find its nest and wipe it out completely. Finding their nest was truly difficult. After hearing the story, Elder He coughed a few times to catch his breath. Before he could give his opinion, Xiaoping said she had a way. "Do you know how beekeepers eliminated those hornets? This species normally hunts honeybees for food, which causes great trouble for farmers. So they tied a small piece of white paper to the hornet's leg, then released it and followed it back to its nest." Shanshan understood and asked, "You mean we should mark the sea demon, right?" Li Qing said it would not be that simple. Xiaoping had an idea. She suggested using a peace tracking device. There is a type of device specifically designed to attach to marine creatures. Xiaoyong immediately asked where they could find such a thing. Elder He said there was a biological research institute in the southwestern suburbs of the city, and it might have one. Xiaoyong quickly set off. The speedboat started its engine, after traveling for quite some time. In the suburbs, the area was also flooded with seawater. Soon, the signal of a sea demon appeared. On this land, many sea demons were standing guard. Shanshan said the water here was calmer. Elder He explained that it was because this place was closer to the inland. Li Qing suddenly noticed something. A human skeleton was floating on the surface of the sea. Jiang Xiaoyong stretched out his hand and shot a tentacle outward. He pulled it up and said that it was not a human skeleton. Shanshan spotted something else and said, "Look, there's another one over there." Soon everyone discovered that there were many white bones, as if a battle had just taken place. Xiaoyong immediately reminded everyone to be careful. Elder, he suddenly realized, we here. Xiaoyong's group was approaching the main building of the Biological Research Institute. Those skeletons were hanging in front of the entrance. Xiaoyong speculated that there had likely been a conflict with monsters here. Shanshan intended not to let Elder He and Xiaoping enter with them, because it might be dangerous. But Xiaoyong insisted they go together. Fearing there might be other dangers outside, he told Shanshan and Li Qing to stay at the rear while he would go first to ensure the safety of Xiaoping and Elder He. Then they went inside and planned to look at the directions on the wall to find the place with the tracking device. Inside here, the water was still flooded up to eye level. The deeper they went inside, the darker it became, so Xiaoyong had to turn on a flashlight to light the way. Li Qing sensed a shadow darting past. Xiaoyong sensed it as well. Shanshan looked over and asked, "What's wrong, hero?" Xiaoyong replied softly, "There's something." He shouted, "Behind us." The old man and Shanshan both turned back in shock. Then Xiaoyong realized something was wrong. Not just one, there was also something on the side. At that moment, a stranger suddenly appeared at the top of the stairs. A bullet was fired. Xiaoyong immediately used his ability to protect Xiaoping. The bullet pierced through the leaves. It struck straight into Xiaoping's chest. Xiaoyong glared angrily, using a gun. Behind him, a crazed figure rushed forward. Li Qing shouted, "Enemy ahead." When he turned around, he was even more shocked. There was one behind him as well. Xiaoyong frowned and took a stance. "Are you looking for death?" He shot out several roots, like tendrils, to attack the man rushing toward him. The roots tightly wrapped around the man. Li Qing also rushed forward to fight another person. These people had blue skin like sea demons. Li Qing did not expect that the opponent he was facing also had some abilities. Then he exerted force and pushed the man flying to the side. The man slammed his back onto the floor. Shanshan told Elder He and Xiaoping to quickly hide behind her, but it was too late. Xiaoping had already been tied up by someone. A strong woman dragged Xiaoping toward her while Elder He could do nothing. Xiaoping was now under control. Shanshan looked over anxiously. "Damn it, they've captured her." The woman holding Xiaoping suddenly shouted, "Release Wang Yang." Xiaoyong glanced over. "Humph, you can speak human language." The woman gritted her teeth and looked at Xiaoyong. At that moment, a sound like that of a monster suddenly came out. Xiaoping herself suddenly turned to look. Her arm had mutated into mimic flesh tentacles, striking the woman and sending her flying away. "What is that?" she screamed in shock. At that moment, she was struck hard by the tentacle and fell heavily onto the floor. Xiaoyong was half mutated, looking as if venom had possessed her. The man fighting Xiaoyong was also tightly restrained by him and could only helplessly shout his teammate's name, Liu Qian. Then he freed his other hand. Liu Qian on the other side also managed to break free from the restraint. A sharp root lunged toward her. Just before Xiaoning's flesh tentacle could kill Liu Qian, Xiaoyong quickly pulled her away. Xiaoning suddenly glared over. Xiaoyong captured both of them. He threatened, "Tell your people to stop immediately, or I will kill both of you right now." The man stared at Xiaoyong in shock. "This monster can speak." Shanshan cut in, "Are you deaf? We've been talking to each other this whole time." He hurriedly shouted, "Stop. Stop for a moment." Xiaoyong turned and asked, "Zhu Xiaoping, can you control yourself now?" At this moment, the mimic flesh inside Xiaoping slowly retracted. She looked at her own hands, still very bewildered. Xiaoyong then realized that Xiaoping still could not control her. When the mimic flesh took over, she remembered nothing. Xiaoyong then gave the two people a chance, warning that if they went downstairs and made any suspicious move, he would kill them without mercy. Shortly after, Xiaoyong's group went up to the upper floor of the building. He interrogated them. "Speak. Who are you people?" The oldest man in the group spoke up and admitted that they were staff of the Research Institute and had just gone through a massive tsunami and encountered sea demons. Xiaoyong asked again, "If that's the case, have you already been transformed by the sea demons?" The man replied somewhat awkwardly that they had become like this because they had eaten sea demon flesh. Li Qing was horrified. "You actually dared to put that stuff into your mouth." The man told the truth. After the tsunami passed, there was nothing left to eat. And although they didn't want to, they had to do it to survive. Li Qing was left speechless by this reasoning. If they were starving, were they supposed to eat each other? The only option left was to eat monsters. Xiaoyong then asked whether the white bones everywhere were the bones of sea demons. The man confirmed it, and Xiaoyong finally understood why this group of staff had mutated like this. He also said that although their strength allowed them to fight sea demons underwater, they could not handle their numbers. So the best they could do was hold their position here and eat sea demon flesh every day. The others also said they didn't understand why the number of sea demons coming here had been increasing lately. The fat man then mentioned a detail. These sea demons had begun to ambush people if they were gradually evolving and showing a certain level of social behavior. Xiaoyong nodded and said he was right. At this rate, in a few days the sea demons would gather here in increasing numbers to wipe everyone out. Xiaoyong's words made the fat man break out in a cold sweat.
I was just guessing.
You were making it even scarier. Who exactly are you people? Xiaoyong smiled and said us. We were more complicated than you think. At that moment, Liu Tai saw something and called out to everyone. The sea demons were approaching. The fat man and the older man immediately readied their guns to fight the sea demons. With the situation urgent, the man asked Xiaoyong's group to help, suggesting they go downstairs to ambush the sea demons in the darkness with them. Xiaoyong refused and stepped forward instead, saying that fighting in the darkness was very dangerous. He said his method was simply to wait for them to jump up and seek their own deaths. The fat man cursed angrily. Fine then. If you get killed later, don't blame us for not warning you first. After that, he hurried to inform the rest of his team to go downstairs first so they could coordinate more easily. The fat man excitedly pulled the gun's bolt, but he was still trembling badly. Xiaoyong nodded and reminded him, take good care of yourself. Meanwhile Shanshan, Liqing, and Xiaoping were all already in position. The sea demons leapt upward. The first group, holding weapons, fiercely jumped higher than a person's head. The fat man broke into a sweat. What? No way, why are there so many? Xiaoyong stretched his hand behind him, his eyes lighting up. A large stream of roots shot out from his hand. It split into many branches and stabbed straight into each sea demon. Many of them died and collapsed onto the ground, terrifying the rest. At this moment, Liqing was also dealing with two of them at the same time. Shanshan was small but quick and agile as she could handle several of them by herself. Xiaoping controlled the tentacles more skillfully now and managed to bind many sea monsters. The fat man held his gun helplessly, not even having fired a single shot yet. What kind of monsters are these people anyway?